It was September 7th, 1993, the Tuesday after Labor Day. My friends and I had spent the long weekend camping near Twin Pines Reservoir, a secluded spot off a back road deep in northern Idaho. The air was cool, the summer crowds were gone, and we practically had the place to ourselves. 3 nights of campfires, swimming, and hiking had been great, but now it was time to head home. Everyone had packed up their gear, and we said our goodbyes before driving off separately. I wasn't quite ready to leave, though. The quiet of the area, the stillness of the lake, and the crisp mountain air felt too good to rush away from. I decided to take one last hike before hitting the road. The trail I chose wasn't far from the campground, a rugged path that wound around the lake and connected to an old, overgrown jeep trail called Rockslide Road. It led to a smaller reservoir down below, a private utility lake owned by the local power company. The hike down was peaceful. The sun filtered through the pines, the scent of warm earth and evergreen heavy in the air. Occasionally, I'd hear the distant chatter of birds or the rustling of squirrels darting through the underbrush. By the time I reached the smaller lake, the sun was high and the water sparkled like glass. I sat for a while on a large rock near the shore, letting the quiet settle over me. When I finally started heading back, the serenity of the moment began to wear off. The return trail was steeper, and the midday heat made the climb harder than I'd expected. The path was narrow and rocky, with tall pines lining both sides. About halfway up, I saw someone standing in the middle of the trail ahead. The man was older, maybe mid-60s, with white hair and a muscular build. He wore a dark flannel shirt and jeans, looking like he belonged in the woods. He wasn't doing anything, just standing there, like he'd been waiting. As I got closer, I noticed a jeep parked on a slope above the trail, partially hidden by the trees. Another man, younger and thinner, stood by the jeep, watching us. When I reached the older man, I nodded and slowed down to pass. His expression was neutral, almost unreadable. I could feel his eyes on me, sizing me up. I felt a pang of unease but tried not to show it. He glanced at my backpack, where my last name was stitched in small letters near the top. He said something about my name sounding German, though his tone wasn't friendly. It wasn't outright hostile either. It was something in between, like he was testing the waters. I nodded, giving a short response, hoping to keep moving, but he didn't step aside. Instead, he called up the hill to the younger man, saying something about me being with them. I froze when the younger man smirked, pulled up his shirt, and showed me 2 huge swastika tattoos stretched across his stomach. The ink was crude but unmistakable. My stomach sank, and I forced a smile, acting unfazed. The older man didn't seem to notice or care about my discomfort. He started talking about guns, casually mentioning how they'd been shooting at some makeshift range nearby. He gestured up toward the jeep, and I saw the younger guy get in and start maneuvering it down the rocky incline. The older man turned away to guide him, and I seized the chance to slip past. My legs felt heavy as I hurried up the trail, but I forced myself to keep moving, trying to stay calm. Just when I thought I was clear, I heard the low rumble of engines behind me. I turned to see 2 more jeeps crawling down the hill, their tires crunching over loose rocks. Both were packed with men, bearded, tattooed, and scowling. None of them looked friendly. I nodded as I passed each vehicle, offering a quick smile, but no one returned it. They didn't say anything either, just stared. My heart was pounding by the time I made it out of their sight. The trail felt longer now, every shadow and sound sharpening my senses. I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see someone following me. The trees seemed to close in, their tall trunks stretching endlessly in every direction. It was too quiet. When I finally reached the dirt road where I'd parked my car, my breath came fast and shallow. My car was the only one left. My friends were long gone. I jumped in and locked the doors, my hands shaking as I started the engine. As I backed out onto the narrow road, I saw movement in my rearview mirror. One of the Jeeps had come out of the trail behind me, its headlights catching the dust I'd kicked up. My pulse quickened as I drove away, glancing in the mirror every few seconds. The Jeep followed for about a mile, staying just far enough back to keep me guessing. Finally, at a fork in the road, the Jeep turned off, disappearing into the woods. I let out a shaky breath but didn't slow down until I was back on the highway. Even then, I couldn't relax. The whole drive home, I kept thinking about those men. The tattoos, the guns, the way they'd looked at me like I didn't belong. By the time I reached my apartment, it was dark. I locked the doors, drew the curtains, and double-checked the locks again before going to bed. I tried to convince myself it was over, that I'd gotten away safely, but sleep didn't come easy. For weeks after, I found myself looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see one of those Jeeps in my rearview mirror or parked on my street. I stopped hiking alone and avoided remote trails altogether. The woods, which had always felt like a sanctuary, now felt like a place I couldn't trust. I never saw those men again, but their faces and those tattoos are burned into my memory. The way they stood there, silent and staring, felt like a warning I didn't fully understand. Maybe I got lucky that day, or maybe they just weren't in the mood to take it further. Either way, I'll never forget how close I came to something I didn't want to imagine. Camping in the fall has always been a peaceful escape for me. I love the crisp air, the golden leaves scattered across the forest floor, and the soft crackling of the campfire as the day fades into night. I've been doing it for years, setting up my little tent, enjoying the simplicity of life away from home, and drifting off to the soothing sounds of nature. But one trip in the fall of 2019 was different in a way that still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. I had driven out to a state forest in northern Michigan. The area was known for its thick woods, remote campsites, and serene lakes. It was the kind of place where you could go days without seeing another person. I'd chosen a site near the edge of the forest, far from the main camping loops. The isolation was part of the appeal, just me, the trees, and the wild. The first day was uneventful, even relaxing. I set up my tent, gathered some wood for the fire, and spent the afternoon hiking along a nearby trail. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds and the rustling of small animals. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the temperature dropped quickly. I pulled on a heavy jacket, lit the fire, and cooked a simple meal. By the time I climbed into my sleeping bag that night, I felt at peace. I fell asleep easily, but something woke me up in the early hours of the morning. At first, I wasn't sure what it was. The fire had burned down to embers, and the tent was pitch black. I lay still, listening. That's when I heard it. A loud, snorting, huffing sound, like something breathing heavily just outside my tent. My heart raced. It was close, too close, and I couldn't see a thing. The sound reminded me of a pig rooting around or a bear sniffing for food. My brain immediately jumped to worst-case scenarios. I knew bears were rare in this area, and pigs weren't native at all, but it didn't stop the fear from rising in my chest. I stayed completely still, barely daring to breathe, straining my ears to hear more. The huffing continued for what felt like an eternity before fading into the distance. Whatever it was, it moved away, and eventually the forest fell silent again. I didn't sleep much after that. Every little noise outside made me jump. When morning finally came, I stepped out of the tent cautiously, scanning the area for any signs of what might have visited me during the night. The ground was covered in a thick layer of leaves, and I couldn't see any tracks. There were no overturned rocks or scratches on nearby trees, either, nothing to indicate a bear had been there. I shrugged it off, convincing myself it was probably just a raccoon or some other small animal. They could be noisy at night, and maybe my half-asleep mind had exaggerated the sound. The second day went smoothly. I spent it fishing at a nearby stream and exploring some old logging trails. I was more tired than usual, thanks to the restless night, but I still enjoyed the solitude. As the sun started to set, I made my way back to camp, gathering more wood along the way. This time, I was more careful about storing my food. I packed everything into a bare canister and stashed it far from the tent, just in case. That night, the forest seemed louder. I could hear the occasional rustle of leaves, the snap of twigs, and even the distant howl of a coyote. As I lay in my tent, I thought about the snorting sound from the night before. It had felt so real, so close. My rational mind told me it was just a raccoon or a deer, but a part of me couldn't shake the unease. Sometime after midnight, I woke up again. The sound was back, snorting, huffing, breathing. It was louder this time, and there was no mistaking it. It wasn't my imagination. The thing was circling my tent, its footsteps crunching softly on the dry leaves. I froze, gripping my sleeping bag tightly, unsure of what to do. My mind raced through my options. If it was a bear, making noise might scare it off. But if it wasn't, would noise just attract its attention? I stayed still, listening. The huffing grew louder, closer. I could hear it sniffing at the tent, the faint sound of air rushing in and out of its nostrils. My heart pounded so hard I thought it might burst. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, the noise stopped. I lay there in the dark, holding my breath, waiting for it to return, but it didn't. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and I drifted into a fitful sleep. The next morning, I felt groggy and on edge. I checked the area around my tent again, hoping to find some clue about what had been out there. But just like the day before, there was nothing. No tracks, no broken branches, no sign of any animal. It was frustrating. I hated not knowing what I was dealing with. Before packing up my camp, I decided to do some research. I pulled out my phone and started looking up animal sounds in the area. That's when I stumbled across something surprising. Raccoons. I knew they were common, but I hadn't realized how noisy they could be. According to what I read, raccoons can make a variety of sounds, including huffing and snorting noises that resemble pigs. They're also notorious for scavenging campsites at night. It all clicked. The first night, I'd heard something sniffing around my tent. The second night, I'd noticed the sound moving and circling. It made sense. Raccoons were the most likely culprits. They were probably drawn to the smell of my campfire or the scraps of food I might have left behind. While the realization didn't completely erase my unease, it was comforting to have a logical explanation. As I packed up my gear and prepared to leave, I couldn't help but laugh at myself. 2 sleepless nights, all because of a few raccoons. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something about the whole experience was off. The sounds had felt too deliberate, too close. But in the light of day, it was easier to dismiss those thoughts. I drove away from the campsite, grateful for the escape and the story I'd have to tell. Even now, years later, I think about that trip whenever I hear strange noises at night. The rational part of me knows it was just raccoons, but there's a small, nagging part that wonders. It wasn't the sounds themselves that unsettled me. It was the feeling of being watched, of something intelligent and deliberate moving just out of sight. And that's a feeling I'll never forget. Setting up my car camping spot was always a mix of excitement and routine. I'd been doing this solo for years, and I had my system down to a science. 2 tents, one for sleeping, one for gear, had become my standard setup. It wasn't just about convenience anymore. It was also a safeguard, a decoy, something to make me feel less like a woman camping alone. After a couple of unsettling encounters with overly curious campers, I wasn't taking any chances. This time, I was in central Ohio, tucked into a quiet state forest in late October. The crisp air and golden leaves made it feel like the perfect getaway. I parked my car in a small clearing near the edge of a marked campsite and started setting up my tents. The sleeping tent was small, just big enough for me and my sleeping bag. The other was larger, where I stored my cooler, camping stove, and extra gear. By dusk, my little camp was cozy, and I felt good about the spot. Far enough from the road to feel secluded, but not so remote that I couldn't find help if I needed it. The night passed without issue. I sat by a small fire, read a book, and eventually crawled into my sleeping bag. A chill settled over the camp as the fire died down, and the sound of leaves rustling in the wind lulled me to sleep. The next morning, I decided to go for a hike. There was a well-worn trail a short walk from my site, marked with a wooden sign that read, "Ridge Trail, 6 miles." It seemed manageable, even for someone like me who wasn't an expert hiker. I packed my day bag with water, a granola bar, and my phone, though service was spotty in the area. I also brought a small compass, something I'd started doing after an experience years ago when I got turned around in another forest. I locked up the car, made sure the tents were zipped, and headed out. The trail was beautiful, lined with trees in full fall color. The crunch of leaves underfoot and the distant sound of birds made it feel peaceful, almost meditative. I lost track of time as I walked, pausing occasionally to take in the view or snap a photo. The trail was well marked at first, with blazes on the trees every few hundred yards. But as I got deeper into the forest, the markers became less frequent. About an hour in, I came to a fork. One path looked more worn, but it didn't have a marker. The other was overgrown but had a faint blaze on a tree just ahead. I hesitated. The logical choice seemed to be the marked path, but something about the overgrown trail intrigued me. Maybe it was the promise of solitude, or maybe I just wanted a bit of adventure. Whatever the reason, I chose the less traveled path. First, it was fine. The trail narrowed but was still discernible, winding through a denser part of the forest. But after another half hour, it became clear that I wasn't on an official trail anymore. The path was fading, and I couldn't see any more markers. I considered turning back, but the thought of retracing my steps felt daunting. I was sure I could find my way out if I kept going. I had my compass, after all. Another hour passed, and I was officially lost. The forest around me was dense, the trees pressing in from all sides. I couldn't hear any sounds of civilization. No cars, no distant hum of activity, just the occasional rustle of wildlife. I tried not to panic, reminding myself that I'd been in worse situations before. Still, the sinking realization that I didn't know where I was or how to get back to my campsite started to weigh on me. I took out my compass and tried to orient myself. The problem was, I didn't know which direction I'd come from anymore. I'd been zigzagging through the woods, and the sun, which had been my guide earlier, was now obscured by thick clouds. I chose a direction and started walking, hoping I'd come across a trail or a landmark. Time seemed to stretch as I wandered. The forest began to look the same in every direction, endless trees and fallen leaves. I rationed my water and told myself to keep moving. I had my phone, but with no service and a dying battery, it was more of a liability than a help. The fear started creeping in as the sky darkened. I knew I didn't want to be out here after dark. Finally, after what felt like hours, I heard something. Faint at first, but unmistakable. The distant sound of a car engine. I followed the noise, moving as quickly as I could without tripping over roots and rocks. The sound grew louder until I stumbled onto a narrow dirt road. Relief washed over me as I realized I'd found a way out of the forest. But the relief was short-lived. As I stood there, trying to decide which direction to take, I saw a house up ahead. It was small and weathered, with peeling paint and a sagging roof. Smoke curled from the chimney, and an old pickup truck was parked in the driveway. Normally, I'd have been glad to see signs of life, but something about the place felt off. The yard was cluttered with random items: rusted tools, a broken-down mower, and what looked like a pile of animal bones. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't supposed to be there. I decided to head the other way down the road, hoping to find a less unsettling place to ask for help. But as I turned, I heard a door creak open behind me. My heart sank. I didn't want to look back, but I could feel eyes on me. I quickened my pace, pretending I hadn't noticed. The gravel crunched loudly under my boots, each step feeling slower than the last. The sound of footsteps followed, deliberate, heavy. I didn't run. I didn't want to give them a reason to chase me, but I walked as fast as I could. My breath was shallow, my chest tight with fear. The footsteps stopped for a moment, and I thought maybe they'd gone back to the house. But then, from the corner of my eye, I saw movement. A figure stood by the edge of the trees, watching me. I kept walking, not daring to stop or look back again. Eventually, the road widened, and I saw a highway in the distance. I broke into a run, not caring about the noise anymore. When I reached the highway, I flagged down the first car I saw. The driver, an older woman, looked concerned but didn't ask too many questions. She drove me to the nearest gas station, where I finally felt safe enough to catch my breath. That night, back at my campsite, I packed up my things and left. I didn't sleep, didn't eat, just drove straight home. The experience shook me in a way I hadn't expected. I'd always thought of myself as prepared, capable of handling anything the wilderness could throw at me. But this was different. This wasn't about nature. It was about people. And the scariest part? I'll never know who that person was or what they wanted. I had always loved the outdoors. Growing up in the city, surrounded by noise and people, I longed for the quiet serenity of nature. That's why, when I had a weekend off from my job as a mechanic in Brisbane, I decided to escape to the wilderness for some solitude. I wasn't one for group camping. I preferred the quiet of being alone, with only the sounds of the forest and the crackle of a fire. I drove my old 4x4 Uda out of the city, leaving the endless suburbs behind. The air grew fresher as I passed through the more rural areas, and before long, I was on the edge of the Great Dividing Range. The plan was simple: find a secluded spot in the forest, pitch my tent, and enjoy the peace of the wilderness for a few days. I parked the Uda near a small, empty camping area on the outskirts of a national park. The site wasn't marked on any tourist maps, and I hadn't seen another vehicle on the way in, which suited me just fine. It was a place I'd found a few years ago when I'd gone off track during a hike. I had stumbled onto a creek that ran through the valley, bordered by thick, dense forest. There, I'd set up camp and spent a quiet night, completely disconnected from the world. I set up my tent near the creek and gathered wood for a fire. The evening was mild, and the forest around me felt untouched, like it hadn't seen human feet in decades. After getting the fire started, I sat by the warm glow, staring into the flames as the last light of the day faded into darkness. It was peaceful, almost unnervingly so. As the night wore on, I began to feel a sense of unease. At first, I chalked it up to the isolation. After all, it's not every day you find yourself alone in the wilderness, miles from any form of civilization. But as the fire crackled and the night grew colder, the feeling didn't fade. Instead, it grew stronger, like something wasn't quite right. I tried to shake it off, but the feeling only intensified. Every small sound seemed louder: the rustling of leaves, the distant call of an owl, the occasional crack of a branch. My eyes darted around the camp, scanning the tree line, but I saw nothing. Still, that sense of being watched crept over me. I couldn't help but glance nervously at the shadows around the campfire. I checked the time, 10:30 p.m. It wasn't late, but I was exhausted from the long drive and the physical effort of setting up camp. I decided to call it a night and crawled into my tent. I zipped the door shut, leaving only the smallest crack for ventilation. It was warmer inside than I expected, and I settled into my sleeping bag, trying to calm my racing thoughts. Just as I was beginning to drift off, I heard it. A soft rustling, not from the wind, but from something moving in the underbrush near the camp. At first, I dismissed it as an animal, a kangaroo or a wombat, perhaps. But the noise didn't stop. It came in irregular bursts, like something pacing back and forth just outside the light of the fire. My heart began to race. It was too loud to be an animal, too deliberate. I grabbed the flashlight from the side of my bag and pointed it toward the tent opening. The beam sliced through the darkness, but there was nothing there. I lay in silence, waiting. The rustling stopped for a moment, and I thought it was just my imagination. But then, faintly, I heard something else. A soft, slow drag of what sounded like footsteps. I froze. Whoever or whatever was out there wasn't trying to hide. The footsteps were heavy, too heavy to be any animal I knew. I kept my flashlight aimed at the tent opening, too scared to look directly out into the dark. I had read about wild animals before, but none of them acted like this. I thought about grabbing my phone to call someone, but the idea of moving made my body stiff with fear. I listened, holding my breath, the silence between each step making my heartbeat feel louder. The footsteps grew closer. The sounds seemed deliberate, like they were trying to draw my attention. I could feel my pulse in my throat, my fingers trembling as I gripped the flashlight harder. Then, just as I was about to convince myself to leave the tent and check what was going on, the footsteps stopped. The sudden silence was worse than the sound. It felt like something was standing right outside, just waiting. Minutes stretched by, or maybe it was hours, I couldn't tell. I remained in my tent, barely breathing, trying to convince myself it was just an animal. But the more I thought about it, the more I felt that something was wrong. No animal would stand still like that for so long. I needed to check it out. I slowly unzipped the tent, just a crack, keeping the flashlight in hand. The beam of light cut through the blackness, revealing the trees just beyond the firelight. My heart raced as I scanned the area. Nothing, just the trees, the shadows, the thick underbrush that made it hard to see more than a few feet beyond the fire. I felt ridiculous. There was nothing out there, nothing at all. I was just being paranoid. But as I started to zip the tent back up, I heard a low sound, almost like a cough or a grunt, from the other side of the campsite. My heart skipped a beat. It came from the opposite side, deeper in the forest, near the creek. I froze, unable to move. The noise wasn't an animal. It was too human. I grabbed my keys from the ground and bolted out of the tent. My mind raced, adrenaline surging through my veins. I ran for my truck, not caring if I looked foolish or not. Whatever was out there was real, and it was close. I fumbled with the keys as I reached the Uda. The flashlight fell from my hand, and I cursed under my breath. The sound of movement was now unmistakable. Something was coming closer. I felt it. The crack of a branch underfoot, the soft shuffle of shoes on gravel. Just as I opened the door of the Uda and was about to jump inside, I saw it, a figure, crouched low in the shadows, just at the edge of the firelight. I couldn't make out details, just the shape of a person, too still, too quiet. Panic shot through me, and I slammed the door shut. I didn't care about anything anymore, only that I needed to get out. I threw the truck into gear and sped off, not looking back, the sound of my engine drowning out everything else. As I drove, the forest seemed to close in around me. The road ahead was nothing but a dark, twisting line. I didn't dare stop, didn't even think about pulling over for a break. It wasn't until I reached the nearest town, a small place called Woodford, that I pulled into a service station. My hands were shaking as I gripped the steering wheel, my heart still pounding in my chest. I stayed at the station for a while, drinking coffee and trying to steady myself. I didn't know what had happened that night. It could have been some strange person, a backpacker who had lost their way, or someone far more sinister. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd narrowly escaped something much darker. I never went back to that campsite again. It was one of those nights where the rain didn't stop. It wasn't the kind of drizzle that you could ignore. It was the heavy, unrelenting downpour that kept pounding the ground in thick, rhythmic sheets. The kind of rain that makes everything feel isolated, like the world outside is being wiped away. I worked a night shift as a woodsman, which meant long hours in the woods maintaining trails and marking trees for logging. It wasn't glamorous work, but it paid decently, and it gave me plenty of time to think, sometimes too much time. My cabin was on the edge of a dense forest, deep in the Appalachians, far from any real civilization. The nearest town was a 2-hour drive, and the only company I had out here were the occasional deer, squirrels, and the odd fox. That night, I'd been working on some trail markers further up the mountain. The storm had caught me off guard. The weather forecast had been clear, but that wasn't unusual for these parts. The mountain always had a way of keeping secrets, and the storm was just another one of them. I had parked my truck at the edge of the trailhead, my only source of warmth and comfort. The cabin was back down the road, but I wasn't about to make the drive in the middle of a downpour. The storm had soaked everything in minutes. My jacket was drenched, and even my boots had started to feel heavy from the constant rainwater pooling inside. It wasn't the worst weather I'd worked in, but it was close. I'd spent a good part of the afternoon marking some trees near a ridge, but as night crept in, I figured it was time to head back to my truck. The rain didn't show signs of stopping, but I wasn't worried. I knew the woods around here like the back of my hand, and the roads, though rough, were manageable. The night was calm, save for the rain and the occasional crash of thunder in the distance. As I made my way back down the trail, though, something felt off. It was that strange feeling you get when you're being watched, like a shadow creeping up just out of sight. It wasn't the animals. I knew their sounds too well. This was different, something human but wrong. The air felt colder, and the steady rhythm of rain suddenly seemed too loud. I told myself it was nothing, just nerves after a long day. But the feeling didn't go away. I pulled my hood tighter, adjusting the straps of my backpack as I moved deeper into the woods. My flashlight barely cut through the heavy rainfall, and the trees loomed around me like dark sentinels, their branches swaying in the wind. The trail was familiar, but the storm had made everything look different. The steady hum of the rain made the world seem muffled, and the sounds of the forest felt distant. There were no animals stirring, no rustling leaves or distant howls, just the rain. My boots splashed through puddles, and every step seemed to echo louder than it should. I rounded a bend in the trail, and that's when I heard it, the unmistakable sound of footsteps behind me. Not the soft padding of animal feet, but the deliberate crunch of boots on wet ground. I froze. My heart slammed against my ribs, and I instinctively reached for the hunting knife I kept on my belt. I wasn't paranoid, but I knew these woods, and I knew what could be out here. Bears, wildcats, those were the obvious threats. But there was always the chance of someone wandering off the trail or someone hiding out here for reasons I didn't care to think about. I didn't turn around. Instead, I tried to make my movements as quiet as possible, slowly pulling my flashlight from my pack. The beam barely cut through the night, but I kept it close, my thumb on the switch, ready to snap it on if I had to. The footsteps stopped. The air around me seemed to grow heavier, like something was waiting. I couldn't stand still any longer. I had to get to my truck to safety. I gripped the flashlight tighter, pushing forward as quietly as I could, but every crack of a twig or rustle of a leaf felt amplified. I didn't dare glance behind me. Suddenly, I heard something new, something that made my skin crawl. It wasn't footsteps this time. It was the sound of something dragging along the wet ground, a heavy, scraping noise that made my stomach lurch. I snapped the flashlight on, sweeping it across the trail behind me. The beam cut through the rain, revealing nothing but wet trees and slick rocks. But the sound, it didn't stop. It was still there, moving closer. I pushed myself harder, my heart pounding as I broke into a run. My boots slapped against the muddy ground, slipping slightly with each step. But the dragging sound was still there, following me closer now. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was right behind me, just out of sight. The brush whipped at my legs as I tried to pick up the pace, my mind racing. Another crash of thunder made me jump, and in that moment, I heard something I hadn't expected. Voices. Not human voices, not talking, but a low, guttural sound, like something trying to speak but unable to form words. I was almost to my truck when I felt something brush against my leg, cold and wet, like a hand in the dark. I didn't dare look down. Instead, I pushed myself forward, sprinting the final stretch toward the trailhead. My truck was just up ahead, its headlights dim through the misty rain. I reached for the door handle, and that's when I heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps stopping behind me. The dragging sound stopped too. I turned around, but there was nothing. The trail was empty. I exhaled, not realizing I'd been holding my breath until my chest burned. My truck felt like a fortress as I slammed the door shut behind me, locking it quickly. The engine roared to life, and I didn't wait for a second longer than I had to. My tires spun on the slick gravel as I pulled out of the trailhead, heading back down the mountain. As I drove, I tried to calm myself down, telling myself I'd imagine the whole thing. The rain had just gotten to me, that's all. But deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there in the woods. I wasn't sure what it was, but I knew it wasn't just the storm. The road twisted ahead of me, slick and winding, but I didn't stop. Not until I was back at my cabin. I parked, cut the engine, and sat there in the quiet of the truck for a while, staring out into the rain. The trees around me swayed in the wind, but the feeling of being watched hadn't gone away. Something was out there. I wasn't imagining it. I gathered my things and stepped out into the rain. But as I walked toward the door of the cabin, I heard it again, the dragging sound, faint but unmistakable. It was close. I reached for my pocket knife, but just before I could pull it out, the sound stopped. There was nothing there, just the rain and the sound of my own breath. I stood there for a moment, frozen in place, listening, but nothing came. Eventually, I stepped inside the cabin, locked the door behind me, and sank into the chair by the fire. But I didn't sleep that night, and I didn't go back to the woods for a long time. The next morning, I took a look around the cabin, checking the windows and the locks. Everything seemed fine, but I noticed something strange. Muddy footprints near the back door. They were fresh. Whoever had made them had been close, too close. I didn't go back up the mountain after that. Instead, I made my living doing odd jobs around the cabin, working on small projects. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I never did find out who or what was following me that night in the woods. But I knew this, it was real, and it was still out there. Every now and then, when the rain starts to fall and the storm rolls in, I hear that dragging sound in the distance, just before I close my eyes. I never go back into those woods. I wasn't a seasoned camper, but the idea of getting away from the noise of everyday life felt like the perfect escape. It was the middle of autumn in 2023 when I decided to head out to a remote spot in the Appalachian Mountains for a weekend camping trip. I wasn't planning on anything too extreme, just me, my dog, and the woods. My dog, a golden retriever named Scout, was more excited than I was. She had a way of making everything seem like an adventure, no matter how small the task. As we packed up the car that morning, the air was crisp, and the trees were turning the kind of red and gold that seemed almost unreal, like something out of a picture book. Scout's tail wagged nonstop as I loaded the gear, and I felt a surge of anticipation myself. It had been a while since I had taken time to really disconnect, and I was looking forward to it. The drive took me about 3 hours, deep into the mountains. The last stretch was a bumpy, dirt road. I could barely see the trail ahead, and the trees were thick on either side, their trunks twisting in strange shapes as they climbed toward the sky. As I pulled up to the campsite, I noticed there were no other cars in sight. It was perfect. The first task was setting up the tent. I had no trouble with that, despite being a bit out of practice. As I hammered the stakes into the earth, Scout pranced around me, sniffing the ground and occasionally barking at something in the distance. I couldn't help but laugh, but there was a part of me that was unsettled by how quiet it was. Normally, when you camp, there are at least a few other campers around, or wildlife making noises in the distance. But here, nothing. Just silence, save for Scout's occasional barks. The first night passed without incident. I made a small fire and cooked a simple meal. Scout kept her distance from the fire, as she always did, lying a few feet away with her head on her paws, watching the flames dance. The night was colder than I had expected, and I pulled my jacket tighter as the stars above shone bright and clear. There was no wind, and the silence in the air was almost suffocating. It wasn't a normal quiet. It was as if the whole forest was holding its breath. As the fire crackled and I finished my meal, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Scout kept her eyes on the trees, ears twitching as though listening to something I couldn't hear. She wasn't scared, just alert. That made me uneasy. I figured I was just being paranoid, and as the night wore on, I eventually crawled into the tent. Scout followed, settling down beside me on her mat. The first few hours of sleep were uneventful. I drifted in and out of a light slumber, the warmth of the sleeping bag making it hard to stay awake. But then, just as I was about to fall into a deeper sleep, Scout suddenly sat up, ears alert. She stared toward the entrance of the tent, her body rigid. I sat up quickly, my heart racing. It wasn't like her to be so on edge. I listened, but all I could hear was the distant rustling of leaves, the occasional snap of a branch breaking under the weight of something, or someone, moving through the woods. The sounds weren't like those of animals I was familiar with. They were deliberate, too heavy, not something you would expect from a deer or a bear. I tried to calm Scout down with a gentle hand on her back, but it didn't help. She let out a low growl, and I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I grabbed the flashlight from the corner of the tent, trying to reassure myself that it was probably just some other camper, maybe a hunter or someone out for a night hike. The thought was comforting for a second, but then I remembered how isolated the area was. There was no reason anyone would be out here, not this far into the woods, not at this hour. I quietly unzipped the tent door, just enough to peek outside. The flashlight beam sliced through the darkness, but I couldn't see anything, just the same twisted trees and the thick underbrush. Scout was now standing, her hackles raised, her body tense. She had spotted something I hadn't. I pushed the thought aside, telling myself it was just an animal. Bears were common in the area, and they often roamed through campsites. I crawled back into the tent, but I couldn't sleep. Every creak of a branch, every gust of wind made my heart race. Scout lay down beside me, but she didn't relax. It was as if she was waiting for something. The night passed, and when dawn finally came, I was exhausted. I had hardly slept a wink. The forest around me looked different in the daylight, calmer, more inviting, but the unease I had felt during the night lingered. Scout was much more relaxed now, and I took that as a sign that maybe I was just being paranoid. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I decided to spend the day hiking around the area, hoping to clear my mind. I packed a bag with some water and snacks, and we headed out. The sun filtered through the trees, casting long shadows on the forest floor, but the deeper I went into the woods, the quieter it became. There was no sound of birds, no chirping of squirrels, not even the rustle of leaves in the breeze. It felt like the life had been sucked out of the place. As I walked, I noticed something odd. There were strange markings on some of the trees, deep gouges, as if something large had raked its claws along the bark. The marks were high up, about 6 or 7 feet off the ground. Scout stopped beside one of the trees, sniffing the base of the trunk. She let out a low whine, and I could see the tension in her body. I walked over to her, and that's when I saw it. A set of tracks in the mud. The prints were large, too large to be from a bear, and the shape wasn't quite right. They were more elongated, almost human in shape, though far too big for any person I knew. They didn't look fresh, but they were unsettling nonetheless. I took a few photos with my phone, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being led into something I shouldn't be. The tracks seemed to move in a deliberate path, not wandering like an animal would. It was like something had been tracking me, or perhaps I had been following it without realizing it. At that point, I decided to head back to camp. The uneasy feeling that had been gnawing at me all day intensified. I wanted to pack up and leave, but I knew I wouldn't be able to drive out until tomorrow. It was late afternoon now, and the thought of packing everything up seemed like too much work for the state of mind I was in. When I got back to camp, things seemed normal. Scout was acting calm, and everything was as it should be. But then, I noticed something strange. There were footprints in the dirt leading from the edge of the campfire circle toward my tent. They weren't mine. They were larger, with the same strange shape as the ones I had seen earlier. My heart skipped a beat as I realized I wasn't alone. Someone or something had been here. I didn't know whether to stay or leave, but I knew I couldn't just stay here alone, especially not with the feeling that someone was watching me. I grabbed the essentials, my phone, the keys to the car, my flashlight, and began to pack up the tent. Scout stayed close, her eyes never leaving the edge of the campsite. As I started the car, I heard a rustling noise from the woods behind me. I didn't dare look. I put the car into gear and drove as fast as I could down the bumpy road, leaving the campsite behind. The road was long, but the tension in the air stayed with me. Scout was quiet now, her head resting on the seat beside me. We were safe, at least for the time being, but I knew I wouldn't be coming back here. Not to this place. The woods had a way of holding their secrets, and some things were better left undiscovered. The tracks, the silence, the feeling of being watched. It all stayed with me long after I left the mountains behind. As I drove, I couldn't help but wonder, who or what had been out there in the woods with me, and why had it been watching me? I wasn't sure I would ever know, but one thing was for certain. I would never camp alone again. I've always loved the quiet of the woods, especially when it's just me and the trees. There's something about being alone in nature, far from the noise of everyday life, that makes everything feel peaceful. I'd gone camping by myself before, several times, but this trip was different. I hadn't expected it to turn out the way it did, and I certainly didn't expect the feeling of being watched that I couldn't shake, even as the sun set and the stars came out. It was late September, the air crisp but still tolerable enough for a solo trip. I'd chosen a spot near a remote lake, deep in the woods. The drive to the campsite had been long, a solid 3 hours away from the nearest town. The road had gotten thinner the further I went, until it was nothing more than a rough dirt path barely wide enough for my truck. There was no one around for miles, no other cars, no signs of life. It was just me and the wilderness. I'd arrived late in the afternoon, just as the sky started to turn a soft orange. The campsite was tucked between two large trees and overlooked the water. I could hear the faint rustling of leaves in the wind as I unloaded my gear, setting up my tent beside a small fire pit. I always enjoy the process of setting up camp, the simplicity of it, the familiarity. As I laid out my sleeping bag and prepared my stove for dinner, I noticed the lake's water was unnervingly still. The whole place felt like it was holding its breath, as if waiting for something to happen. I didn't think much of it at first. I started a fire, cooked my dinner, just a simple meal of pasta and sausage, and watched the flames flicker in the growing darkness. I had a small lantern on the ground beside me, but I mostly enjoyed the crackling sounds of the fire and the way the trees loomed overhead in the moonlight. There was something serene about being this far out, disconnected from the world, but as the night wore on, I started to notice something off. It wasn't anything I could point to directly. First, it was just a sensation, the feeling of being watched. I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone standing behind me, but no one was there. The forest was quiet, too quiet. The usual chirps of insects and the distant calls of birds had died down as if everything was holding its breath, just like the water. I shook it off. It's common to feel a little unsettled when you're camping alone. I'd been on enough solo trips to know that your mind can play tricks on you, especially when you're away from civilization. But as the evening wore on and the fire slowly dimmed, the feeling only got stronger. I tried to focus on the crackling of the wood in the fire, the occasional pop as a branch shifted in the heat, but my eyes kept darting to the tree line, where shadows loomed in the distance. I couldn't shake the thought that something was lurking just beyond the trees. I couldn't see it, but it was there, I was sure of it. The sound of my own breathing seemed louder now, and the fire seemed smaller, almost insignificant in the vastness of the woods around me. As the night went on, I decided it was best to crawl into my tent and get some sleep. Maybe it was just fatigue from the drive. I'd been awake since early that morning, and I hadn't had a full night's sleep in a few days. The tent felt secure, and once I zipped it up, the world outside seemed to quiet down. The sounds of the night, distant as they were, became muffled. I lay down in my sleeping bag, trying to ignore the odd sense of unease that crept up my spine. But I couldn't sleep. My mind raced, unable to find rest. The feeling of being watched was still there, only now it felt more pressing, like something was standing just outside the tent, waiting for me to fall asleep. I could hear every small movement, every shift of the wind in the trees. I listened for anything unusual, but all I could hear was the sound of my own heartbeat. I tried to convince myself it was nothing. It was just the forest. It was just my mind running wild. I focused on my breathing, trying to calm myself down, but then I heard it, a snap, a twig breaking, somewhere in the woods just beyond my tent. I held my breath. It was faint, but it was there. Someone or something was out there. I grabbed the flashlight beside me and shone it through the mesh of the tent. The beam danced across the trees, illuminating nothing but the dark, empty space beyond. But I wasn't convinced. I couldn't shake the thought that something had moved. I didn't want to get out and check, but my mind wouldn't let go. Felt wrong. Everything felt wrong. I lay there for what felt like hours, staring at the inside of my tent, waiting for whatever it was to make its next move. But nothing happened. The night dragged on in a suffocating silence, and eventually, exhaustion overtook me. I fell into an uneasy sleep, the kind where your mind never fully relaxes, always hovering on the edge of awareness. I woke up with a start, the faint light of morning just beginning to creep through the trees. My head was foggy from lack of sleep, but something had woken me up. I wasn't sure what it was, but it felt like I wasn't alone anymore. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up as I listened for any sounds. The forest was still quiet, too quiet. I sat up in my sleeping bag, looking around the inside of the tent. Nothing. No sign of anyone or anything. But there was something that caught my attention. The campfire I had left burning had been completely extinguished. It wasn't just out, it had been disturbed. The fire pit was dug up, the ash scattered around it in an almost deliberate way. It looked like someone or something had tried to move the logs, scattering them around the site. A cold shiver ran through me. This wasn't just some random act of nature. Someone had been here and they knew I was here too. I felt the weight of it settling in my chest, the realization that I wasn't alone in these woods anymore. I grabbed my gear, stuffing things into my backpack quickly, not caring if things got jumbled. I wasn't sticking around to figure out who or what had messed with my fire. As I packed up the tent, I kept my eyes on the tree line, scanning for movement. The feeling of being watched was back, but this time it wasn't just in my head. It felt real. I loaded everything into my truck as fast as I could, trying not to panic. My heart was racing now, my hands trembling as I fumbled with the gear. I needed to leave now, but as I started the truck and backed out of the campsite, something caught my eye. In the rearview mirror, I saw a figure standing at the edge of the clearing. Person, or at least it looked like one. They were standing still, just beyond the reach of my headlights, their silhouette dark against the fading light. I slammed the truck into gear, speeding away without a second thought. I didn't look back, but I knew they were still there, watching me. The road out was long, winding, and full of turns, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was following me, keeping just out of sight, watching me as I left. I didn't stop until I reached the nearest town, where I found a motel to stay for the night. I don't know what I would have done if I'd stayed out there any longer. Something in those woods wasn't right. I don't know who or what was watching me, but I never went back to that lake, and I never will. That night, I lay awake in the motel room, staring out the window, waiting for whatever was out there to find me. It was 1998, and I had just turned 17. For weeks, I had been looking forward to this camping trip in Wisconsin's Northwoods. I had convinced my two best friends, Derek and Kyle, to join me for a few days of tent camping at a remote campground about 30 miles from the nearest town. This was before cell phones were common, so my mom made me promise to call from the payphone at the ranger station as soon as we arrived. The weather was perfect when we got there. Clear skies, mild wind, and temperatures in the mid-70s. The campground was nearly empty, just a few scattered sites occupied. We chose a secluded spot near the tree line with a great view of the lake. After setting up the tent and unloading our supplies, I walked to the payphone at the ranger station to call my mom. She answered quickly, her voice calm but with a touch of worry. She mentioned that the forecast called for possible severe weather later that evening. I shrugged it off. We were in the Northwoods. Tornadoes weren't something that happened up here. A little wind and rain didn't bother us. After lunch, we decided to take a hike on one of the trails that looped around the lake. The woods were alive with the sounds of birds and insects, and we talked about nothing in particular as we walked. A couple of hours passed before we noticed the sky starting to darken. The light blue was giving way to a steel gray, and the air felt different, heavier, almost electric. We made it back to our site just as the first gusts of wind started picking up. The trees around us swayed, and the sound of rustling leaves filled the air. At first, it was just a breeze, but within minutes it turned into powerful gusts that seemed to come from every direction. Then I heard it, a distant, muffled voice cutting through the wind. It took me a moment to figure out what it was. A park ranger's truck appeared on the dirt road, and a voice through a megaphone warned everyone to take cover immediately. Tornado warning. Panic set in. We grabbed what little we could and sprinted toward the bathhouse, the only solid structure nearby. Other campers were already there, huddled together as the wind roared outside. The building was small, made of cinder blocks, with a single door that we bolted shut behind us. The storm hit full force. The wind screamed like a freight train, rattling the metal roof and shaking the walls. Thunder cracked so loud it felt like it was inside the building, and lightning lit up the small windows, casting eerie shadows. Hail began to pound the roof, each impact sounding like a gunshot. I pressed myself against the wall, trying to make myself as small as possible. The noise was overwhelming, a constant barrage of thunder, wind, and hail. The temperature dropped so quickly that I could see my breath in the dim light. It was hard to believe that just hours ago we had been sweating in the sun. For an hour, we stayed like that, huddled together, listening as the storm tore through the forest. The ground seemed to shake as trees fell around us, some hitting the building and making the walls tremble. Every so often, the wind would shift direction, and it felt like the storm was testing the strength of the bathhouse, looking for a way in. And then, just as suddenly as it started, it stopped. The silence was almost as unnerving as the storm itself. We unbolted the door and stepped outside into a completely transformed world. The campground was unrecognizable. Trees were down everywhere, some uprooted entirely, others snapped like twigs. Tents were shredded, their pieces tangled in the branches of what trees remained standing. A camper van lay on its side, its windows shattered. Our tent was gone. We found it later, or what was left of it, hanging in pieces from a nearby tree. The cool air bit at my face, and I realized that the temperature had dropped into the 30s. I could see patches of hail still on the ground, slowly melting. The rangers told us we couldn't leave. The roads were blocked by fallen trees, and it would take hours, maybe days, to clear them. They brought propane heaters to the bathhouse and set them up in the shower stalls, venting the exhaust through small windows. It was the best they could do to keep everyone warm. That night was the longest of my life. The heaters provided some warmth, but the chill still seeped into my bones. The smell of wet earth and propane hung in the air. I tried to sleep, but every creak of the building made my heart race. I kept picturing the storm starting up again, even worse than before. Morning came, gray and cold. The rangers started clearing the roads, but it was slow work. We helped where we could, dragging smaller branches out of the way and picking up debris. By afternoon, the sun finally broke through the clouds, but it did little to warm things up. When we finally made it out of the park, I called my mom again from a gas station payphone. I kept my voice steady, not wanting to worry her more than she already was. I told her what had happened, leaving out some of the scarier details. She was relieved to hear my voice, but insisted I come home immediately. It took a few days for the adrenaline to wear off. Back home, I went through the motions of unpacking, but I couldn't shake the memories of that night. For weeks, I'd jump at the sound of thunder or a sudden gust of wind. My parents felt bad about the tent and bought me a new one. It was a nice gesture, but it didn't erase the fear I felt every time I thought about camping again. I still camp sometimes, but I always keep an eye on the sky, and I never take the weather lightly. That night in the Northwoods taught me how small and vulnerable we really are, and it's a lesson I'll never forget. It was the summer of 2003, and I was camping on the north shore of Lake Michigan, not far from a small town called Bayshore. I was 27 at the time, and camping was something I loved to do whenever I could get away from my job in the city. This particular trip was supposed to be a solo one. A few days of hiking, campfires, and disconnecting from everything. I had my little tent pitched at a rustic site deep in the woods, but the real draw for me was a rock outcropping near the lake. The place wasn't marked on any official maps, but if you hiked far enough down one of the trails, you'd eventually come to this enormous flat rock that jutted out into the water. Locals called it Storm Point because it was a popular spot to watch thunderstorms roll across the lake. The view from up there was incredible, miles of open water stretching to the horizon, waves crashing against the rocks below, and the kind of sunrises that made you forget about everything else. That morning, I decided to take the trail out to Storm Point. The air was crisp, with that damp, earthy smell you only get near the water. The trail itself wound through dense forest, the kind where the trees are so close together you can't see more than a few feet ahead. I had my backpack with some snacks, water, and a light jacket. The hike wasn't too long, maybe an hour, but by the time I got to the outcropping, the sun was climbing higher, casting everything in a pale golden light. The rock was just as I remembered it, broad and slightly sloped, with patches of moss and lichen clinging to its surface. It wasn't the kind of place you wanted to take risks. The rock was slippery in spots, especially where the waves splashed up, and it sloped gently but steadily toward the edge. The drop to the water wasn't sheer, but it was still a good 20 feet or more. You didn't want to fall. I kept back from the edge as I always did. Heights weren't my thing, and I had a bad habit of getting dizzy if I stood too close to them. Instead, I found a spot about 15 feet from the edge and sat down, letting the sound of the waves fill my head. There was something hypnotic about the way the water surged and retreated, crashing against the rock before retreating into a swirl of foam. It felt like the world's heartbeat, steady and endless. The waves were bigger than I expected that day. There wasn't a storm, at least not nearby, but you could tell the lake was restless. The wind was picking up, and the waves were crashing harder against the rocks. I watched as the foam sprayed up, glittering in the sunlight. Every so often, a particularly large wave would send water spilling over the edge of the rock, pooling in shallow depressions before draining away. I was mesmerized. Each wave seemed bigger than the last, and I found myself leaning forward just a little to get a better view. The sound of the water was deafening now, a deep, rumbling roar that seemed to vibrate through the rock itself. The air was thick with the smell of the lake, a sharp, briny tang that clung to everything. Then it happened. One wave, larger than any I'd seen, rose up like a living thing, crashed against the edge of the rock with a force that shook the ground beneath me. Water sprayed high into the air, and for a moment, it felt like the sky itself was falling. I barely had time to register what was happening before the wave came down on me. It hit like a wall, cold, heavy, and unstoppable. I was drenched instantly, my clothes plastered to my skin. The force of the water knocked me backward, and before I could catch my breath, another wave crashed over the edge. This one wasn't as high, but it was enough to push me toward the edge. I scrambled, trying to get a grip on the slippery rock, but it was no use. My hands slid uselessly over the moss, and I felt myself being dragged closer and closer to the drop. Panic set in. My heart was hammering in my chest, and I could barely think. The water was everywhere, in my eyes, my nose, my mouth. Couldn't breathe. I clawed at the rock, trying to find something, anything to hold on to. My foot slipped, and for a terrifying moment, I felt the air beneath me. I was inches from the edge, one foot dangling over the abyss, when the water finally receded. I didn't waste a second. I scrambled to my feet, slipping and stumbling as I tried to get away from the edge. My legs felt like jelly, and every step was a struggle. I fell once, landing hard on my side, but I didn't stop. I crawled, clawing my way back to solid ground. My heart was racing, and every breath felt like fire in my chest. When I finally reached the safety of the trees, I collapsed. My clothes were soaked, and I was shivering so hard I could barely move. The wind seemed to cut straight through me, and no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't get warm. I knew I had to get back to camp, but the thought of hiking back through the woods in this state was almost too much to bear. Somehow, I made it. I stumbled into my campsite, teeth chattering and hands numb. I stripped off my wet clothes and wrapped myself in a blanket, but it wasn't enough. The cold was deep, bone deep, and it wouldn't let go. I tried to light a fire, but my hands were shaking too much to hold the matches. I felt like I was in a fog, my mind sluggish and unresponsive. Eventually, I realized I couldn't stay there. I grabbed my keys and headed for the car, my wet clothes stuffed into a plastic bag. I drove into town, shivering the whole way, and found a little cafe that was still open. I ordered 2 entrees and a pot of coffee, anything to give me an excuse to stay there and warm up. The waitress gave me a strange look but didn't say anything. Took hours before I felt like myself again. By the time I left the cafe, the sun was setting, casting long shadows over the quiet streets. I drove back to my campsite, still shaken, and crawled into my sleeping bag. The sound of the waves was distant now, but it still echoed in my ears, a relentless reminder of how close I'd come to losing everything. I never went back to that rock. Even now, years later, I can't bring myself to get too close to the edge of anything. The memory of that wave, of the sheer, unstoppable power of the lake, is enough to keep me grounded. The water doesn't care who you are or what you're doing. It's ancient, relentless, and indifferent, and I learned that lesson the hard way. Last November, my friend, Brian, and I decided to go camping on a patch of land his family owned in northern Florida. The land was massive, stretching for what seemed like endless acres of dense woods, open clearings, and winding trails. It was the kind of place where you could spend days exploring and never see the same spot twice. Brian and I were both in our early 30s, and we often planned trips like this to escape our daily routines. We'd pack up, head out into the woods, and live off the grid for a couple of nights. That particular weekend, I had brought along some rum, probably a bit too much, as it turned out. We arrived early on a Friday afternoon, parked Brian's old truck on the edge of a dirt path, and hiked about a mile into the woods to find a good spot to set up camp. The air was crisp with the kind of chill that hinted at winter, but the sky was clear, and the sun was still warm on our backs. We picked a spot in a small clearing, not far from a narrow stream, and got to work setting up. Our setup was simple. 2 hammocks strung between sturdy trees, tarps overhead to keep any potential dew off, and a fire pit in the middle of the clearing. We gathered wood, built a decent-sized fire, and settled in for the night. By the time the sun dipped below the horizon, I was already a few drinks in. The rum hit harder than I'd expected. By 10:30, I was in that hazy, drunken state where the world felt distant, like I was watching everything through a foggy lens. I'd slouched down in one of those foldable camping chairs near the fire, staring at the flames as they flickered and popped. The warmth of the fire was comforting, and the rhythmic crackling seemed to pull me closer to sleep. Brian was sitting across from me, fiddling with some gear, while I clumsily attempted to prepare an MRE. My coordination was shot, and I gave up halfway, leaning back and letting the alcohol take over. The fire had burned down to glowing embers, and the forest around us was silent except for the occasional rustling of leaves in the breeze. Then we heard it, a noise from the woods. At first, it was faint, just a soft rustling, like something moving through the underbrush. I barely registered it, too drunk to care, but Brian froze. I could see his silhouette tense against the firelight. The sound grew louder, closer, and it wasn't the slow, cautious movement of a deer or some other animal trying to avoid detection. This was deliberate, fast, and heading straight for us. Brian grabbed his rifle, an AR he always brought on these trips, and flicked on the weapon light. The beam of light cut through the darkness, slicing into the trees in the direction of the noise. Then it emerged. A massive dog, a pit bull, easily 80 pounds, charging full speed toward us. Its muscles rippled as it bounded over the uneven ground. Its eyes locked on us, teeth bared in a snarl. Time seemed to slow. My drunken haze evaporated in an instant, replaced by a rush of adrenaline that shot through my body like electricity. I wasn't thinking. There wasn't time to think. My instincts took over. I shot up from my chair, letting out a guttural scream, the kind of raw, primal noise that comes from deep inside, the kind you don't even know you're capable of making until the moment demands it. Arms flailing above my head, I charged straight at the dog. I don't know what possessed me to do it. Maybe it was the alcohol clouding my judgment. Maybe it was some deeply buried fight or flight instinct. Maybe it was the split-second thought that I didn't want Brian to shoot the dog, even though it was clearly a threat. The dog skidded to a halt, its paws digging into the dirt as it tried to process what was happening. It had been prepared to confront two stationary targets by the fire, but now it was faced with a 250-pound, screaming, stumbling man barreling straight toward it like a lunatic. For a moment, we locked eyes, and in that moment, I could see its confusion. It wasn't fear exactly, but the dog didn't know how to handle this sudden turn of events. Its tail dropped, its body stiffened, and then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, it turned and bolted back into the darkness, the way it had come. I stumbled to a stop, panting, my heart hammering in my chest. The adrenaline was still coursing through me, making my hands shake and my vision blur. Behind me, I could hear Brian muttering something, but I didn't process his words. The only thing I could focus on was the sound of the dog crashing through the underbrush as it retreated. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, my mind racing through all the ways that could have gone wrong. If the dog had attacked me, I would have been defenseless. If Brian had fired, I could have been caught in the crossfire. I'd acted purely on instinct, and it was only by sheer luck that things hadn't ended in disaster. Eventually, I made my way back to the fire, my legs feeling like jelly. Brian was still holding his rifle, his eyes wide and his face pale. He kept the weapon light trained on the woods for a long time, scanning for any sign that the dog might return. The rest of the night passed in uneasy silence. I didn't drink any more rum, and we didn't talk much. Every little noise from the forest set my nerves on edge, and I barely slept, lying in my hammock with my eyes open, staring up at the dark outline of the tarp above me. By morning, the tension had eased, but the memory of the encounter stayed with me. We packed up camp and hiked back to the truck, neither of us in the mood to stick around for another night. That trip taught me a lot of lessons. I learned not to drink so heavily when camping, especially in remote areas. I learned that sometimes instincts can save you, even if they don't make sense in the moment. But most of all, I learned just how close you can come to disaster in the wilderness, how quickly things can spiral out of control when you're far from help. To this day, I can still picture that dog, the way its muscles tensed as it charged, the way its eyes locked on us, and the way it turned and ran when faced with something it couldn't understand. I don't know where it came from or what it was doing out there, miles from any houses or roads, but I do know one thing. Next time, I'll be sober and ready for whatever comes my way. My ex-wife, Jessica, and I were never the outdoorsy type when we were married. Sure, we went on hikes every now and then, but camping wasn't something we ever did. After our divorce, though, life became unpredictable. I had picked up hiking and camping as a way to clear my head, a sort of therapy, but Jessica seemed to drift in and out of routines without much structure. One day, out of the blue, she called me. It was odd enough that we hadn't spoken in months, but even odder when she suggested we go camping together. She said she needed a break, something to clear her mind. Against my better judgment, I agreed. Maybe I was curious about why she reached out, or maybe I wanted to prove to myself that I had moved on. Either way, 2 weeks later, we found ourselves heading out to the Ozarks. It was late October 2023, the kind of fall where the air was cool but not unbearable. I was 38 then, Jessica a year younger. We picked a spot deep in the woods, about 4 miles off the main trail. I'd read about the area online. Remote, quiet, and supposedly untouched. It seemed perfect. We arrived at the trailhead mid-morning. Jessica had packed light, which worried me. She showed up with a single backpack, far too small for someone planning to camp overnight. I didn't say anything, though. Instead, I shouldered the extra gear and led the way. The hike was uneventful, but the silence between us wasn't. We didn't talk much, aside from the occasional remark about the scenery. The trees were tall and dense, their leaves a mix of amber and crimson. The ground was covered in a soft layer of pine needles, and the only sounds were our boots crunching against the trail and the distant calls of birds. When we reached the spot, it was just as I had imagined, isolated with a small clearing surrounded by thick forest. A narrow creek ran nearby, its water clear and cold. We set up the tent together, a small 2-person dome I had borrowed from a friend. By the time we were done, the sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows across the clearing. We ate in silence, sitting on fallen logs near the fire I had built. The meal was simple, canned beans and some crackers. Felt strange, being there with her after everything that had happened. She seemed distant, her eyes fixed on the fire as if it held the answers to questions she hadn't asked yet. "Why did you want to come here?" I finally asked, breaking the silence. She didn't answer at first. Instead, she poked at the fire with a stick, sending a shower of sparks into the air. "I just needed to get away," she said finally, her voice barely audible. I didn't press her. We weren't here to rehash the past, and I figured if she wanted to talk, she would. That night, I couldn't sleep. Jessica was out cold beside me, her breathing slow and steady, but I was restless. Something about the woods felt off, though I couldn't put my finger on it. I chalked it up to nerves and tried to close my eyes. Around midnight, I heard it, a faint rustling outside the tent. It wasn't the wind. The night was perfectly still. My heart began to race as I listened, trying to pinpoint the sound. It was subtle at first, like someone stepping carefully over leaves and twigs. I told myself it was probably an animal, a deer maybe, or a raccoon. But the footsteps were deliberate, heavier than I would expect from a small creature. They circled the tent once, then stopped. I held my breath, straining to hear. Minutes passed, and the woods went silent again. I convinced myself I was imagining things and eventually drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Jessica seemed oblivious to anything unusual. I didn't mention the footsteps, not wanting to alarm her. Instead, I busied myself making breakfast while she went to the creek to wash up. That's when I saw it, a single muddy footprint near the edge of the clearing. It was large, larger than my boot, and unmistakably human. The print was fresh, the edges still sharp in the soft earth. A chill ran down my spine. Someone had been near our camp during the night. I called Jessica over and showed her the footprint. She frowned but didn't seem as concerned as I was. "Probably a hiker who passed by," she said, shrugging it off. But we were miles off the main trail, and I hadn't seen or heard anyone else the entire time we'd been there. As the day went on, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, set my nerves on edge. Jessica seemed more relaxed, even cheerful at times, but I couldn't focus on anything other than the sense of unease that had settled over me. We spent the day exploring the area, keeping close to the camp. The woods were beautiful, but I couldn't enjoy them. My eyes were constantly scanning the trees, searching for movement. By late afternoon, we decided to head back to the clearing. The sun was dipping lower in the sky, and I didn't want to be caught out after dark. That night was worse. The wind had picked up, and the trees creaked and groaned around us. The fire flickered weakly, struggling against the gusts. Jessica went to bed early, but I stayed up, staring into the darkness beyond the firelight. Around midnight, the footsteps returned. This time, they were louder, more deliberate. They stopped just outside the ring of light cast by the fire. I grabbed the hatchet I had brought and stood, my heart pounding in my chest. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice steady despite the fear clawing at my throat. There was no response, only silence. The footsteps didn't resume, but I knew someone, or something, was out there. By dawn, I was exhausted but relieved to see the first rays of sunlight breaking through the trees. Jessica woke up, oblivious to what had happened during the night. I told her we needed to pack up and leave, and to my surprise, she didn't argue. As we packed, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. A second set of footprints, smaller than the first, leading from the creek to our tent. I didn't say anything to Jessica. I didn't want to scare her, but I knew we needed to get out of there as fast as possible. The hike back to the car was tense. I felt like we were being followed, though I never saw or heard anything. Jessica seemed oblivious, chatting about how much she had enjoyed the trip. When we finally reached the car, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. We loaded our gear and drove away, leaving the woods behind. It wasn't until weeks later, when I was going through my gear, that I found something that still haunts me. A single muddy handprint on the side of my backpack. It wasn't mine, and it wasn't Jessica's. I haven't been camping since. It was the kind of night that gets under your skin, cold, wet, and endlessly dark. I had picked this weekend to camp out in the woods near a small, secluded lake in the Pacific Northwest. It was supposed to be a peaceful escape, a chance to clear my head from the stress of work. The forecast had called for light rain, but as the day wore on, it became clear that light rain was an understatement. By the time I reached the clearing where I planned to set up camp, the drizzle had turned into a relentless downpour, and the temperature had dropped sharply. I was 32, and I'd been camping since I was a kid, so I thought I could handle whatever nature threw at me. I parked my car at the trailhead around 3 p.m. and hiked in about 3 miles to this spot. A flat patch of ground surrounded by tall pines, with a clear view of the lake. It was beautiful even in the rain. But now, as night closed in and the rain continued to hammer against my tent, the beauty felt irrelevant. The temperature had to be hovering just above freezing. I could see my breath inside the tent, even with my sleeping bag zipped up tight. My small propane stove had sputtered out earlier while I was trying to heat up a can of chili, and I was left with nothing but a cold meal and a thermos of lukewarm coffee. I sat cross-legged on my sleeping pad, listening to the rain drum against the nylon above me. The wind howled through the trees, occasionally shaking the tent hard enough to make me flinch. I had brought a book to read, but my hands were too stiff from the cold to hold it for long. Instead, I just sat there, staring at the faint glow of my headlamp as it lit up the inside of the tent. The sound of the rain was so constant that it almost became a background hum. Almost. Every now and then, the wind would carry a new noise, branches snapping, leaves rustling, and I'd freeze, waiting to hear if it was just the storm or something else. By 10 p.m., I decided I needed to get some sleep. I'd already checked my phone. There was no signal out here, which I'd expected. The last weather update I saw before I lost service said the rain would last through the night but clear up by morning. I told myself I just needed to make it until then. I zipped up my sleeping bag as far as it would go and tried to relax. But the tent felt too thin, too exposed. Every noise outside seemed magnified. I could hear the wind pushing through the trees, the creak of branches bending under the weight of rain, and what I thought might be the occasional sound of something moving through the underbrush. It was probably just a raccoon or deer, I told myself, but the thought didn't do much to calm me. I must have drifted off at some point, because the next thing I remember was waking up to a sound that was definitely not the wind. It was faint but sharp, metal on metal, like a car door closing. My eyes snapped open, and I lay perfectly still, straining to hear over the rain. The sound didn't come again, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone out here anymore. I checked my watch, 2:13 a.m. The rain hadn't let up at all, and the wind was still rattling the tent. But now there was something else, a kind of heaviness in the air that made my skin crawl. I told myself it was nothing, that my mind was playing tricks on me, but I couldn't shake the feeling. I unzipped my sleeping bag as quietly as I could and grabbed my flashlight. The beam was weak, but it was enough to see the inside of the tent. Everything was where I'd left it, my pack, my boots, my jacket. But outside the tent, the world felt off. I reached for the knife I always kept in my bag when I camped. It wasn't much, just a 6-inch blade, but it made me feel a little safer. I sat there for what felt like hours, listening. The rain masked a lot of sounds, but every now and then, I thought I could hear faint footsteps. When I couldn't stand it anymore, I unzipped the tent just enough to peek out. The rain hit my face like needles, and the wind made it hard to keep my flashlight steady. I swept the beam across the clearing but saw nothing, just wet grass and trees swaying in the wind. I was about to retreat back inside when the flashlight caught something glinting in the distance, near the edge of the trees. It was quick, just a flash of light reflecting off metal, but it was enough to make my stomach drop. I turned the flashlight off and sat back, heart pounding. I told myself it could have been anything. A piece of trash, a puddle catching the light, but I didn't believe it. I sat there, clutching the knife, listening to the rain and the wind and the faint, almost imperceptible sound of footsteps circling my camp. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I sat there, wide awake, waiting for the sun to rise. When it finally did, the rain had stopped, and the forest was eerily silent. I stepped outside the tent, knife still in hand, and looked around. That's when I saw them. Footprints. They weren't mine. These were larger, heavier, and they circled my tent several times before disappearing into the woods. My car was 3 miles away, but I didn't waste any time. I packed up my gear as fast as I could, ignoring the stiffness in my fingers and the ache in my legs. The hike back to the trailhead felt like it took forever. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone following me. But the forest stayed silent, and I didn't see another soul. When I reached my car, the first thing I noticed was the fogged-up windows. The second thing was the muddy handprint smeared across the driver's side door. It was too big to be mine. I didn't stop to think. I threw my gear in the back, locked the doors, and drove away as fast as I could. I didn't look in the rearview mirror until I was back on the highway, and even then, I felt like someone was watching me. I don't know who or what was out there that night, but I haven't been camping since. It was the summer of 1998 when my grandparents decided to take me camping. I was 15 at the time, and spending the summer with them had become a tradition ever since my parents started working overseas. Grandma and Grandpa were the kind of people who loved being outdoors, always talking about how nature brought peace and clarity to the mind. I never quite shared their enthusiasm, but I went along anyway. It was better than staying home, staring at the ceiling. We packed up the truck early one Saturday morning. The destination was a secluded camping spot they knew deep in the Appalachian Mountains, far from any town or cell signal. It wasn't the first time we had camped there. They had taken me a few times before when I was younger, but this time felt different. The air seemed heavier, and the drive out there was eerily quiet, with Grandma and Grandpa focused on the road while I stared out the window. The journey took most of the day, winding through dense forests and empty dirt roads. By the time we arrived, the sun was dipping below the treetops, casting long shadows across the clearing. The campsite was surrounded by towering pines, their needles carpeting the ground. A small creek ran nearby, its gentle gurgling the only sound breaking the stillness. It was a beautiful place, but there was something about the silence that set me on edge. We unloaded the truck, pitching the tent and setting up the camping chairs around the fire pit. Grandpa started the fire while Grandma pulled out the cooler packed with sandwiches and drinks. Dinner was uneventful, and the three of us sat around the fire as the night fell. The stars came out in full force, the sky so clear it felt like you could reach out and touch them. It was beautiful, but the quiet unnerved me. Even the usual nighttime sounds of crickets and owls seemed absent. After some time, we decided to call it a night. Grandma and Grandpa took the tent while I set up a small cot just outside under the stars. I liked the idea of sleeping in the open, but as the fire died down and the darkness thickened, I began to regret my choice. The forest felt too quiet. I told myself it was just my imagination, that there was nothing out there but trees and animals. Sometime in the night, I woke up to the sound of rustling. It was faint, but in the stillness of the forest, it sounded like thunder. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. At first, I thought it was just the wind moving through the trees, but the sound was too deliberate, too close. I sat up slowly, my eyes scanning the darkness. The fire had burned down to embers, casting a faint orange glow over the campsite. I couldn't see anything out of the ordinary. I told myself it was probably a raccoon or a deer. Animals were common in these parts, and they were usually harmless. But as I lay back down, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. The rustling came again, louder this time, followed by the unmistakable sound of footsteps crunching on the forest floor. They were heavy, deliberate, and moving closer. I held my breath, straining to hear over the sound of my own heartbeat. The footsteps stopped just beyond the glow of the fire, where the shadows swallowed the trees. I stared into the darkness, my eyes trying to make sense of the shapes. For a moment, I thought I saw movement, a shadow shifting among the trees, but it was gone as quickly as it appeared. I didn't sleep much that night. I kept telling myself it was nothing, that my mind was playing tricks on me. But deep down, I knew better. The next morning, I didn't mention what I had heard. Grandma and Grandpa were up early, making breakfast over the fire. I didn't want to worry them, and I wasn't even sure what I had heard. Maybe it really was just an animal. We spent the day exploring the area, hiking through the woods and following the creek upstream. It was peaceful, but I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that had settled over me. As the day wore on, we noticed things that seemed off. We found a tree with deep claw marks running down its trunk, too high up to be from a bear. There were patches of flattened grass in the underbrush, like something large had been lying there. Grandpa brushed it off as signs of wildlife, but I could see the concern in his eyes. That night, I decided to sleep in the tent with my grandparents. I didn't tell them why, just said I was tired of sleeping outside. They didn't question it, and we settled in as the fire died out. The tent felt cramped but safe, the thin nylon walls somehow comforting. I fell asleep quickly, exhausted from the day's hike. I woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of movement outside the tent. It was faint at first, like something brushing against the ground. Then came the footsteps again, slow and deliberate, circling the campsite. My heart raced as I lay there, too scared to move. The footsteps stopped just outside the tent, and for a moment, everything went silent. Then the tent started to shake. It wasn't violent, just a gentle tugging at first, like someone was brushing their hand against it. I heard Grandma gasp softly, and I knew they were awake too. The tugging grew more insistent, the fabric pulling taut as if something was trying to get in. I wanted to scream, to run, but my body refused to move. The shaking stopped abruptly, and the footsteps retreated into the forest. We stayed frozen, listening to the silence, too scared to speak or move. Eventually, the sun began to rise, and the faint light gave us the courage to step outside. The campsite was a mess. The chairs had been knocked over, the cooler emptied, its contents strewn across the ground. Deep tracks led from the fire pit into the woods, too large and too spaced out to be human. Whatever had been there last night wasn't just an animal. We packed up quickly, the unease in the air growing heavier with every passing minute. As we drove away, I looked back at the campsite one last time. The forest stood silent, the shadows long and dark, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching us. Even now, years later, I still think about that trip. I never asked my grandparents if they knew what it was or if they had experienced anything like it before. Some questions are better left unanswered. All I know is that I'll never go back to that part of the forest again. It was mid-September, and the air had started to cool down just enough to make camping comfortable. I had planned a trip to a small, remote lake I'd read about online. It was supposed to be peaceful. Barely anyone went there because it wasn't well known, and the only way to reach it was through a narrow, winding trail. That sounded perfect to me. Just me and my dog, Max, out in the quiet wilderness for a weekend. Max was a German Shepherd mix, big and friendly but protective when he needed to be. I always felt safer having him around, especially when we were out in the middle of nowhere. He loved these trips as much as I did, bounding ahead on trails, chasing squirrels, and sniffing at everything like it was the most interesting thing he'd ever encountered. We started the hike on a Friday afternoon. I parked my truck at the small gravel lot at the trailhead. There wasn't a single other car there, which gave me a sense of relief and unease all at once. I liked the idea of solitude, but there was something about being completely alone that made my nerves tingle a bit. Still, I shrugged it off. This was what I came for. The trail was rough, barely maintained, and the farther we went, the narrower it got. The trees were tall and close together, their branches twisting above us and blocking out most of the sunlight. Max stayed close, his ears twitching at every sound. The forest was alive with noise, birds, rustling leaves, the occasional snap of a branch. Felt wild, untouched, and a little eerie. After about 2 hours of hiking, we finally reached the lake. It was smaller than I expected, but beautiful. The water was clear and still, reflecting the trees and sky like a mirror. I found a good spot to set up camp near the shore, where the ground was flat and dry. There was no sign that anyone else had been there recently. No footprints, no trash, nothing. I pitched the tent, gathered some firewood, and set up a small fire. Max wandered around, sniffing and occasionally barking at nothing. I figured he was just excited or maybe picking up the scent of some animal nearby. As the sun started to set, the air grew cooler, and the forest grew quieter. By the time the sky turned a deep orange, the only sound was the crackling of the fire and the occasional splash of a fish jumping in the lake. That first night was uneventful, though I didn't sleep well. The forest felt too quiet, and every little noise outside the tent made me tense up. Max seemed restless too, shifting around and letting out low growls every now and then. I kept telling myself it was just the unfamiliar sounds of the wild, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The next day, I decided to explore the area. I left most of my gear at the campsite, taking only a day pack with some water, snacks, and a small knife. Max trotted alongside me as we followed a faint trail that wound around the lake. The farther we went, the less defined the trail became until it disappeared altogether. We pushed on, weaving through the trees and climbing over fallen logs. I wasn't worried about getting lost. I had a GPS and a good sense of direction, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Every so often, Max would stop and stare into the trees, his ears perked up and his body tense. I couldn't see or hear anything unusual, but his behavior put me on edge. After a couple of hours, we came across something strange. In a small clearing, there was an old, rusted-out car. It looked like it had been there for decades, overgrown with moss and vines. The doors were gone, and the interior was stripped bare. It didn't make sense for a car to be out here. There were no roads anywhere nearby. I felt a chill run down my spine as I walked around it, trying to piece together how it got there. Max started growling, low and deep, staring into the trees on the far side of the clearing. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. I didn't see or hear anything, but I trusted Max's instincts. I decided it was time to head back to camp. The walk back felt longer than it should have. The forest seemed darker, and every rustle of leaves or snap of a twig made me jump. Max stayed close to my side, his usual energy replaced by a quiet vigilance. I kept checking over my shoulder, half expecting to see something or someone following us. But there was nothing. When we finally got back to camp, I felt a wave of relief. I built up the fire and tried to relax, but I couldn't shake the unease that had been building all day. Max was on edge too, pacing around the campsite and staring into the trees. That night was worse than the first. I kept hearing noises, soft footsteps, the crack of a branch, the rustle of leaves. Max growled more than once, his body stiff and his ears pinned back. I gripped my knife tightly, straining to hear over the pounding of my heart. At some point, I must have fallen asleep because I woke up to Max barking furiously. It was still dark, and the fire had burned down to embers. I scrambled out of my sleeping bag and grabbed my flashlight, shining it in the direction Max was barking. The beam of light cut through the darkness, but I didn't see anything. The barking stopped suddenly, and Max stood frozen, staring into the trees. I whispered his name, but he didn't move. I was about to step outside the tent when I heard it, a soft, almost human-like whistle. It came from the direction Max was staring, and it sent a chill down my spine. I didn't sleep after that. I stayed up, knife in hand, listening to every sound until the first light of dawn. As soon as it was bright enough to see, I packed up camp and started hiking back to the truck. The hike back was tense. I kept expecting to hear that whistle again or to see something moving in the trees. Max stayed close, his tail low and his ears constantly swiveling. We didn't stop until we reached the truck. When I finally got home, I couldn't stop thinking about that trip. I don't know what I heard that night, and I don't want to know. I haven't been camping since. Camping alone always clears my head. There's a strange peace to it, especially when you find a spot nobody else knows about. My favorite place is an old mineshaft I stumbled across a few years ago while hiking. It's tucked away in the hills, far from any trails or roads, and most people wouldn't give it a second glance. The opening is wide enough to fit a couple of trucks side by side, and while the shaft itself doesn't go too deep, it's perfect for shelter. I've camped there several times before without issue. It feels safe, like a little fortress of solitude. The air inside stays cool, even on the hottest summer nights, and it's just remote enough that I've never had to worry about running into anyone else. Until that night. It was late September, a time of year when the days were warm but the nights dipped into a comfortable chill. I'd packed light, a sleeping bag, a small propane stove, and enough food to last the weekend. After hiking up to the shaft, I set up my spot just far enough inside to be hidden from view. My sleeping bag was laid out on a smooth patch of ground, and I had my gear neatly arranged. The flicker of my lantern cast long shadows against the walls, making the place feel even more cavernous. The first night passed without incident. The second night, however, was when everything changed. I was sitting just inside the shaft, eating a quick dinner of instant noodles, when I heard the rumble of an engine in the distance. First, I didn't think much of it. Sometimes people drove out to the foothills for stargazing or to mess around with their off-road vehicles. But this time, the sound got closer and closer. A pair of headlights appeared, cutting through the darkness. I scrambled to turn off my lantern, plunging the shaft into darkness. I didn't want whoever it was to see me. A few moments later, a beat-up old truck pulled up right to the mouth of the cave. I could hear voices, loud and rowdy, even before the doors opened. A group of college-aged guys spilled out, carrying coolers, folding chairs, and a stack of firewood. They were talking over each other, laughing and shouting like they owned the place. I cursed under my breath. The last thing I wanted was to share my quiet hideaway with a bunch of loud frat boys. They set up a fire right at the entrance, the flames licking up into the night sky. The light spilled into the cave, illuminating my spot in the shadows. Luckily, I was far enough back that they didn't seem to notice me. For the next hour, I sat in silence, listening to them carry on. They blasted music from a speaker, cracked open beers, and told jokes that weren't funny even by drunk college standards. I thought about packing up and moving deeper into the shaft, but the idea of walking further into the dark, uneven ground of the cave wasn't appealing. Eventually, the music died down, and they started telling scary stories. Their voices echoed into the cave as they tried to one-up each other with tales of haunted houses and creepy woods. I couldn't help but roll my eyes. That's when the idea hit me. If they wanted a scary story, I'd give them one they wouldn't forget. I waited until there was a lull in their chatter, then let out a low, guttural moan. It echoed through the cave, bouncing off the walls and amplifying until it sounded like it came from deep within. The fire crackled as their voices faltered. I moaned again, dragging it out longer this time, adding a rasp like someone choking on their last breath. I heard someone mutter something, but I couldn't make out the words. I started banging a rock against the wall, slow at first, then faster and faster, until the sound became erratic and frantic. I threw in a few sharp cries, the kind that sounded like an animal in pain. The fire popped again, and I could hear the scrape of chairs being pushed back. I stopped for a moment, letting the silence stretch, then unleashed a loud, guttural scream. That did it. I heard the guys shouting, their voices high-pitched and panicked. Someone knocked over the cooler, and the sound of bottles and cans scattering echoed through the cave. "Let's go!" one of them yelled, the words finally clear. The next thing I knew, I could hear their truck door slamming, the engine roaring to life, and tires kicking up gravel as they sped away. I waited for a few minutes just to be sure they were gone, then crept up to the mouth of the cave. Their fire was still burning, casting a warm glow over the scattered remains of their hasty retreat. They'd left their cooler behind, along with a folding chair and a half-empty bag of marshmallows. I smirked, dragging the cooler back inside with me. It was filled with beer and a few sodas, along with some sandwiches and snacks. Not a bad haul for a night's work. I stoked their fire and sat by it, enjoying the quiet once again. The cave felt like mine again, just as it always had been. But as the flames burned lower and the shadows grew deeper, I found myself listening for sounds outside. The night seemed quieter than usual, the crickets and distant howls of coyotes conspicuously absent. A chill ran down my spine. I scared them off, sure, but what if something else had been listening? It was the summer of 1997, and I was 16. My two best friends, Jamie and Mark, and I had convinced my dad to drop us off at the edge of Winley Forest. a massive national park stretching for miles. We'd planned a week-long wild camping trip, just the three of us, and had marked a spot on the map where my dad would pick us up 7 days later. There were no mobile phones, no way to communicate if something went wrong. Just us, a paper map, and the gear we'd stuffed into our backpacks. It felt like freedom at the time, though looking back, it was probably closer to recklessness. The first few days were everything we'd hoped for. We set up camp by a small river and spent our time fishing, hiking, and generally goofing around. None of us were great at planning, though, and by day 5, our food was almost gone. We had underestimated just how much 3 teenage boys could eat. The little bit we had left wasn't enough to last another full day, let alone 2. That 5th night, hunger set in hard. Jamie's stomach growled loud enough to make us laugh nervously, but we all knew we were in trouble. We spent hours discussing what to do, and by the morning of the 6th day, we decided there was no point in waiting around for my dad to pick us up. We were 100 miles from home, but we figured we could start walking and at least find somewhere with food. It was pouring rain by the time we packed up, and we set off down the narrow forest road, soaked through and miserable. First, we were optimistic. We talked about what we'd eat when we got home, how proud we'd be to tell everyone about our adventure. But as the miles dragged on, we realized we didn't have a clue where we were going. The road was winding and unfamiliar, and the rain turned everything into a gray blur. After hours of trudging along, we decided to turn back. It felt like giving up, but at least we knew the way to our original pickup spot. We hoped maybe we'd pass someone who could help us, though we hadn't seen another soul all day. By the time it got dark, we were exhausted and soaked to the bone. We kept walking, hoping we'd find some kind of shelter. Around 2 a.m., headlights appeared behind us. A truck slowed down and stopped. A man stepped out, and my stomach immediately tightened. He was wearing a park ranger uniform, but something about him felt off. He looked us over with an unsettling smile, his gaze lingering a little too long. He asked what we were doing out there, and after we explained, he told us we should be careful. He said it was the kind of place where people could disappear, and no one would ever find them. His words chilled me more than the rain. Then he suggested we camp at a viewpoint further down the road, said it was a good, safe spot for the night. We didn't have much choice, so we thanked him and kept walking. When we reached the viewpoint, we saw what he meant. It was a flat area overlooking a deep valley, with a cattle grid marking the entrance. We crossed the grid and set up our tents, all too aware of how exposed we were out there. About 20 minutes after lying down, we heard the unmistakable sound of a vehicle crossing the cattle grid. My heart jumped into my throat. We sat up in silence, staring at each other in the dark. None of us dared move, but we were all thinking the same thing. The ranger. The sound of the vehicle stopped nearby, but there were no other noises, no voices, no doors opening, no footsteps. The silence was unbearable. We grabbed the knives we'd packed, more for show than anything, and huddled together in one tent. Every sound outside seemed amplified. The rain hitting the tent, the wind in the trees, the occasional creak of something moving in the distance. None of us spoke, and none of us slept. Eventually, the adrenaline wore off, and the exhaustion caught up with us. I must have dozed off because I woke up to daylight filtering through the tent. We carefully unzipped the flap and stepped outside, scanning the area. There were no tire tracks, no sign that anyone had been there. But as we inspected the cattle grid, we noticed something odd. Off to the side, the ground had been worn down just enough for a vehicle to pass without crossing the grid. It was subtle, but it was there. We packed up in record time and started walking again, sticking close together. None of us mentioned the ranger or the vehicle. We made it back to our original pickup spot by late afternoon, just in time for my dad to arrive. When he pulled up, he could tell something was wrong, but we didn't say much. We just wanted to go home. To this day, I still think about that night. I can't explain why the ranger said what he did or why a vehicle came to the viewpoint without leaving any tracks. Maybe it was just someone messing with us, but it felt like more than that. It felt like we were being watched, hunted even. I'll never know for sure, but I've never been camping since. It was 1997, and I was part of my local Boy Scouts troop. I was 13, eager to earn the polar bear patch. For those who don't know, that's a patch awarded for camping in freezing temperatures. No easy feat for a kid. The campsite was deep in the forests of northern Michigan, where the winters are brutal and the nights colder than you can imagine. Our group was about 15 scouts and a handful of leaders. Everyone was pumped, talking about how this was a test of grit and endurance. I shared my two-person tent with a kid named Brian. We weren't close friends, but we got along well enough. I remember how we spent the first few hours of the night cracking jokes and zipping our sleeping bags as tightly as possible to keep out the cold. The campsite was nothing fancy, just an open clearing surrounded by tall, skeletal trees. Snow blanketed the ground in uneven patches, crunching underfoot whenever anyone walked. Each tent had been spaced a few feet apart, with a campfire in the middle to keep things lively before bedtime. As the hours passed, the fire died down, and the frigid air became unbearable. By 10 p.m., most of us were already zipped up in our tents, shivering ourselves to sleep. I must have fallen asleep fast because the next thing I remember was waking up to a sharp pinch on my back. My eyes shot open and I froze in place. For a moment, I thought it might have been Brian messing with me, but I realized my back was pressed against the tent wall. Whatever pinched me wasn't inside, it was outside. My mind raced. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe a tree branch or a clump of snow falling. But no, this was deliberate. I could feel individual pinpricks of pain, like tiny claws or teeth nipping at my skin through the fabric. I shifted my body slightly to get away from the tent wall, and the pinching stopped. The silence that followed was almost worse. My heart pounded as I strained to hear anything outside. Footsteps, breathing, movement, but there was nothing. It was too quiet, unnaturally so, like the forest itself was holding its breath. Brian was still asleep, snoring softly. I thought about waking him, but something told me not to make a sound. I stayed still, listening for what felt like hours, but was probably only a few minutes. Then, just as I started convincing myself it was all in my head, I heard a soft crunch of snow right outside the tent. My breath caught. Whatever was out there hadn't left. I stared at the tent wall, hoping to see nothing but the faint outline of trees. Instead, I saw the shadow of something large moving slowly past. It wasn't human, too low to the ground and too fluid in its movements. My brain scrambled for explanations. A dog, a wolf, maybe even a bear. The shadow lingered for a moment, then disappeared. I stayed awake the rest of the night, every muscle in my body tense. When dawn finally broke, I climbed out of the tent to inspect the area. The snow around our tent had been disturbed. There were tracks, but they weren't clear enough to identify. They looked like paw prints, but larger than any coyote or dog I'd ever seen. I pulled up my shirt to check my back. Sure enough, there were small red marks where I'd been pinched. They weren't deep, but the skin had broken in a few spots. It looked like scratches, almost like something had tried to grab me. I didn't say much about it during breakfast. Most of the other scouts were groggy or distracted, and I didn't want to seem scared. Brian didn't even notice what had happened. Later that morning, a group of us decided to explore the woods around the campsite. The scout leaders told us not to go too far, but we were kids, curious and overconfident. I paired up with another scout, Eric, and we wandered deeper into the forest. The trees grew denser, their branches intertwining like a web. The air was colder here, and the snow seemed untouched, almost pristine. After about an hour, we stumbled upon something that stopped us in our tracks. A circular formation of cacti. It was bizarre. Cacti shouldn't even grow in this part of the country, let alone in the middle of winter. The plants were arranged in two semicircles, forming a nearly perfect ring about 10 feet wide. Curiosity got the better of me, and I stepped inside the circle. Eric hesitated but eventually followed. The ground within the ring was bare. No snow, no vegetation, just dirt. Scattered across the dirt were bones. At first, I thought they were sticks, but a closer look revealed otherwise. There were skulls, some large, some small. The largest looked like it came from a cow, while the smaller ones could have belonged to rabbits or foxes. The bones were gnawed, jagged at the edges, and bleached white. A chill ran down my spine, and it wasn't just the cold. This place felt wrong, like we weren't supposed to be there. The air was heavier, the silence oppressive. I could feel eyes on me, though I saw nothing. Eric must have felt it too, because he grabbed my arm and whispered, "Let's go." Without a word, we turned and ran back the way we came. Every snap of a branch or crunch of snow behind us felt like we were being chased, though neither of us dared to look back. When we finally reached the campsite, we didn't tell anyone what we'd found. I don't know why. Maybe we didn't think they'd believe us, or maybe we just wanted to forget it ever happened. That was my last camping trip. To this day, I don't know what pinched me in the tent or what kind of animal left those bones in the cactus circle. All I know is that something out there, something far from normal, had been watching us that night. And whatever it was, it wanted us to know it was there. Winter camping always seemed like a peaceful getaway to me, a chance to break from the noise of the world. That year, I decided to head to a remote area in the boundary waters of Minnesota. It was late December, and the snow had been relentless for weeks. The thought of spending a few days alone in the frozen wilderness was both exhilarating and a little daunting, but I trusted my skills. I was 28, fit, and had years of experience hiking and camping. I figured this trip would be like the others, calm, reflective, and uneventful. I parked my car at a trailhead that was barely plowed and loaded my sled with supplies. I had my tent, sleeping bag rated for extreme cold, stove, plenty of freeze-dried food, and extra layers. The trek to my planned campsite was about 6 miles. The snow-covered trail was quiet, muffled by the thick layer of white. The trees stood tall and lifeless, their branches heavy with snow. Every step was deliberate as my boots crunched into the packed trail. The temperature hovered around 10 degrees Fahrenheit during the day, dropping to negatives at night. It wasn't the coldest I'd camped in, but it was cold enough to make mistakes deadly. I reminded myself to pace, to stay hydrated, and to keep moving. The first few hours were uneventful, though exhausting. My sled was heavy, and I felt every uphill pull in my legs and back. By the time I reached the spot I had marked on my map, the sun was already dipping low in the sky, casting long shadows over the snowy terrain. I chose a flat spot near a frozen lake to set up camp. The lake was wide and still, the surface smooth except for cracks that spread like spiderwebs. Surrounding it were dense pines, their needles frosted and drooping under the weight of ice. It was beautiful in a way that felt surreal, almost too perfect, like a painting. I pitched my tent quickly, the process slowed by the stiffening cold. By the time I was done, the sky had darkened to deep blue, and stars began to pierce through. That first night was quiet, too quiet. The kind of quiet that makes you hyper-aware of your own breathing, the rustle of your sleeping bag, and the creaks of your body shifting. I was used to solitude, but this felt different. It felt as if the silence was pressing down on me, heavier than the cold. I told myself it was just my mind playing tricks, that I was tired from the long hike. The next morning, I woke to a world even colder than before. The thermometer clipped to my pack read -8 degrees Fahrenheit. I forced myself out of my sleeping bag and into my boots. Every movement was sluggish, like my body didn't want to cooperate. I boiled snow for coffee and ate a quick breakfast before deciding to explore the area. I strapped on my snowshoes and followed a trail that wound around the lake. The snow was deep and untouched, and I felt a sense of accomplishment breaking the trail myself. About a mile from camp, I came across tracks in the snow. At first, I thought they were from a deer or a moose, but as I crouched down to inspect them, my stomach tightened. The tracks were large, wide, and human. They weren't fresh, maybe a day or two old, but they headed toward the same lake I was camped by. I felt a pang of unease. This was supposed to be a remote area, far from any roads or other campsites. The tracks could belong to a hunter or another camper, but why hadn't I seen any signs of them before? I followed the tracks for a while, but they eventually veered off into the woods, disappearing into a thicket. I stood there for a moment, listening. The forest was still. No crunch of snow, no movement in the trees, just the faint whisper of wind. I told myself it didn't matter. People came to places like this to be alone, just like I did. It wasn't unusual to run into signs of others, even if you never saw them. Still, when I returned to camp, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I found myself glancing over my shoulder, scanning the tree line. I told myself I was being paranoid. That night, I built a small fire in my stove and stayed in the tent, reading to distract myself. But the silence outside was oppressive. Every snap of a branch or shift of snow made me freeze, my ears straining. I barely slept. On the third day, the wind picked up, howling through the trees and sending waves of snow swirling across the frozen lake. I stayed close to camp, gathering wood and boiling snow for water. Around midday, I noticed something that stopped me cold. Tracks, fresh ones, leading straight toward my tent from the direction of the woods. They were human, no doubt about it. My chest tightened, and my breath caught in my throat. I scanned the area but saw no one. The tracks stopped about 20 feet from my tent and then turned back toward the woods. It was as if someone had been watching me. My mind raced. Who would be out here in this weather in such a remote area? Why would they come so close to my camp without making contact? I thought about leaving, packing up and heading back to the car. But the hike would take hours and the wind was picking up, making visibility poor. I decided to wait it out, telling myself I was overreacting. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. I spent the rest of the day on edge, jumping at every sound. I kept my knife close and made sure my headlamp batteries were fresh. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay in my sleeping bag, staring at the ceiling of my tent, listening. Around 2 a.m., I heard it. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, crunching in the snow just outside my tent. My heart pounded so hard I thought it might burst. I held my breath, straining to hear. The footsteps stopped and then nothing, just the wind. I didn't move for hours, clutching my knife, my ears ringing from the silence. When dawn finally broke, I unzipped the tent and stepped outside. The snow around my tent was disturbed, the tracks circling my campsite. They weren't mine. Whoever it was had been there, watching me, maybe even while I slept. I didn't waste any time. I packed up as quickly as I could, my hands shaking despite the cold. I loaded my sled and started back toward the trailhead, moving as fast as the terrain and my gear would allow. The wind whipped through the trees, and I felt exposed, vulnerable. Every so often, I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone following me. But the trail was empty. About a mile from the trailhead, I saw them. Fresh tracks in the snow, leading off the trail and into the woods. They weren't mine, and they weren't there when I had hiked in. My stomach dropped, and I pushed myself harder, my legs burning, lungs aching from the cold air. When I finally reached my car, I threw my gear into the trunk and didn't look back. As I drove away, I couldn't shake the image of those tracks circling my tent, of the footsteps in the snow outside in the dead of night. I don't know who it was or what they wanted, but one thing was clear: I wasn't alone out there, and whoever it was, they had no intention of being found. It was the summer of 2011 when I decided to take a solo camping trip. I was 28 at the time, working a mundane office job in Dallas, and desperately needed an escape. The heat in Texas had been unbearable, so I drove north to the Ozark National Forest in Arkansas, seeking cooler air and some solitude. I had camped here once before, but only in the popular areas where families gathered and campgrounds were well marked. This time, I wanted something different, a deeper, quieter spot off the beaten path. I arrived at the park on a Friday afternoon. The sky was clear, the air smelled of pine, and the only sounds were the occasional bird calls and the rustling of the wind through the trees. I had picked out a trail on an old map I found online. It wasn't one of the marked ones, but it looked manageable, a shortcut to an isolated clearing near a creek. The map was dated, and the ranger station hadn't mentioned the trail when I checked in, but I figured it was still passable. I parked my car at the edge of the forest and strapped on my pack, carrying just enough for 2 nights. A tent, food, water, and a small camping stove. The trail was overgrown but visible, weaving through dense woods that felt untouched by time. It wasn't long before the official trails and noise of other hikers faded away. The forest felt alive around me, every snap of a twig or rustle of leaves amplified by the stillness. The hike took longer than I expected. What looked like a 2-hour trek on the map stretched into nearly 4. The trail grew fainter the further I went, and at some point, I wasn't sure if I was following a path at all. I kept moving, figuring the creek would guide me. It wasn't until the sun started to dip below the horizon that I finally found the clearing. It was perfect, just as the map had promised. The creek ran along the edge of the open space, the water sparkling in the fading light. Towering pines encircled the clearing, their branches swaying gently. I set up my tent close to the creek, eager to relax after the long hike. After eating a quick meal, I sat by the water and listened to its steady flow, letting the tension in my body ease. For a moment, it felt like I had found exactly what I was looking for: peace. But as the night deepened, that peace began to shift into something else. The forest around me seemed to grow darker, the shadows stretching longer. The sounds of the creek were joined by others, subtle at first. A faint rustling in the trees, the distant snap of a branch. I told myself it was just the normal noises of the forest. Small animals, maybe a deer. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I tried to ignore it and went into my tent. Sleep didn't come easily. Every time I closed my eyes, I'd hear something. A crunch of leaves, the scrape of something against the bark of a tree. Once, I thought I heard footsteps, slow and deliberate, moving just beyond the edge of the clearing. I unzipped the tent and shined my flashlight into the woods, but there was nothing, just the dark shapes of trees and the faint glint of the creek. By the time morning came, I was exhausted. The bright sunlight felt like a relief, chasing away the unease of the night. I chalked it up to my nerves and decided to stay another day, determined to enjoy the solitude. I spent the day exploring the area around the clearing, following the creek upstream for a while. The forest was beautiful in the daylight, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Several times, I thought I saw movement out of the corner of my eye, a shadow slipping between the trees or the flash of something pale. Every time I turned to look, there was nothing there. I returned to the clearing as the sun began to set, determined to stay alert that night. I built a fire, its flickering light a small comfort as the darkness closed in. The noises started earlier this time, just as the last light faded. Rustling in the underbrush, the snap of twigs, the faint crunch of footsteps. It wasn't just animals. The sounds were too deliberate, too measured. I sat by the fire, gripping my flashlight and knife, my back to the tent. Hours passed. The noises grew closer, circling the clearing but never coming into the light. I tried to convince myself it was all in my head, but deep down, I knew it wasn't. Something or someone was out there. At some point, the fire began to die down, the wood burning into glowing embers. I hesitated to leave its warmth and light, but I needed more fuel. Taking a deep breath, I stepped into the edge of the woods to gather some branches. The forest felt suffocatingly quiet now, the usual sounds of insects and night birds absent. I hurried back to the fire, my arms full of wood, and froze. There, at the edge of the clearing, just beyond the dying firelight, was a figure. It was tall and thin, its pale face just visible in the shadows. It didn't move, didn't make a sound. It just stood there, watching me. My heart was pounding so hard I could barely think. I dropped the wood and scrambled back toward the tent, grabbing my flashlight and shining it toward the figure. The beam cut through the darkness, but there was nothing there. The spot where it had been was empty, the underbrush undisturbed. I didn't sleep that night. I stayed by the fire, feeding it until the first light of dawn. As soon as the sun rose, I packed up my gear and started back the way I came. The trail was even harder to follow now, and more than once, I found myself going in circles. It was as if the forest itself was trying to keep me there. By the time I reached the edge of the woods, the sun was already sinking low again. When I finally stumbled back to my car, I was too exhausted to feel relief. As I threw my pack into the trunk and climbed into the driver's seat, I glanced back toward the forest one last time. For a moment, I thought I saw something, a pale face watching me from the shadows. But when I blinked, it was gone. I didn't stop driving until I was miles away, the forest a distant memory in my rearview mirror. Even now, years later, I can't explain what happened out there. I've told myself it was just my imagination, a trick of the light and my tired mind. But deep down, I know the truth. Something was out there and it was watching me. I don't know what I was thinking when I agreed to go camping with my boss. It wasn't like we were close or anything. He was just one of those people who had a presence that was hard to say no to. He'd been talking about the trip for weeks, saying how he wanted to get out into the wild and away from the city. I'm not much of an outdoorsman, but I felt like I couldn't back out without looking bad. We picked a spot up in the mountains, somewhere remote enough that there wouldn't be any cell service. My boss, Mark, said it was the perfect way to unplug from the world. I was skeptical, but I went along with it. The drive to the trailhead was long, and by the time we parked the car and started hiking to our campsite, the sun was already dipping below the horizon. Mark was in his late 40s, fit for his age, and had this confidence that made him seem like he could handle anything. I, on the other hand, was in my early 30s, not unfit but definitely not the picture of athleticism. The hike was tougher than I expected. The trail was steep in places, and the backpack I carried felt heavier with every step. Mark barely seemed to notice, pushing ahead like he'd done this 100 times. By the time we reached the clearing where we'd set up camp, it was dark. The spot was beautiful, though, a flat area surrounded by tall pines, with a small stream nearby. Mark said it was perfect, and I had to admit it was. We set up our tents, built a fire, and cooked some basic food. The stars were out in full force, and the air was cool and crisp. The first night was uneventful, and I started to think this trip might not be so bad. We spent the next day exploring the area, following trails that Mark seemed to know well. He told me he'd been coming to this spot for years, long before he became my boss. That explained his confidence in navigating the area, even without a map. That night, as we sat around the fire, I started to feel uneasy. It was one of those feelings you can't really explain, like you're being watched. I told myself it was just the isolation getting to me. After all, we were miles from anyone else. I didn't say anything to Mark, not wanting to seem paranoid. We turned in for the night, and that's when things started to get weird. I woke up in the middle of the night to a sound outside my tent. It wasn't loud, just a faint rustling, but it was enough to make me freeze. My mind raced through possibilities. An animal, the wind, maybe Mark moving around. I stayed still, barely breathing, listening. The sound came again, closer this time. I unzipped my tent as quietly as I could and peeked out. The fire had died down to glowing embers, casting just enough light to see the immediate area. Mark's tent was zipped up tight, and there was no sign of movement. I scanned the tree line, my eyes struggling to adjust to the darkness. That's when I saw it, a faint outline of something moving between the trees. At first, I thought it was a deer or some other animal, but the way it moved wasn't right. It was too deliberate, too human. I whispered Mark's name, but he didn't respond. I debated waking him up, but decided against it. Instead, I grabbed the flashlight from my pack and shone it toward the trees. The beam of light cut through the darkness, but there was nothing there. I stood there for what felt like forever, waiting for something to happen, but the forest was silent. Eventually, I convinced myself it was nothing and went back to bed. The next morning, I told Mark about what I'd seen. He laughed it off, saying it was probably an animal. I wanted to believe him, but something about the way he said it didn't sit right with me. He seemed too dismissive, like he didn't want to talk about it. We spent the day hiking again, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. Every so often, I'd catch movement out of the corner of my eye, but whenever I turned to look, there was nothing there. I told myself it was just my imagination, but the feeling of being watched was constant. That night, things escalated. We just settled into our tents when the noises started again. This time, it was louder, branches snapping, heavy footsteps. I sat up, heart pounding, and listened. The sounds were coming closer, circling the campsite. I could hear Mark moving in his tent, and I knew he was awake too. I grabbed the flashlight and unzipped my tent, stepping out into the cold night air. Mark was already outside, holding a hatchet he'd brought for chopping wood. His face was pale, and for the first time, he looked unsure of himself. We stood there in silence, listening. The footsteps stopped, and the forest went quiet. Too quiet. No insects, no rustling leaves, nothing. It was like the whole world was holding its breath. And then we heard it, a low, guttural sound that made my blood run cold. It wasn't an animal, at least not one I'd ever heard. It was deep and primal, almost like a growl, but more human somehow. Mark motioned for me to stay close, and we slowly moved toward the sound. My flashlight barely penetrated the darkness, but I kept it trained ahead of us. The sound came again, louder this time, and I could feel it in my chest. We reached the edge of the clearing, and that's when we saw it. A figure stood just beyond the tree line, tall and unmoving. The light from my flashlight caught its face, and I felt my stomach drop. It wasn't a face at all, not really, just a pale, featureless mask of flesh. Mark raised the hatchet, and the figure stepped back into the shadows, disappearing as quickly as it had appeared. We stood there, frozen, for what felt like hours, but nothing else happened. The rest of the night was a blur. We didn't sleep, keeping the fire going and staying alert. When morning finally came, we packed up camp and hiked back to the car as fast as we could. Neither of us said a word. Even now, weeks later, I can't explain what we saw. Mark hasn't mentioned it, and I haven't brought it up either. But I know what I saw, and I know it wasn't human. Whatever it was, it's still out there somewhere in those woods, and I'll never go back to find out. I was 29 when I decided to take a break from my hectic city life and head out into the wilderness for a weekend. It was late October of 2017, and I needed the solitude. My life had become a blur of deadlines and commutes, and I craved the quiet hum of nature. I planned a solo camping trip to the outskirts of the Sawtooth National Forest in Idaho. It wasn't far from Boise, where I lived, but far enough to feel like I'd stepped into a different world. I packed light but made sure I had all the essentials: a tent, sleeping bag, enough food and water for 3 days, a portable stove, a knife, a flashlight, and a first aid kit. I even brought along a small emergency radio. My plan was simple: find a secluded spot, set up camp, and spend the weekend hiking and reading.
No distractions, no interruptions.
The drive took about 4 hours. By the time I reached the forest, the sun was already starting to dip below the horizon. The air was crisp, and the trees stood tall and silent, their branches swaying slightly in the breeze. I parked my car at a trailhead, double-checked my gear, and set off on foot. I wanted to get at least a mile or two away from the main path before setting up camp. The first hour of hiking was peaceful. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds and the occasional rustle of small animals in the underbrush. The ground was soft underfoot, covered in a thick layer of fallen leaves. I found a spot near a small clearing, surrounded by dense trees. It was perfect, quiet, remote, and hidden from the main trail. I pitched my tent, started a small fire, and cooked a quick meal. As night fell, the forest transformed. The chirping birds were replaced by the distant hoots of owls and the rustling of leaves in the wind. I crawled into my tent, zipped up my sleeping bag, and fell asleep to the soothing sounds of nature. I woke up around 2 a.m. to the sound of footsteps. At first, I thought it might be a deer or some other animal, but the steps were too deliberate, too heavy. My heart started pounding as I lay there, straining to hear. The steps came closer, then stopped just outside my tent. I held my breath, gripping the knife I'd kept beside me. After what felt like an eternity, the steps moved away, fading into the distance. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. The next morning, I convinced myself it was nothing. Maybe a curious animal had wandered too close. I decided to stick to my plan and spend the day hiking. The forest was beautiful in the daylight, with the sun filtering through the trees and casting long shadows on the ground. But I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every so often, I'd hear a twig snap or leaves crunch behind me, but whenever I turned around, there was nothing there. By late afternoon, I was exhausted and decided to head back to camp. The uneasy feeling stayed with me, but I tried to push it aside. I cooked another quick meal and sat by the fire, trying to enjoy the quiet. The sun dipped below the horizon, and the forest grew dark once again. I double-checked my tent, making sure everything was secure, and crawled inside. Around midnight, I woke up to a strange noise. It wasn't footsteps this time. It was more like a faint scratching sound. It was coming from the direction of my fire pit. I unzipped the tent just enough to peek out. The fire had burned down to embers, casting a faint orange glow over the clearing. I couldn't see anything at first, but then I noticed movement near the edge of the light. It was a person, a man crouched near the fire. He was dressed in dark clothes, and his face was partially obscured by a hood. He was holding something in his hand, poking at the remains of the fire. My blood ran cold. I stayed perfectly still, watching as he stood up and began walking toward my tent. I zipped the tent shut as quietly as I could and grabbed my knife. My mind raced. Should I confront him? Wait him out? The footsteps stopped right outside my tent. I could hear him breathing. Then, after a long moment, he walked away. I waited, listening as his footsteps faded into the distance. The next morning, I decided I'd had enough. I packed up my gear and started heading back toward the trailhead. I didn't care if I cut the trip short. I just wanted to get out of there. The hike back was tense. Every sound, every movement in the trees set my nerves on edge. By the time I reached my car, my legs were shaking from both the exertion and the fear. I threw my gear into the back seat and got behind the wheel, ready to leave. But as I turned the key in the ignition, I noticed something strange. There was a piece of paper tucked under my windshield wiper. My heart sank as I stepped out of the car to grab it. The paper was blank except for a single sentence, scrawled in messy handwriting. "You can't run forever." I froze, looking around the empty parking lot. There was no one in sight. I jumped back into the car, locked the doors, and sped out of there as fast as I could. For weeks after the trip, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I started noticing small things. Doors left open that I was sure I'd closed, items in my apartment that seemed to be out of place. One night, I came home to find the same piece of paper sitting on my kitchen counter. That was when I decided to move. I packed up everything I owned and relocated to a different city, hoping to leave the fear behind. But even now, years later, I still wake up in the middle of the night, convinced I can hear footsteps outside my window. The summer of 2019, we decided to take a camping trip to a family lot in Sequoia National Forest, up on Slate Mountain. It wasn't our first time camping in that area, but this trip would be different. The forest had been recovering from the Pier fire a few years prior, and we'd seen the aftermath. Burnt trees scattered here and there, and the land still scarred in places. But the mountain felt peaceful, away from the noise of civilization. It was a trip we needed. I went with my partner, Chris, and another couple, Sarah and Jason. The four of us drove up together, the mountains looming around us, casting long shadows as we made our way higher up. By the time we arrived, the sun was setting, painting the sky in streaks of pink and orange. We unloaded our gear, set up the tent, and prepared the campfire, knowing it would be our only source of light and warmth that night. The night quickly swallowed the daylight. We were nestled into the trees and it got dark fast, darker than it usually does out there. We didn't have much light beyond the small glow from our little pot-belly stove, which we used for heat. We'd learned after the fire to avoid any open flames if we could help it. There was no cell service up here either, just the quiet rustling of trees and the occasional bird call in the distance. It was around 10:30 p.m. when we were all just sitting around the fire, talking and relaxing. My two dogs, Diesel and Rocky, were with me, curled up under a sleeping bag at my feet. They loved to be tucked in like that. They'd been quiet all evening, content with the warmth from the fire and the sounds of the forest. The fire crackled softly, and the sound of our voices filled the air, a comfortable background hum to the wilderness. But then something shifted. I didn't notice it at first, but Chris did. He stopped talking and just stared at the dogs. They were suddenly alert, sitting up with their backs to me, their eyes fixed on the dark forest beyond our little camp. They didn't whine or growl. There was no obvious sign of a threat like when a bear had been in our camp at another spot a few years ago, but they were acting different, like they were on edge, like they were guarding something. It was subtle, but enough to make me uneasy. I thought nothing of it at first. Maybe it was a raccoon, or just the wind stirring the trees. But then, just as I was about to shrug it off, the conversation fell silent. We all just stopped talking, and in that silence we heard something. Footsteps. It was so strange. At first I thought it was some animal, maybe a deer or a bear, walking around. But as the steps grew louder, I realized something wasn't right. These weren't the soft, uneven steps of an animal. trying to stay hidden in the dark. No, these were quick, distinct footsteps, like someone walking up the steep mountain slope just behind us. And not just casually walking, this person, or whatever it was moving fast, really fast, almost too fast for the terrain. We'd scoped out the area earlier that day, and right where the footsteps were coming from was steep, covered in loose leaves and jagged rocks. The kind of slope that would be nearly impossible to climb quickly, even in daylight. It wasn't a place where anyone would want to rush up, even if they were in a hurry. But this thing or person was moving with purpose. I held my breath. My dogs were still focused, their ears perked up. They were watching the trees where the noise was coming from. Their stance was stiff, like they were waiting for something to happen. I looked at the others. Chris was just as pale as I felt, his eyes wide, scanning the trees. Sarah and Jason were still, too, their faces reflecting the same disbelief. None of us said anything. We just sat there, listening. The footsteps continued for a few more seconds, the sound of rapid movement cutting through the quiet night. Then, nothing, just silence. Felt like a punch to the gut. The air around us had thickened, and I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. I didn't want to say it out loud, but I could feel it. Something wasn't right. The quiet was too still, the night too heavy. We made the decision quickly. Without a word, Chris stood up and went over to the generator. It was loud and obnoxious, but it had one good purpose, making noise. We started it up and let it hum for a few minutes, hoping that whatever was out there, it would move on. The noise was almost a relief, a bit of reassurance at least. It felt safer with the hum in the air, a barrier between us and whatever was lurking in the dark. But even as the generator roared, the discomfort didn't fade. I kept glancing at the trees, half expecting someone to step out from the shadows. But nothing came. No more footsteps. The dogs slowly relaxed again, though they stayed alert. Diesel had his head up now, ears back, but no longer in that stiff, defensive posture. I wasn't sure if I was relieved or still on edge. The next few hours passed in a weird sort of haze. We stayed by the fire, the generator buzzing in the background, and tried to act like everything was normal. But the silence of the forest pressed down on us. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there, something watching, listening. I kept looking toward the slope, the place where we'd heard those footsteps, but the darkness swallowed it whole. Nothing moved. Eventually, we went to bed, but I didn't sleep much. I kept hearing things in the distance, cracks in the trees, the rustle of leaves, and every time I heard it, my heart would skip. I couldn't help but think about the footsteps, how quickly they'd moved, and what kind of person or thing would be out there in the woods at that time of night, moving like that. I thought about the steepness of the slope, the loose leaves. No one would be running up that mountain at full speed unless they had a damn good reason. Morning finally came, and with it, the harsh reality of the night. The sun wasn't even fully up, but we were all awake and out of the tent. We went outside and gathered around, not really sure what to say. Sarah asked if anyone else had heard what we'd heard, and we all nodded. No one had any real answers. We were all experienced campers. We knew animals, we knew the woods, and this was something different, something human, but not quite. We went over the area again, carefully checking the slope. No tracks, no signs of anything that might explain what we'd heard. We packed up early that morning, still on edge, and didn't stay another night. The weirdness of the previous night hung in the air like a cloud, a feeling we couldn't shake. There was something out there in the dark, something that didn't belong in the woods with us. Whether it was a person, an animal, or something else entirely, we didn't want to find out. As we drove away, the mountain loomed behind us, quiet and still. The forest seemed to swallow the sound of the truck's engine as we descended. But I could still hear the footsteps in my mind, quick, hurried, and unnatural, echoing through the silence of the night. I don't know what it was, but I'll never forget it. Some things in the woods can't be explained, and some things you're better off not knowing. To this day, when I think about that night, I wonder what was up on that mountain with us. Was it someone lost? Someone with bad intentions? Or was it something else entirely? Either way, the memory still haunts me. Some things are better left in the dark. I had been looking forward to this solo camping trip for months. It was the perfect escape from the city. Just me, my tent, and the vast, empty wilderness surrounding me. I'd driven all the way out to the Black Hills in Wyoming, near a quiet stretch of land close to the towering peaks of Devil's Tower. It was late spring, and the evenings were still a little chilly, but the air felt fresh and clean, far away from the smog and noise of town life. I was 29 at the time, and this was supposed to be my time to relax, reflect, and enjoy the solitude. I arrived at the campsite just as the sun was dipping behind the hills, casting long shadows across the valley. There were a few campers already set up in the area, but the site I chose was far enough away from everyone that I felt like I had the place to myself. I quickly set up my tent and gathered some dry wood for the campfire. There wasn't much of a breeze, and the quiet was only broken by the sounds of the wind through the trees and the occasional bird call. I had planned to eat a simple meal and maybe read a bit before turning in early. I wanted to enjoy the peace while I could, knowing that tomorrow would be a busy hike up to the tower itself. As the sky darkened, the stars began to appear. The whole scene felt almost surreal, the kind of night that makes you feel small in the face of nature. But just as I settled into my camping chair, trying to soak it all in, I heard the unmistakable roar of engines approaching. At first, I thought it was some kind of off-road vehicle, but as the sound grew louder, I realized there were more than one. Then, to my horror, I saw the headlights. 3 strange-looking cars, each with 3 wheels, rolled into the campsite area. They weren't regular cars or even ATVs. These were some bizarre, souped-up, 3-wheeled machines with loud, obnoxious engines that sounded like they were barely held together. They pulled up right next to my camp. My stomach sank when I realized that these were not the kind of people who came out to enjoy the serenity of nature. The drivers, at least 3 of them, were shouting and laughing loudly as they began unloading the cars, stumbling over each other and their equipment. I tried to ignore them at first, thinking they might set up quickly and go to bed just like most campers did. But no, these people were different. They were drunk before they even finished unpacking their gear. I could smell the alcohol in the air from where I sat. The smell of cheap beer and something stronger clung to the evening air. I shifted in my chair, trying to make myself as small and unnoticed as possible, hoping they wouldn't take the hint and get loud in front of my tent. But no luck. They weren't just loud. They were obnoxious. One of them started a fire right next to their camp, and soon the flames were crackling and popping, followed by more laughter and shouting. I could barely hear my own thoughts, let alone think about falling asleep. The last thing I wanted was to get involved in whatever nonsense these people were up to, but with them so close, it was almost impossible to ignore. I lay back in my sleeping bag, staring up at the roof of my tent, trying to block out the noise. The fire was too close, and the sound of their voices carried through the thin walls of the fabric. My eyes grew heavy, but I knew it would be a long time before I could sleep. As I lay there, trying to ignore their rowdiness, something strange caught my attention. One of the men, a big guy with a thick beard, had pulled out a small revolver from his jacket and was pointing it at the fire. At first, I thought he was just showing it off, maybe messing around. But then, with a sudden crack, the gun went off. The shot echoed through the quiet night, and I jumped up, my heart pounding. I lay there for a moment, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Was it a stray shot? Was he trying to shoot at something in the fire? It wasn't until a few seconds later that I realized what had happened. They had thrown a bullet into the fire. My breath caught in my throat as I sat up in my tent, panic crawling up my spine. I didn't know if these idiots were shooting up into the sky, firing random shots for fun, or if they had gotten so drunk that a full-blown gunfight had broken out. My mind raced as I pictured the worst-case scenario. Were they going to start firing wildly at each other? Was someone going to get hurt? I glanced around, trying to figure out what to do, but there was nowhere to run. My campsite was too close to theirs, and there was nowhere to hide. The sound of their laughter continued, but I noticed something different. It wasn't as loud now. The reality of what had just happened seemed to sink in. They had fired a gun right next to me, and I had no idea if they even knew how dangerous it was. Part of me wanted to shout at them to demand they stop, but I knew better. If they were this reckless, it would only escalate things. I stayed as quiet as possible, holding my breath, listening for any signs of trouble. The crackling fire was the only sound, but my ears strained, hoping I wouldn't hear another gunshot. I stayed still, hoping they would just go to bed and leave me alone. Minutes passed like hours. I still couldn't shake the image of that gunshot ringing out into the dark. What if they decided to start shooting at anything that moved? What if they'd been drinking so much that they didn't care who they hit? I finally reached for my phone, quietly turning it on and checking the time. It was nearly 11 p.m. I should have been asleep hours ago, but now I couldn't even close my eyes. I thought about packing up and leaving, but the thought of driving through the night in the dark, alone, didn't seem much safer than staying where I was. Plus, I had no idea where the nearest town was. I didn't want to risk running into even more people like these guys, so I decided to stay put. The next couple of hours were an uneasy blur. I kept hearing the occasional burst of laughter or shouting, but things seemed to calm down. The fire eventually died down too, leaving only the faint orange glow of embers. Still, the fear in my chest didn't ease. By the time the noise had finally stopped, I was so tense that I couldn't fall asleep. I kept expecting to hear another shot, or maybe worse, someone coming over to my tent, looking for trouble. But nothing happened. Eventually, exhaustion overtook me, and I drifted off into an uneasy sleep, my mind racing with thoughts of what could have happened. When I woke up the next morning, everything was eerily quiet. The camp next to me was empty, the fire cold, and all that remained were scattered beer cans and trash strewn across the ground. I packed up my campsite quickly, still on edge. As I drove away from the area, I could see the remnants of the fire in my rearview mirror. The whole night felt like a bad dream, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd barely made it out of something much worse. Looking back, I still can't believe how quickly things could have gone wrong. Those people were drunk and reckless, and I was lucky that it didn't turn into something more dangerous. I never went camping near Devil's Tower again, and I've never looked at a campfire the same way since. Some nights, when I close my eyes, I can still hear the crack of that gunshot echoing through the stillness of the Wyoming wilderness. It was the summer of 2013 when I decided to spend a weekend camping alone in the Allegheny National Forest. I was 27 at the time, and I had grown fond of solo trips. There was something about being completely isolated from the world, surrounded only by trees and the sounds of nature, that felt both freeing and grounding. That weekend, I picked a spot near Minister Creek. The area wasn't too crowded, but it was still close enough to other campsites that I felt a little safer. The first night went smoothly. I had a small fire going, cooked some canned chili, and sat under the stars for hours. It was peaceful and I felt at ease. By the time I crawled into my sleeping bag, the forest was alive with sounds. The chirping of crickets, the rustling of leaves, and the occasional distant hoot of an owl created a calming symphony. I drifted off quickly. The next day was uneventful. I spent most of the morning hiking along the nearby trails, enjoying the views of the creek and the dense forest. By evening, I was back at my campsite, cooking another simple meal and enjoying the solitude. Night came quickly, and I settled into my tent early, reading a book by flashlight until my eyes grew heavy. It was around 2 a.m. when I woke up. At first, I wasn't sure what had roused me. I lay there in my sleeping bag, listening. The forest was quieter than it had been earlier, but there was still the occasional rustle of leaves and chirp of insects. Then, I felt it, the unmistakable pressure in my bladder. I groaned inwardly. I hated having to leave the tent in the middle of the night, but there was no way I'd make it until morning. I unzipped the tent as quietly as I could, slipped on my boots, and grabbed my small flashlight. The air was cool and damp, and the smell of pine was strong. I walked a short distance from my campsite, making sure I was far enough away from my tent to avoid any unpleasant smells later. The darkness was thick, and the beam of my flashlight seemed to barely cut through it. Every rustle of leaves made me jump, my imagination conjuring images of bears or other nocturnal predators. After finishing my business, I started heading back. The faint glow of my campfire embers guided me as I approached my tent. That's when I saw it. A skunk, just a few feet from the tent, rummaging through the small pile of trash I had stupidly left out. My heart sank. I cursed myself for not hanging the trash in a tree or securing it better. I froze, unsure of what to do. The skunk hadn't noticed me yet, so I stood still, hoping it would move along. Instead, it stopped rummaging, lifted its head, and locked eyes with me. My heart raced as the skunk took a step toward me. It wasn't aggressive, but it was curious and probably hungry. I could feel the adrenaline kicking in as the skunk began to slowly creep in my direction. Panicked, the thought of being sprayed was unbearable. I bolted toward my tent, diving headfirst inside and twisting around to zip it shut. My hands fumbled with the zipper as I glanced over my shoulder. The skunk was no longer creeping. It was running full speed straight at the tent. My panic surged as I yanked on the zipper, but it got stuck halfway. The flap covering the zipper had jammed, and no matter how hard I pulled, it wouldn't budge. I was in full-blown survival mode, my mind racing like a horror movie scene. It reminded me of that part in Jurassic Park when the girl is trying to shut the cabinet door with the raptor charging at her. Except this wasn't a raptor, it was a skunk, and it was just as terrifying in that moment. The skunk was almost at the tent now, and I could see its beady little eyes in the dim light of my flashlight, which had rolled to the ground outside. With one final desperate yank, the zipper gave way. I pulled it shut just as the skunk reached the tent. I could hear it scratching and sniffing at the fabric, circling the tent as if looking for another way in. My chest heaved as I sat there, gripping the zipper tightly. The sound of its claws against the thin material was unnerving, and I prayed it wouldn't spray out of frustration. For what felt like an eternity, the skunk lingered. It scratched, sniffed, and occasionally let out a soft huff. I stayed as still and quiet as possible, my ears straining for any sound that might indicate it was leaving. Finally, after what must have been 20 minutes, the noises stopped. I didn't dare move for another hour, too scared that it might still be lurking outside. When I finally worked up the courage to peek out, the skunk was gone. My trash had been thoroughly ransacked, scattered all around the campsite. The zipper on my tent had a decent-sized tear where I had yanked it too hard, but at least I hadn't been sprayed. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. Every little sound outside made me jump, my mind picturing the skunk returning or, worse, attracting larger animals. By morning, I packed up my gear in record time. The tent went straight into the trash bag. There was no salvaging it with the tear and the memories of that night. As I drove away from the campsite, I couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of it all. But even now, I can't shake the memory of those beady eyes and the sheer terror of that little creature charging at me. Camping hasn't felt quite the same since. It was the summer of 2021 when I decided to take a solo camping trip deep into the woods of the Adirondacks. I had been itching to disconnect from everything: work, social media, the noise of the city. It was just going to be me, my tent, and the wild. I'd done a few camping trips before, but this was my first time going into the wilderness alone. I had everything planned out. The campsite was well known, a little clearing by a creek, a good few miles off the main trail. I figured it would be quiet, peaceful, maybe a little unsettling, but nothing I couldn't handle. I arrived on a Friday afternoon, around 3 p.m., when the sun was still high. The air was thick with the smell of pine and fresh earth. I hiked up to the site, my pack weighing me down, but the hike wasn't difficult. The path was well-trodden, and the forest was alive with the hum of cicadas and birds overhead. It felt nice, walking through the trees, the sunlight streaming through the branches, casting dappled patterns on the ground. As I got closer to the creek, the sound of rushing water greeted me. It was peaceful, almost serene, like the world had paused for just a moment. I set up camp by the water's edge. My tent went up quickly, the poles sliding into place with a satisfying snap. The fire pit was just a few yards away, already built from past campers. I spent the next hour unpacking, organizing my gear, and making sure everything was in its place. There was a cool breeze coming off the creek, and I could feel the tension from the past few weeks melting away. As night began to fall, I started a fire. It crackled to life quickly, sending sparks into the evening air. I had packed a simple dinner, some trail mix, beef jerky, and a couple of cans of soup I planned to heat up over the fire. Nothing fancy, but it was enough. I ate slowly, savoring the quiet. The way the world seemed to shrink down to just the flicker of the fire and the rustling of leaves in the wind. By 9 p.m., it was dark. The fire cast long, dancing shadows, and the night air was cool but not uncomfortable. I threw another log on the fire and sat back, watching the flames leap and fall. The sounds of the forest, crickets, the occasional rustle of an animal moving through the underbrush were comforting, almost familiar. I figured it was the perfect night, exactly what I had been hoping for. But then came the first sound that caught my attention. It wasn't loud, just a soft, almost inaudible crunch from somewhere deeper in the woods. I immediately tensed up, looking into the darkness beyond the firelight. At first, I thought it might have been a deer or some other animal. I had seen tracks earlier on the hike in, and the forest was full of life. I dismissed the noise, convinced it was just an animal doing its thing, maybe a raccoon or a squirrel, nothing to worry about. But then it came again. Another soft crunch, closer this time. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I was alone, and my mind began to race. Animals were one thing, but that noise didn't sound like any animal I knew. It wasn't a simple scuffle through the underbrush. It was too deliberate, too calculated. I leaned forward, staring into the dark, waiting for another sound. Nothing. The fire crackled and popped, but everything else was still. My heart started to race, but I tried to keep my cool. I had prepared for this, right? I had researched wilderness survival, watched videos on dealing with wildlife. If it was an animal, I just needed to stay calm. If it was something else, I'd figure it out when the time came. The silence stretched on for what felt like hours. My stomach knotted, and I felt a chill creeping up my spine. I forced myself to look away from the dark edge of the camp and focus on the fire, trying to calm my nerves. But then, just as I thought I was going crazy, it came again. This time I could hear it more clearly. Footsteps. Heavy footsteps moving slowly through the woods. It wasn't the sound of a small animal, it was something much larger, something human-sized. My breath caught in my throat. I grabbed my flashlight from my backpack, holding it tight in my grip. The beam sliced through the night, illuminating the trees, but there was nothing there. Just shadows, the flickering light of the fire. I waited, my pulse thumping in my ears, but the footsteps had stopped. Maybe it was nothing, I told myself. Maybe it was just the wind, or some animal walking in a strange way. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I stayed awake the rest of the night, the fire crackling and popping, casting eerie shadows around the campsite. The footsteps never came again, but the feeling of being watched didn't go away. Every rustle, every sound in the trees made my heart race. I didn't sleep much that night. I stayed close to the fire, keeping my flashlight at the ready, my senses alert to every small sound. By the time morning came, the sun was already rising, casting long golden beams through the trees. The forest was quiet again, and the night's tension seemed to dissolve with the dawn. But even with the warmth of the morning sun, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The woods were peaceful, but they weren't the peaceful woods I had imagined. There was something else out there, something I hadn't seen yet. The rain hadn't let up for hours. It came down in sheets, tapping the canopy above, the trees around me shaking with the force of it. I was alone, just me and my truck parked under a thick cluster of pines at the edge of a small, remote campground in the mountains. I'd been camping alone for years, but this time, something about the atmosphere felt different. It was late September. The air had that crisp autumn bite to it, the kind that makes your breath visible in the cold night air. But it wasn't the weather that unsettled me, it was the eerie quiet, the kind that comes with isolation. No other campers had set up for the night, and it had started to rain just after dark, forcing me to retreat to my truck. I kept telling myself it was just the storm, but there was a nagging feeling in my chest that I couldn't shake. The wind picked up, howling through the trees in a way that made the branches creak and sway. I sat in the front seat of the truck, watching the rain splatter against the windshield, wishing for some distraction. I opened the window a crack, letting in the damp, earthy scent of the forest, hoping it would help calm my nerves. It was then that I heard it, a soft, rhythmic sound from the direction of the trees, almost like footsteps, but they weren't quite right. Too deliberate, too slow. It made my skin crawl. I stiffened, leaning forward to peer through the window, but there was nothing. Just the rain and the dark woods stretching out beyond the camp. I told myself it was nothing, maybe just an animal, maybe a branch hitting the ground. But the noise continued. Step, pause, step, pause. I felt a chill run through me. I grabbed my flashlight and opened the door, stepping out into the rain. The cold water splashed onto my boots, soaking through the thick soles. The sound of the rain was deafening now, the ground soft and slick beneath my feet. I turned on the flashlight, sweeping it across the trees. There was nothing. For a moment, I stood frozen, staring into the darkness, the hairs on the back of my neck prickling. Then I heard it again, closer this time. My heart skipped a beat. I shined the light toward the sound, but again, there was nothing. Just the rain and the endless trees. I didn't want to believe it, but I was starting to feel that something wasn't right. It wasn't just the storm. It was something else. Something I couldn't see, but I could feel deep down in my bones. I hesitated, torn between staying outside and getting back into the truck, where at least I felt a little safer. But I knew if I stayed out here too long, I'd work myself up into a full-on panic. So I decided to get back in. As I turned toward the truck, I saw something, a shadow, just at the edge of the clearing. It was moving, like a figure walking slowly through the rain, just beyond the range of my flashlight. I froze. My heart pounded in my chest, and I took a step back, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The figure was tall, impossibly tall, and its movements were jerky, almost unnatural. My breath hitched as I took another step backward, feeling the cold rain soaking through my jacket. The shadow didn't seem to notice me at first, but then it stopped. For a long moment, the figure stood still, and I couldn't help but feel like it was staring directly at me. My hands shook as I fumbled to turn off the flashlight. I couldn't move. My body felt like it was locked in place, as though some primal instinct was telling me to stay as still as possible. Then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the figure turned and disappeared into the woods, moving with the same slow, deliberate steps as before. I stood there for a long time, waiting, watching, my breath coming in shallow gasps. But there was nothing. The woods were silent again, except for the rain. I don't know why I waited, but I did. Maybe I hoped it would disappear if I gave it enough time. Eventually, I moved, but not quickly. I made my way back to the truck, hands trembling as I reached for the door handle. I slid into the seat, locking the doors, the rain still pounding outside. I tried to calm myself down, telling myself it was nothing, a trick of the light, a wild animal, anything but what my mind kept racing toward. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. For the next hour, I sat there in the truck, watching the rain pour down in sheets. The shadows outside the truck seemed to move in odd ways, but I forced myself to look away. I focused on the inside of the truck, on the warmth of the heater and the comfort of being inside. Then came the knock. It was so soft at first, barely a tap against the metal, but it made my blood run cold. I froze, staring at the door. Another knock, a little louder this time. I didn't want to look, but I had to. I glanced out the side window, but there was no one there. I sat there for what felt like hours, not daring to move. The knock came again, this time more insistent. I felt my chest tighten as I stared out the window, hoping I was imagining things. But there was no mistaking it now. Someone or something was outside the truck. I couldn't take it anymore. I started the engine, throwing it into reverse, and backed up quickly, slamming my foot on the gas. The tires squealed on the wet dirt, and I drove fast, not looking back. I could feel my heart pounding, my hands slick with sweat, my mind racing with fear. I didn't stop until I was back at the main road, far away from the campground. As I drove, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed. But when I glanced in the rearview mirror, the road behind me was empty. I finally pulled over, parked the truck, and took a deep breath. It was over. The camp was behind me, and whatever had been out there was gone. I felt ridiculous for letting my imagination run wild, but the sense of unease still lingered. I didn't go back to that campground. I didn't even drive near it again. And to this day, I don't know what I saw out there that night. Maybe it was just my nerves, or maybe there was something else in those woods. I'll never know for sure. I had always loved camping. The smell of pine needles, the sound of the wind whispering through the trees, and the isolation that came with being far away from the hustle of daily life. I was in my mid-30s, an outdoors enthusiast with a taste for adventure. It was the summer of 2022 when I decided to go on a solo trip to the northern part of Wyoming, deep into the Shoshone National Forest. My plan was simple: pitch my tent, spend a couple of days alone in the wilderness, and clear my mind. The forest was remote, with only a few scattered hiking trails, some of which were barely more than faint markings in the dirt. There was a spot I had read about in an old hiking guidebook, a small clearing near a secluded stream, perfect for setting up camp. I had researched everything, weather, wildlife, even the history of the place. There were no reports of dangerous encounters in recent years, and I had the proper gear. It was the perfect spot to escape, or so I thought. I arrived around noon, the sun high and bright. The drive from my place had taken almost 6 hours, but I didn't mind. I pulled my truck off the gravel road, parked it in a small pullout, and gathered my gear. I could hear the faint rush of water from the stream nearby, but otherwise, the forest was silent, almost eerily so. The hike to the clearing took about an hour. The trail was narrow, winding through thick trees and dense brush. Every few steps, I could hear the occasional bird, but there was no one else around. It felt like I was the only person in the entire forest. The silence was both peaceful and a little unsettling. When I finally reached the clearing, it was just as described: lush, green, and serene. The stream cut through the middle, its crystal clear water running fast. There was a large flat rock by the water's edge, perfect for sitting and watching the current flow. I set up my tent a little ways back from the stream, laid out my gear, and made a small fire. The evening was cool, but not too cold. I ate a simple dinner of canned beans and some trail mix, then settled in to enjoy the solitude. As night fell, the forest seemed to come alive with sounds: rustling leaves, distant animal calls, and the occasional snap of a twig underfoot. I sat by the fire, staring into the flames, letting my mind wander. After a while, I got up to check the edges of my camp. The clearing was large enough that the shadows from the trees stretched far into the darkness, making it hard to see more than a few feet beyond the firelight. That's when I noticed it. At the far side of the clearing, near the base of a large oak tree, something caught my eye. It looked like a shape out of place, lying on the ground. At first, I thought it might be an animal, maybe a deer or a bear, though it didn't seem to move. I wasn't exactly scared, but I was cautious. The wilderness could be unpredictable, and if there was a dead animal nearby, it was best to avoid it. I grabbed my flashlight and cautiously made my way toward it, trying to stay as quiet as possible. The light from my flashlight bounced across the ground, revealing more details with each step. The closer I got, the more my stomach twisted in unease. This was no animal. This was a body, human. I froze for a moment, my breath catching in my throat. It wasn't just the sight of the body that unnerved me. It was the way it was sprawled out. The person's legs were bent at an awkward angle, their arms outstretched, face turned toward the dirt. I couldn't see any signs of life. No movement, no sound. I knew right away that they were dead. I took another step closer, trying not to panic. The body looked like it had been there for a while. The skin was pale, almost grayish in places, and there was an unnatural stiffness to the way the body lay. The clothes were tattered, ripped at the edges. They didn't belong to anyone I recognized, but there was something strangely familiar about them, something that made my stomach churn. I turned my head, scanning the surrounding area. There was no sign of a struggle, no blood on the ground, but the body was in such a remote location, far from any known trails or campsites. It didn't make sense. I took a deep breath and immediately turned back to my camp. The sensible thing to do was call the authorities. I reached for my phone, but of course, there was no service out here. The reception in the forest was practically non-existent, and I had purposely left my satellite phone at home to avoid distractions. I paced around my camp for a moment, trying to calm myself down. The fire crackled softly in the background. The only sound was the gentle rustling of leaves. But my thoughts were a storm of confusion and fear. Why was there a body here? How had it gotten here? And who was it? I knew I couldn't stay. I had no idea what had happened to the person, but the longer I stayed, the more questions piled up in my mind. I needed help. I needed to get out of the forest, back to the road where I could get service and call for authorities. I packed up my things quickly, keeping an eye on the spot where the body lay. The silence in the forest felt heavier now, almost suffocating. My heart raced as I grabbed my gear and slung it over my shoulder. I had no idea how long the body had been there, but I didn't want to wait around and find out. I needed to get to safety. The hike back to the truck felt like it took hours. The path, which had seemed so familiar and easy just hours before, now felt treacherous. Every rustling noise made me jump. Every shadow in the corner of my eye seemed like it was watching me. I kept thinking about the body, about how I had stumbled upon something so awful, so real. My mind raced with all the scenarios. What if someone had placed the body there? What if the person wasn't dead and was just waiting for someone to come along? By the time I reached my truck, I was exhausted and terrified. I didn't look back at the forest as I threw my gear into the back of my truck and slammed the door. The engine roared to life, and I drove off, the headlights cutting through the darkness. But no matter how fast I drove, I couldn't shake the image of the body, the strange sense of unease that had taken over me. When I finally reached the nearest town, I went straight to the sheriff's office. The deputy on duty listened to my story, and after a few questions, he gave me a grim look. "Yeah, that area's been on our radar for a while," he said, taking notes. "There's been some strange stuff going on out there. We've had a few missing persons reports in the last couple of months, but nothing concrete. No one's been found yet." He said they would send a team out to investigate, but by then, I was already shaking. I knew what I had seen, and I knew something wasn't right. They never found the body. At least that's what they told me. A search team went out, but by the time they reached the spot where I had camped, there was nothing. No body, no evidence. Just an empty clearing. I can't help but wonder if I imagined it, or if something far darker was at play. But every time I think back to that night, the memory is so vivid. The body, the strange feeling that I wasn't alone. Maybe I'll never know the truth. Maybe it's better that way. But one thing's for sure, I've never gone camping in that part of the forest again. It was late spring, around the middle of May, when I decided to head out on my own for a solo camping trip. I was 28 years old at the time, and I had been on a few short camping excursions before, but this time I was aiming for something a bit more remote. I didn't want to be anywhere near crowded campgrounds. I wanted peace, solitude, and a connection with nature, or at least that's what I thought I wanted. I had heard about a small, off-the-beaten-path spot near a forest reserve, about 3 hours away from the nearest town. The location was so quiet you could only reach it by following old logging roads, the kind not many people bothered to drive on. After some research, I packed my gear, stocked up on food, and made the journey. By the time I arrived, the sun had already started to dip below the horizon, casting a warm orange glow across the landscape. The trees around me were dense, their trunks thick and gnarled, making the forest feel ancient, almost as if it had been undisturbed for centuries. The campsite I had chosen was near a small creek that ran through the woods, its water barely a whisper as it flowed over smooth rocks. I set up my tent with no issues. It was a small two-person tent, just big enough for me and my gear. I built a small fire pit, gathering the dry wood from around the area, and lit it. The warmth of the fire was comforting as the temperature began to drop, and the quiet hum of the woods settled around me. As night fell, the forest became more alive, but not in a way that was comforting. The crickets and frogs were replaced by the distant calls of owls and the rustle of unseen creatures in the brush. I sat by the fire, eating a simple meal of trail mix and beef jerky, enjoying the feeling of being away from everything. But the longer I sat there, the more uneasy I began to feel. It wasn't a rational fear. It was more like an instinctual nagging at the back of my mind, urging me to stay alert. I convinced myself it was just the unfamiliar surroundings. The forest was thick, and the sounds were different from the ones I was used to when camping closer to populated areas. Still, something felt off. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, though I hadn't seen a soul since I arrived. As the fire started to die down, I decided to turn in for the night. I crawled into my tent, zipped it up, and laid there, staring up at the ceiling of the tent, the faint sound of the creek lulling me into a sense of false security. The darkness outside seemed deeper than usual, the trees beyond my tent like looming shadows. I must have drifted off to sleep because the next thing I knew, I was awake, bolt upright, the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. It was dead silent. The usual sounds of the forest were completely absent. Even the creek, which had been a constant murmur, had stopped. I listened for a few seconds, my heart beginning to race. Something wasn't right. I reached for my flashlight and flicked it on, the beam cutting through the darkness inside the tent. There was nothing there. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. It felt like the whole forest had gone still, like even the animals were holding their breath. I decided to get out of the tent and check around the campsite. Maybe I had just imagined it. I quietly unzipped the door and stepped outside, the cold night air hitting me like a wall. The fire had burned down to embers, and the only light now was from the faint glow of the stars above. I stood still for a moment, scanning the area. The trees loomed large around me, their branches swaying slightly in the breeze. Suddenly, I heard it, a faint rustling from the brush near the creek, followed by what sounded like footsteps. Not animal footsteps, but heavy, deliberate steps. Someone was out there. I froze, my pulse hammering in my chest. I told myself it was probably some other camper, someone who had strayed off the beaten path. But then the footsteps stopped. Not just stopped, but seemed to fade away, as if the person had intentionally moved out of the area. I strained my ears, trying to pick up any sound. Nothing. For a long while, the forest was still. I stood there, staring into the darkness, until my legs began to cramp from the cold. Reluctantly, I went back to my tent, though every step felt heavy. I zipped the door shut, hoping I was just being paranoid. But sleep didn't come easily after that. I lay wide awake, listening to every tiny noise, every creak and crack in the woods. It felt like the darkness outside was pressing in on me, and I couldn't shake the image of those footsteps moving away. It was like someone had been deliberately avoiding being seen, but still they were there. At some point in the night, I must have finally fallen asleep. The next thing I knew, the sun was creeping in through the edges of the tent. I awoke with a start, my mind foggy from lack of rest. The camp was quiet, the usual morning birds chirping in the distance. For a moment, I tried to convince myself it had all been a bad dream, but deep down, I knew it hadn't been. I packed up my things, deciding to leave early. I couldn't shake the feeling that staying another night was a mistake. But as I was loading my gear into my truck, I noticed something strange. The trees around my campsite were scarred. Deep scratches ran up the trunks, as though something had scraped them with massive claws. I hadn't noticed them the night before. I froze, a chill running through me. There was no way those marks were from a bear or any other animal I knew of. The grooves were too deep, too deliberate. I quickly finished packing and got into my truck, starting the engine and pulling away from the campsite. As I drove down the winding road back to the main highway, I couldn't help but glance in the rearview mirror. The road behind me stretched out in the shadow of the forest, but all I could think about was that feeling, the one that hadn't left me the entire time I was there. The feeling of being watched, of being hunted. It wasn't until I made it back to the nearest town and was grabbing some lunch at a small diner that I overheard something that made my blood run cold. Two older men were sitting at a booth nearby, talking in low voices. Heard there was someone out there again. The woods are getting strange, like something's been moving in. I didn't catch the rest of the conversation, but I didn't need to. I already knew. Whatever had been in those woods that night was no accidental wanderer. It had been waiting, watching, and following me, and I had barely escaped with my life. It was late July 2015. My wife and I had decided to take our 2 kids, Emma, age 9, and Sam, age 7, on a camping trip to the White Mountains in New Hampshire. We'd been camping before, but this was our first time in this area. We had picked a spot along a river at a popular campground nestled deep in the woods, surrounded by towering pines and rocky terrain. The river was close enough to hear its rushing waters, a sound I found both calming and foreboding as night began to fall. The campground was lively when we arrived, bustling with families and groups of teenagers. A ranger met us at check-in and gave us a rundown of the rules, which included a strong warning to hang our food in a bear bag or use the communal bear-proof lockers provided at the campground. "Bears have been active this season," the ranger had said, his tone serious. "Don't leave food or anything with a strong scent in your tent. Trust me, they'll find it." We'd brought a rope and had read up on how to properly sling our food bag between 2 trees. After setting up our tent, a roomy 6-person dome that just fit the 4 of us and our gear, I found 2 sturdy trees about 15 feet apart near our site. Following the ranger's advice, I tied the rope between them, slung our food pack over the line, and pulled it up until it was about 12 feet off the ground. It swayed slightly in the cool evening breeze but looked secure. The kids were excited, darting around our campsite while my wife and I finished setting things up. By the time darkness crept in, we were tired but satisfied with our work. The river's murmuring flow blended with the distant laughter of other campers. The fire crackled warmly as we roasted marshmallows and told silly stories. When the fire burned low, we all climbed into the tent, snuggling into our sleeping bags. The kids fell asleep quickly, their breathing soft and even. My wife and I stayed up for a little while, talking in hushed tones about how nice it was to get away from the chaos of everyday life. Eventually, the soothing rhythm of the river and the hum of the forest pulled us into sleep. I don't know what time it was when I woke up. The air inside the tent was cool, and the night was silent except for the river and the faint sound of wind brushing through the trees. Something had stirred me, though I couldn't pinpoint what. For a moment, I lay there, listening intently. Then I heard it. A thud, followed by a heavy thump-thump on the ground outside the tent. It sounded like someone jumping. My heart jolted, and I nudged my wife awake. "Do you hear that?" I whispered. She blinked groggily and tilted her head, listening. The sound came again, loud, deliberate. Someone or something was definitely jumping outside our tent. I reached for the flashlight, its cold metal body steadying my nerves. Slowly, I unzipped the tent's door, just enough to peek out. The beam of the flashlight cut through the dark, and there it was, a bear, a big one, standing beneath our food bag. Its dark fur gleamed in the light as it jumped, powerful hind legs propelling it upward, paws swiping at the pack swaying just out of reach. The bear landed with a solid thud, shook itself, and jumped again. I stared, adrenaline coursing through me. The bear was maybe 20 feet away, focused entirely on our pack. My wife joined me, her breath catching as she saw it. Neither of us said a word. We just watched as the bear kept at it, determined but unsuccessful. It was oddly mesmerizing. The bear would crouch low, spring up, and miss by inches. It seemed to be testing the limits of its reach, studying the pack as if trying to figure out how to get it down. Its grunts and heavy breaths carried through the night. After a while, though, the novelty wore off. It was clear the bear wasn't going to get the pack, and it showed no interest in our tent. My wife and I exchanged a look and, without speaking, zipped the tent back up. We lay there listening to the bear for a while longer before sleep eventually reclaimed us. The morning sunlight filtered through the tent, waking us naturally. The kids were still asleep, sprawled out in their sleeping bags. My wife and I crawled out quietly, breathing in the crisp mountain air. The campsite was peaceful, the chaos of the night before seeming like a distant memory. But as we made our way toward the food bag to retrieve breakfast, we noticed something strange. Several other trees around the campground were littered with bits of rope, and a few packs lay torn and scattered on the ground. The bear had been busy after we'd gone back to sleep. It hadn't gotten our pack, but it seemed to have helped itself to the belongings of some of our neighbors. Around us, people were waking up to the aftermath. A group of teenagers was frantically searching the area, shouting about missing backpacks. Their gear had been shredded and dragged off, presumably into the woods. "Serves them right," my wife muttered under her breath. "Probably didn't hang their bags high enough." We retrieved our food, untouched and secure, and began making breakfast. As the smell of coffee and oatmeal filled the air, I watched the teenagers combing the area, their frustration palpable. One of them muttered something about next time using the lockers. It was a lesson they'd learned the hard way. For the rest of the trip, we heard bits and pieces about the bear. Some campers packed up and left early, unwilling to stay another night after losing their supplies. Others doubled down on their precautions, carefully inspecting their bear bags and tying them higher. As for us, we finished our trip without further incident, but the memory of that jumping bear stayed with me. It was a reminder that nature is both beautiful and unpredictable, and that when camping in bear country, it's always better to be over-prepared than to underestimate the wildlife. When we got home, Emma couldn't stop telling her friends about how we'd outsmarted a bear. Sam, on the other hand, had taken to sleeping with a flashlight by his bed. I suppose we all took something different away from that trip, but one thing was certain: we'd never forget it. It was late summer 2018, and I had decided to hammock camp for the first time during a solo trip. I'd been craving a break from the chaos of work and life and thought a weekend of solitude in nature would be the perfect remedy. I chose a remote camping area in northern Wyoming, out by the Bighorn National Forest, because of its rugged beauty and isolation. I'd read about how breathtaking it was, how the stars seemed close enough to touch, and how the silence could bring clarity to a cluttered mind. But there's a thin line between peaceful solitude and unnerving isolation, and I learned that line is a lot thinner when you're alone in a hammock in the middle of nowhere. The drive to the forest was uneventful, though I'd noticed a strange vibe when I stopped at a small gas station on the way. The man at the counter, an older guy with sun-leathered skin and a permanent scowl, didn't say a word when I paid for my gas. He just stared at me like I'd wandered into the wrong part of the world. Outside, a group of locals leaned against the side of a rusty pickup truck, smoking and watching me as I filled up. Their bug-eyed stares made my skin crawl, but I told myself I was overthinking it. Not everyone had to be friendly. I got back into my car and drove on, shaking off the unease. I arrived at the trailhead around mid-afternoon. The campground was mostly empty, just a couple of old trailers parked in the far lot, and a lone tent set up down by the river. The air smelled like pine and damp earth, and the only sounds were the wind in the trees and the distant rush of water. It was exactly what I'd wanted. Quiet, secluded, and beautiful. I hiked about a mile from the main lot to find a spot that felt private but not too far off the beaten path. I found 2 sturdy trees near a clearing and set up my hammock between them. It took some trial and error to get the straps at the right height, but eventually it looked secure. I laid my sleeping bag inside, unpacked a few essentials, and set up a small camp stove to make dinner. By the time the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the forest, I was feeling more at ease. As night fell, the temperature dropped quickly. I crawled into my hammock, zipping myself into the sleeping bag and pulling the mosquito net over me. It was cozy in a strange way, like being in a cocoon. The gentle sway of the hammock and the rhythm of the wind in the trees began to lull me to sleep. I don't know what woke me. It might have been the sound of an engine in the distance, or maybe just the shift in the air. I opened my eyes, disoriented, and lay still, listening. The forest was dark, the kind of dark that makes you feel like you're underwater. The only light came from the faint glow of the stars above, barely visible through the tree canopy. Then I heard it, a low, rumbling noise, growing louder. It sounded like a motorcycle or an ATV, and it was coming closer. My heart started pounding as I lay there, frozen. The sound cut off abruptly, and silence rushed back in. A moment later, I heard the crunch of boots on dry leaves. Someone was walking into my camp. I stopped breathing. My body went rigid, my fingers gripping the edges of the hammock. The footsteps were heavy and deliberate, each one louder than the last. Whoever it was, they weren't trying to be quiet. I couldn't see them, but I could feel them. The presence was undeniable, and it was close. Too close. The footsteps stopped about 6 feet from where I lay. I stared straight ahead, my heart thundering in my chest. My hammock, my little cocoon of safety, suddenly felt like a trap. I was suspended in midair, helpless, with no way to defend myself. The mosquito net cast a faint shadow over the figure standing there, a dark silhouette against the faint starlight. I couldn't tell if it was a man or something else. My mind raced, replaying every horror story I'd ever heard. Was this a park ranger, a lost hiker, or something worse? The stillness stretched on, the kind of silence that feels alive. I wanted to move, to say something, but fear kept me paralyzed. Minutes passed, though it felt like hours. The figure didn't move. It just stood there, watching. I couldn't hear breathing, but I could feel its attention, sharp and unnerving. My mind jumped to dark possibilities. Kidnappers, serial killers, mountain men looking for a new wife. The stories of Carrie Swenson, the Olympic biathlete abducted in Montana years ago, flashed through my mind. I was alone, vulnerable, and utterly unprepared. Finally, the figure turned and walked away, its footsteps receding into the night. The sound of the engine fired up again, closer this time, and roared off into the distance. I lay there, trembling, trying to make sense of what had just happened. When dawn broke, I was still awake, though I'd spent most of the night in a state of hyper-alert exhaustion. The morning light filtered through the trees, making the world feel a little less menacing. I climbed out of my hammock, my legs stiff and shaky, and inspected the campsite. Nothing looked disturbed, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been off. I packed up my gear as quickly as I could, eager to leave the forest behind. The hike back to the lot felt longer than it should have, every sound in the woods making my heart race. When I reached the trailhead, I half expected to see someone waiting for me, but the lot was empty except for my car and the 2 trailers from the day before. As I drove out of the forest, relief began to wash over me, but it was tinged with lingering unease. Wyoming's wild beauty had always drawn me in, but now it felt tainted. The locals I'd encountered, the strange man in my camp, the unsettling vibe. It all added up to a place that felt more hostile than welcoming. I found myself vowing never to camp alone there again, at least not without better preparation. That experience stayed with me long after I got home. I told myself it was probably just a park ranger checking campsites, that I'd overreacted. But deep down, I wasn't so sure. Whoever or whatever had stood 6 feet away from me that night had felt wrong. Like they didn't belong there, like I didn't belong there. And maybe I didn't. I had worked under Sarah for about 2 years. She was one of those bosses who was strict but fair, always expecting the best but never asking for anything she wouldn't do herself. She wasn't the type to take vacations often, so when she invited me to join her and her mom on a camping trip in South America, I was surprised. I didn't know her mom well, but Sarah spoke about her often. A tough woman who had raised Sarah and her 2 siblings on her own. I figured a camping trip with them would be a great chance to bond and, honestly, score some brownie points with my boss. We decided to camp near a small, remote village in the mountains of northern Chile. Sarah had visited the area before and assured me it was stunning. Crystal clear rivers, thick forests, and a perfect view of the Andes. It sounded like an adventure, so I didn't hesitate to agree. We flew to Santiago and rented an old SUV to drive up to the mountains. The journey took hours, with winding roads cutting through jagged cliffs and dense greenery. Sarah drove while her mom, Linda, navigated. I sat in the back, trying to soak in the scenery and ignore the slight unease creeping up my spine. The farther we drove, the more isolated we became. By the time we reached the village closest to our campsite, the sun was setting. The village was tiny, just a cluster of homes with tin roofs and a single dusty road running through it. We stopped at a small store to grab some last-minute supplies. The shopkeeper, an older man with leathery skin and a serious expression, watched us closely as we loaded up on snacks and water. "You're camping nearby?" he asked Sarah, his tone flat but curious. "Yes, just a few miles up the trail," she replied casually. He didn't say anything else but gave a small nod. Something about his silence unsettled me, but I brushed it off. We drove another 20 minutes before reaching a dirt trail that led to the campsite. The SUV struggled over the uneven terrain, but we eventually arrived at a clearing surrounded by tall trees. It was beautiful and quiet, the kind of place that felt untouched by time. We set up our tents quickly as the last light of day faded. Linda lit a small campfire while Sarah and I unpacked our gear. By the time we were done, the stars were out, dotting the sky like tiny pinpricks of light. The silence was almost overwhelming, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves or the distant call of an animal. That night, we sat around the fire, eating canned food and sharing stories. Linda told us about her childhood, growing up in a remote part of Argentina, while Sarah and I laughed over office anecdotes. Felt good, relaxing even, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. I chalked it up to paranoia. After all, we were in the middle of nowhere. Of course, it felt strange. We turned in early, each retreating to our tents. I lay awake for a while, listening to the sounds of the forest. At first, it was peaceful, the chirping of crickets, the distant hoot of an owl. But then, just as I was drifting off, I heard something else, a faint snapping sound, like someone stepping on a twig. I froze, my heart pounding. Could have been an animal, I told myself. Probably a deer or some other harmless creature. But the sound came again, closer this time. I strained my ears, trying to make out any other noises. For a moment, there was nothing, just the wind rustling through the trees. Then, I heard it, a low, guttural noise, almost like a growl. I sat up, my breath caught in my throat. I fumbled for my flashlight, shining it through the thin fabric of the tent. The beam of light didn't reveal anything unusual, but the noise had stopped. I didn't sleep much that night. The next morning, I didn't mention what I heard. I didn't want to sound paranoid, and besides, it could have been anything. We spent the day exploring the area, hiking along narrow trails that wound through the forest. Sarah was in her element, pointing out different plants and landmarks, while Linda kept us entertained with her dry humor. By the time we returned to camp, the sun was setting again. We cooked a quick dinner and settled in for another quiet evening. That's when things started to go wrong. While we were sitting by the fire, Sarah suddenly stood up, staring into the darkness beyond the clearing. "Did you hear that?" she asked, her voice tense. Linda and I exchanged a glance. "Hear what?" I asked cautiously. "Footsteps," Sarah said. I strained my ears, but all I could hear was the crackling of the fire and the distant hum of the forest. "You're imagining things," Linda said with a dismissive wave. Sarah didn't reply. She grabbed her flashlight and shone it into the trees. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating nothing but branches and leaves. Still, the uneasy feeling from the night before returned, stronger this time. We decided to call it a night, each retreating to our tents earlier than usual. I lay awake again, listening. This time, the noises started almost immediately. Soft footsteps, moving slowly around the edge of the clearing. I held my breath, my heart racing. The steps were deliberate, almost cautious, as if whoever or whatever was out there didn't want to be noticed. I wanted to call out to Sarah or Linda, but fear kept me silent. Instead, I gripped the small knife I had brought with me, clutching it tightly as I waited for the sounds to stop. They didn't. The footsteps circled the camp for what felt like hours. Occasionally, they would stop only to start again a few minutes later. At one point, I thought I heard a faint whisper, but I couldn't make out the words. When the first light of dawn finally broke through the trees, the noises stopped. I emerged from my tent, bleary-eyed and on edge. Sarah and Linda were already up, both looking as tired as I felt. "Did you hear it?" Sarah asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. Linda didn't say anything, but her expression was grim. We decided to cut the trip short. As much as we tried to rationalize what had happened, none of us wanted to spend another night out there. We packed up quickly and started the long hike back to the SUV. The forest felt different that morning, heavier, almost oppressive. Every sound made me jump, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being followed. When we finally reached the SUV, I felt a wave of relief. We loaded up our gear and started the drive back to the village. But the relief didn't last long. About halfway down the trail, Sarah slammed on the brakes. In the middle of the road, blocking our path, was a pile of rocks. They weren't there before. We sat in stunned silence, staring at the makeshift barricade. "Who would do this?" Linda asked, her voice trembling. No one answered. Sarah put the SUV in reverse, trying to maneuver around the rocks, but the trail was too narrow. We had no choice but to get out and move them ourselves. As we worked, I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone watching us. But the forest was still almost unnaturally so. We finally cleared the path and got back in the SUV, driving as fast as the rough road would allow. When we reached the village, we didn't stop. We drove straight through, heading for the nearest town with a decent-sized hotel. That night, as I lay in a real bed for the first time in days, I couldn't stop thinking about the trip. Who or what had been out there with us? I didn't sleep much that night either. We never talked about it after that. Sarah and Linda seemed eager to forget the whole ordeal, and honestly, I couldn't blame them. But sometimes, late at night, I think back to those footsteps circling our camp, the pile of rocks blocking our way, and the oppressive silence of the forest. I still don't know what really happened out there, and maybe it's better that way. Some things are better left unanswered. It was late June 2017, and my brother-in-law, Mike, and I had decided to go camping in northern Minnesota, deep in the Boundary Waters. It was a tradition we had started a few years back, a way to escape the rush of everyday life and reconnect with nature. The area was known for its dense forests, pristine lakes, and abundant wildlife. I'd always thought the isolation was part of the charm, but after that trip, I realized it could also be a source of danger. We'd hiked for miles to find a secluded spot along the edge of a small, crystal-clear lake. The area was perfect, quiet, remote, and surrounded by towering pines. The only sounds were the chirping of birds, the occasional splash of fish, and the rustle of leaves in the breeze. It was everything we'd hoped for. We set up our tents near the tree line, not too far from the water, and spent the day fishing and exploring the area. As evening fell, we cooked a simple dinner over the campfire, swapping stories and jokes as the sky turned a brilliant shade of orange. By the time the stars appeared, we were both ready to call it a night. I crawled into my tent, zipped myself into my sleeping bag, and quickly drifted off to sleep, lulled by the distant calls of loons echoing across the lake. I woke abruptly in the middle of the night to a loud crashing sound. My first thought was that a tree had fallen nearby, but as I sat up and listened, I realized the noise was coming from Mike's direction. It sounded like something large was stomping through the campsite. My heart began to race as I unzipped my tent and peeked outside. The moon cast a pale light over the campsite, and at first, I didn't see anything. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I noticed movement near Mike's tent. A massive shadow loomed over it, an animal impossibly large. My breath caught in my throat as I realized what it was. A moose. I'd heard stories about moose, how they could be aggressive and unpredictable, especially during mating season. But nothing prepared me for seeing one up close. It towered over the tent, its long legs and huge antlers making it look almost otherworldly. Algae hung from its antlers like tattered streamers, and its breath came out in heavy puffs, visible in the cool night air. Without warning, the moose stepped forward, one of its massive legs catching the edge of Mike's tent. The fabric crumpled under its weight, and the whole thing collapsed in an instant. There was a muffled yell from inside as Mike was knocked to the ground. The moose didn't seem to notice or care. It continued walking, heading toward the lake. I scrambled out of my tent, my heart pounding. Mike was struggling to free himself from the tangle of fabric and poles. When he finally emerged, he was clutching his side and wincing in pain. His face was pale, and I could see the faint outline of a bruise already forming on his ribs. "Are you okay?" I asked, though my voice was barely above a whisper, as if speaking too loudly might draw the moose's attention back to us. Mike didn't answer right away. He just stood there, staring at the moose as it waded into the lake. The animal's sheer size was staggering. Its back was taller than Mike, who stood over 6 feet, and its antlers spanned wide enough to brush against the low-hanging branches on either side of the path. The water barely reached its knees as it splashed around, its deep bellows echoing across the lake. The sound was unlike anything I'd ever heard. Part roar, part groan, and entirely unsettling. Mike finally exhaled and lowered himself onto a log, still holding his side. "I think it bruised my ribs," he said, his voice tight with pain. I inspected the damage as best I could in the dim light. The bruise was nasty, a dark, angry purple that stretched across his side. It was clear the moose's hoof had come dangerously close to causing much worse damage. Just a few inches higher, and it could have crushed his chest. A few inches lower, and his arm might have been snapped like a twig. We sat there in silence, watching the moose as it splashed in the lake. It moved slowly, its massive antlers dripping with algae as it dipped its head into the water. Despite the fear and adrenaline still coursing through me, I couldn't help but feel a strange sense of awe. The moose was majestic in a way that only something so wild and untamed could be. But that didn't make it any less terrifying. After what felt like an eternity, the moose began to move again. It waded out of the lake, water streaming off its legs, and disappeared into the trees on the far side of the campsite. The sound of its heavy footsteps gradually faded into the distance, leaving us alone once more. The rest of the night was tense. Mike insisted he was okay, but I could tell he was in pain. His tent was destroyed, so we rigged up a makeshift shelter using a tarp and some rope. Neither of us slept much. Every rustle of leaves or snap of a twig made us jump, our nerves frayed by the encounter. By morning, the bruise on Mike's side had darkened further, and he moved gingerly as we packed up camp. We decided to cut the trip short and head back to the trailhead. The hike out was slow and arduous, with Mike stopping frequently to catch his breath. When we finally reached the car, the relief was palpable. The Boundary Waters, once a place of beauty and tranquility, now felt dangerous and unpredictable. As we drove away, Mike leaned back in his seat, wincing as the motion jostled his ribs. "I'll stick to cabins next time," he muttered, more to himself than to me. Couldn't blame him. The wilderness had shown us just how fragile we were in the face of its power, and it was a lesson neither of us would soon forget. Looking back, I'm grateful the encounter wasn't worse. Mike's injuries, though painful, were relatively minor considering what could have happened. But that trip changed the way I think about camping. The wilderness is beautiful, yes, but it's also unpredictable and, at times, dangerous. You can plan for a lot of things, but there's no preparing for a 1,000-pound moose deciding to walk through your tent in the middle of the night. Now, whenever I camp, I find myself looking over my shoulder more often, scanning the treeline for movement. The Boundary Waters are still one of the most stunning places I've ever visited, but that night, they reminded me that nature doesn't care about your plans or your safety. I'll never forget the camping trip I took with my ex-wife, Lisa. It was late September, years after our divorce. We were in our mid-30s, trying to make peace for the sake of our kids. They weren't with us this time, though. This trip was just the two of us. A strange idea she proposed to reconnect as friends. I agreed because I thought it might help us bury the bitterness that had festered for years. We chose a spot in the remote part of Oregon, a state neither of us had explored much. The campsite was near a dense forest at the base of a mountain range. It wasn't a marked campground, just an area I found on a hiking forum that promised isolation and natural beauty. The drive to the site was uneventful. Lisa and I had our awkward silences, but we managed to chat a bit about work and the kids. By the time we arrived, the sun was already sinking behind the tree line. I parked the car in a clearing near a trailhead, and we began unloading our gear. The air was crisp, carrying that earthy, damp smell of the woods. It felt peaceful, though I couldn't shake the tension between us. The trail to the campsite was about a mile long. We followed it in silence, Lisa leading the way with her flashlight while I carried the heavier gear. The trail narrowed as we went deeper, and I noticed how quiet the forest was. No birds, no rustling leaves, nothing. It was unsettling, but I didn't mention it. I didn't want to come across as paranoid. We reached a small clearing by a stream just as the last light faded. It was a perfect spot, flat ground, access to water, and surrounded by towering pine trees. We set up the tent quickly and started a small fire. Lisa sat by the flames while I gathered more wood, the shadows from the firelight dancing on the trees. Dinner was simple, canned soup and some bread. We didn't talk much, but the silence didn't feel as heavy anymore. The fire crackled, and the stars came out, brighter than I'd seen in years. For a moment, I thought the trip might actually be a good idea. But then, things started feeling off. It began when I heard the first sound. It was faint, almost like a whisper carried on the wind. I glanced at Lisa, but she didn't seem to notice. I brushed it off as my imagination and focused on the fire. Then it happened again. A soft, distant sound that I couldn't place. It wasn't an animal or the wind. It sounded deliberate. I tried to ignore it, but my nerves were on edge. I told myself it was the isolation getting to me. Lisa must have noticed my unease because she asked if I was okay. I nodded, not wanting to seem paranoid. After finishing dinner, we doused the fire and climbed into the tent. It was a two-person tent, small and cramped. We settled in our sleeping bags, the awkwardness of sharing such close quarters palpable. I lay there staring at the tent ceiling, listening to the silence outside. And then the sound came again, louder this time. It was a crunch, like someone stepping on dry leaves. My heart raced as I strained to listen. Another crunch, closer now. I turned to Lisa, but she was already looking at me, her eyes wide. She had heard it too. We didn't say anything, just lay there, listening. The crunching stopped, replaced by a low, dragging sound. It was coming from the direction of the stream, moving slowly toward us. I reached for the flashlight and flicked it on. The beam illuminated the tent walls, but nothing outside. I felt trapped, vulnerable. Whatever it was close. The dragging sound stopped abruptly, then silence. I stayed awake for hours, clutching the flashlight, listening for any hint of movement. Lisa eventually fell asleep, but I couldn't. My mind raced with possibilities, an animal, maybe a person. But who would be out here this late, in such a remote place? The next morning, we found tracks near the stream. They weren't animal tracks. They looked like boot prints, but the pattern was strange, uneven. Whoever or whatever made them had an irregular gait. I tried to play it down, telling Lisa it was probably an old trail someone had used recently. She didn't seem convinced, but we decided to stay for one more night. We spent the day hiking and gathering firewood, trying to keep busy and shake off the unease. The forest was beautiful during the day, the sunlight filtering through the trees, but I couldn't fully enjoy it. The tracks stayed in the back of my mind, a nagging reminder that we weren't as alone as we thought. That night, we built the fire bigger and stayed up later, talking about anything to keep the silence at bay. I kept my knife close, a small comfort against the growing dread. As the hours passed, the forest seemed to close in around us. The trees looked taller, the shadows darker. Then, around midnight, we heard it again. The crunching. This time, it was unmistakable. Came from the direction of the trail, deliberate and steady. Lisa froze, her eyes locked on mine. I grabbed the flashlight and shone it toward the sound, but the beam only reached so far. The crunching stopped just beyond the light. We sat there for what felt like hours, listening. Then, a new sound, a low guttural groan, sent a chill down my spine. It wasn't an animal. It wasn't human either. It was something in between. The groan came again, closer this time. I felt the hairs on my neck stand up. Lisa grabbed my arm, her grip tight. We had to leave. I grabbed the essentials, flashlights, the knife, and the car keys, and we started down the trail, the fire still burning behind us. The trail was darker than I remembered, the trees pressing in from all sides. Every step felt like a struggle, the weight of the darkness bearing down on us. I kept the flashlight pointed ahead, scanning for any sign of movement. Then, the groan came again, closer than ever. I turned, shining the light into the trees. For a split second, I saw something, a figure hunched and misshapen, just beyond the beam. It moved, and the light caught a glint of something metallic. My stomach dropped. It wasn't a creature. It was a person carrying a tool or weapon. We ran. Lisa was ahead of me, her flashlight bouncing wildly as she sprinted. My heart pounded, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I didn't look back, couldn't. The groan followed us, a low, menacing sound that seemed to vibrate in my chest. When we finally reached the car, I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking. Lisa yanked the door open and climbed in as I started the engine. The headlights illuminated the trailhead, but there was nothing there. No figure, no movement, just the empty forest. We didn't stop driving until we were miles away, back on the highway. Neither of us spoke, the silence filled with unspoken fear. Whatever was out there, it wasn't something we could explain or rationalize. It was just wrong. I never went camping again after that. Lisa and I never talked about it, and our relationship remained distant. But sometimes, late at night, I think about those tracks by the stream, the groan in the darkness, and the glint of metal in the trees. And I wonder if it's still out there, waiting for its next visitors. I was 28 when I decided to go camping alone for the first time. It was late October of 2016, and the leaves were in full display of reds, yellows, and oranges. I had been working non-stop in a cramped office for months and needed some time away from everything. People, screens, and the never-ending noise of the city. My plan was simple: pack up my gear, drive out to a remote spot in the forest, and spend a quiet weekend under the stars. The spot I chose wasn't a marked campsite. It was deep in the woods of northern Pennsylvania, a place I'd scouted during a hiking trip earlier that summer. The area was secluded but accessible enough with a bit of hiking. I wanted isolation, and this seemed perfect. I parked my car at the edge of a gravel road, loaded my backpack, and started the hike. It was a good 3 miles to the spot I'd picked, far enough to keep me away from any casual visitors, but not so remote that I'd get completely lost. The air was crisp, and the sound of crunching leaves beneath my boots was oddly calming. By the time I reached the clearing, it was late afternoon. The sun hung low, casting long shadows across the forest floor. The spot was even better than I remembered, tucked between tall pines and bordered by a narrow creek that glistened in the fading sunlight. I set up my tent near the water, unpacked my sleeping bag, and gathered enough firewood to last through the night. Everything felt peaceful. As night fell, I lit a small fire and sat by it, listening to the sounds of the forest. The occasional rustle of leaves and distant hoots of an owl were comforting reminders that I was far from the chaos of my daily life. I cooked a simple meal on my portable stove, leaned back, and stared at the stars. Around 10 p.m., I crawled into my tent and zipped it shut. The air was cold, but my sleeping bag was warm. I drifted off quickly, lulled by the gentle flow of the creek nearby. I woke up abruptly a few hours later. At first, I wasn't sure why. Everything was dark, and the forest was silent except for the faint gurgle of the creek. I lay still, my heart pounding, straining to hear anything unusual. After a minute or two, I heard it, a faint crunching sound, like footsteps on dry leaves. I told myself it was probably an animal. Deer, raccoons, maybe even a fox. I had read about wildlife in the area, and nothing dangerous was known to roam these woods. Still, the sound unnerved me. It was steady, deliberate, and far too rhythmic for an animal. I stayed awake for what felt like hours listening. The footsteps eventually faded away, and exhaustion took over. The next morning, I convinced myself that I had overreacted. I'd read that the woods could play tricks on your mind at night. Sunlight filtered through the trees as I cooked breakfast, and the world seemed normal again. I spent the day exploring the area, hiking along the creek and gathering more firewood. I found some old tire tracks near a narrow trail about half a mile from my camp. They looked faded, like they'd been there for years, and I didn't think much of it. As evening approached, I returned to my camp, ate dinner, and lit the fire again. The night was colder than the previous one, and I wrapped myself in a blanket as I watched the flames dance. The stars were bright, but the forest felt darker, heavier. I went to bed earlier that night, hoping for an uninterrupted sleep, but around midnight, I woke up again. This time, the sound was closer. Crunching leaves, the snap of a twig. It was the same deliberate pattern as the night before. I held my breath, trying to stay as quiet as possible. The sound moved around the perimeter of my camp, pausing every few steps. Whoever or whatever it was seemed to be circling me. My mind raced. Could it be another camper? A hunter? But why would they be out here in the middle of the night, sneaking around? I stayed frozen in my sleeping bag, clutching the knife I'd brought for safety. The footsteps eventually stopped, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The next morning, I found something that made my stomach drop. Near the edge of my camp, the ground was disturbed. Leaves had been pushed aside, revealing patches of bare dirt. There were footprints, Not animal tracks, these were unmistakably human. I packed up my gear quickly, deciding to cut the trip short. But as I was packing, I noticed something else. A tree about 10 feet from my tent had been marked. 3 deep slashes ran down the bark, too clean to be from an animal. I started the hike back to my car, moving as fast as I could without breaking into a full sprint. The woods, which had felt so serene when I arrived, now felt oppressive. Every sound, every rustle of leaves, every snap of a branch made me flinch. About a mile from where I'd parked, I saw something that stopped me in my tracks. Tied to a tree along the path was a piece of cloth. It was bright red and looked freshly torn, fluttering slightly in the breeze. I hadn't noticed it on my way in. I didn't stop to inspect it. My instincts screamed at me to keep moving, and I obeyed. When I finally reached my car, I felt a wave of relief. But as I unlocked the door, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. There was mud on the driver's side door handle, smeared in long streaks. I didn't stick around to figure out how it got there. I jumped into the car, locked the doors, and sped down the gravel road without looking back. Even now, years later, I can't explain what happened during that trip. I've told myself it was probably just some other camper messing around, maybe even a hunter who didn't realize how close they were to my camp. But deep down, I know it wasn't that simple. I haven't been camping alone since. It was the summer of 2016, and I was 28 at the time. I had taken some time off work to decompress and decided a solo camping trip would be the best way to clear my head. I wasn't new to camping. I'd been going out into the woods since I was a teenager. This time, I picked a spot deep in the Adirondacks, near a remote lake called Silver Pine. It wasn't a designated campground, just an area I found on a map that seemed far enough from everything. That was the whole point. No people, no noise, just nature. I arrived late in the afternoon. The trail to the lake wasn't marked, and I had to rely on my GPS and some old-fashioned orienteering skills to find it. After about a 3-hour hike through dense forest, I finally reached the lake. It was breathtaking. The water was still and reflected the orange and pink hues of the setting sun. Pine trees lined the shore, their silhouettes sharp against the fading light. There wasn't a single sign of civilization, just me and the wild. I set up my tent about 20 feet from the water under a tall pine tree. The ground was soft with pine needles, and the air smelled like damp earth and resin. After setting up camp, I started a small fire using the wood I'd gathered along the way. I made some instant noodles and brewed a cup of coffee. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the temperature dropped, and the forest around me came alive with the sounds of crickets and distant frogs. It was perfect, or so I thought. Around 9 p.m., the moon was out, casting a faint glow over the lake. I was sitting by the fire, staring at the flames, when I heard it, a faint rustling coming from the woods behind me. I froze, listening intently. Could have been anything. A squirrel, a raccoon, maybe even a deer. The woods are full of life, and it's normal to hear animals moving around. But this sound was different. It wasn't the quick, sporadic movements of a small animal. It was deliberate, like someone or something was walking. I grabbed my flashlight and shone it toward the trees. The beam cut through the darkness, revealing nothing but tree trunks and undergrowth. The sound stopped. I stood there for a minute, scanning the forest, my heart pounding. Eventually, I convinced myself it was just my imagination or maybe a deer that got spooked by my light. I sat back down by the fire, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. By 11 p.m., I decided to call it a night. I doused the fire, zipped up my tent, and crawled into my sleeping bag. The forest was quieter now, save for the occasional hoot of an owl or the rustle of leaves in the wind. I closed my eyes and tried to sleep, but every little noise seemed amplified in the silence. My mind kept going back to that sound I'd heard earlier. At some point, I must have dozed off because I woke up suddenly to a sharp, snapping sound. It was close, too close. My first thought was that it was a branch breaking underfoot. I lay there, holding my breath, straining to hear. Then I heard it again. Deliberate, slow footsteps circling my tent. Panic set in. My first instinct was to grab my knife. I always carried one in my bag, along with a small can of bear spray. I reached for both, clutching them tightly as I lay there, listening. The footsteps stopped right outside the tent. I could hear heavy breathing, low and steady. It wasn't an animal. Couldn't be. My mind raced. Who would be out here in the middle of nowhere at this hour? I thought about unzipping the tent and confronting whoever or whatever it was, but fear paralyzed me. Instead, I stayed still, hoping whoever it was would leave. Minutes felt like hours. Finally, the breathing and footsteps moved away, disappearing into the woods. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I sat there in my sleeping bag, gripping my knife and bear spray, waiting for the first light of dawn. When the sun finally rose, I cautiously unzipped my tent and stepped outside. The forest looked the same as it had the day before. Calm, peaceful, and completely ordinary. But I knew better. I walked around the campsite, looking for any signs of what or who had been there. That's when I saw them. Footprints in the soft dirt around my tent. They were human, barefoot, and large. They circled my tent several times before leading back into the woods. My stomach turned. I packed up my gear as quickly as I could, constantly looking over my shoulder. The thought of someone watching me, possibly even following me, made my skin crawl. The hike back to my car felt like an eternity. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves made my heart race. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I didn't stop to rest, even when my legs started to ache. When I finally reached the parking lot, my car was the only one there, just as I'd left it. I threw my gear into the back seat, got in, and locked the doors. As I drove away, I kept checking my rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone emerge from the trees. I never went back to Silver Pine Lake. To this day, I don't know who or what was out there that night. Maybe it was just a hermit living off the grid. Maybe it was someone with darker intentions. All I know is that I've never felt that kind of fear before or since. The woods are beautiful, but they're also vast and untamed, and sometimes they remind you how small and vulnerable you really are. Back in the summer of 1996, I went camping with a group of friends at a remote spot in the Blue Ridge Mountains of North Carolina. I was 28 at the time, and we were all looking forward to a weekend of good food, hiking, and catching up away from the chaos of our everyday lives. This wasn't my first time camping in the area, but it was the first time we'd picked this specific spot. A secluded stretch of forest about a mile hike from the nearest road. The campsites were well-defined, but primitive, which was exactly what we wanted. It felt like you could be miles from anyone. I arrived late Friday afternoon. The sun was already starting to dip behind the trees, casting long shadows across the clearing. My friend Sarah and her husband, Mike, had arrived a few hours earlier and were setting up their tent when I got there. I remember walking into the site, all smiles, excited to see them and get the weekend started. But as soon as I stepped into the clearing, I felt it. Something wasn't right. Sarah shot me a wide-eyed look, the kind of look that instantly told me to stay alert. Mike was standing near the tents, stiff as a board, and not far from him was a stranger. He was tall and wiry, with long, greasy hair and a scraggly beard. His clothes were stained, and he looked like he hadn't seen a shower in weeks. He gave off this odd vibe, like he was trying too hard to seem friendly but just came across as unsettling. Sarah sidled up to me and whispered under her breath, He's been hanging around since we got here. Won't leave us alone." I nodded subtly, trying not to make it obvious I was clued in. Mike was handling the conversation, keeping things polite but distant. The guy introduced himself as Paul and said he was camping nearby. He'd apparently wandered over when he saw Sarah and Mike setting up. He claimed he was just looking for some company, but from the way Sarah kept glancing at him, I could tell he'd already overstayed his welcome. As the evening wore on, more of our group trickled in. There were 6 of us in total: me, Sarah and Mike, our friend James, and another couple, Ellie and Tom. By the time everyone arrived, it was nearly dark. We all pitched in to get dinner ready. A spread of grilled chicken, roasted veggies, and some fresh bread Ellie had baked. It was one of the things we always looked forward to on these trips. A meal that felt like a feast, even in the middle of nowhere. But Paul was still there, hovering at the edge of our campsite like a stray dog. At one point, he brought over his cooler and proudly showed us his dinner plans. A single steak floating in bloody water, along with a couple of beers. It was both gross and sad, and while I felt a pang of pity for the guy, I couldn't shake the unease he stirred in me. When we finally sat down to eat, Paul dragged over a muddy folding chair and plopped himself down like he was part of the group. His presence cast a weird shadow over the meal, and the conversation felt forced and stilted. After dinner, Mike finally took him aside and politely but firmly told him we'd come here to spend time as a group and needed our space. To my surprise, Paul seemed to take it well. He nodded, said he understood, and wandered back toward his campsite. For the first time that evening, we all felt like we could breathe again. We built up the fire, passed around a bottle of whiskey, and settled into the easy rhythm of laughter and storytelling. But the peace didn't last long. An hour or so later, as we were all sitting around the fire, Paul reappeared. This time, he didn't say anything as he stepped into the circle of firelight. He just stood there for a moment, watching us. Then he sat down, pulling his knees up to his chest. That's when we noticed the gun. It was massive. Later, James would say it looked like a desert eagle. Paul held it loosely in one hand, his finger resting dangerously on the trigger. My stomach turned to ice. No one said a word. We just stared at him, the fire crackling in the silence. After what felt like an eternity, Paul broke the tension. "Anyone want to check out my piece?" he asked casually, holding the gun up like it was a toy. James, ever the quick thinker, shook his head firmly. "No, thanks," he said, his voice calm but firm. Paul shrugged, almost disappointed, and stood up. "All right," he said. Then he turned and walked back into the woods, disappearing into the darkness like a ghost. We didn't speak for a long time after he left. The air felt thick, like it was pressing down on us. Finally, someone muttered, "What the hell was that?" The night dragged on. We tried to go back to laughing and chatting, but it was forced. Around midnight, we noticed a glow through the trees. It was Paul's campsite, and the fire he'd built was huge, flames leaping into the air like he'd poured gasoline on them. From where we were, we could see his silhouette moving erratically around the fire. At first, we thought he was dancing, but as we watched, it became clear he was stumbling, almost flailing. At one point, he tipped a gas can over the fire, sending a tower of flames into the sky. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. The flames died down, and Paul vanished from sight. None of us slept much that night. I lay in my tent, every little sound setting my heart racing. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves. It all felt like him, lurking just out of sight. By morning, Paul's campsite was empty. The fire was cold, and the only sign he'd ever been there was a melted plastic gas can lying in the ashes. We debated whether to pack up and leave, but in the end, we decided to stay. We'd come all this way, and no one wanted to let one weird guy ruin the trip. The rest of the weekend was tense. We stuck close to camp, keeping an eye out for any sign of Paul. But he didn't come back, and by the time we packed up to leave on Sunday, it almost felt like a bad dream. Almost. As we hiked back to the road, I couldn't shake the feeling that we'd dodged a bullet. Literally. Paul had been more than just a lonely camper. There was something deeply wrong with him, and while he hadn't hurt us, I couldn't help but wonder what might have happened if things had gone just a little differently. To this day, I still think about that weekend. I've been camping dozens of times since, but I've never gone back to that spot. I don't know what became of Paul, and I don't want to know. All I know is that for 2 nights in the summer of '96, we shared the woods with a man who was far more dangerous than the bears and the snakes and the storms. And that's the kind of fear you don't forget. In the summer of 2012, I went on a camping trip in the Stanislaus National Forest just outside Yosemite with my girlfriend, Claire, and another couple, Josh and Megan. We were all in our mid-20s and had been planning this double-date camping trip for weeks. Josh and I had grown up camping, and we'd promised the girls an amazing weekend by the river, away from the noise of the city. We found the campsite online. It was in a gorge, nestled at the bottom of a steep, winding dirt road that took almost an hour to navigate. The road itself was nerve-wracking, with sharp turns and loose gravel, but the views as we descended were incredible. The gorge was deep and lush, with the river snaking through the center like a silver ribbon. The sheer remoteness of it appealed to us. No crowds, no noise, just the 4 of us and the wilderness. When we reached the bottom of the gorge, there were 2 campgrounds along the river. The first was right at the base of the descent, and it was nearly full, kids playing, people laughing, and the sound of RV generators humming in the background. It wasn't exactly the peaceful escape we had envisioned, so we decided to drive another mile or so down the dirt road to the second campground. When we pulled in, the difference was stark. This campground was completely empty. Felt eerie at first, but I brushed it off. We wanted solitude, and here it was. The site we chose was right between the dirt road and the river. A thick patch of sagebrush and scrub separated the site from the riverbank, offering a bit of privacy. We set up camp in the fading light, pitching our tents and unloading supplies. As we worked, we noticed a few odd things. On the fire pit's metal grate, there was a large rat trap tied to it with a length of rope. It seemed strange, but we joked about it, figuring someone before us had a rodent problem and left it behind. Down by the river, we found a set of clothes, a pair of underwear, socks, a shirt, and pants, laid out on a log to dry. There was no one else around, and the clothes looked weathered, like they'd been there for days. We made a few jokes about some poor camper losing their wardrobe, but didn't dwell on it. By the time we finished setting up and got a fire going, the sun had set, and the gorge was cloaked in darkness. The only sounds were the crackling fire, the gentle rush of the river, and the occasional chirp of crickets. We cracked open a few beers and settled in, the warmth of the fire and the company of friends making the strange discoveries from earlier seem unimportant. I sat facing the road, my back to the river. Claire was next to me, while Josh and Megan sat across the fire. We were swapping stories and laughing when I heard it. Footsteps coming from behind me, from the direction of the river. At first, I thought I'd imagined it, but the sound grew louder, deliberate, like someone was walking through the sagebrush towards us. "Did you hear that?" I asked, my voice cutting through the laughter. The footsteps suddenly quickened, turning into the unmistakable sound of boots running through the brush. Everyone froze. I jumped to my feet, still holding the axe I'd been using to chop firewood earlier. My heart was pounding as I turned toward the sound, expecting to see someone burst through the bushes. But there was nothing. We grabbed a flashlight and shone it toward the river, the beam cutting through the darkness. The sagebrush swayed slightly in the breeze, but there was no sign of anyone. The The footsteps had stopped as abruptly as they'd started. We stood there, listening. The forest seemed unnaturally quiet, as if it was holding its breath along with us. Then we heard it. A faint snap, the sound of a stick breaking underfoot. It wasn't far off, just beyond the reach of our flashlight. I felt a chill run down my spine. This wasn't an animal. I've camped enough to know the difference between a person's movements and an animal's. Whoever or whatever it was, they were standing out there in the dark, watching us. "Let's go," I said, my voice low and firm. In a flurry of motion, we doused the fire, threw our gear into the back of my van, and climbed in. My hands were shaking as I turned the key, the engine roaring to life. I hit the gas, the van lurching forward as we sped down the dirt road, away from the campsite. We didn't stop until we reached the first campground. Even though it was crowded, we didn't care. The noise and lights felt safe, a barrier against whatever had been lurking in the dark. We parked and sat in the van for a long time, trying to make sense of what had happened. Was it just some other camper messing with us? But why hadn't they said anything or revealed themselves? And why had they stopped running the moment we stood up? The rest of the night passed uneventfully, but none of us slept much. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard those footsteps, the way they'd rushed toward us, then stopped. The next morning, curiosity got the better of me. Against my better judgment, I convinced Josh to drive back to the second campground with me. The girls stayed behind, not wanting to set foot near that place again. When we arrived, the site was just as we'd left it. The ashes of our fire were still smoldering faintly, and the sagebrush around the site swayed gently in the morning breeze. We walked toward the river, scanning the ground for any sign of what, or who, had been there the night before. That's when we saw it. In the soft dirt near the edge of the sagebrush, there were footprints. They were large, unmistakably human, and they led from the riverbank to our campsite. But what made my stomach churn was the way they stopped abruptly just a few feet from where we'd been sitting around the fire. There were no tracks leading away, no sign of anyone retreating back toward the river. It was as if whoever had been there had simply vanished. We didn't stay to investigate further. The memory of those footsteps, the way they'd rushed toward us, was enough to make my skin crawl. We got back in the van and drove away, leaving the gorge behind for good. To this day, I don't know what happened that night. I've tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was just another camper playing a prank, or maybe we scared them off when we stood up. But the way those footsteps stopped, the silence that followed, and those tracks leading nowhere, it doesn't add up. I've been camping countless times since then, but I've never gone back to that gorge. Something about that place felt wrong, like we weren't supposed to be there. And whoever or whatever was out there that night, I have no desire to meet them again. I was 12 years old when it happened. It was the summer of 1983, and my family had decided to go camping in the mountains of northern Colorado, just a few hours from where we lived in Wyoming. Camping trips were a regular part of my childhood. Nothing fancy, just us, the tent, the old '76 Ford Country Squire, and the endless wilderness. This particular trip started off just like the others. We set up camp in a small, primitive site tucked away near a stream. The road to get there was rough, narrow, winding, and barely maintained. It seemed like the kind of place no one but us would bother to find. That was how my dad liked it, though. He always said the farther out you went, the better the adventure. The first day passed quietly. My parents sat by the fire, sipping coffee from tin mugs, while my brother and I explored the stream, hopping over rocks and looking for frogs. The air was crisp and clean, with that fresh piney scent I still think about sometimes when I close my eyes. It was our kind of perfect, simple, peaceful, away from everything. That night, it got colder than I expected. Even inside my sleeping bag, the chill seeped in, biting at my fingers and toes. I woke up shivering, the kind of deep, bone-shaking cold that made it impossible to fall back asleep. I remember fumbling in the dark for my flashlight, its weak beam barely lighting up the inside of the tent. My brother, Tom, was sprawled out next to me, snoring lightly. I decided to go to the car to warm up. The thought of climbing into the back seat, curling up under the blanket we'd left there, sounded like heaven. I grabbed my sleeping bag and tried to sneak out quietly, but as I crawled over Tom, he stirred awake. "Where are you going?" he mumbled, groggy and half asleep. "To the car," I whispered back. "Go back to sleep." But of course, Tom never could resist following me. He insisted he needed to pee, which I knew was just an excuse to tag along. He was 9 and had this habit of trailing after me like a shadow. At the time, it drove me crazy, but looking back now, I guess it was just the way siblings are. By the time we unzipped the tent and stepped out, the first hint of dawn was creeping into the sky. The air was frigid, the kind of cold that makes every breath feel sharp in your chest. I looked toward the horizon, expecting to see the faint glow of the rising sun, and there it was, a reddish-orange light casting a faint glow across the tops of the mountains. I was tired and cranky, not thinking clearly, so I pointed it out to Tom. "Look," I said, "the sun's coming up." Tom squinted at the light, then looked at me like I was an idiot. "The sun doesn't rise over there," he said matter-of-factly. I was directionally challenged as a kid, always getting lost, never knowing which way was which, so of course I argued with him. We bickered for a few minutes, our voices carrying through the still morning air, until we woke up my dad. He poked his head out of the tent, ready to tell us off for making noise, but then he saw it too. The glow wasn't the sun. It was too red, too flickering, and it was spreading. "Fire!" my dad muttered under his breath. Everything after that happened so fast it felt like a blur. My dad shouted for us to grab our stuff, his voice tense in a way I'd never heard before. My mom stumbled out of the tent, her face pale with panic. We didn't pack up properly, there was no time. My dad collapsed the tent with everything still inside, shoving it into the back of the station wagon along with our other gear. The smoke reached us before we even got in the car. It wasn't thick yet, but you could smell it, acrid and sharp, the kind of smell that clings to your clothes and your hair. The air felt heavier, harder to breathe. My dad told us to get in the car, and as soon as we slammed the doors shut, he floored it. The road out of the campground was a nightmare. It was narrow and steep, with sharp turns and sheer drop-offs on one side. My dad drove as fast as he dared, but every bump and skid made my heart leap into my throat. I sat in the back seat with Tom, clutching my sleeping bag like it was a life raft. The glow of the fire was visible through the trees, flickering like some kind of living thing. The smoke was getting thicker, making it harder to see the road. My mom kept glancing back, her face tight with worry, while my dad gripped the steering wheel so hard his knuckles turned white. We hadn't been driving long when we saw headlights coming toward us. It was a game warden's truck, barreling down one of the side roads that led to another campground. The warden pulled up beside us, his lights flashing, and rolled down his window to talk to my dad. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but I could see the tension on my dad's face as he nodded. When he got back in the car, he told us the warden was evacuating the area and that we were ahead of the fire, but not by much. That didn't make me feel any better. The smoke was getting worse, and the fire seemed closer with every passing minute. The road twisted and turned, each curve more treacherous than the last. I couldn't stop imagining the car skidding off the edge, tumbling into the abyss below. At one point, we hit a patch of loose gravel and the car fishtailed. My mom let out a sharp gasp, and my dad swore under his breath as he fought to regain control. The tires caught and we kept going, but my heart was racing so fast I thought it might burst. Finally, After what felt like hours but was probably only 20 minutes, we reached the main road. The smoke was still thick, but the fire was farther behind us now. My dad didn't slow down until we were miles away, the glow of the flames no longer visible in the rearview mirror. We drove all the way home that morning, none of us saying much. I think we were all too shaken to talk. When we finally pulled into the driveway, I felt a wave of relief so strong it nearly brought me to tears. Looking back, that camping trip changed the way I saw the wilderness. It wasn't just a place for adventure and fun anymore. It was dangerous, unpredictable, something to be respected and feared. Even now, decades later, I can still smell the smoke and feel the cold air biting at my skin. And every time I see footage of people fleeing wildfires, that memory comes rushing back, vivid and terrifying, a reminder of how small and powerless we are in the face of nature's fury. It was supposed to be a simple weekend camping trip. My dad's friend Mark had asked me to come along. Mark wasn't your usual family friend. He was a cop, tough, quiet, and always seemed like he knew more than he let on. But he liked being outdoors, and when he suggested camping deep in the woods, I thought it might be a good chance to hang out with him for a few days. We set up camp in a spot that was far from any main trails, deep in the woods. It was just Mark, me, and his big German shepherd, Rex. The first day went fine, nothing strange. We sat by the fire, ate some food, and talked a little. Mark didn't say much, but he seemed relaxed, like the woods were where he felt at peace. That night, though, things started to feel a little strange. It was late, and the forest around us was silent, which wasn't odd for a forest at night. But every once in a while I heard something, like a stick snapping or leaves rustling. At first I thought it was just animals, maybe a deer or a raccoon. But then Rex started acting weird. He sat perfectly still, his ears up, eyes locked on the darkness just beyond the firelight. I didn't say anything. Mark barely seemed to notice, just patting Rex and quietly telling him to settle down. But something in the air felt off, like something wasn't right. It wasn't any noise or sight. It was just a feeling. Around midnight, I couldn't ignore it anymore. I left the campfire to use the bathroom. As I walked into the woods, it felt strange, like the trees and shadows were watching me. I hurried, finished what I had to do, and started walking back to the camp. That's when I heard it, footsteps. Slow, steady, coming from behind me. They weren't too close, but they were definitely there, walking at the same pace I was. I turned around, expecting to see Mark or Rex following me. But there was nothing. I froze for a second, trying to see through the dark, but I couldn't make out anything. The feeling that someone, or something, was watching me got worse. I didn't want to stick around to find out. I rushed back to the camp, heart pounding in my chest. When I got back, Mark was still by the fire, his eyes scanning the trees. Rex was growling low, his body tense. Mark didn't say anything, but when he saw me, he gave a quick nod. It wasn't until then that I realized how tense the air had become. It wasn't just the normal night sounds. Felt wrong. For the rest of the night, we didn't speak much. The only sound was the fire crackling, but it didn't ease the tension. Mark kept his eyes on the forest, and Rex didn't stop growling. The deep, low growls would stop and start, making the hairs on my neck stand up. Every now and then, I'd swear I heard something moving out in the trees, but I couldn't see anything. By morning, the unease was still there, but we packed up quickly. Mark didn't say much. He kept his gun close, checking the trees before we left. I didn't ask any questions. I didn't need to. When we finally reached the truck, Mark sighed and muttered, "You're safe now." It wasn't comforting. Felt more like a warning. But I didn't ask anything. I didn't want to know. As we drove away, I looked back at the woods. The trees stood tall and quiet, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been watching us. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks, but it felt too real, too intense. It was like we weren't supposed to be there, like the woods were meant to be left alone. And I was sure deep down that Mark knew it too. I never went camping again after that. I don't think Mark ever talked about it again either. But every time I pass by that area, I get the same feeling. That sense that something is watching me. And it's not just a feeling anymore. There's a part of me that knows there was something out there, something that wanted us gone. And if we had stayed any longer, I'm not sure if we would have made it out at all. That place, it wasn't meant for anyone. And whatever was out there, still waiting just beyond the trees. It had been raining nonstop all day. Not the kind of light rain that you can ignore, but the heavy, steady rain that soaks everything. But I wasn't about to give up. I had set up camp deep in the woods in Northern California, far from any roads or houses. The air felt fresh, and even though it was raining, the place felt calm. I figured the storm would be gone by morning, so I set up my tent and stayed inside, eating a hot meal. The rain pounded on the tent like a constant drum, and the wind howled through the trees. At first, it was peaceful, but after a while, I started feeling uncomfortable. The woods, usually full of sounds, were completely quiet except for the storm. No leaves rustling, no animals moving around, just the rain falling heavily. Around midnight, I woke up to a sound I couldn't ignore. At first, I thought it was just the wind, but then I realized it wasn't. It was footsteps, soft but clear, crunching through the wet leaves outside. I froze. My heart started pounding. The footsteps weren't too close, but they weren't far either. They circled the tent slowly, almost like they were testing it, seeing if I was really inside. I wanted to scream out, to say something, but something held me back. The air felt thick, like something was watching me. I knew I had to stay quiet and hidden. The footsteps moved away for a bit, and I thought maybe it was just an animal. But then they came back, this time closer. The soft crunching grew louder, deliberate, like whoever it was taking their time. The rain grew heavier, the wind picking up, but I couldn't breathe right. My body was frozen. I couldn't move. The sound of someone or something moving around my tent was too real. I held my breath, hoping it would stop. But then, I heard something I wasn't ready for. A low tapping on the side of the tent. Slow, rhythmical. Someone was tapping on the fabric, like they were testing it, trying to see if I would react. My heart raced. I put my hand over my mouth to stop myself from making a sound. I didn't know what to do. Should I stay still and hope it passes? Or should I make a run for it? The rain outside was loud enough to cover any noise, but the tapping got louder. It felt like someone was right on the other side of the tent, just inches away, knowing I was inside. I don't know how long the tapping went on, but it felt like forever. Finally, it stopped. I could still hear the rain, but the footsteps were gone. There was no more tapping, no more sounds. I waited a few more minutes, just listening to the storm. When I thought it was safe, I finally built up the courage to peek out of the small window in the tent, just enough to see outside. Everything was quiet. The rain was still coming down hard, but there was no sign of anyone. No footsteps, no movement. I slowly crawled out of the tent, my hands shaking. I looked around the campsite, scanning the trees, but there was nothing. The woods were still, like they had never been disturbed. I checked my gear, making sure everything was in place. Nothing seemed out of place, but I didn't trust it. Something felt off. I packed up my stuff quickly, feeling the weight of something watching me. I knew I couldn't stay there any longer, not with the way I felt. I had to trust my gut. Something was wrong. As the rain started to ease up, I broke down camp and started heading back through the woods. The air had a strange chill to it, and the woods, which had felt so alive before, now felt empty. Too empty. The only sound was the soft drip of rain falling from the trees. But I didn't stop. I just kept moving, not looking back. When I finally reached my car, I breathed a sigh of relief. The fear started to fade a little, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been there, watching me. I glanced back at the woods one last time, but there was nothing. No movement, no signs of life. But as I got into my car and drove off, I couldn't get rid of the feeling. My eyes kept darting to the rearview mirror. I couldn't shake the thought that I wasn't alone. Something had been out there in the dark, moving around my tent. And whatever it was still watching me. I knew that I wasn't done with it yet. It wouldn't let me forget. The woods had their eyes on me, and they weren't going to let me walk away so easily. I was spending the weekend at my grandma's village, camping by the edge of the woods. It was quiet, even quieter than usual. Just the sounds of crickets and the wind moving through the trees. My tent was set up not far from a small stream, and I had everything I needed. A warm sleeping bag, some snacks, and a flashlight. As the sun went down, the village became even more still, the kind of stillness that feels heavy, like something is watching. I've always liked it here, Grandma's house, the small village, the woods. It was a good break from the busy city life I usually have. The night wasn't too cold, so I just lay in my tent, watching the shadows from the trees stretch across the ground. Everything felt fine until I heard it. A noise, a soft scraping sound, right outside my tent. I froze, trying to listen more closely. It stopped for a moment, then started again, this time a little louder. I sat up, my heart racing, and grabbed my flashlight. It flickered at first, but I managed to get it on. I slowly unzipped the tent, being careful not to make too much noise, and peeked outside. Nothing, just trees and the stream moving by. I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding and turned back to the tent. Then, just as I was about to zip it back up, I heard it again. The scraping noise, this time much closer. I stood there, frozen, my mind racing. It didn't sound like an animal, it was too controlled, too deliberate. I moved to the opening slowly, my hand shaking as I shined the flashlight around the camp. The light caught something near the edge of the trees. 2 red dots, glowing in the dark. My stomach sank. I quickly turned off the flashlight and backed into the tent, trying to stay calm. Whatever was out there wasn't moving. It felt wrong, like I wasn't alone, like something was watching me. I couldn't stop my hands from shaking. I lay there for what felt like hours, listening to the thudding of my own heart. The rustling outside didn't stop. It was like something was circling my camp, moving just out of sight. I kept telling myself it was probably just an animal, but I wasn't sure anymore. Every crack of a twig or shift in the bushes made my heart race faster. Was it a person, an animal, or something worse? I didn't want to find out. Eventually, exhaustion pulled me under, but I didn't sleep well. Every little sound made me jump, my eyes snapping open in the dark. I kept my flashlight close, just in case I needed it. Morning finally came, weak light creeping through the trees. The woods looked different in the daylight, less threatening, but still uneasy. When I got out of the tent, I saw something that made my blood run cold. The ground around my camp was scratched up, long, deep marks, like something had dragged its claws through the dirt. There were no footprints, no sign of a person, just those marks. It had been close, too close. I grabbed my stuff quickly and decided it was time to go. The village had been peaceful for the most part, but something about the woods felt wrong now. I didn't feel safe. I didn't know what it was. Maybe a wild animal, but the way those marks were made didn't seem like anything I had ever seen. I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't an animal. The worst part was that I knew it had been watching me. It had been right there, close enough to scrape the dirt like that. I wasn't sure what I had seen in the dark, but I knew it was something I didn't want to find out. I stayed inside my grandma's house after that, not even bothering to look back at the camp. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I never went camping there again. Every time I think back on it, I can still hear that scraping sound. And now, sometimes when I'm walking in the woods, I feel like something's just behind me, waiting to get close enough again. I've learned not to ignore that feeling. It's still out there, and next time it might not stay in the dark. I had been camping alone for a few days in the woods of Northwest Virginia. The weather was perfect, quiet, just the kind of peace I loved. The only sound was the wind in the trees and the occasional rustle of leaves. I liked the calm. The nights were cool, and I sat by the fire until late, watching the flames and trying to clear my mind. But on the third night, something felt off. At first, I couldn't figure out what it was. The air felt colder, even though the forecast said it would stay mild. I shook it off, thinking it was just the cool night air. But then I noticed something even stranger. The forest was completely silent. No crickets, no owls, no wind. It felt wrong, like the woods were holding their breath. I tried to ignore the feeling and went to bed early. But sleep didn't come easy. Every little sound had my heart racing. Branches cracking, leaves rustling, footsteps. Felt like something was getting closer. I told myself it was just animals, but the sounds were too clear, too close. Then I heard the snap of a twig, followed by complete silence. I couldn't lie to myself anymore. I had to check it out. I grabbed my flashlight, the beam cutting through the darkness, and stepped out of my tent. The air was even colder now, and my breath came out in short bursts. I moved quietly around the camp, trying to figure out what was happening. Every time I took a step, I heard something shift in the bushes, like someone was moving just behind the trees. Whoever, whatever, was out there wasn't trying to be sneaky. I wasn't imagining it. I slowly crept back to my tent, hoping whatever it was would just go away. But it didn't. I heard something moving around my stuff. My food, my gear, even brushing against my backpack. It wasn't an animal. Animals didn't do that. My stomach tightened. Whoever was out there knew exactly what they were doing. I stayed still, listening, praying the sounds would stop. But then I heard it, the unmistakable sound of footsteps, getting closer to my tent. My heart hammered in my chest, and I tried not to breathe too loud, afraid whoever was out there might hear me. The footsteps stopped right next to my tent. I could feel my pulse in my throat. Whoever it was standing right there, not moving. I knew I couldn't just wait. I had to do something, but every part of me screamed to stay hidden. The rustling started again, and I could hear something brushing against the fabric of the tent, moving closer. I reached for my flashlight, my hand shaking so bad it was hard to hold on to it. I turned it on. The beam of light cut through the dark, and I saw him, a man maybe in his 40s wearing dirty clothes. His face was pale, his eyes wide open, staring at me. There was something in his eyes that I couldn't understand, like he wasn't really seeing me, but at the same time like he was studying every move I made. He was standing less than a foot from my tent, just staring. I wanted to scream. I wanted to run, but my body wouldn't move. I didn't know what he wanted, but I knew I was in danger. I didn't have anything to defend myself with, and he was too close for me to do anything. I just kept my eyes on him, praying he wouldn't come inside. Then, without a word, he turned and walked away, disappearing into the woods. The silence that followed felt heavier than before. It was so quiet, it felt like the entire world had just stopped moving. I didn't dare go outside to check if he was still out there. I stayed in my tent, shaking, wondering if he was watching me from the darkness. The night dragged on and I barely slept. My heart was still racing, and every tiny noise made me jump. When morning finally came, I packed my things quickly, barely taking the time to make sure I hadn't left anything behind. I didn't care about the campsite anymore. I just needed to get away. I walked all the way to the ranger station, the whole time feeling like someone was following me. Every rustling in the woods made my skin crawl, and I couldn't shake the feeling that he was still out there, waiting for me to make a mistake. By the time I reached my car, I was exhausted. The chill from the night still hadn't left me, and the memory of that man's cold, empty stare stuck with me. I never looked back as I drove away, and I never went back to those woods again. A few weeks later, I heard something strange. A hiker had gone missing in that same area, and they found his gear abandoned just like mine had been. But the strange part? His tent was still set up, and it looked like it had been used, like someone had been there living in it. I never went back to that part of the woods, but I often wonder, who else is out there now? Or worse, what is? Camping in the high desert of Wyoming is unlike any other experience. It's wild, open, and brutal, with a beauty that could take your breath away, if the wind didn't do it first. My husband, Sam, and I moved to this area in 2007, settling near the Wind River Range. We had always been outdoorsy, so being close to places like the Boysen Reservoir was a dream. Over the years, we camped there more times than I can count. But one trip in particular stands out. A trip that taught us respect for the untamed forces of nature in a way we'd never forget. It was late May, and we decided to spend the weekend at the reservoir. Spring was in full bloom, with temperatures warming into the high 70s and low 80s during the day. That kind of weather makes you forget that Wyoming can turn on you in an instant. We loaded up our old 1976 Ford F-150 with all our gear: a heavy-duty tent, sleeping bags, camp stove, and even our trusty aluminum canoe. We brought along our 3 dogs, an Aussie Shepherd named Blue, our yellow lab named Max, and Bella, our golden retriever. They loved camping as much as we did, always eager to sniff out new territory and splash in the water. The drive out to the reservoir was uneventful. The landscape was classic Wyoming. Rolling high desert plains with sparse patches of sagebrush and rock formations that looked like they belonged on another planet. The closer we got to Boysen, the more the terrain changed. The reservoir itself is surrounded by canyons and cliffs, and you can see for miles. It's the kind of place that makes you feel small, but in a way that's humbling, not frightening. We found a perfect spot on the beach to set up camp. It was far from the main road, secluded enough to feel like we had the whole place to ourselves. The sun was high, the sky a piercing blue, and there wasn't a cloud in sight. After unloading the truck, we pitched the tent right on the sand, not far from the water. The dogs ran circles around us, kicking up little plumes of sand, while Sam secured the canoe on the shore. We spent the rest of the day paddling out onto the reservoir, letting the dogs swim alongside us in the shallows. By late afternoon, we were sunburned and exhausted but happy. As the sun dipped below the horizon, we cooked dinner over the camp stove, just some canned chili and cornbread we'd brought from home. The temperature had started to drop, but it was nothing unusual. Nights in Wyoming are always cooler, even in the summer. We crawled into the tent with the dogs, who piled around us like living, breathing blankets, and fell asleep listening to the gentle lapping of the water. The storm hit sometime in the early hours of the morning. At first, it was just the wind, a low, steady hum that grew into a howling roar. It ripped across the beach, slamming into the tent so hard that the fabric bowed inward. Sam and I shot awake at the same time, the dogs stirring uneasily. Lightning flashed outside, illuminating the tent in stark, momentary bursts. Then came the rain, sharp, icy pellets that sounded like gravel hitting the nylon. We scrambled to reinforce the tent. Sam grabbed one set of poles while I held onto another, bracing them against the force of the wind. The dogs pressed against us, their bodies warm and solid, a grounding presence in the chaos. The gusts came in waves, each one stronger than the last. It felt like the wind was trying to peel the tent right off the ground, and for a moment, I wondered if it would succeed. Outside, the storm raged, but we could do nothing but hunker down and wait it out. By dawn, the wind had eased just enough for us to risk poking our heads outside. The temperature had plummeted overnight, and a thin layer of snow coated the ground. Snow in May after a day in the 80s, only in Wyoming. Sam stepped out first, and as soon as he did, another powerful gust hit the tent. With him no longer holding one side, the whole thing collapsed inward. I was still inside, tangled in my sleeping bag, with 3 large dogs scrambling on top of me. Before I could untangle myself, the wind started dragging the tent up the beach. I shouted for Sam, though I doubt he could hear me over the wind. Somehow, he managed to chase down the tent, grab hold of one of the poles, and wrestle it to a stop. I crawled out, still clutching a bewildered Blue, while Max and Bella bolted for the truck. We stood there for a moment, catching our breath, the tent flapping wildly in Sam's grip. The absurdity of the situation hit us at the same time, and we both started laughing, sharp, breathless laughs that bordered on hysterical. The laughter didn't last long. We still had to break camp in the freezing wind, our fingers numb and stiff. Our sunburned skin stung under our thin clothes, shorts, t-shirts, and flip-flops, completely inadequate for the sudden shift in weather. The dogs huddled in the truck, watching us with what I could only describe as judgmental expressions. Packing up the tent was a nightmare. Every time we thought we had it under control, the wind would snatch it out of our hands and send it tumbling a few feet away. Then there was the canoe. Getting it back onto the roof of the truck was a feat of strength and coordination we didn't know we had. The wind fought us every step of the way, threatening to turn the canoe into a giant sail. By the time we secured it with bungee cords and duct tape, we were soaked to the bone and shivering uncontrollably. The drive back was slow and tense. Snow continued to fall, and the roads were slick with ice and slush. The wind didn't let up, buffeting the truck and making it hard to steer. The dogs lay in the back seat, quiet for once, as if they understood that this wasn't the time for their usual antics. Sam kept both hands on the wheel, his knuckles white, while I stared out the window, watching the storm whip across the plains. When we finally made it home, we didn't bother unpacking the truck. We stumbled inside, cranked up the heat, and collapsed onto the couch, still wearing our wet clothes. The dogs joined us, their warm bodies a comfort against the lingering chill. For a long time, none of us moved. We just sat there, listening to the wind howl outside, grateful to be out of it. In the years since, we've camped at Boysen Reservoir many times. We've faced other storms, other challenges, but nothing quite like that trip. It was a reminder that no matter how well you think you know a place, nature always has the upper hand. Wyoming doesn't care about your plans or your comfort. It's wild and unpredictable, and that's what makes it so beautiful and so terrifying. We still laugh about that weekend, about the tent flying down the beach and the absurdity of trying to strap a canoe to the truck in a snowstorm. But every time we tell the story, there's an undercurrent of respect, a quiet acknowledgement that we were lucky. Wyoming gave us a glimpse of its power that day, and we haven't forgotten it. Camping has always been a part of my family's routine. Every summer, we'd load up the car and head to the same campground deep in the woods of Pennsylvania. The area was beautiful, with dense trees, winding bike trails, and a lake so still in the mornings it looked like glass. For me, my dad, and my younger brother Jake, it was the highlight of the year. We'd spend our days riding the trails and fishing, and our nights roasting marshmallows around the fire. It was always the same, always predictable, and I think that's why I never really thought of it as dangerous. That all changed one summer, though. A trip that still makes my heart race when I think about it. It was late July, and the weather had been sweltering. Even deep in the woods, the air was sticky and oppressive. The trails, usually a cool retreat under the shade of the trees, felt like they were baking from below. Still, it was a family tradition, and we weren't about to let a little heat wave ruin it. Jake and I had begged our dad to take us on the longer bike trail that wound its way through the far side of the campground. It was more challenging than the flat loops we'd been riding near the campsites, with steep hills and sharp turns, and it was usually less crowded. My dad finally gave in, probably just to stop our nagging, and we set off late in the afternoon when the heat had started to let up. The first part of the ride was perfect. The trees closed in over the trail, providing some much-needed shade, and the cool breeze as we picked up speed felt like heaven after the muggy air back at camp. Jake and I took turns racing each other up and down the smaller hills, while Dad followed at a steady pace behind us, his phone clipped to his belt like it always was. I remember how quiet it was, the kind of quiet that only happens in the woods, where even your own voice seems muffled. The only sounds were the hum of our bike tires on the dirt path and the occasional chirp of a bird. It felt like we were the only people in the world, which I loved at the time. Now, that isolation is part of what makes what happened so terrifying. We were about halfway through the trail when the sky started to change. At first, it was just a few gray clouds creeping in from the west, but they quickly thickened and darkened. The sun, which had been glaring through the trees, disappeared entirely, leaving the woods in an eerie, dim light. The temperature dropped sharply, and the air took on that heavy, electric feel that always comes before a storm. My dad called out for us to pick up the pace, but I didn't need the warning. I'd been caught in a summer storm before and knew how quickly they could turn nasty. The wind picked up, rustling the trees above us, and then came the first crack of thunder. It was distant at first, but it was enough to send my heart racing. Thunderstorms in the woods are no joke. The tall trees seem to amplify the sound, and the trails quickly turn into slippery mud. We sped up, pedaling as fast as we could to try and make it back to camp before the rain hit. That's when it happened. There was a blinding flash of light, so bright it felt like it seared through my closed eyelids. It was followed almost instantly by the loudest sound I've ever heard in my life. It wasn't like normal thunder. It was sharper, angrier. It sounded like an explosion, like something had been torn apart right next to us. Before I could process what was happening, I heard a sickening series of cracks and snaps, like wood splintering under immense pressure. The ground seemed to vibrate beneath me. I froze. My brain was screaming at me to move, but I couldn't tell which direction the noise was coming from. My dad's voice cut through the chaos, yelling something, and that was enough to snap me out of it. I gripped my handlebars and pushed off, pedaling as hard as I could. Jake was just ahead of me, his back hunched low over his bike as he sped down the trail. I didn't know where my dad was, but I didn't dare look back. The sound of snapping branches followed us, getting louder and closer with every second. It was like the forest was falling apart around us. I couldn't tell if it was one tree or a dozen, but I could hear it crashing through the canopy, tearing down everything in its path. I kept my eyes on Jake, who was veering wildly down the trail, his bike swaying under him. Then, out of nowhere, he swerved off the path and went straight into a tree. He hit it hard, the sound of the impact almost lost in the chaos around us. I skidded to a stop, my tires kicking up dirt and leaves, and threw my bike down. Jake was on the ground, clutching his knee and groaning, but there was no time to assess the damage. The noise was almost on top of us now, and I still couldn't tell where it was coming from. My dad had stopped yelling, and my stomach dropped as I realized I hadn't seen him since the lightning strike. I grabbed Jake under the arms and hauled him to his feet. He winced and tried to pull away, but I didn't let go. "We have to go," I kept thinking over and over like a mantra. "We have to go." I half dragged, half pushed him back onto his bike and gave it a shove to get him moving. He wobbled for a moment but managed to steady himself, and we took off down the hill together. The trail was a blur. I don't remember anything except the pounding of my heart and the sound of my own ragged breathing. The crashing noise had stopped, replaced by the steady roar of the wind and the first heavy drops of rain. It was only when we burst out of the trees and into the open clearing near the main campground that I realized my dad wasn't with us. I stopped so suddenly that Jake nearly ran into me. My chest was heaving, and my hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold onto my handlebars. I scanned the trail behind us, half expecting to see the broken remains of a tree or worse, but there was nothing, just the dark mouth of the forest and the storm bearing down on us. Jake was crying now, clutching his knee and asking where Dad was, but I didn't have an answer. Those few minutes of waiting felt like an eternity. Every possible scenario raced through my mind, each one worse than the last. Was he trapped under the tree? Had he been hit? Was he calling for us, and we couldn't hear him over the wind? The thought of going back into the woods to look for him made my stomach churn, but I was already steeling myself to do it when he finally appeared. He came sprinting out of the trees, his face red and his clothes soaked through. He was clutching something in his hand, but I barely noticed at the time. Relief flooded through me so strongly that my knees nearly buckled. He jogged over to us, out of breath but otherwise fine, and I realized he was holding his work phone. I wanted to yell at him, to ask him why he'd scared us like that, but I couldn't get the words out. He just looked at us, took a deep breath, and motioned for us to follow him back to camp. The storm was on us now, the rain coming down in sheets, and there was no time for explanations. When we finally made it back to our campsite, the storm was in full force. The lightning was almost constant, and the thunder rattled our little camper with each strike. We huddled inside, wrapped in blankets and sipping mugs of hot cocoa that my mom had made. Jake's knee was swollen but not broken, and my dad sat silently at the table, his phone resting next to him like some kind of trophy. Later, we found out that the lightning had struck a tree just off the trail, splitting it in two. One half had fallen into an old power line which had snapped and come down with it. The whole mess had crashed onto the trail not far from where we'd been riding. If we'd hesitated for even a second longer, it could have been a very different story. Even now, years later, I can still hear that first crack of thunder and the sound of the tree splintering. I can still feel the blind panic of not knowing which way to run, of thinking my dad was gone. We've been back to that campsite a few times since then, but I've never been able to ride that trail again. It's too much, too vivid. That day taught me how quickly things can change, how even the most familiar places can turn dangerous in an instant. And it reminded me that sometimes you don't get a warning. You just have to move and hope for the best. Camping had always been one of my favorite ways to unwind. There was something about being out in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by the stillness of the forest, that made me feel truly alive. It was late spring in 2014 when I decided to head out to a remote spot in Virginia with my friend, Jack. The weather forecast had mentioned the possibility of storms in the evening, but we figured we'd have plenty of time to set up camp before any bad weather hit. Besides, a little rain never hurt anyone. At least that's what I thought at the time. We arrived at the campsite around 4 p.m. The place was perfect, secluded, quiet, and tucked into a small clearing surrounded by tall oaks and pines. The air was heavy with the scent of fresh earth and blooming wildflowers, and the only sounds were the distant calls of birds and the occasional rustle of leaves. felt like we had the whole forest to ourselves. Jack and I wasted no time unloading the car. We had a large two-person tent, sleeping bags, a small propane stove, and all the essentials for a weekend in the woods. Setting up camp had become second nature to us over the years, and we quickly found a spot that seemed ideal. A flat area near the edge of the clearing, with plenty of shade from the overhanging branches. The ground was soft but not muddy, and there were no obvious rocks or roots to make sleeping uncomfortable. As we worked, I noticed the sky starting to change. The blue was fading, replaced by a dull gray that crept in from the west. The air felt heavier, almost oppressive, and the wind began to pick up, rustling the leaves above us. I glanced at Jack, who was busy hammering in the last of the tent stakes, and said, "We might want to hurry up. This storm's coming in fast." He nodded, and we both moved a little quicker, double-checking that everything was secure. Just as we were about to finish, I noticed something that made me pause. The spot we'd chosen was in a slight depression, not enough to be obvious at first glance, but enough that it could become a problem if it rained heavily. I remembered a camping trip from years ago where we'd woken up in the middle of the night to find our tent sitting in a few inches of water, and I had no intention of repeating that experience. "Let's pull the tent forward," I said, pointing to a spot about 10 feet closer to the edge of the clearing. The ground there was slightly higher and looked more solid. Jack groaned but didn't argue. Together, we dragged the tent to the new spot, restaked it, and threw our gear inside just as the first drops of rain began to fall. We barely had time to zip up the tent flap before the storm hit in full force. The rain came down in sheets, drumming against the fabric of the tent so loudly that it drowned out everything else. The wind howled through the trees, bending the branches and sending loose leaves flying. Lightning flashed, illuminating the clearing in brief, brilliant bursts, followed almost instantly by deafening cracks of thunder. It was one of those storms that made you feel small, a reminder of how little control we have over nature. Huddled inside the tent, we laughed nervously, trying to pretend we weren't a little uneasy. The storm didn't seem to be letting up, and the noise was so overwhelming that it was hard to think straight. I remember sitting there, listening to the roar of the rain and the occasional snap of a branch, and thinking how exposed we were. Even with the tent and the trees around us, it felt like there was nothing between us and the full force of the storm. Then it happened. There was a sudden, blinding flash of light, so bright that it lit up the inside of the tent as if it were midday. The flash was immediately followed by an ear-splitting crack, not like the low rumble of distant thunder, but something sharper and more immediate. For a split second, I thought a bomb had gone off. The ground seemed to shake beneath us, and the air was filled with the sound of splintering wood, a horrible, tearing noise that seemed to go on forever. Instinct took over, and I threw myself flat on the ground, covering my head with my hands. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The noise subsided as quickly as it had started, leaving a strange, almost deafening silence in its wake. The rain was still falling, but it sounded distant now, like it was coming from far away. I slowly sat up, my ears ringing, and looked at Jack. He was pale, his eyes wide, and his hands clenched into fists. Neither of us said anything. We just stared at each other, both trying to process what had just happened. After a moment, I unzipped the tent flap and peered outside. The sight that greeted me made my stomach drop. A massive branch, at least 10 feet long and as thick as my leg, was lying exactly where our tent had been just a few minutes earlier. The wood was charred and smoking, the bark stripped away in jagged strips. The tree it had come from, a towering oak just a few feet behind our new campsite, was split clean down the middle, its trunk blackened and cracked. The lightning had hit it directly, shattering it like a matchstick. For a long time, I just stood there, staring at the destruction. My brain couldn't quite catch up with what my eyes were seeing. If we hadn't moved the tent when we did, that branch would have come down right on top of us. It was a chilling thought, one that made my knees feel weak. Jack joined me outside, his face pale as he took in the scene. The storm was beginning to let up, the rain tapering off to a light drizzle, but the air still smelled like ozone and burnt wood. We didn't speak, both of us too shaken to put what we were feeling into words. The rest of the trip passed in a blur. We decided to pack up and head home the next morning, unable to shake the memory of what had happened. Even now, years later, I think about that night every time I go camping. It was a stark reminder of how unpredictable and dangerous nature can be. I've learned to be much more careful about where I set up camp, always looking up as well as down, and I never underestimate the power of a storm. That night could have ended very differently. It's not something I like to dwell on, but it's always there in the back of my mind, a quiet warning that keeps me cautious. Camping is still one of my favorite ways to connect with the world, but that experience taught me a valuable lesson. Respect nature, or it will remind you why you should. It was supposed to be a simple weekend away, a break from the busy city life. My neighbor, Sergeant Jim, and his wife, Marie, had invited me to join them for a camping trip. They had been planning it for months, and both of them were cops. Tough, always ready for anything. I was looking forward to some time away from work and the constant noise, not knowing that things wouldn't go as expected. We got to the campsite late in the afternoon, just as the sun was starting to go down. The forest was thick with trees, blocking most of the sunlight. The smell of pine filled the air, and the forest felt unusually quiet, too quiet. But I pushed the thought away, trying to relax as we set up our tents and started the fire. The sound of the wood crackling was comforting, a distraction from the weird feeling creeping up my neck. Marie seemed more uneasy than usual, her eyes darting around the trees every few minutes. She didn't say anything, but I noticed it. Jim, on the other hand, was calm like he always was, but there was something in his eyes, something sharp like he was always on guard. After dinner, we sat around the fire, the flames casting shadows on our faces. It was peaceful, but there was a tension in the air that didn't sit right. As the night went on, the sounds of the forest grew louder, the chirping of crickets, animals moving in the bushes, and the occasional snap of a twig underfoot. I'd heard these sounds before on other trips, but tonight it felt different, felt planned. I kept thinking about the way Marie kept looking behind her, her gaze fixed on the tree line, like she was expecting something. I decided to step away from the fire and stretch my legs. I walked a little into the dark woods, keeping my flashlight pointed at the ground. I wasn't scared, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. The trees were thick, and the light from my flashlight didn't help much. The shadows seemed to stretch on forever. I told myself I was being paranoid, but the feeling didn't go away. Then I heard it, a faint rustling behind me. Not the usual sounds of animals, but something more deliberate, like someone was trying to be quiet. My heart skipped a beat. Slowly, I turned around and shined the flashlight into the dark, but I saw nothing. Just trees, shadows, and leaves stirring in the wind. I stood still for a moment, unsure whether to head back to camp or investigate. But something told me I wasn't alone. I started walking back, trying to shake off the feeling that had settled in my chest. As I got closer to the campsite, I noticed Jim and Marie standing by the fire, staring at me with tense faces. Jim had his hand on the gun at his side, standing stiffly. Marie was scanning the trees again, her flashlight gripped tightly in her hand. I realized something wasn't right. "We're leaving," Jim said, his voice low. I didn't ask any questions. I followed them to the car, my skin crawling. We didn't talk as we packed up, moving quickly. Jim was precise, like he always was, and Marie seemed even more on edge than before. As we drove away from the campsite, the trees behind us fading into the dark, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still out there, watching us. Jim was focused on the road, but I caught a glimpse of his tight jaw. Marie was silent, her eyes glued to the rearview mirror, her face pale. Once we were far enough away, Jim finally spoke. "We've been getting reports of people sneaking around here. Some of them aren't friendly." I knew exactly what he meant. This wasn't just a random encounter. Someone had been watching us, following us in the dark, and we had no idea how close they were. Jim and Marie weren't just cops. They knew danger when they saw it. I hadn't noticed, but they had, and that's why we left so quickly. The rest of the drive was quiet. We all knew what had been out there. Something had been following us, waiting for the right moment. It was the kind of thing you feel in your gut, but can't put your finger on. The thought stuck with me the whole way home, and it still haunts me now. Because when you're being watched, you never really know how close they are until they make their move. It was a few days after we got back when I got a call from Jim. His voice was tight, and there was something urgent in it. "Check the news," he said. I turned on the TV, my stomach sinking when I saw the report. They had found a campsite, abandoned, but the signs were clear. Someone had been watching people, and there had been another group there just before us. The police hadn't found any footprints, no signs of who was responsible. But the creepiest part? They had found a flashlight, half buried in the dirt, facing toward the road we'd taken. It was ours. I'd been camping in the woods for a week, working alone on a project for my medical research. The plan was to study the local wildlife, so I had everything I needed: my tools, notebooks, and a solid plan for my work. My tent was set up deep in the forest, far from any trails or roads, surrounded by tall trees and the sounds of nature. Being out there alone felt peaceful, and I could really focus on my research. Everything was going well, and I was getting some great data. One afternoon, after a long day of taking notes, I was heading back to camp when I saw something move in the brush. At first, I thought it was just a small animal, but when I looked closer, I saw a snake. It was coiled up near a rock, staring at me. My heart started racing. I could tell right away it wasn't a harmless snake. It was one of the venomous ones in the area. I froze, not sure what to do. I knew I needed to move slowly, not to upset it, but all I could think was how dangerous it could be if it attacked. I started to back up slowly, keeping my eyes on the snake the whole time. It wasn't moving toward me, but just being so close to it made me uneasy. I kept my distance and slowly made my way further from it, my breath shallow. Once I was a good distance away, I felt my heart rate slow down, and I finally let out a breath of relief. That was too close. Later that night, after working on my notes for a while, I decided to go for a short walk around the camp. It was dark, and the woods felt different at night, thicker, more alive in a way that made me feel small. As I walked, I stepped over a fallen log when I heard a sound I'll never forget: the unmistakable rattle of a snake's tail. It was loud and sharp, cutting through the silence of the night. I froze in place. The beam of my flashlight landed on a large rattlesnake right at my feet. It was only inches away, its tail still rattling. My heart slammed in my chest, and panic surged through me. The snake was coiled, ready to strike, its warning loud and clear. It wasn't just a random encounter this time. It was life or death. I had to act fast. Without thinking, I turned to run, but my foot got caught on a root sticking out of the ground. I tumbled to the earth, my body slamming into the dirt. The snake's rattle echoed in the night, sharp and threatening. I scrambled to my feet as fast as I could, the snake still rattling, its tail vibrating in the air. My pulse was pounding so hard I thought my chest might burst. Every instinct told me to run, and I didn't stop until I was back at my tent, panting and shaking. I checked myself for bites as soon as I was inside, feeling my legs, arms, and neck, making sure I wasn't hurt. My hands were shaking, but I was okay. The snake hadn't struck, thankfully. Still, the whole thing had been too close. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, and every sound outside made me tense. Couldn't sleep. The woods had changed from peaceful to something terrifying. Every crack of a branch or rustle in the bushes felt like it could be something coming for me. I spent the rest of the night wide awake, sitting up in my sleeping bag, eyes darting around the tent. The sounds of the forest outside were no longer calming. They were a reminder of how easily something could go wrong. The rattlesnake's tail kept playing in my mind, and I kept seeing its coiled body, ready to strike. I knew I had been lucky, very lucky. The next morning, I packed up quickly. The research I'd done didn't seem worth the risk anymore. The snakes here were too dangerous, and I had already come far too close to disaster. I'd been foolish to think I could handle it. As I made my way back down the trail, I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to see one of those snakes following me. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was lurking just beyond the trees, watching me. That's when I heard it. A soft rattle far off in the distance, too far for me to see. My stomach dropped. It was the same sound, the same warning I'd heard the night before. But this time I didn't turn to look. I didn't have to. I knew it was out there, waiting, just like the one from the night before. It knew where I was, and I wasn't sure I could outrun it if it decided to follow. The woods had become a place I no longer trusted. I wasn't alone out there, and I wasn't sure if I ever would be again. Every step I took felt like it was leading me further into something I didn't understand. The snakes weren't the only danger in these woods, and no matter how far I walked, I knew I wasn't truly safe. I've always liked the peace of camping by myself, especially when it's far from other people. So when I decided to camp near the United States-Mexico border, I thought it would be a good chance to clear my mind. The spot I picked was next to an old graveyard, surrounded by thick desert bushes. It was isolated, perfect for being alone, no one for miles around. The first day went by without anything strange. I set up camp, cooked my food, and spent the night just looking at the stars. The quiet at first felt nice, but as darkness set in, everything got too still. It made me uneasy, but I didn't think much of it. Around midnight, I woke up to the sound of something moving outside my tent. My heart started racing. The air was still, and there was no reason for any noise. I listened closely. The sound didn't stop. It was like someone walking slowly, carefully, almost as if something was moving around my camp. I stayed as still as I could, holding my breath, hoping whatever it was would just go away. But the sound got closer. I could hear something, maybe a person, shuffling through the dirt right next to my tent. My mind raced with thoughts. Could it be a border patrol officer? A random hiker? But something didn't feel right. I grabbed my flashlight and quietly unzipped the tent a little to peek outside. There was nothing, just the faint moonlight shining over the empty desert. I almost convinced myself it was an animal. But then, in the distance, I saw it just barely. A figure standing near the edge of the graveyard. It didn't move. It just stood there, staring out into the desert. I quickly zipped the tent shut, trying to stay calm. My heart was pounding. The figure didn't leave. Stood there, not moving, for what felt like hours. I didn't dare to look again, too afraid of what I might see. By around 3 a.m., the silence came back. The figure was gone, but the weird feeling stuck around. I barely slept after that, my eyes always on the edge of the camp, waiting for something to happen. But the night passed without anything else. When the sun came up, I quickly packed my things, ready to leave. I walked toward the graveyard and saw something strange near the edge of the old stone wall. There were fresh footprints in the dirt, small but clear, leading from the graveyard right to where my camp had been. I couldn't figure it out. No one should have been there. The nearest town was miles away, and there were no cars parked along the trail. Whoever or whatever had been near my tent last night had been walking just outside it. As I was putting my stuff in the truck, I glanced back one last time at the graveyard. A cold feeling shot through me when I saw something new, just a faint shape in the distance. A cross. I hadn't noticed it before. It wasn't part of the old graveyard. It looked newer, like it had been put there recently. It stood out against the empty desert, like a warning, telling me I had disturbed something I shouldn't have. I didn't stick around to figure out what it meant. I jumped in my truck and drove away as fast as I could, the quiet, creepy desert fading behind me. Something in that place felt wrong, like I had crossed a line I shouldn't have. And as I drove farther, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't the only one who had left. As the miles passed, the eerie feeling followed me, sticking with me like a shadow I couldn't escape. I kept looking in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see that same figure, standing at the edge of the graveyard, watching me drive away. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part came when I got home and unloaded my truck. As I reached into my bag to grab my flashlight, I noticed something strange. Dirt from the desert was on my shoes. I had wiped them off before leaving the campsite, but there it was. And it was the same dirt from right outside the tent. I froze. Whoever or whatever had been out there with me that night had followed me all the way back. The thought made my skin crawl. I didn't stay in my house that night. I didn't sleep much either, afraid to look outside. And I never went back to that place, not ever. But even now, I can still feel it, like something is watching me, waiting for me to make the wrong move. The figure in the desert never really left, and I'm not sure it ever will. We had been looking forward to this camping trip for weeks. It was supposed to be a quick getaway, just me and my husband. We found a spot deep in the woods, away from everyone else. It was supposed to be peaceful, a place where we could just enjoy nature and relax. At least that's what we thought. We arrived in the late afternoon, the sun starting to set behind the trees. The campsite was perfect, a small clearing near a quiet stream. We set up the tent, gathered some firewood, and made ourselves comfortable as the night began to fall. The forest was so quiet, except for the crackling of the fire. At first, everything felt fine. It was peaceful, the kind of quiet that was calming. But as the night grew darker, I started to feel something wasn't right. I kept hearing small sounds, twigs snapping, leaves rustling, just outside the circle of light from our campfire. I'd look, but there was nothing there. My husband was asleep, breathing deeply, and didn't seem to notice. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching us. I tried to ignore it, to tell myself I was just being paranoid, but then it got worse. I heard footsteps, slow, heavy steps. They weren't animal steps, these were human, or at least something pretending to be. My heart started racing, and I told myself it was nothing, just my mind playing tricks on me. But the footsteps didn't stop. They circled our camp, walking around us in a way that felt deliberate. I could hardly breathe, my chest tight with fear. I tried to convince myself it was just another camper, but the nearest campsite was miles away. There was no one else out here. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. The fire crackled and popped, and the shadows seemed to stretch farther than they should, moving unnaturally, like they were alive. My husband was still asleep, completely unaware. Then I heard something worse, a whisper. It was so soft, like the wind, but I heard it clearly. "I see you." I froze. My heart was pounding in my chest. Whoever or whatever was out there knew we were here, and they weren't going anywhere. I grabbed the flashlight, my hands shaking so much that it took me a second to turn it on. The beam swept across the campsite, lighting up the trees and rocks, but there was nothing at all. But the feeling of being watched didn't go away. I could hear the footsteps again, closer this time. They were right at the edge of the light. I couldn't bring myself to look beyond it. I stayed frozen, terrified that if I looked out, I might see something that would haunt me forever. The hours dragged on, each minute feeling like an eternity. The footsteps kept circling, getting louder, closer. I couldn't wake my husband. I didn't want to make a sound. Part of me knew that whatever was out there, it didn't want us to leave. It wanted us to stay here, stuck in the woods, trapped in this nightmare. And then, just as I thought I couldn't take it anymore, the sound stopped. The footsteps, the whispers, everything. It went silent. But the silence wasn't comforting. It was worse. It felt like something was waiting, watching, just beyond the campfire's light. The silence was so thick it almost felt like I was suffocating. My skin crawled. I stayed awake the rest of the night, my eyes darting around the camp, not trusting the dark corners of the woods. Every little sound, every rustle in the trees, made my heart race. When the first light of dawn came, everything seemed normal again. The birds were chirping, the trees were swaying in the breeze, and the sunlight filtered softly through the leaves. But I knew it wasn't over. The forest had shown me something that would never leave me. We packed up quickly, not even bothering to take our time. I told my husband it was time to go, and he didn't argue, sensing that something was wrong. We drove away from the woods in silence, the trees disappearing in the rearview mirror. But as I glanced back, I swear I saw something standing between the trees, just at the edge of the road. It was too far to make out clearly, but it was there, watching us. We never went camping there again, and I still don't know who or what was out there in the woods. I don't want to know, but I'll never forget that feeling of being watched, the chill that ran down my spine. And every time we go camping now, I always make sure we stay closer to people, closer to civilization. I can't shake the feeling that whatever was out there is still waiting, watching, just beyond the trees. It was the summer of 2014 when I decided to take a long overdue road trip. I'd been planning something like this for years. Just me, my car, and an open road stretching across the continent. My plan was to start from western New York, where I'd grown up, and drive south along the Atlantic coast. After soaking in the ocean breeze and humid air, I'd head west across the southern United States and end up in California. I was 27 at the time, and while I wasn't new to solo trips, this was the first one where I'd combined my love for road tripping and camping in such a big way. I'd grown up backpacking and camping in the Adirondacks, so I was no stranger to the outdoors. I dealt with black flies, cold snaps, and the occasional bear sighting. But all of my experience was in the thick, wooded forests of the Northeast. It never occurred to me that what I knew about the woods might not apply to the dry, arid conditions of the western deserts. By the time I reached Utah, I'd already logged over 2 weeks on the road. The southern heat had me itching to escape the air-conditioned confines of my car and get back to nature. I ended up in Bryce Canyon National Park, drawn in by the stunning photographs I'd seen of its otherworldly hoodoos and brilliant red rock formations. It felt alien, starkly different from the dense forests I was used to. I checked into the visitor center and got my backcountry permit for an overnight stay. The ranger asked if I was familiar with desert hiking and mentioned the possibility of flash flooding. I nodded, brushing it off. The sky was clear, and I couldn't imagine how such a dry, barren landscape could suddenly turn dangerous. I should have asked more questions, but I didn't. The trail wound steeply down into the canyon, the landscape opening up in a way that made me feel small and exposed. The air was dry and hot, but a breeze carried the faint scent of sagebrush. I marveled at the silence. No rustling leaves or bird calls, just the occasional sound of a lizard skittering across the sand. I set up camp near the bottom of the canyon, where a shallow gully carved through the rock. It was a dry streambed, marked by smooth, polished stones and a trickle of water that barely dampened the sand. It was a perfect spot, or so I thought. Easy access to water for cooking, and the sandstone walls around me created a natural windbreak. The afternoon wore on, and clouds began to gather in the distance. They weren't stormy looking, just a few wisps of gray that seemed harmless. I cooked a simple dinner on my portable stove and watched the sunset paint the canyon walls in shades of gold and crimson. That night, I lay in my tent staring up at the stars through the mesh of my rainfly. The air had cooled significantly, and the silence was so absolute it almost felt oppressive. I drifted off to sleep, my dreams filled with images of endless rock formations and towering hoodoos. I woke up to the distant sound of thunder. It wasn't loud, just a low rumble that seemed miles away. The air felt heavy, and when I crawled out of my tent, I noticed that the gully, which had been dry the evening before, now had a thin stream of water trickling through it. The sky above me was still mostly clear, but to the north, dark clouds were rolling in. I knew storms in the desert could be unpredictable, but I convinced myself it was nothing to worry about. I figured I'd pack up and head out soon, just in case. As I dismantled my tent, the first drops of rain began to fall. They were sparse at first, barely enough to wet the sandstone, but within minutes the rain intensified. The gully, which had been a trickle only moments before, began to swell. Water flowed faster and deeper, and I started to feel uneasy. That's when it hit me. I was at the bottom of a canyon, and the rain wasn't just falling here. It was falling upstream where I couldn't see it, and all that water was heading straight for me. Panic set in. I threw the last of my gear into my backpack, not bothering to secure it properly, and started climbing. The walls of the canyon were steep, and the sandstone was already becoming slick from the rain. My boots slipped on the wet rock, and my heart pounded in my chest. I glanced back once, and what I saw froze me in place. The gully had transformed into a raging torrent, the water now several feet deep and carrying debris, branches, rocks, even whole bushes. The sound was deafening, a roar that echoed off the canyon walls. I climbed faster, my hands gripping any crevice or ledge I could find. The water was rising quickly, and the rain showed no signs of letting up. I cursed myself for not taking the ranger's warning more seriously, for not understanding how unforgiving the desert could be. My pack felt like it weighed a ton, but I didn't dare stop to adjust it. The slope was getting steeper, and the sandstone crumbled beneath my fingers. Every muscle in my body burned, but I forced myself to keep moving. By the time I reached a flat, stable ledge, I was soaked to the bone and trembling with exhaustion. I turned to look back at the canyon floor, and my stomach dropped. The entire area where I had camped was now underwater. The torrent had widened, swallowing everything in its path. I sat there for what felt like hours, watching the water rage below me. The storm eventually passed, and the sky cleared, but the flood didn't recede right away. I knew I'd narrowly escaped a potentially fatal situation. The next day, I hiked back to my car, shaken but grateful to be alive. The desert had taught me a harsh lesson about the limits of my experience and the importance of respecting nature's power. This wasn't my only close call in the wilderness. A year later, while hiking in Ontario's Algonquin Park, I came across 2 black bear cubs on a narrow trail. They were no more than 10 feet in front of me, completely oblivious to my presence. My heart stopped. I knew enough to understand that where there were cubs, a protective mother wasn't far behind. I froze, holding my breath, as the cubs ambled across the trail and disappeared into the underbrush. I waited, scanning the trees for any sign of the mother bear, but she never appeared. Slowly, I backed away, retracing my steps until I was a safe distance from the spot. Only then did I turn and walk as quickly and quietly as I could back to camp. These experiences humbled me in ways I hadn't expected. They reminded me that no matter how much I thought I knew about the outdoors, nature always had the upper hand. Each time I venture out now, I carry those lessons with me, a quiet respect for the unpredictable power of the wild. It was early April of 2015, and I decided to take a solo trip down Desolation Canyon in Utah. I was 29 and felt confident in my skills, having spent years navigating rivers and trails. Desolation Canyon wasn't the most technical stretch of water I'd tackled, but it was remote, the kind of place where mistakes could escalate quickly if you weren't prepared. I had a pack raft, a lightweight inflatable boat perfect for solo adventurers. The plan was simple: spend 3 days paddling the canyon, camping on the banks at night, and enjoying the quiet solitude of the desert. I knew it was risky going alone, but I loved the challenge and the freedom it brought. I also had my inReach satellite communicator in case of an emergency, so I figured I was covered for worst-case scenarios. The first day went smoothly. The canyon was breathtaking: towering red cliffs, endless blue skies, and the occasional hawk gliding overhead. The river was calm, with just a few riffles to keep things interesting. I made camp on a sandy beach, cooked a simple meal over my small stove, and watched the stars come out. Felt perfect, the kind of trip I'd always dreamed of. The trouble started on the second day. The morning was crisp and cool, and the river was running steady. The sun hadn't yet crested the canyon walls, so I was paddling in the shade, feeling the cold water splash against my legs. The riffle that tipped me wasn't even big enough to notice on a map. Just a shallow section with some small rocks creating minor turbulence. I approached it casually, not bothering to brace myself or adjust my position in the raft. That was my first mistake. As I hit the riffle, my paddle got caught between two rocks. I yanked it free, but the motion tipped the pack raft sideways. In an instant, I was in the water. Normally, this wouldn't have been a big deal. I'd flipped plenty of times before and knew the drill. Grab the boat, get back in, and keep going. But this time, as I reached for the raft, a sharp pain shot through my left shoulder. I yelled out instinctively, the cold water cutting the sound short. My arm hung limp, and I realized I'd dislocated my shoulder. Panic set in as I tried to maneuver myself back into the boat with only one functioning arm. The water wasn't deep, maybe 4 feet, but it was just deep enough to prevent me from standing. I clung to the side of the raft with my good arm, kicking my legs to stay afloat. My shoulder throbbed, and every movement sent waves of pain through my body. The cold was seeping in fast, and I knew I had to get out of the water. After what felt like an eternity, I managed to drag myself and the raft to a narrow strip of shore. I collapsed onto the sand, shivering uncontrollably. My wet clothes clung to my body, and the wind that funneled through the canyon felt like ice. I sat there for a moment, catching my breath and trying to assess the situation. My left arm was useless, and the joint was visibly deformed. I'd also hit my head at some point during the fall, probably on one of the rocks, and blood was running down my face, dripping onto the sand. I needed to get warm and stop the bleeding, but my hands were already numb from the cold. I fumbled with my dry bag, trying to pull out my emergency kit, but my fingers wouldn't cooperate. It was like trying to grip something with blocks of ice instead of hands. I managed to get a fire started, though it was a pitiful flame that barely provided any warmth. My clothes were still soaked, and I couldn't move my left arm without sharp, shooting pain. I pressed a piece of gauze to the cut on my head, but the bleeding didn't seem to stop. Time passed slowly, The sun rose higher, but the warmth didn't reach me. I kept hoping someone would come down the river, another group of paddlers, or even a ranger. But Desolation Canyon is aptly named, and no one appeared. As the day went on, my condition worsened. The cold had taken hold, and I couldn't stop shivering. My head throbbed, and the edges of my vision started to blur. I knew the signs of hypothermia, and I was ticking every box. I realized I couldn't wait for help to arrive. If I stayed there, I might not make it through the night. My in-reach device was in the dry bag, and with shaking hands, I managed to activate the SOS signal. The hours that followed were a haze. I remember lying on the ground, staring up at the cliffs, and feeling the world spin around me. The wind picked up and the fire went out. My body felt like it was shutting down, each shiver growing weaker until they stopped altogether. Eventually, I heard the faint hum of a helicopter. I don't know how long it took them to reach me, but when they did, I was barely conscious. The rescue team bundled me into a stretcher and flew me to the nearest hospital. I spent 3 days in the hospital recovering from hypothermia, a hairline skull fracture, and a dislocated shoulder. The doctors told me I'd been lucky. If I'd waited any longer to activate the SOS, I might not have survived. That trip changed me. I've always prided myself on being self-sufficient, but it taught me the limits of what I could handle alone. Now, I never paddle alone. No matter how experienced you think you are, nature has a way of humbling you. Desolation Canyon was supposed to be an easy trip, a chance to reconnect with the wilderness. Instead, it became a reminder of how fragile we are in the face of the elements. It was the spring of 2013, and my boyfriend, now husband, and I decided to go camping over our college break. We'd been dating for about 4 months at the time, and this trip was supposed to be a chance to spend some quiet time together away from campus. We were both inexperienced campers, but we were young and adventurous, and the idea of roughing it for a couple of nights sounded exciting. We chose a state park about 2 hours from campus. It was early March, so it was still pretty cold, especially at night. When we arrived, the place was nearly deserted. There were maybe 3 or 4 other groups of campers scattered around the park, most of them on the other side of a small lake. Our chosen site was isolated, tucked into the trees with a clear view of the water. After pitching the tent and setting up our small campfire, we realized we'd forgotten a few essentials: firewood, a lighter, and extra snacks. There was a general store near the park entrance, so we hopped in the car and made the short drive back. That's when things started to go sideways. When we pulled into the store's gravel lot, a beat-up white pickup truck was parked out front. It was loaded down with bags of ice and cases of beer, and the cab was crammed with 4 or 5 guys. They were loud, rowdy, and clearly already drunk. As soon as I got out of the car, one of them let out a wolf whistle. I tried to ignore it, but it rattled me. My boyfriend glanced at me, uneasy, and we hurried into the store. The group followed us inside, their voices echoing through the small space. While we browsed, they kept making loud, obnoxious comments, mostly directed at me. Crude, disgusting things that made my skin crawl. I pretended not to hear them, but I could feel their eyes on me, and the air felt heavy with tension. My boyfriend, sensing my discomfort, hurriedly grabbed what we needed. We paid and left as quickly as possible. As we got into the car, one of the guys yelled something at us, something I couldn't quite make out over the sound of the engine. I didn't look back as we drove off. Back at the campsite, the unsettling encounter lingered in my mind, but I tried to shake it off. We built a fire, cooked a simple dinner, and watched the flames dance as the stars came out. The quiet of the park, the crackling fire, and the lapping of the lake against the shore were comforting, and I started to relax. By the time we climbed into the tent, I'd almost forgotten about the men at the store. It was cold, but we bundled up in our sleeping bags and quickly drifted off. Sometime after midnight, I woke up to the sound of an engine. It was faint at first, then grew louder as it approached. I froze, listening intently. The sound stopped suddenly, accompanied by the crunch of tires on gravel. My boyfriend stirred beside me, and I whispered, "Did you hear that?" Before he could answer, we both heard the slam of a truck door and the low murmur of voices. They were close, too close. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. We were the only campers on this side of the lake, and whoever had just arrived had parked at the site directly next to ours. In a nearly empty park, they could have chosen any other spot, but they'd come here. I didn't dare peek out of the tent, but I strained to hear what was happening. The voices were loud and slurred, accompanied by the clinking of bottles. Then, a flashlight beam swept across the fabric of our tent. I held my breath, my heart pounding so loudly I was sure they could hear it. The light lingered for a moment before moving on, but the fear remained. We lay there for what felt like hours, listening to the men's drunken laughter and the occasional shouts. The flashlight beams came and went, but they didn't approach the tent again. At some point, I whispered to my boyfriend that we should leave. He agreed, but neither of us wanted to risk packing up while they were still awake. We decided to wait until things quieted down, hoping they'd pass out and leave us alone. The hours crawled by. I don't think either of us slept, and every sound outside made my stomach churn. Finally, around 3 a.m., the voices grew quieter, and the flashlights disappeared. We took the chance to make our move. We moved quickly but quietly, shoving our gear into the car without bothering to pack it properly. My hands shook as I worked, the cold biting into my skin. As we loaded the last of our things, I glanced toward the other campsite. The fire was still burning, casting flickering shadows over the white pickup truck. One of the men was slumped in a folding chair, head back, while the others were nowhere to be seen. We got into the car and started the engine. For a moment, I held my breath, half expecting the noise to wake them. But the man in the chair didn't stir, and no one came out of the tent. We drove away, the relief washing over me in waves as the campsite disappeared behind us. We didn't stop driving until we were miles from the park, pulling into a well-lit truck stop just as the first light of dawn crept over the horizon. We sat in the car for a while, too exhausted and shaken to speak. Looking back, I don't know if those men had any malicious intentions or if they were just a group of rowdy drunks. But the fact that they chose to camp so close to us in an empty park felt deliberate. It was a level of unpredictability that I never want to experience again. That trip changed how we approach camping. A few years later, we both got concealed carry permits and started carrying when we camp. It's not something I ever thought I'd do, but the reality is you can't always count on people to be good or safe. Now, whenever we plan a trip, I think back to that night. I remember the fear, the helplessness, and the way my heart raced every time I heard those men's voices outside the tent. It's a reminder that even in the most beautiful, peaceful places, danger can still find you. It was just me, my grandfather, and our dog, Jack, camping in the woods for the weekend. We set up our tent near a small creek, a quiet spot we liked to visit. The air was cool, and the trees stood tall, blocking out most of the sunlight as night slowly came. The night was calm, with only the sound of the creek flowing and the occasional rustle of leaves in the wind. Jack, always alert, lay by the fire, his ears twitching every time the wind picked up. My grandfather sat across from me, poking at the fire with a stick, his face glowing orange from the flames. I wasn't scared, but something felt off. The silence felt too thick, like the whole world had stopped moving. We didn't hear birds, or any other people, or even the usual sounds of the forest. It was just still. The fire flickered lower, and my grandfather stood up to get more wood, his boots crunching on the gravel as he walked toward the dark trees. As soon as he left, Jack suddenly stood up, growling quietly. I looked at him, puzzled. It wasn't like Jack to act this way. He wasn't barking, just growling, and his body was tense. I tried to calm him, but his growl turned into a soft whine as he started pacing back and forth, clearly on edge. I stood up, wondering what had gotten into him, when I heard something. It was a soft sound, almost like footsteps. But these weren't the normal footsteps of an animal. These were heavier, slower, like someone was walking on purpose. My heart started pounding. I couldn't see anyone, but I felt like something, or someone, was watching us. My grandfather wasn't back yet, and Jack wouldn't stop growling. I grabbed the flashlight, shining it all around the campsite, but the beam only lit up the trees and the empty ground around the tent. Then, I heard a crack from behind the tent. It wasn't the sound of a branch breaking or something normal. It was something too purposeful, too quiet. My skin went cold. Jack's growl turned into full-on barking now, his fur standing up, his eyes fixed on the shadows. I grabbed a stick for myself, my hands shaking as I heard the footsteps getting closer. I backed up toward the fire, trying to keep calm, trying to make myself seem bigger, like I had control of the situation. But the only thing I could hear now were Jack's barks and the slow footsteps creeping closer. Whatever was out there was coming toward us. Then I saw it, a shadow moving just past the edge of the tent. It was tall, and it shifted as it moved, like it was trying to stay hidden. My breath caught in my chest. There was no way I was going to sit here and wait. I needed to find my grandfather. I ran toward the trees, the flashlight beam bouncing as I searched the dark, calling out for him. But as I moved farther, I realized the footsteps I'd been hearing weren't coming from the direction I thought. They were behind me, moving closer from the other side of the camp. I spun around, shining the light everywhere. What I saw stopped me cold. The trees, they weren't in the same places they'd been before. They were closer together, packed more tightly than they had been earlier. It wasn't possible. I hadn't moved that much, but the forest looked different, stranger. A chill ran down my back. I turned quickly and ran back toward the fire, Jack still barking, his voice higher now, more frantic. I had to get back to the fire, to safety. I needed to be near the light. Then, just as I reached the fire, I saw my grandfather walking back from the trees. He hadn't been gone that long, but it felt like forever. He looked at me, confused, his face tight with concern. It took me a few seconds to catch my breath and calm myself enough to explain what I had heard, what Jack had been sensing. But standing there in the firelight, the odd feeling didn't go away. It lingered, pressing on my chest. We didn't talk much, but I could tell my grandfather felt it too. We both kept looking around, expecting something to jump out of the dark. Jack finally stopped barking, but he was still uneasy, his eyes darting around the trees. We sat by the fire, not speaking, just watching the darkness. My heart wouldn't slow down, and every snap of a branch made me jump. As much as I wanted to sleep, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there, waiting. I kept listening, but the footsteps never came back. When morning came, the woods felt quiet, but not in a peaceful way. It was unnerving, the air too still, too thick. We packed up quickly, the unease still hanging over me. We drove away from the campsite, and I couldn't stop thinking about the way the trees had moved. They hadn't been where they were before. I glanced in the rearview mirror as we drove out of the forest. Something was there, deep in the trees, watching us leave. It wasn't just a feeling. I could almost see it, the darkness shifting just beyond the light. I could feel it now, cold and empty, just waiting for us to leave before it made its move. I won't be going back there. It was a cold, quiet evening when I decided to camp in a graveyard I'd been curious about for weeks. The place was isolated, surrounded by old tombstones that looked weathered and forgotten. It felt like a strange spot for a campsite, but also peaceful in a way. It wasn't far from the road, but it felt like the middle of nowhere, far from any other person. Little did I know the weather had its own plans. By the time I set up my tent and got everything ready, the sky had turned dark and heavy. The clouds looked like they were about to burst. The first drops of rain fell slowly, then faster until it was pouring down hard. The sound of raindrops hitting the tent was deafening, almost like a drumbeat, while the wind howled through the trees around me. I huddled inside the tent, listening to the storm outside. The graveyard was quiet, too quiet. The rain seemed to absorb all other sound. Every now and then, the flash of lightning revealed the gravestones, cracked and leaning, their surfaces worn by time. I tried not to think too much about it, just focusing on staying warm and dry. But then something felt off. It wasn't the storm or the graveyard, it was a feeling. A cold shiver ran down my spine. It was as if someone was out there, watching me. The air felt heavy, charged, like something was out there, just waiting. I tried to ignore it, told myself I was imagining things, but that feeling wouldn't go away. After a while, I heard a noise. It was faint at first, like something dragging across the wet ground. I froze, holding my breath, trying to convince myself it was just an animal. A raccoon, maybe, but then I heard it again, this time closer. Then came the unmistakable sound of footsteps, slow and dragging, like someone was walking through thick mud, right outside my tent. I stayed perfectly still, my heart racing. Who would be out here in this weather? Why were they walking like that, so slow and careful, almost as if they didn't want me to hear them? The footsteps stopped for a moment, and I strained my ears to listen. The only thing I could hear was the rain. I could barely see the gravestones through the storm, but something felt wrong. Then the footsteps started again, this time louder and from different directions. It wasn't just one set of footsteps. It sounded like several, moving all around me. My pulse was pounding. I tried to think of what could explain it, but nothing made sense. There was no one else out here, no sign of life. Just the rain and those footsteps. Were they circling the tent? Getting closer? Then, out of nowhere, a loud crack of thunder shook the ground. I jumped, my body freezing in place. For a few seconds, the rain seemed to get even louder, and the footsteps stopped. Silence. Complete silence. It was the worst silence I'd ever felt. The air felt thick, like something was right there, waiting for me to move, to make a sound. I stayed frozen, not daring to breathe too loudly. I couldn't take it any longer. I grabbed my flashlight, unzipped the tent just a little, and stuck my head out. The graveyard was soaked, the gravestones casting long shadows in the dim light. But there was no one there. No movement, no footsteps. Just the wind making the trees groan. I stood there for a moment, my heart still hammering, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I quickly packed up my stuff, throwing everything into my bag, zipping it up in a hurry. I didn't waste a second. I grabbed the tent, stuffed it in, and zipped it tight. No looking back, no second thoughts. I was out of there. As I trudged through the pouring rain toward my car, I glanced back at the graveyard one last time. Stood there, silent, just as it had before. But something about it felt different now. The unease that had settled in my chest was still there. I felt it even as I got into my car and started to drive away. I didn't look back again, but the thought stayed with me. The whole time I was in that graveyard, I felt like I was being watched, like someone or something was waiting for me to leave. Maybe it was just my imagination, but I knew one thing for sure. I wasn't going back there. As I drove, the rain started to let up, but that feeling didn't go away. It was as if something was following me. Couldn't shake it. My headlights flickered once, then twice, and for a split second, I thought I saw something in the rearview mirror. Something moving in the shadows. I sped up, my hands gripping the wheel tight. The rest of the drive was a blur, but the whole time, I kept thinking about that moment. The footsteps, the feeling that I wasn't alone. It stayed with me even after I got home. And every time I thought about that night, I wondered if I had truly been alone, or if something had been out there, waiting until I left. I've been to a lot of business meetings, but this one was different. We were supposed to spend the weekend camping to build some team spirit. The place was out in the middle of nowhere, an old campsite deep in the woods. At first, I didn't mind being so far from everything. I thought it would be nice to get away, clear my mind, and catch up on some work without the usual office distractions. The first day was simple enough. We set up our tents, ate, and spent a few hours going over work plans for the next few months. I could feel the tension in the group, but nothing really stood out as strange. As night fell, we sat around the campfire, the warm light of the fire contrasting against the dark woods around us. We talked for a little while before everyone headed to their tents to sleep. I wasn't the first to fall asleep, but I woke up in the middle of the night. Something didn't feel right. It was too quiet, the kind of silence that makes you uneasy. I tried to ignore it, but then I heard something. At first, it was just a soft rustling, maybe an animal. But then it got louder, more deliberate. It sounded like someone was walking around. Not a small animal, but something bigger, something that didn't belong. I stayed perfectly still in my sleeping bag, straining to listen. The sound was getting closer. My heart started racing. I knew I should check, but I didn't want to move. The whole group was asleep, so why would anyone be out there in the middle of the night? Eventually, I couldn't stay in bed anymore. I carefully got out of my sleeping bag, making as little noise as possible. I peeked out of my tent, trying to see in the dark. Everything looked fine. The campfire had burned down to just a few glowing embers. There was no one around, no animals, just a strange, heavy silence. I stood there for a while, listening. That's when I saw it. In the distance, just beyond the reach of the dying firelight, I saw something moving between the trees. It was too far to make out clearly, but it looked like a person. The way they moved wasn't normal. There was no casual walking, no aimless wandering. It was like they were searching for something, moving with purpose. My stomach dropped. Why would someone be out there at this time of night, in the middle of nowhere? I rushed back into my tent, my heart pounding in my chest. I lay there, wide awake, too scared to close my eyes. The rustling stopped, but the feeling didn't go away. It felt like I wasn't alone, like something was out there watching. I stayed awake for hours, the minutes dragging by. The night felt endless. When the first light of morning finally broke through, I was exhausted, my nerves shot. The others slowly started waking up, and I tried my best to act normal. I didn't want to seem crazy, especially since I didn't have proof of anything. We went through the morning routine like nothing had happened, but I couldn't stop looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see something, or someone, lurking just out of sight. After breakfast, we decided to take a short hike to get some fresh air. I stayed at the back of the group, still too shaken to fully enjoy the walk. My mind kept going back to the figure I'd seen last night. That's when I noticed something strange. There were footprints, big, heavy ones leading away from our camp. The tracks looked fresh, like someone had been walking there after we'd all gone to sleep. They led deeper into the woods, away from the main trails. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. We didn't follow the tracks. Instead, we packed up and left earlier than planned. The whole day felt strange. No one talked about the odd feeling hanging over us. It was like we all sensed something was wrong but didn't want to say it out loud. When I got home, the feeling didn't go away. I kept thinking about what had happened out there in the woods. It wasn't just my imagination. I know what I saw, and I know I wasn't alone out there. But the worst part is, I think the person I saw wasn't even supposed to be there. I don't think they were a hiker or camper. I think they were waiting for someone, waiting for us. I never went back to that campsite, and I never will. But every now and then, when I'm out in the woods, I get that feeling again. The same sense of being watched, like someone's out there, just beyond where I can see them. And I know deep down that I wasn't the only one who was meant to be there that night. Something else was out there too. And I don't think it was just a coincidence. I set up my tent in a small, quiet spot by a creek, far from the main camp. It was getting late, and the sky had turned soft orange. I thought I had the place to myself. The air was cool, and I could hear the creek flowing over the rocks. It was peaceful, maybe too peaceful. As the night came, the temperature dropped even more. I climbed into my sleeping bag and made sure the zipper was all the way up. The woods were quiet, except for the soft rustling of leaves and the faraway chirping of crickets. I kept my flashlight by my side, just in case. I felt okay, like I could relax. I finally fell asleep with the sound of the creek in the background. But it wasn't long before something woke me up. At first, I thought it was part of a dream, but then I realized I was hearing footsteps. Slow, heavy steps. They were close, maybe 20 feet from my tent. I froze, holding my breath and straining to hear. The steps stopped. Then, complete silence. My heart started pounding, and I thought about reaching for the flashlight, but I didn't want to make a sound. The steps started again. Closer now. I could hear them crunching through the dry leaves on the ground. Whoever or whatever was out there, they were moving closer. I held still, hoping they'd go away, but they didn't. The sound stopped just outside my tent. I stayed quiet, counting the seconds that passed. Felt like hours, but it was only a few minutes. I slowly reached for the flashlight and turned it on. The light flickered as I shined it toward the entrance. The fabric of the tent was pushed in, like someone was standing right outside, shifting their weight. I didn't move. I just stared, my chest tight with fear. Then, suddenly, the fabric yanked back, as if someone had grabbed it from the outside. I jumped up, my heart racing, but I didn't hear anything after that. No footsteps, no movement, just the creek flowing in the distance and the cold night air. I stayed still, too scared to move at first. After what felt like forever, I finally got the courage to peek outside. My hands were shaking, but I crawled out of the tent, holding the flashlight in front of me. I looked around the campsite. Everything was the same. Empty, quiet, nothing out of place. I didn't know what had happened or what made that noise, but after standing there in the cold for a few minutes, I knew I wasn't going to figure it out. I crawled back into the tent, zipped it up, and kept the flashlight close, trying to get some sleep. But the thought of what had been outside kept me awake. The next morning, when I was packing up to leave, I noticed something strange. There were footprints around my tent. Footprints that weren't mine. They were fresh, like someone had been walking around my tent during the night. They stopped at the edge of the tent and then just vanished. No more prints, no sign of anyone leaving. I didn't stick around to figure out who or what had been there. I packed everything up as quickly as I could and left. As I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone the whole night. Something or someone had been close to me, watching, waiting. I don't know what it was, but I learned one thing that day. Some things you're better off not knowing. The first time I set foot in the Teton Mountains, I had no idea what I was getting into. My partner, Mike, and I had been talking about taking a trip into the wilderness for months, and we'd chosen the Death Canyon Shelf as our destination, convinced it would be a good test of our skills. Little did I know it would test much more than just our skills. It would push us to our limits, both mentally and physically. The weather had a way of turning on us, catching us off guard every single time, and every day felt like a different battle against nature. We left the trailhead around dawn, our packs loaded with everything we thought we'd need. The sun was already high in the sky, and the air felt like it was going to crack under the weight of the heat. It was late September, so we were prepared for the usual crisp mountain nights, but I had no idea that we'd be seeing something much stranger. We had been hiking for a solid 4 hours, getting closer to the shelf, when the sky started to shift. At first, it seemed like just a few clouds moving in, but within minutes, they were rolling in fast, like dark, thick smoke. It was still sunny around us, but in the distance, the clouds were building up, dark and ominous. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. The air shifted stale, heavy, and sharp, almost metallic. The smell of ozone hit me just as a distant rumble of thunder split the sky. Mike looked up, adjusting the weight of his pack. He was already nervous, but I could see the shift in him. His jaw was tight, his shoulders hunched. He always tried to stay calm, but when it came to bad weather, there was no hiding his unease. I felt it too, but I had learned over the years not to let fear take control. Then it happened. Lightning. A flash so bright it almost felt like the world had been flipped upside down. The crack of thunder was so loud it made the ground shake under our feet. We stopped dead in our tracks, looking at each other for a brief moment of silent understanding. The storm was coming fast, and we were at the mercy of it. I kept moving, trying to ignore the way the air felt charged, like something could snap at any moment. But we weren't fast enough. We found a flat spot for the tent, hurriedly pitching it just as the first raindrops began to fall. But it wasn't just rain. It was sleet. The temperature plummeted. We spent the next few hours in the tent, crouched low, trying to minimize contact with the ground. The storm wasn't letting up. If anything, it was getting worse. The air reeked of ozone, electric, sharp, like the very air itself was about to catch fire. I kept my back to the tent's walls, trying not to think about how exposed we were. The world outside seemed alive, thrumming with a dangerous energy. Lightning flashed, followed by the deafening roar of thunder, and I wondered if we were going to make it through the night. Mike, ever the optimist, kept saying it'd blow over soon. But I knew better. The night dragged on, each strike of lightning seeming closer, the thunder rumbling like a living creature right outside. The tent shook under the force of the wind, and I could feel the cold creeping in through the layers of my clothes. The storm was relentless, the world outside swirling in white flashes, the snow falling faster than I had ever seen. It wasn't until the storm passed that we realized just how much snow had fallen. For inches in just 30 minutes. The world outside had gone from wet and angry to a silent, cold white. The storm had come and gone, leaving us in the aftermath, with no sign of the chaos we had just lived through. As we packed up the tent the next morning, I felt a sense of relief, but also unease. Nature had shown us its true face, and we'd barely made it out unscathed. The next stretch of the trip was just as grueling, though in a completely different way. The weather had cleared up, but the season was already late, and we were at a higher elevation. The temperature was still in the low 90s, a heat I wasn't expecting so far up in the mountains. We were reaching a pass above the tree line when Mike started to show signs of stress. His breathing was heavier, his pace slowing, and his face flushed with the effort of carrying a much heavier pack than mine. I kept a steady pace, but I could tell he wasn't doing well. His face was pale and he was sweating too much for the dry air. I pushed him to drink more water, but it wasn't enough. We had been climbing for hours and the pass was still ahead, but I noticed that Mike was becoming more and more sluggish. When I asked if he was okay, he just nodded, but I could tell he was trying to hide how bad things were getting. That's when I realized the streams we had marked on our map were all dry. I stopped at one, expecting a nice, cool source of water, but when I checked, there was nothing but dust and rocks. We kept moving, but it was starting to feel like we weren't going to make it much farther. Mike's dizziness was getting worse. His movements were slow, almost labored. I didn't want to risk it. There was a blue line marked on the map a mile ahead, and I needed to get water. So I told him to stay put while I moved ahead. I was hoping that the water source would be there, but I couldn't help but feel a sinking sense of dread. I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I left Mike with the packs and started toward the marked location. The trail narrowed, the air thinner, and the dry heat didn't help. I moved quickly, my mind running through everything I could do to get back to him as fast as possible. I had to get the water. When I reached the stream, I dropped my pack and began to filter the water, my hands shaking from the effort of the climb and the heat. I was so focused on the task that I didn't notice the movement at first. A brown head popped up from the bushes across the stream, followed by another, and then another. I froze. A mama grizzly with her cubs. I've read every book, taken every class, and I knew exactly what I needed to do.
Standhalt.
Make noise. Show no fear. But as I stood there, the reality of the situation hit me harder than any lesson could. I was completely alone. The nearest person was Mike, miles back, and the last hikers we'd seen were hours ago. There was no one else on the trail. I didn't move, just stood there, watching. The mother grizzly sniffed the air, but she didn't charge. I made noise loud and clear. I waved my arms, took a few steps back, but still, she didn't move. Her cubs were curious but stayed close to her, watching me. It was a standoff, me, standing on the bank of a stream, trying to appear as big as I could, and the grizzly and her cubs, deciding whether to cross. Time seemed to stretch on forever, the only sound the rustle of leaves in the wind. It felt like everything around us had gone silent. For a few moments, I honestly thought I might not make it out of there. But eventually, the bear mother sniffed the air again, then turned and led her cubs away. I didn't take my eyes off them until they disappeared into the brush. My heart was still pounding in my chest when I finally made my way back to Mike. His condition had worsened. He was dizzy and delirious from lack of water, but we had no choice but to keep moving. The rest of the trip felt like a blur of heat, exhaustion, and fear. Every day brought something new: hail, hypothermia, more lightning, and bears. We were lucky to make it out alive. By the time we reached the trailhead, I was drained, both physically and emotionally. The Tetons had taken everything we had to give. They showed us their beauty, their danger, and their power. But they also showed me something I'll never forget. No matter how much we prepare, nature will always have the upper hand. The storms, the bears, the isolation, it was all part of the mountain's character. And in the end, it was the mountains that had the final word. It was the best trip I've ever been on, but I'll never forget the feeling of raw fear that gripped me during that hike. Those moments where you're reminded that no matter how much you know or how strong you are, nature always has a way of keeping you humble. And on that trip, it didn't just teach me to respect the wilderness, it taught me to fear it. That night still haunts me every time I think about it, though it's been a few years now. It was an annual event that we, my search and rescue team, held every fall. We had our usual routine. Some light training, team bonding, and, of course, taking a few days off from the intensity of our work to refresh and regroup. But what happened that night wasn't the kind of thing I'd ever expected. The event took place in the mountains of Wyoming, far enough off the beaten path to make it feel like we were truly alone, but not so remote that we couldn't get help if needed. The autumn air was crisp, with the smell of pine and wet earth clinging to everything. The trees were just starting to change color, and the ground was soft with fallen leaves. A perfect setting, honestly, for our team to unwind and keep our skills sharp in a peaceful environment. We'd set up camp by a small, fast-moving creek that ran through the forest, which I always thought of as peaceful. The kind of place where you can listen to the water for hours if you're lucky enough to sit still long enough. That night, however, the creek turned into something more dangerous, something I'd never be able to forget. It started like any other training exercise. We were out late doing some night drills. The air had already started to cool, and the light from our headlamps cut through the shadows. My dog, Brody, an Australian shepherd, was leading the way. He was one of the most reliable dogs I had ever worked with, trained for both cadaver and man trailing. He was methodical in his work, following a scent trail with precision. We'd been training for several hours when Brody suddenly alerted to something in the darkness. His ears perked up, his nose to the ground, his body rigid. This wasn't normal. He was usually a calm, focused dog, so when he reacted like that, it meant we were onto something, possibly a real trail. I clipped the leash on him and began following him deeper into the woods. My teammates were spread out, maintaining a safe distance. The only sounds we could hear were the rustling of the trees in the breeze and Brody's breathing, heavy with focus. We walked for what seemed like miles, the trail leading us farther away from our base camp. The deeper we went into the forest, the darker and quieter everything became. Eventually, we found ourselves at the edge of a slick creek bed. The ground beneath me was soft, wet with the remnants of a recent rainstorm. The creek itself was louder here, rushing over rocks and fallen logs, the water dark and swift. I could see the faint glint of the moonlight on the surface of the water, but it barely illuminated the surrounding area. Brody's nose remained fixed to the ground as he led me toward the creek's edge. But the moment I took a step forward, I lost my footing. My boots slipped out from under me, and before I could even react, I was tumbling down the muddy slope. I hit the ground hard, my shoulders slamming into a rock before my body gave way completely. I slid uncontrollably toward the edge of the creek, and then nothing. My body was thrown over the side of the creek, and I landed with a sickening thud on a small cliff. My ribs cracked. I barely had time to feel the impact before the world went black. The pain was instant and overwhelming. My breath hitched in sharp gasps, my vision blurry and dizzy. I could feel the pressure on my ribs, the sharp sting in my skull from the concussion, and the cold of the ground pressing into my face. I remember trying to move, but everything hurt too much to even consider standing. I don't know how long I lay there before I managed to press the emergency alert button on my GPS. It's a small button that signals base camp when there's an emergency, either for rescue or to mark the location of a target. My hands were shaking, and I had to press it a few times before I felt the button to press. That's when the quiet set in. And then the footsteps. It started slowly, almost as if someone was hesitating, unsure of where they were stepping. But as the sound grew closer, I knew someone or something was out there. My mind raced. Was it one of my team members? Had they found me? My head swam. My vision still doubled as I tried to focus. I was so disoriented that it was hard to tell if I was imagining things. But the footsteps grew louder, and soon, I could hear a voice. A man's voice. It wasn't a team member. It didn't sound like anyone I knew. The man spoke casually, almost as if he were giving a tour or telling a story. He mentioned how often people end up in the creek, how frequently people died from floods during hurricane season or tornado season. I couldn't make sense of it. There was something deeply unsettling about the way he talked, like he was too comfortable with death, too familiar with the idea of people not making it out of these woods. I could barely breathe, let alone respond to him, but I forced my eyes open, trying to see if he was with the team. I don't know why, but I felt a deep, gnawing fear in the pit of my stomach. There was something wrong with him. I couldn't explain it then, but I felt it now. And then, without warning, my dog Brody disappeared into the night. I don't know how he got away, but I was too out of it to chase after him. The pain in my ribs made it hard to breathe, and all I could do was lie there, hoping someone would find me soon. Then, just as the stranger took another step toward me, I heard something that made my blood run cold. It was Brody. His trills and hurry-up slowpoke bark echoed through the trees. The sound of his voice, sharp and impatient, was unmistakable. I could hear him moving quickly, closing the distance between us. The stranger stopped dead in his tracks. He turned his head to look toward the noise, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. I remember the way his gaze shifted back and forth between me and the direction of Brody's bark. And then, as if making a decision, he turned and began moving away from me, further into the woods. The sound of Brody's voice was joined by another bark, this one much deeper, more guttural. It was one of the other dogs from my team, a massive German shepherd named Ranger. The growl he let out was like nothing I had ever heard before. His hackles were up, his body poised and threatening. He wasn't alone. I could hear Brody now, his teeth bared and growling low in his throat. The dogs were ready to defend me, and I could feel that unmistakable sense of relief. The stranger didn't seem to know what to do. He looked back once more, just in time to see Ranger and Brody move into position, facing him with all the authority of a trained attack dog. His eyes widened, but he didn't make a move to run. Instead, he just stood there, watching. And that's when the real noise started. I could hear footsteps, but they weren't the creepy, slow shuffle of the man anymore. They were the fast, steady rhythm of my teammates. The former Marine officer, Mark, and the MMA fighter, Jack, were moving swiftly toward me, their heavy boots crunching on the ground. As they approached, Ranger and Brody continued to growl, their bodies taut with the energy of a potential fight. The man didn't budge. He just watched. Mark and Jack reached me within moments. They quickly assessed the situation, stabilizing me as best they could while still keeping an eye on the stranger. The dogs continued to watch him, their low growls rumbling deep in their chests. It was as if the dogs knew he was a threat long before I did. With the stranger still lingering in the background, Mark and Jack carefully helped me onto the backboard. I was barely able to breathe, but I didn't care as long as we were getting out of there. They wheeled me down to camp, the dogs still at the rear, their focus never leaving the stranger. At camp, the medical team cleared me after a quick assessment. My neck seemed fine, though I had broken a couple of ribs and was concussed. They insisted on sending me to the rural hospital for further evaluation, just to be safe. It was there, at the hospital, that I learned something that would stay with me forever. The nurse, an older woman with a kind face, mentioned that the area we had been working in had a high number of assaults, both physical and sexual. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up when I heard that. My heart sank. The man hadn't been a rescuer, and he sure as hell hadn't been lost. He was something far more dangerous. We filed a suspicious activity report with the police, but nothing ever came of it. As far as I know, they never found him, and I still have no idea what scent Brody was following. The trail didn't lead anywhere it should have, and we ended up far away from where the training had been set. Even now, I still think about that night. I don't know what would have happened if Brody hadn't returned when he did, if Ranger hadn't stepped in, or if Mark and Jack hadn't shown up when they did. But I know one thing for sure. That man was not out there by accident. He was waiting, and I'm certain that if Bro I had always loved being alone in nature. There was something about the silence, the way the trees creaked in the wind, the way the world slowed down when you were far from the noise of cities. So, when I saw the forecast for a storm rolling in, I didn't think much of it. Sure, there were warnings of heavy rain and gusty winds, but it didn't sound like anything that would stop me. Besides, I'd been planning this solo camping trip for weeks, and I was tired of the city, tired of the noise. I was 29, and my dog, Max, a scruffy mutt I'd rescued a few years ago, was the only company I needed. I hadn't been to this campground before, but I'd heard it was peaceful, quiet, perfect for what I needed. The place was a little over an hour away from my home, tucked into a forested valley near the edge of the mountains. It wasn't far from the highway, but it was secluded enough that I wouldn't have to deal with other campers. That was the real appeal for me, just me, Max, and the wilderness. It had been a long time since I'd done something like this, and I was eager to disconnect, to turn my phone off, leave the world behind, even if only for a couple of days. I didn't realize how close the storm was when I left my apartment in the morning. The sky was gray, and the wind was picking up a little, but nothing that seemed too bad. I figured it would be a few light showers, some gusts of wind, nothing major. I was used to storms. I'd been caught in a few in the mountains before, but this time there was something different in the air, a heaviness. I shrugged it off as I loaded up the car and made sure Max had his leash, water, and food. The drive out was peaceful. There were no cars around, just the endless stretch of winding road, the occasional farmhouse, and the vast forested landscape that surrounded me. It wasn't until I reached the point where the signal cut out that I felt the first real sign of unease. I knew there were areas in the valley with poor reception, but I hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. I looked at my phone, the little no service icon glaring back at me. It wasn't a big deal. I wasn't planning to use it anyway. When I finally made it to the turnoff for the campground, the wind was picking up more. It wasn't anything crazy, but the trees were beginning to bend, and the first drops of rain started splattering against the windshield. Max had been lying quietly in the back seat, but he raised his head and stared out the window, his ears perked up. He didn't like storms. I tried to reassure him with a pat on his head before I drove down the narrow gravel road that led to the campsites. The campsite itself was beautiful, peaceful, tucked into the trees with a small creek running nearby. There was no one else around, which made me feel a little better. I found a spot by the creek, set up my tent, and unpacked my gear. Max sniffed around the campsite, tail wagging, clearly excited to be out of the car. I unpacked the stove and set about making a simple dinner. The rain had started coming down more steadily now, tapping lightly on the tent roof, but it wasn't anything I hadn't dealt with before. After dinner, I got into the tent, made sure Max was comfortable, and pulled out a book to pass the time while I listened to the storm pick up outside. I had no intention of letting it ruin my trip. It wasn't long before I started hearing the sound of the wind intensifying, the trees creaking, bending in ways that seemed unnatural. The storm was clearly growing stronger. I thought about the weather report I'd glanced at earlier, the warning about gusty winds, and realized I hadn't really paid attention to the specifics. Maybe I should have. As the night went on, the storm didn't let up. It only got worse. The wind howled through the trees, and Max started pacing inside the tent, his nerves clearly getting the best of him. I wasn't much better off. I tried to convince myself it was nothing to worry about, just a storm. I kept thinking about the road and the fact that there was no one else for miles. I'd seen the few cars on the way in, but they were long gone. The thought that I was completely alone, in the middle of nowhere, started to creep into my mind. The wind outside began to sound more menacing, like it was whispering through the trees, warning me about something. I shivered and zipped up my sleeping bag. I tried to push away the thoughts of being stuck out here alone, of a tree falling on the road and trapping me. I was being paranoid. Still, the more I thought about it, the more uneasy I became. The wind picked up again, this time with a howl so loud it rattled the tent. I tried to focus on the sound of the rain, the creek, anything that wasn't the wind. But every gust seemed to push the trees closer together, as if they were straining to break free of the storm. I checked my watch, it was late, but I knew I wouldn't be able to sleep. Max was restless now, and I could feel the tension in his body as he lay next to me. His breathing was shallow, his eyes wide with fear. He wasn't used to storms like this, and I didn't blame him. I wasn't used to it either. The wind was starting to sound more like a freight train now. I tried to ignore it, tried to tell myself it was normal, that I'd been through worse. But a little voice in the back of my mind was telling me to leave. I looked at the watch again. It was nearly midnight. I felt foolish, but something told me I couldn't stay here. The storm had only worsened, and the wind was so strong now that I could hear the trees creaking in ways they shouldn't. The last thing I wanted was to end up with a tree falling on the tent, or worse, on my car when I tried to leave. I knew I'd made a mistake coming out here, but I wasn't going to make it worse by waiting for something to happen. I grabbed the flashlight, packed up what I could, and decided to leave. The rain was pouring down hard now, the wind howling as I unzipped the tent and stepped out into the storm. Max was at my side instantly, his fur soaked through as I led him out toward the car. My heart was racing, the wind biting at my face, pushing against me like it was trying to keep me there. When I got to the car, the wind had picked up even more. The trees seemed to be swaying dangerously, and I thought for a moment that I might have made the wrong decision. But I wasn't about to stay out there alone with the storm raging like that. I threw everything into the back seat and started the car, the engine humming to life. As I drove down the narrow road, the rain was coming down in sheets, making it nearly impossible to see the road ahead. The wind was rattling the trees, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was going to fall. Something was going to block the road and trap me out here. I kept my eyes fixed on the road, my grip tight on the steering wheel. About 2 miles from the campground, my worst fear came true. A massive tree had fallen across the road, blocking most of it. My heart stopped for a moment, and I felt that rush of panic flood over me. The tree wasn't blocking the entire road, but it was big enough to make passing through difficult. The wind continued to howl around me, the storm showing no sign of letting up. I took a deep breath and inched forward, carefully navigating around the tree. My car barely fit between the branches and the edge of the road, but I managed to squeeze through. As I passed the fallen tree, I couldn't help but feel the sting of embarrassment. I had made the right call leaving, but still, there I was, driving in the middle of a storm, in the dark, with a tree just 2 miles away from where I'd been camping. I couldn't help but feel like an idiot. Max was lying on the seat beside me, still anxious but calmer now that we were moving. The storm wasn't getting any better, but at least I was on my way home. The adrenaline that had been pumping through my veins started to fade, replaced by that heavy feeling of regret. I had known the storm was coming, but I hadn't realized just how bad it would be. I put myself and Max in danger. As I made my way back, the trees swayed violently in the wind, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something might still happen. I finally made it back to the highway and felt the tension start to loosen from my shoulders. The road ahead was clear, and I was finally headed home. The storm raged on behind me, but I knew I wasn't going to make that mistake again. Next time, I'd listen to the warnings. And next time, I wouldn't be so eager to escape the world that I ignored the very real dangers of nature. I had been looking forward to this camping trip for weeks. It was supposed to be a quiet getaway, just me, my tent, and the fresh air. But that night, everything went wrong. The weather had been perfect all day, sunny with a light breeze, so I didn't think twice about driving out to a secluded spot I'd found on an online map. It was far from any busy trails, deep in the woods, a place I figured would be peaceful. But as night came, the sky changed quickly. The clouds grew thick and dark, and the air felt heavy, like it was about to rain. I hurried to set up my tent, but by the time I was done, the rain started coming down hard. The wind picked up too, making the trees sway and crack. I crawled into the tent, hoping the storm would pass soon, but it didn't. The rain hammered against the tent, and the wind howled through the trees. I thought about going back to my truck for shelter, but the trail was already getting muddy, and I didn't want to risk getting stuck out there in the dark. So I stayed put, listening to the storm roar outside. It felt like the whole forest was alive, groaning and shaking under the weight of the rain. Then I heard something. First, it was faint, but I could tell it wasn't just the wind. Something was moving outside my tent. The sound was different, rustling, like leaves and twigs breaking. It wasn't the usual sounds of animals. I froze, holding my breath, trying to listen. The noise got closer, like whatever it was walking toward me, its heavy steps crunching through the wet leaves. My heart pounded in my chest. I told myself it was probably just a deer or maybe a bear, but deep down I knew that was unlikely. I grabbed my flashlight, my hands shaking, trying to steady myself. I was about to shine it outside when the noise stopped. It went completely quiet. Not the calm quiet after a storm, but a heavy silence that felt wrong. I stayed still for what felt like hours, not daring to move. Every tiny noise, the rustling of leaves or the sound of the rain, made my pulse race. I didn't want to look outside, not knowing what was out there. The thought of seeing something I wasn't supposed to made me feel sick, so I stayed in the tent, not moving a muscle. Eventually, the rain slowed, and the wind eased up. It was still dark, but the storm seemed to be over. I knew I couldn't stay there anymore. The thought of whatever was out there, so close to me, was too much. I packed up my things slowly, trying not to make a sound. I knew I had to get back to my truck, but walking through the woods alone in the dark made my skin crawl. I finally made it to the trailhead, my heart racing the whole way. Felt like something was still watching me, following me. When I reached my truck, I threw my gear in the back, jumped inside, and locked the doors. I looked around, half expecting to see someone standing in the woods, but there was nothing, just the quiet, wet trees. The next morning, I went back to the campsite to grab the rest of my things. I wasn't sure why, but I needed to see the spot where I'd heard those noises. When I got there, I found the area where I'd heard the footsteps. The ground was soft and wet, and in the mud I found large footprints, way too big for any animal I knew. The prints circled around my tent, like whatever had been out there was watching me, waiting. But the weirdest part was that the tracks stopped right at my tent. There were no signs of anything moving away after that. It was like it just vanished. I didn't even stay another minute. I couldn't get out of those woods fast enough. As I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever had been out there, whatever had made those prints, had been waiting for me to leave. The storm had been bad, yes, but there was something else in those woods, something that didn't belong, something that was still there, following me even now. And as I glanced in my rearview mirror one last time, I couldn't help but feel like I wasn't alone on the road anymore. I decided to go camping for the weekend at my grandmother's old village. It was far from the city, and I thought it would be a quiet break from everything. The village had been in my family for years, and I felt a kind of bond with the place, even though I hadn't been there in ages. The village was very quiet and isolated, with just a few houses scattered between the woods and fields. My grandmother used to tell me stories about growing up there, and I always felt like there was something special about the place. I set up camp near a small stream that ran behind the village. There was an old, abandoned barn not far from the stream. The sun was just beginning to set, casting long shadows across the ground. I sat down by the fire, listening to the crackling of the wood, when I started hearing strange noises from a distance. At first, I thought it was just the wind rustling the trees, but the sounds kept getting louder, like footsteps crunching on the ground. It was too quiet, the kind of quiet where you can hear every little thing. I told myself it was just an animal, maybe a deer or something else moving through the woods, but then I heard something heavier, like boots stomping on gravel. I stood up, and the fire flickered, making the shadows around me stretch and shift. The barn was right there, dark and still, with its windows empty and cold. I thought I saw something move inside the barn. When I looked closer, it was gone. My heart started racing. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The sounds kept coming, but now they didn't feel random. They felt like they were following me, like something was waiting for me to make a move. I felt a cold sweat on the back of my neck, and the air around me seemed thicker, heavier. I grabbed my things and decided to go closer to the village. The camp was a little ways from it, about a quarter of a mile, but as I walked, the feeling of being watched got stronger and stronger. I remembered my grandmother's warnings from when I was a kid, how she always told me to stay away from the area near the barn after dark. I used to laugh it off, thinking it was just a story. But now, walking through the woods with the moon barely lighting the path, I wasn't so sure anymore. By the time I reached the village, I was on edge. Every small sound seemed too loud, too close. I walked to the house, an old stone building that had been standing for more than 100 years. The door creaked when I opened it, and I stepped inside, trying to calm my nerves. But something wasn't right. The air in the house felt different, colder and still, like it hadn't been touched in years. I checked the locks on the windows and doors, making sure everything was secure. But I could still hear the faint sound of footsteps outside. I wasn't sure if I was imagining it, but it didn't feel like it. After what seemed like forever, the sound stopped. I sat by the window, staring out at the village. The firelight from my camp was long gone, and the village was bathed in cold moonlight. Just as I started to relax a little, I heard a thud. It sounded like something heavy had been dropped near the barn. Then I heard something scraping, like metal being dragged across the ground. My body froze. I held my breath, listening, my heart pounding in my chest. I watched the barn through the window, but there was nothing, only darkness. I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed my stuff, grabbed my flashlight, and bolted out of the house. The village was too quiet now, too empty. I wasn't going to stick around and wait to find out what that sound was. I made my way back to my campsite by the stream, but when I got there, it was dead silent. Not a single rustle in the trees, no sound from the water, nothing. The whole place felt wrong. I started packing up my gear, trying to get out of there fast. That's when I saw it. A glint of metal in the darkness near the barn. I thought it was an old bucket or something, but then it hit me. My grandmother used to keep a lantern in the barn. It was always close to the door, hanging from a hook just inside. But there was no lantern there now. I wasn't about to stick around and find out what had happened to it. I packed up the rest of my stuff, my hands shaking, and grabbed my keys. I couldn't leave fast enough. My car felt like the safest place on earth as I drove away from the village. I still couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me, following me, even though I saw no one. My heart was pounding, and I couldn't get my mind to stop racing. Even though I never saw anything or anyone, the unease stayed with me. I kept looking over my shoulder, as if expecting someone to be right behind me. But when I glanced back, the road was empty. That whole trip, the feeling of being followed, of being watched, never left me. Couldn't shake it. I don't know if it was just the isolation or if there was something else going on in that village, but I knew one thing. I wasn't going back. When I got home, I told my family what had happened. They just looked at each other and nodded. Apparently, I wasn't the first one to feel that strange, suffocating feeling in the village. But no one could explain it, not really. They just said it was part of the land, something that had always been there. They told me to forget about it, that some things are better left alone. I don't know what I felt out there that night, but I know I won't be going back to my grandmother's village anytime soon. I don't know what it was, but I felt something waiting in those woods, something that had been there for much longer than me, something that didn't want visitors. And that thought alone kept me up for days after I left. There are places in this world that are better left untouched. And that village, it's one of them. It was supposed to be a peaceful camping trip. Just me and my sister, getting away from the noise of the city, surrounded by nothing but trees and quiet. We found a spot next to a small, clear stream, set up our tents, and started a fire. The evening was perfect, calm, and quiet. But as the night went on, something felt wrong. It wasn't the usual forest sounds. No birds, no rustling of animals. Just silence. Thick, heavy silence. I tried to ignore it, thinking it was just my mind playing tricks. But then I heard something. A snap of a twig. It was faint but clear, coming from deep in the woods, just beyond the firelight. My heart skipped a beat, but I didn't say anything to my sister. I tried to convince myself it was just a deer or some other animal, but the feeling of being watched didn't go away. We sat by the fire for a while, both lost in our own thoughts. The sound came again, this time louder. It wasn't an animal. It sounded like footsteps, slow, heavy footsteps, crunching through the underbrush. I stood up, scanning the dark woods, but I couldn't see anything. My mind raced, trying to figure out what it could be. Then the wind picked up, and with it came a strange smell. It wasn't the fresh, pine-scented air I was used to. This smelled foul, like rotten meat. My stomach churned, and I could see my sister was uneasy too. We didn't speak, but I could feel it. She was scared. I told myself it was nothing. Probably just a bear, maybe even a mountain lion, though they don't usually come this close to people. But the feeling of being watched wouldn't go away. Then, out of nowhere, I heard it. A loud, dragging sound, like something heavy scraping along the ground. It was coming from deep in the forest, closer than before. My heart raced. This was no animal. I turned to my sister, telling her we needed to pack up. Something felt wrong. We grabbed our stuff and started shoving it into our backpacks, trying to be as quiet as possible. The dragging sound kept going, getting closer. My skin crawled as I heard the crunching of leaves and twigs, but now it was much closer. I didn't dare look, but I could feel whatever it was moving through the woods, staying right behind us. We finally made it to the edge of the forest, but I could still hear the heavy dragging. It was getting louder, closer. I couldn't see anything in the dark, but I could feel it, right behind us. I was almost at the car when I heard it. A low growl, so soft and deep, it made my chest tighten. It was close, too close. I didn't look back. We ran the rest of the way to the car, jumping in and locking the doors as fast as we could. We didn't speak a word as we sped down the dirt road. The headlights cut through the dark, but there was no sign of anything behind us. It felt like hours before we hit the main road, my hands still shaking. We didn't stop until we reached the nearest gas station, both of us exhausted and freaked out. I still don't know what it was. Maybe it was an animal, maybe something worse. I don't know, but the feeling of being hunted, of something following us, hasn't left me. I don't go camping like that anymore, not in the deep woods. I don't even know if I'll ever go back to a place like that. Whatever it was, it wasn't natural. And then there's the sound, that growl. I'll never forget it, but I sometimes wonder if it was just a warning. a warning that it was still out there, waiting, because I've been hearing things at night, small noises in the woods behind my house. I don't know if it's just my mind playing tricks or if something's still following me. Either way, I'm not going back out there. Not ever again. It was one of those nights where the sky looked like it could break open at any moment. I was camping alone with my dog, Max, deep in the woods. I wasn't expecting anything special, just wanted some quiet, away from the noise of the world. But the rain came down hard and fast, non-stop. It slammed against the tent, making a constant, pounding sound that almost drowned out everything else. Max wasn't bothered by the rain. He curled up in his usual spot, a few feet away from me, breathing calmly in the stillness of the night. I tried to focus on the sound of the rain and the wind blowing through the trees, but something felt off. I couldn't explain it, but every few minutes, I felt a chill run down my spine. I tried to shake it off. It was probably just the quiet getting to me. I had just started to drift off to sleep when Max suddenly stood up, ears up, alert. I sat up fast, my heart racing. He was staring out into the dark, his body stiff. I held still, not moving a muscle. At first, I thought maybe it was just a small animal, something harmless. But then I heard it. Footsteps, soft but steady, crunching the wet leaves just outside the tent. They were too slow, too purposeful. Max let out a low growl, the kind he always made when something wasn't right. I stayed as quiet as possible, trying not to make a sound. The footsteps stopped, and for a moment, everything went completely silent. My heart pounded in my chest as I listened, straining to hear anything that could explain what was happening. The rain kept pouring, the only sound other than the blood rushing in my ears. Then came a rustling, louder now, way too close. I grabbed the flashlight next to me, my hands shaking as I tried to quietly flick the switch. Max's growls grew deeper, more worried. I didn't know what it was, but it wasn't any animal I knew. There was something wrong about this. The rustling grew louder, getting even closer. Then I heard breathing, slow, shallow, uneven, coming from just outside the tent. My mind raced. Who the hell was out there? And why weren't they using a flashlight? Suddenly, Max snapped, barking loudly, and the breathing stopped. My hand was shaking as I held the flashlight, its beam slicing through the blackness outside the tent. I didn't dare look out. The hair on my neck stood up, my body frozen with fear. For what felt like forever, I waited. The footsteps slowly moved away, at first, then picked up speed, retreating into the dark. I wasn't about to stick around and find out who or what was out there. I grabbed Max's leash, pulling him close, and hurried out of the tent. The rain was pouring harder than ever, but I didn't care. I just had to get out of there. Max stayed by my side, still on edge, and we moved as fast as we could through the wet, slippery woods. I didn't stop running until I reached the trailhead, my heart still pounding. I couldn't hear much over the rain, but I knew whatever or whoever had been out there had followed me. They were close, just out of sight, always making sure I knew they were there. The thought made my stomach turn. But when I saw the lights of the parking lot in the distance, I finally felt a bit of relief. I wasn't staying in that forest a minute longer. As I loaded Max into the car, I glanced back toward the woods. The rain was still falling hard, and I couldn't shake the feeling that whoever it was, whatever it was still out there, waiting. It felt like I hadn't been alone for a second since I set up camp. My gut twisted with fear, knowing someone had been watching me the whole time, waiting for the right moment. I couldn't stop the feeling that whatever had been following us was still out there, lurking in the dark, just beyond the trees. I glanced at Max, who had his eyes trained on the forest as well, his ears flat against his head. I started the car and looked back one last time. The night was still and silent, the rain pounding the earth. But something didn't feel right. Something about the way the forest stood there, so quiet, made my skin crawl. As I drove away, I kept checking the rearview mirror. I had the feeling that whatever it was, whoever it was still out there watching, waiting for the next time I'd come back. But I wouldn't be back. I wasn't going anywhere near that forest again. Something in those woods had marked me, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't just leaving the forest behind. It felt like it was following me, a dark presence that had been with me all along. That night, I learned that some places don't just let go. They keep a piece of you, and no matter how far you go, that piece stays behind, waiting in the shadows. First time camping, I had just turned 24 when I decided to finally give camping a shot. I didn't want it to be some group trip where I'd have to rely on others or share the experience. I wanted to go all out, completely alone, just me and the wilderness. To make it even better, I decided to hike a closed trail in the mountains of Oregon. I figured, nobody else will be there. I'll have the whole trail to myself. Looking back, it was both the best and worst idea I've ever had. I packed what I thought I'd need, but I wasn't exactly experienced. My backpack was way too heavy, stuffed with gear I probably didn't even need. I had a snug sleeping bag, my Snugpack ionosphere tent, a flashlight, my Bowie knife, and a cheap Bluetooth radio I thought would keep me company at night. Water, snacks, and a small first aid kit rounded out my supplies. I'd watched enough survival videos to feel confident, but confidence doesn't mean much when you're out there alone. From the moment I stepped onto the trailhead, I felt off. It wasn't the trail itself. There was something about the quiet, the type of quiet that felt unnatural. My biggest fear has never been bears, snakes, or coyotes. No, it's cougars, the silent killer. They're almost impossible to spot, and by the time you do, it's too late. That thought stuck in my head as I hiked deeper into the forest. The trail was overgrown but still manageable. My legs burned from the incline, and my back ached from the weight of my pack. I didn't have my glasses with me, so everything beyond 30 feet was just a blur of green and brown. It was like trying to see through a foggy window. Shapes and outlines were there, but nothing sharp. A few hours in, I thought I saw something. It was just a shape at the edge of my vision, low to the ground, and moving slowly. My heart rate spiked. Cougar? I froze, gripping the strap of my pack tightly. But when I squinted, it didn't move again. Probably just my imagination, I thought. Still, the thought stayed with me. By the time I found a spot to set up camp, I'd burned through most of my water and felt exhausted. The area was a small clearing just off the trail, slightly sloped but flat enough to pitch my tent. I knew the slope wasn't ideal, but I told myself it'd help any rainwater flow away from my tent if it rained. I set up quickly, eager to rest, and then tried to build some kind of wood shelter for extra protection. It didn't take long for me to give up, scattering sticks around my tent instead as a sort of camouflage. Looking back, I'm not sure what I thought I was protecting myself from. As the sun dipped lower, I started hearing voices. They were faint at first, like whispers carried by the wind. I told myself it was just the forest playing tricks on me, but then I saw them. A couple walking along the trail. My stomach sank. The trail was supposed to be closed. Why were they here? I crouched behind a tree, watching them until they disappeared out of sight. The rest of the evening was tense. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Every snap of a branch or rustle of leaves made me jump. I climbed into my tent and turned on my Bluetooth radio, hoping the music would drown out my nerves. That's when I heard the voices again, closer this time. They were speaking Spanish. My blood ran cold. It was pitch dark by then. Who the hell hikes a closed trail at night? I turned off the radio, straining my ears. The voices were getting louder. I panicked and did the dumbest thing I could have done. I yelled out, "Hello!" The voices stopped. Silence. My heart pounded in my chest as I grabbed my Bowie knife and unzipped my sleeping bag, ready to move if I had to. I tried again, my voice shaking, "Hello!" Then I heard it. Heavy footsteps crashing through the brush, coming up the slope toward my tent. I bolted out of the tent, barefoot in my long johns, flashlight in one hand and knife in the other. I shouted as loud as I could, threatening whoever or whatever it was. I yelled about being armed, about being crazy, hoping to scare them off. The footsteps stopped. The forest was dead silent again. No wind, no animals, nothing. My flashlight beam shook as I scanned the trees. After a few minutes of standing there, my adrenaline started to wear off. I didn't see anyone. Slowly, I crept back to my tent and climbed inside, leaving the knife within arm's reach. Couldn't sleep. Every little noise set me on edge. At one point, I called my best friend to let him know where I was, just in case something happened. But the signal was terrible. I could barely hear him, and he couldn't understand me. That's when it really hit me. I was completely alone out there. Hours passed. I must have drifted off at some point because I woke up to the sound of a stick snapping right behind my tent. My body froze. The sticks I'd scattered earlier were meant to make noise if something got close, and now they were doing their job. I held my breath, straining to hear. First, there was nothing. Then, a low, heavy exhale. It wasn't a sniff, but more like a deep huff. My mind immediately went to one thing: cougar. I didn't move. I didn't even blink. The word prey kept flashing in my mind. I'd never felt anything like it before. Pure, unfiltered dread. I knew if it was a cougar, any sudden movement could trigger it to pounce. Minutes felt like hours. Every few moments, I'd hear the faint sound of something shifting outside. Then, the unmistakable sound of lips smacking, like an animal licking its chops. I stayed still until the first light of dawn began to creep through the trees. The birds started chirping, and the forest came alive again. Slowly, I unzipped my tent and stepped outside. My legs were shaking so badly I could barely stand. The ground around my tent was covered in paw prints. Big ones. Each print was the size of my palm. I didn't need to measure them to know what they belonged to. I packed up as quickly as I could, my hands trembling the whole time. As I hiked back to my car, I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see the cougar stalking me. When I finally reached the parking lot, I collapsed into the driver's seat and locked the doors. I sat there for what felt like hours, just trying to process everything. Eventually, another car pulled in. 2 teenagers got out, chatting in Spanish, and headed down the same trail. I wanted to warn them, but I couldn't bring myself to speak. I drove home in silence, the weight of the night pressing down on me. I'd gone out there looking for solitude, but I found something else entirely. Something I'll never forget. I was 17 when my dad first took me on a hunting trip deep in the wilderness of Montana. It was late October 2006, the kind of time when the forest starts to feel colder, darker, and quieter. Dad had always been a reserved man, never one to share too much, so he didn't bother telling me exactly where we were going. He simply shook me awake at 5:30 in the morning, his gruff voice urging, "Come on, grab your stuff." Groggy but excited, I threw on my gear, grabbed my rifle, and followed him out to his old Ram 1500 pickup truck. A small trailer was hitched to the back, our makeshift home for the next few nights. The drive to the site was long, about 3 hours down winding roads that seemed to stretch into nowhere. Trees hugged the gravel road on either side, their towering forms blocking out the weak morning light. We didn't talk much during the drive. Dad never was one for idle conversation. The only sounds were the rumble of the engine and the occasional static-filled country song playing on the radio. We arrived at a clearing just before noon. The forest surrounding us felt dense, almost suffocating, with tall pines and thick underbrush creating an endless maze. The air was crisp, carrying the faint scent of pine and damp earth. Dad parked the truck and we set to work. He got the fire going while I helped set up the trailer. By the time we finished, it was already late afternoon. We sat by the fire for hours, eating some canned chili and staring into the flames. The silence of the woods felt heavy, broken only by the occasional snap of a twig in the distance. At around 10:30, we decided to call it a night. The next morning, we woke up early, just before dawn. The air was freezing, our breath visible in the dim light as we packed up our gear and headed to the hunting site. Dad led the way, his rifle slung over his shoulder, while I followed closely behind. The forest felt different that morning, quieter than the day before, like the trees themselves were holding their breath. We started looking for tracks, focusing on deer and elk. After about an hour, we came across some fresh deer prints and began to follow them. It wasn't long before we stumbled upon a deer skull. At first, it didn't seem too strange. Skulls aren't exactly rare out here, but something about it felt off. The skull was clean, almost polished, but there was fresh blood smeared across the bone. Dad stared at it for a long moment, his face unreadable, before muttering something under his breath and motioning for us to keep moving. 10 minutes later, we found the rest of the deer. Its body was torn apart, limbs twisted at unnatural angles, and its ribcage gaped open like a grotesque, bloodied cage. The smell hit me before I could fully process what I was looking at. A thick, metallic stench that turned my stomach. Dad crouched down, examining the carcass with a grim expression. Bear, I thought, though the way the deer had been ripped apart didn't quite match what I knew of bear kills. Still, Dad didn't say much, and we moved on, the unease settling deeper in my chest. By the time we found a decent spot to wait, the sun was fully up, casting long shadows through the trees. We sat in silence for hours, scanning the forest for movement, but nothing came. The woods were eerily still, the usual rustling of squirrels or birds completely absent. It was like the forest itself was dead. As the afternoon wore on, the unease I'd been feeling all day grew heavier. At around 7 o'clock, we decided to head back to the trailer. The walk back was quiet, but when we finally reached the clearing, something was wrong. There were fresh tracks near our truck. Not deer or elk or bear, but something much larger. The prints were deep and elongated, almost human but far too big. Each print sank into the dirt, leaving a claw-like impression at the toes. I froze, staring at them, my heart hammering in my chest. Dad's face went pale as he scanned the area, his grip tightening on his rifle. Without a word, he motioned for me to get in the truck. We drove out of there fast, the headlights cutting through the thickening darkness. The narrow road was lined with trees so dense they seemed to swallow the light. The further we drove, the more I felt like we were being watched. It was just a feeling at first, but then I saw it. Movement in the corner of my eye. My head snapped toward the trees, and for a split second, I saw it. Yellow eyes, glowing faintly in the dark. They were set high, far too high to belong to a deer or bear. Before I could say anything, Dad slammed on the brakes. The truck skidded to a stop, and he grabbed his flashlight, stepping out without hesitation. I stayed in the cab, my hands gripping the seat, my heart pounding. He swept the flashlight beam across the trees, and that's when I saw it clearly for the first time. It was tall, at least 7 feet, and impossibly thin. Its skin was pale and stretched tightly over its bones, which jutted out at sharp angles. It moved with an unnatural, jerky gait, like it wasn't used to walking on 2 legs. The flashlight caught its eyes, and they reflected back an otherworldly yellow. For a moment, it just stood there, staring at us, and then it bolted into the bushes with a speed that didn't seem possible. Dad raised his rifle and fired a shot into the trees. The sound was deafening in the quiet night, and the creature let out a screech, a high-pitched, guttural sound that made my blood run cold. He fired again, but by then it was gone, disappearing into the darkness as if it had never been there at all. Without a word, Dad climbed back into the truck and gunned the engine. We didn't stop until we were miles away, the forest fading into the rearview mirror. We never spoke about what we saw that night. Dad acted like it never happened, and I didn't dare bring it up. But the image of that thing, its glowing eyes, its skeletal frame, has never left me. To this day, I don't know what it was or where it came from. All I know is that something out there was watching us, something that didn't belong. And sometimes, late at night, I can still hear that screech echoing in my mind. Camping has always been something I enjoyed. It was my way of escaping the noise of the city, the routines, and the deadlines that made life feel like a constant race. Over the years, I've camped in countless places, from state parks to remote forests where there wasn't another soul for miles. But as much as I loved being out there, I've come to realize there's something eerie about how nature operates. It doesn't care about you. It doesn't follow your rules or schedules, and it doesn't give you warnings. The trip that still sticks with me happened in the summer of 2019. I was 32 at the time, and I had planned a long weekend camping trip to a forest in northern Minnesota. The area was known for its tall pine trees, clear lakes, and quiet trails. I picked a spot near a small lake called Black Hollow, tucked away enough to avoid most of the weekend traffic, but close enough to the main trailhead that I wouldn't feel completely isolated. It was perfect, or so I thought. The first night was uneventful. I set up my tent near the tree line, about 20 feet from where the lake started. The air was cool, the stars were bright, and the only sounds were the occasional rustling of leaves and the soft lapping of water on the shore. I cooked a simple dinner on my camp stove, read a book by flashlight, and went to bed early. I felt relaxed and at peace. But by the next afternoon, that peaceful feeling was gone. I had just finished a morning hike and was back at my campsite, sitting in a foldable chair by the fire pit. I was staring out at the lake, letting my mind wander, when I heard a sharp, splintering crack. At first, I thought it was a woodpecker or some animal rustling in the trees. But the sound didn't stop. It got louder, deeper, like the groaning of something heavy struggling to stay upright. I looked around, trying to figure out where it was coming from, and that's when I saw it. One of the tall pine trees near the lake was leaning, not swaying in the wind. There wasn't any wind, but slowly tipping like it had just decided it couldn't stand anymore. It crashed down into the water with an enormous splash, sending ripples across the surface and scaring off a flock of birds that had been perched nearby. The noise was so sudden, so violent, that it made my heart race. I sat there, frozen, trying to process what had just happened. There hadn't been any storm, no strong winds, no lightning, just a tree that decided to fall for no reason. I shook it off, chalking it up to something I didn't understand. Maybe the tree was old or its roots had rotted out. I spent the rest of the day fishing by the lake and gathering wood for a fire. But the image of that tree falling kept replaying in my mind. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw it tipping, the water erupting, the sound echoing through the forest. That night, I built a fire and tried to enjoy the quiet. The stars were out again, and the air smelled like pine and smoke. But I couldn't shake the unease. Every creak of a branch, every rustle in the underbrush, made me jump. I told myself I was being ridiculous. Trees fall all the time. It's just part of being in the woods. But I couldn't convince myself completely. Around midnight, I finally went to bed. I lay in my sleeping bag, staring at the ceiling of my tent, listening to the sounds outside. It was mostly quiet, just the occasional chirp of crickets or the hoot of an owl. I was starting to drift off when I heard it again, that same splintering, groaning sound. My heart pounded as I scrambled out of my tent, grabbing my flashlight. The beam of light cut through the darkness, bouncing off the trunks of the surrounding trees. I scanned the area and then I saw it. Another tree, this one much closer to my campsite, slowly tipping over. The crack of wood breaking filled the air, and then it came crashing down, landing just a few feet from where my tent was set up. I stood there, shaking, staring at the massive trunk lying on the ground. If it had fallen just a little to the left, it would have crushed my tent, and me along with it. I didn't sleep much after that. I sat by the fire, keeping it going through the night, and jumped at every noise. I told myself I was overreacting, that it was just a coincidence. But deep down, I felt like the forest was trying to tell me something, and I didn't like what it had to say. The next morning, I debated packing up and leaving, but the thought of cutting my trip short felt like admitting defeat, like I was letting fear win. So I decided to stay one more night. I spent the day hiking, trying to shake off the unease. By the time I got back to my campsite, I was exhausted. I made a quick dinner, started another fire, and sat there staring into the flames, trying to convince myself everything was fine. And then it happened again. This time, I didn't hear the groaning or the cracking. I just heard the crash. It was louder than the other two, and when I turned around, I saw a massive pine tree lying across the campsite next to mine. There was a truck parked there, and for a moment I thought the worst. The tree had fallen right on top of the tent. My stomach dropped as I ran over, flashlight in hand, shouting for help. When I got there, I realized the tent was empty. The guy who had been staying there, an older man I'd seen fishing earlier, was sitting in his truck, staring at me through the windshield with wide eyes. He rolled down the window and explained he'd been napping in the truck when the tree came down. He wasn't hurt, but he was shaken. I offered to help clear the tree, but we both knew it wasn't something we could handle on our own. He said he'd call someone with a chainsaw to come out in the morning. I went back to my campsite, but I didn't bother trying to sleep. I packed up my gear, loaded it into my car, and drove to the nearest rest stop. I spent the rest of the night in the driver's seat, staring out the window at the empty parking lot, trying to make sense of what had happened. The next day, I drove home. I couldn't shake the feeling that the forest had been trying to get rid of me, like it didn't want me there. I told myself it was just bad luck, just a string of coincidences. But even now, years later, I can't look at a tree the same way. Every time I go camping, I find myself scanning the branches, checking for signs of weakness, listening for that awful, splintering sound. Because sometimes nature doesn't need a reason. It just decides it's your turn. And when it does, you'd better hope you're ready. I was sent to a lonely spot near the border, deep in the woods where the US meets Mexico. The job was simple. Keep an eye on the area, report anything strange, and walk the trails. The forest stretched out endlessly, quiet and almost too empty. My camp was basic, a small tent, a fire pit, and a folding chair facing the trees. The only sign of people was a dirt road about a mile away. By the second night, I couldn't shake the nervous feeling in my gut. It was the kind of feeling you get when everything's too quiet for too long. I hadn't seen anything strange during my patrols, but something felt wrong. I tried to tell myself it was just the isolation messing with me. Around midnight, I was sitting by the fire when I saw a faint light flickering in the distance. It wasn't the moon or stars. It was coming from deeper in the woods. I grabbed my flashlight and rifle and headed toward it. I walked for about 20 minutes, stepping over roots and pushing past bushes. The light didn't move. It just stayed in the same spot like a campfire someone had left burning. When I got closer, I realized it wasn't a campfire. It was a lantern hanging from a tree branch, swaying back and forth. Below it, the dirt looked freshly dug up, like someone had buried something there. My heart started beating faster. There were no footprints, no bags, no sign of anyone around, just the lantern swinging above that patch of dirt. Standing there in the open made me feel exposed. Every instinct I had told me to leave, but I knew I couldn't without checking it out. I grabbed a stick and poked at the dirt. It was loose, like someone had been digging recently. I thought about digging deeper but stopped. I didn't want to know what was under there. As I stood up, the lantern suddenly went out. The darkness hit me like a wave. My flashlight barely cut through it. I spun around, shining the beam in every direction, but I didn't see anything. Just my own shallow breathing and the sound of the wind moving through the trees. I turned and started heading back to camp, walking fast but trying not to panic. My radio crackled with static, breaking the silence. I tried to use it, but the signal was too weak. I walked faster, checking over my shoulder every few steps. It felt like something was watching me, staying just out of sight. When I reached my camp, my stomach dropped. Everything was trashed. My tent was ripped open, my gear was scattered everywhere, and my fire had been put out. Whatever had done this couldn't have gone far. My truck was parked a few yards away, and I sprinted to it. As I climbed in, I saw something on the hood. A small, bloody handprint. It was tiny, like it belonged to a child. I locked the doors and started the engine. My headlights lit up the trees, and for a split second, I saw a figure standing just at the edge of the light. It didn't move. It just stood there, staring. I couldn't make out the face, but the way it was standing, so still, made my skin crawl. I slammed on the gas and sped down the dirt road, not daring to look back. When I got back to the station, I reported everything. They sent a team to check the area, but they didn't find anything. No lantern, no dug-up ground, nothing. My camp looked untouched, like I'd never even been there. I quit the job the next morning. Whatever was out there wasn't something I could deal with. But the part that still keeps me up at night, sometimes I wonder if I wasn't alone from the start. Maybe it had been watching me the whole time, waiting for the right moment. And maybe, just maybe, it wasn't done with me yet. That night, the rain came earlier than I thought. I had set up my tent at the edge of a small clearing deep in the forest, far from anyone or anything. I wanted quiet, to be alone, to hear nothing but the sound of the trees and the rain. I got that, and something I didn't want. The rain started soft at first, tapping gently on the tent. I zipped myself in and lay back, enjoying the sound as it grew steadier. It was peaceful, like a soft rhythm, mixed with the far-off sound of thunder. But soon it got louder. The drops came faster, harder, almost as if the sky was angry. The wind picked up, bending the trees and shaking the poles of my tent. I started to wonder if I had set it up tight enough. That's when I heard it, a sound that didn't fit. Over the rain and wind, I heard the crunch of wet leaves, slow and steady. My first thought was that it was an animal, maybe a deer or something small. But the sound didn't feel right. It wasn't quick or careful like an animal would be. It was slow, heavy, and steady like a person walking. I froze, holding my breath. Maybe it was nothing, I told myself, but the steps kept coming closer and closer. I wanted to look, but the tent's thin fabric blocked my view. My stomach tightened as I realized how far away I was from anyone. There was no phone signal, no one nearby. If something happened, no one would hear me. The steps stopped, right outside my tent. My heart was beating so loudly, it felt like the whole forest could hear it. I waited, trying to tell myself it was just the rain playing tricks on me. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. Minutes passed, or maybe only seconds. I didn't move, barely breathing, hoping whatever it was would leave. But then I heard it, a faint sound, almost hidden by the storm. A zipper, not mine and not far away. Somewhere outside, another tent was being unzipped. I hadn't seen anyone else out here. No other tents, no sign of campers. No one was supposed to be here but me. My chest tightened as my thoughts raced. Maybe someone had arrived after dark, but I would have noticed their flashlight or a fire. Unless they didn't want me to know they were here. I reached for my flashlight, but before I could grab it, the footsteps started again. This time, they circled my tent, slow and deliberate. My hand tightened around the flashlight, but I didn't turn it on. I didn't want to draw attention to myself. My only plan was to stay as quiet as I could. The footsteps stopped again, and for a moment, the rain was the only sound. Then, without warning, the side of my tent shook hard, like someone had grabbed it and pulled. My body stiffened. My mind raced. I didn't have anything to defend myself with. Not a knife, not even a stick. Just this thin layer of fabric between me and whatever was outside. Another pull, harder this time, and I heard a grunt. Not an animal's grunt. Person's. They were trying to scare me, testing to see how I'd react. And in that moment, I knew if I stayed here, I wasn't going to see the morning. I slowly unzipped the tent just enough to slip out and ran. The rain hit my face like tiny needles, but I didn't care. I ran blindly toward the trees, holding my flashlight but not turning it on. The ground was slippery, and I stumbled more than once, but I didn't stop. I didn't know how far I ran before I finally dropped to the ground behind a fallen tree. My chest burned, and I couldn't catch my breath. I turned off the flashlight and listened, praying I'd lost whoever it was. For a moment, there was only rain. Then I heard it, the sound of footsteps in the mud, heavy and searching. I crouched lower, pressing myself against the tree. They were close. I could hear their breathing now, steady and slow, as if they weren't tired at all. I stayed there, frozen, until the steps started to fade. Even then, I didn't move. When the storm finally started to ease at dawn, I forced myself to get up. My legs ached and I was soaked to the bone. I didn't go back to the tent. I left everything behind. My gear, my phone, everything, and walked straight to my car. By the time I got there, I was shaking, both from the cold and the fear. I drove without stopping, not even bothering to look in the mirror. It wasn't until I was miles away that I realized how much I had lost. But none of it mattered. That night, something had followed me. Not just in the forest, but all the way to the edge of my mind. And sometimes, late at night, I think I still hear it. The crunch of wet leaves, the slow steps getting closer. I don't know if it's real or just my imagination, but I do know one thing. I will never feel safe camping again. I was always close to my grandma. She grew up in a quiet village in the hills and used to tell me how clean the air was and how peaceful the nights felt there. When I suggested we go camping near her old village, she surprised me by saying yes. She even said it might be nice to visit the place where she grew up one last time. We left early in the morning, driving along narrow roads that twisted through thick forests. After a couple of hours, we found a small open area by a river. Grandma seemed happy, quietly humming to herself as she unpacked the blankets and food. While she gathered firewood, I set up the tent close to the trees. The day felt calm. The sound of the river and the breeze through the trees made everything feel peaceful. We cooked over the fire and watched the sun go down behind the hills. As night fell, the stars came out, brighter than I'd ever seen them. Grandma started talking about her childhood, how she used to pick wild berries and help take care of goats. She seemed happier than I'd seen her in a long time. When it got late, I went into the tent to sleep, but Grandma said she wanted to stay out a bit longer. She said the air felt fresh, and she wasn't tired yet. I didn't think much of it and fell asleep pretty quickly. Some time later, I woke up to a faint noise, like leaves rustling. At first, I thought it was the wind, but when I glanced over, I saw that Grandma still wasn't in the tent. I felt a small knot of worry forming. I unzipped the tent and looked out. The fire had burned down to just a few glowing bits of wood, and the forest around us felt darker than before. I called out for her softly, but there was no reply. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped out, sweeping the light across the clearing. At first, I thought she might have wandered off to stretch her legs. Then I noticed something strange. There were footprints in the dirt near the edge of the clearing. They were small, like a child's, but Grandma didn't have small feet, and these didn't match her shoes. The tracks led into the forest and vanished in the shadows. Panic started to rise. I called her name louder this time, my voice echoing back at me. That's when I saw a piece of her shawl caught on a low branch. I grabbed it and followed the direction the footprints seemed to go. The trail led me to a narrow, overgrown path I hadn't noticed before. I hesitated, but then started walking down it, my flashlight lighting the way. The further I went, the stranger everything felt. The air smelled wet and sour, and the quiet was heavy, like the forest was holding its breath. Finally, I saw her. She was sitting on the edge of an old stone well, her back facing me. Relief hit me, and I started to move closer, but something made me stop. She wasn't moving. Her head was tilted slightly to the side, and her hands rested in her lap like she was waiting for something. I called her name again, and she slowly turned to look at me. Her face was pale, and her eyes looked empty, like she wasn't really seeing me. I stepped closer, but before I could say anything, she shook her head. "Go back to the tent," she said, her voice flat and cold. "Don't wait for me. Just go." I froze, not sure what to do, but the look in her eyes sent a shiver down my spine. I turned and walked back, even though I wanted to run. The path felt darker, and every sound made me jump. When I got back to the campsite, I sat in the tent, my heart racing. I kept telling myself she would return soon, but deep down, I knew something was wrong. I stayed awake all night, listening for her footsteps, but she never came back. At sunrise, I went back to the well. She was gone. Her shawl was folded neatly on the edge of the stone, but there was no other sign of her. I searched everywhere, calling her name, but it was like she had disappeared. The police came later and searched the area. They said the well was dry and hadn't been used in decades. They thought she might have wandered off and gotten lost, but I knew that wasn't true. I couldn't explain the footprints or the way she acted before she vanished. Sometimes, late at night, I think about the look on her face when she told me to leave. It wasn't fear or sadness. It was something else, something I can't put into words. I haven't gone back to that village since. But sometimes, when I close my eyes, I see her sitting by the well, her head tilted just so, waiting for something or someone. And I can't help but feel that whatever it was, it's still out there, watching and waiting. It had been 2 years since my wife passed, but the pain in my chest never really went away. We used to go camping together every summer, and I thought maybe going back to one of our favorite spots would help me feel like she was still with me. The idea of being alone in the woods was a bit scary, but I thought I could handle it. I packed up the old tent, her favorite lantern, and some other stuff I thought I might need, and left early in the morning. The drive to the campsite was quiet. The only sounds were the tires on the road and the faint hum of the radio. When I finally arrived, the sun was low in the sky. The trail to the campsite was overgrown, and the air felt thicker than I remembered. I figured it was just me being nervous. Setting up camp was harder than I thought. Every time I pulled something out of my bag, it reminded me of her. I remembered how she used to laugh when I couldn't figure out the tent poles, how she'd always want to make the fire, even though I was better at it. By the time I finished setting up, the sun had almost gone down, and the forest felt darker than usual. I made a small fire and sat by it, listening to the sounds of the woods. The fire crackled, leaves rustled, and I could hear the occasional chirp of a cricket. It was peaceful, almost like the old days. I thought maybe coming here wasn't such a bad idea after all. Then I heard something, a sharp snap of a branch behind me. My stomach tightened. It was probably just an animal, I told myself. Deer were common around here, but the sound didn't stop. It was like footsteps, moving through the brush, going in circles around my camp. I grabbed my flashlight and shone it into the darkness. The beam cut through the trees, but there was nothing there. I tried to focus on the fire, telling myself it was just my mind playing tricks. But then I realized something. The noises weren't random. They seemed to be moving on purpose, stopping every time I turned my head. I decided it was time to go to bed. I put out the fire and crawled into my tent, zipping it up tightly. Lying there in the dark, I felt every muscle in my body tense, waiting for any sound. For a while, it was quiet, and I began to relax. But then I heard a faint scraping noise, like something dragging across the ground. It was getting closer. I held my breath, my heart racing. The sound stopped right outside my tent. I reached for the small knife I always kept in my bag and gripped it tight, waiting. Every second felt like an hour. Then, out of nowhere, the fabric of the tent pushed inward, like someone or something was pressing against it. My hand tightened around the knife so hard that my fingers hurt. I stayed as still as I could, not daring to move. After a long time, the pressure stopped. The scraping noise slowly faded away into the distance. I stayed up the rest of the night, clutching the knife. Every little sound made my heart skip. As soon as the first light broke through the trees, I packed up my stuff and left. I wanted out of there as quickly as possible. On my way back, I saw something that stopped me dead in my tracks. About 50 feet from where my camp had been, the ground was disturbed. Fresh dirt was piled up like something had been buried there recently. It wasn't just an animal, I knew that much. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone out there, that whatever had been circling my camp was still out there, watching. That trip was supposed to give me peace, but instead, it only left me with a deep, sinking feeling I couldn't shake. I haven't gone camping since, and I don't plan to. What gets to me the most is the thought that maybe something was waiting for me to leave, like it knew I was going to pack up. Maybe it wanted me to see that disturbed ground on my way out. I don't know what it was, but I'm sure it wasn't just a wild animal, and I don't think it was finished with me yet. That night still haunts me. I don't think I'll ever forget it, no matter how many years pass. I was 28 at the time, solo camping in the mountains of western North Carolina. I'd spent countless nights under the stars, usually by myself, and had faced my fair share of challenges. But that night was different. That night, everything went wrong. It started out pretty typical. I'd been hiking for hours, moving deeper into the backcountry, my pack weighing heavily on my shoulders. The weather had been eerily calm all day, but as dusk settled in, clouds began rolling in, thick and fast. I'd already passed my planned campsite, a small, clear patch tucked beneath a pavilion in a forest clearing. Normally, I'd never set up in something so exposed, but there was something off about that night. A gut feeling that I couldn't shake, but I dismissed it. The pavilion seemed like a good place to shelter in case of rain, and I wasn't about to set up a tent in a muddy mess. The wind started picking up around sunset, but nothing major, just a few gusts here and there. I set up my tent inside the pavilion, securing my gear and making sure everything was in place. I didn't think much of it at first. The pavilion was made of concrete and had metal beams for support, which seemed like it would be strong enough to keep me safe. But as the evening wore on, something started to feel wrong. The wind picked up more, much more than I expected. It howled through the trees, and the trees themselves began to sway, their massive trunks creaking like old bones. Then the first rain hit. Not just any rain, but the kind of rain that felt like it was being thrown at you from every direction. I could hear the rain slapping against the roof of the pavilion, the wind carrying it in sideways sheets. The trees around me began to groan under the pressure of the wind. It wasn't until much later that I learned what had actually been happening. It was a derecho. I didn't know that term at the time, but when the storm finally passed and the sun rose the next morning, I learned just how dangerous and rare a storm like that could be. A massive wall of wind and rain moving faster than anything I'd ever seen, capable of uprooting trees and destroying everything in its path. But that wasn't what terrified me, not by a long shot. As the storm raged, I could hear something moving around the pavilion, pacing in the wind. The first time I heard it, I brushed it off as a tree branch snapping under the pressure. But then I heard it again. This time, it was a heavy, rhythmic thumping sound, like the pounding of large paws against concrete. My heart skipped a beat. My mind raced. I didn't want to believe it, but I knew deep down that it was a bear. Now, I've had plenty of encounters with black bears in the wild. They're typically pretty skittish, running off as soon as they hear you or catch your scent. In fact, I've scared off more than a few with nothing but loud yelling and waving my arms. But this bear, this one was different. It was big, really big, and it wasn't running off. Instead, it seemed to be circling the pavilion. The noise of its claws scraping against the concrete floor was unmistakable. Tap, tap, tap. Each sound echoed in the hollow space, loud against the deafening wind. The bear wasn't just walking. It was charging, running in circles around the pavilion, unsure of what to do with me. I could hear its heavy breathing, sharp, angry huffs that punctuated the storm's fury. For the first few minutes, I stayed still. I didn't dare make a sound. My heart hammered in my chest, and I could feel the cold sweat creeping down my back as I clutched the edges of my sleeping bag. I tried to tell myself it was just a bear looking for food. After all, I hadn't left anything outside my tent, and there wasn't much in my pack to attract it. But the bear didn't seem to care about food. It wasn't looking for a meal. It was scared. It was angry, and it was trapped under this pavilion with me. The storm outside only seemed to intensify, pushing the wind to howling levels. The trees groaned under the strain of the wind, some snapping in the distance. The sound of the storm was deafening, but I could still hear that tap, tap, tap of the bear's claws, running circles around the pavilion, growing closer with every turn. I waited for what felt like hours. My hands were numb, stiff with cold, and I struggled to keep my breathing steady. I knew I couldn't stay still forever. The bear was getting more agitated, its circles growing faster, more erratic. I couldn't risk it charging at me in a panic. It was big enough to tear right through the walls of my tent if it decided to attack. And then I remembered something. A hunting knife I kept in my pack, just in case. The only problem? My hands were too frozen to even unzip my backpack. The wind was so strong now that it felt like the entire pavilion was shaking. The trees around me were bending, their trunks twisted and groaning under the pressure. I couldn't help but wonder how long the pavilion would hold up. Would it collapse on top of me if the bear didn't get to me first? Then there it was again. Tap, tap, tap. It was so close now. I could hear the bear sniffing around, its massive claws sliding across the concrete. My stomach turned. I grabbed for my knife, struggling with the zipper, my fingers trembling too much to pull it open. The bear's breathing was louder now, and I could feel the vibrations of its movements in the ground beneath me. In a panic, I did the only thing I could think of. I grabbed the roll of duct tape I always carried with me and wrapped it around my hand, taping the knife to my palm. It wasn't ideal, but it was all I had. I didn't want to imagine what would happen if that bear decided to make its move. Minutes stretched on, each one feeling like an eternity. The bear seemed to be growing more frantic, running in faster circles around the pavilion, slamming into the walls in its frustration. The wind outside screamed, tearing at the trees, and I thought I could hear more cracking sounds, more trees falling. But I couldn't look. I couldn't take my eyes off the entrance, where I knew the bear was pacing, waiting for the storm to stop. Finally, the storm started to subside. The wind still howled, but it wasn't as intense. The bear's movements slowed, too. I dared to exhale, but I didn't let my guard down. The pavilion was still shaking, but the worst of the storm was over. I could see the sky beginning to brighten outside, but there was no sign of the bear stopping. I waited and waited. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, the bear's movements slowed down. The tap, tap, tap of its claws softened, then disappeared altogether. Slowly, I peeked out from under the edge of my tent. The bear was gone. The storm had finally passed, leaving the forest eerily quiet. The rain had turned to a mist, and the wind had died down to a gentle breeze. I waited a few more minutes, heart pounding in my chest, before I dared to leave the safety of my tent. When I stepped outside, I saw the damage the storm had caused. Trees were down everywhere, some lying across the path I had hiked in on. But there was no sign of the bear. It was gone. I packed up as quickly as I could, half expecting the bear to return at any moment. The rest of the night passed without incident, but I knew I couldn't stay in that pavilion any longer. I found a new spot deeper in the woods, away from the storm's damage, and spent the night there. Even now, I can still hear the sound of those claws tapping against the concrete in my mind. I've never had an encounter like that again. Maybe it was the storm, maybe it was something else, but I've never been so scared of a bear in my life. And I don't ever plan on experiencing that kind of fear again. I was 26 years old and in the middle of my geology field research in 1983, working on my master's thesis. The site was a remote section of the Canadian wilderness, deep in the woods of Nova Scotia. No roads, no paths, just dense trees, thick underbrush, and rocky ground. The area had been chosen for its geological importance. The boulder fields scattered across the terrain, remnants of the last ice age. I had been walking a transect across one of these fields, mapping the rocks, taking notes, and hoping for some interesting findings. I wasn't afraid of being out here alone. I had grown up hiking and exploring the woods. But this time I was miles away from any form of civilization, and I wasn't quite prepared for how quickly things could go wrong. I'd been walking for several hours, carefully noting down the position of each boulder as I moved from one point to the next. The weather had been fine when I set out that morning, with only a light breeze and the faintest clouds in the sky. But the forest around me was as silent as it always seemed to be, the kind of quiet where you could hear your own heartbeat. I came upon a section of the boulder field where the rocks were thickly covered in moss, the kind that made them slick and treacherous. The moss looked soft, almost inviting, but I knew from experience that it could be deceptively dangerous. I had been careful, stepping slowly, testing each foothold before committing to it. Then it happened. One wrong step, one moment of carelessness. My foot slipped on the wet moss, and before I could react, I was falling. The world spun in a blur of green, brown, and gray. I tried to grab for something, anything, to stop my fall, but the ground beneath me was unforgiving. My body slammed into the rocks, but I wasn't on solid ground. I kept sliding, and my legs were flailing, desperately searching for something to hold on to. And then I came to a sudden, jarring halt. I had wedged myself between two enormous boulders, my body suspended above a deep void below. My feet were dangling, not touching anything, while my torso was wedged so tightly I couldn't move. I was trapped. First, there was a moment of disbelief. It didn't seem possible. I had done this many times before, slipped on moss, tripped on rocks. But this was different. This wasn't just a stumble or a fall. This was something far worse. I wasn't hurt, but I was stuck, and the more I struggled, the tighter the rocks seemed to grip me. I could feel the weight of the boulders pressing down on me, the coldness of the stone seeping through my jacket. The ground below me was a deep chasm, and I couldn't see how far it dropped. But I knew it was far enough that if I fell, I wasn't getting back up. I didn't panic at first. I told myself to stay calm, that this was just a temporary setback. But with each passing minute, the reality of the situation settled in. I had no cell phone. This was 1983, and cell phones didn't work out here. No GPS, no emergency beacon. The nearest road was miles away, and I had no idea if anyone knew where I was. I had come into this wilderness with the mindset of a geologist, with the confidence of someone used to being out in the field. But now, I was just another human trapped in the vastness of the Canadian wilderness, vulnerable and alone. I started struggling, pulling myself this way and that, trying to find any purchase on the rocks or the ground. My hands were scraping against the stone, blood mixing with the dirt and moss. It didn't matter how hard I pulled. I couldn't dislodge myself. Every movement made it worse. The boulders seemed to close in tighter, squeezing the air from my lungs. I could feel panic beginning to creep in, but I knew better than to give in to it. I had to think. I had to focus. But the longer I hung there, the more my mind raced with possibilities. What if no one came looking for me? What if I couldn't get out? What if I had slipped into that void and no one would ever find me? I tried to calm myself. I had to breathe, had to think logically. I was a trained geologist, and I had faced more difficult situations than this. I started looking around, searching for something that could help me. My eyes scanned the boulder field above me. There had to be something I could use to free myself. I noticed a tree about 10 feet away from where I was wedged, its roots protruding from the ground. It looked solid. I might be able to reach it and pull myself free. But how? My arms were sore, and my legs weren't getting any more stable. I realized that if I didn't move soon, I might lose my strength. I started shifting, inching my way toward the tree, but the rocks were slippery and the angle of my body made it difficult to reach anything. 3 hours passed and I had made little progress. I was exhausted. My hands were raw, my arms aching, and my legs were starting to cramp. I had tried everything I could think of to wiggle free, but each time, I only succeeded in wedging myself in tighter. It was getting harder to breathe, the air thick with anxiety. Then I had an idea. I couldn't pull myself out on my own, not without help. But I might be able to use my legs to push myself toward the tree. I would have to be careful. One wrong move and I could fall. But it was the only chance I had. With all the strength I could muster, I pushed off the rocks beneath me, angling my body toward the roots of the tree. My hands scrambled to find purchase on the tree's rough bark, and for the first time in what felt like hours, I felt a sliver of hope. Slowly, inch by inch, I pulled myself toward the tree, using my feet to push against the rocks and my hands to grip the tree. My body creaked in protest, but I wasn't going to stop. Couldn't. An hour later, I finally managed to grab a thick root from the tree. It was sturdy enough to hold my weight, and with one last desperate push, I managed to free myself from the rock's grip. My heart was pounding, my body trembling with exhaustion and relief. I had done it. I was free. I didn't waste any time. My legs were shaky as I stood up, my body sore from the ordeal. I was miles away from the road, and I knew I couldn't just sit around. I had to get back to my vehicle. The thought of it kept me moving, one foot in front of the other. It took me over 2 hours to walk back to my vehicle, my legs still weak from being wedged between the rocks for so long. The forest around me seemed to close in, and every rustling sound made me jump. I felt like the wilderness was watching me, testing me, but I wasn't going to give up. Not now. When I finally reached my vehicle, I collapsed against the hood, utterly drained. I didn't want to think about what had just happened. I needed to regroup. I needed to rest. I took a couple of days off from my research, not wanting to go back out there while I still felt shaken. But as the days passed, I couldn't stop thinking about what had happened. The silence of the woods, the isolation, the way it had felt to be so close to the edge with no one around, no way to contact anyone. I had made it out alive, but I wasn't sure if I had learned something from it or if I was just lucky. The wilderness had tested me, and in a way it had won. A few years ago, I was working as a consultant for the National Fire Service, helping to map wildfire behavior and fuel loads using an IR/LiDAR-equipped drone. This was a new and intense experience, one that required not just technical skill but a fair amount of nerve. I had been hired to support a team working on a major fire in the mountains, an unpredictable and dangerous stretch of land where nature could turn on you at any time. My job was clear: map fire lines, record fuel loads, and analyze fire activity using the drone. The operation plan was straightforward. The helicopter would drop me off at a point above the active fire, where I'd do my job. When I was done, I'd call for extraction. The whole process was routine after a while. Helicopters coming in, landing on precarious outcrops, letting me jump out with all my gear, often barely avoiding the fall to the jagged rocks below. For days, I had been dropped off at the same narrow ridgelines, no more than 2 feet wide, and had gotten used to the routine. The helicopter would hover and I'd make my jump. It wasn't comfortable, but it was manageable. As long as the helicopter was steady and I could stick the landing, things went smoothly. But today, everything felt off. The air was thick with smoke, and the usual calm was replaced with a creeping unease. This time, when the helicopter dropped me off, I was standing on a ridgeline so thin that it seemed almost impossible it hadn't already collapsed under the weight of the fire. 1,000-foot drop on either side stared back at me. The mountain was burning on the other side. The fire had raged through the night, leaving no room for the smallest slip-up. I had to stay focused. The last thing I needed was a misstep in this madness. I deployed the drone and began flying my mapping route, skirting the active fire line, scanning the terrain. The infrared imagery showed just how intense the flames were, and I recorded the data, trying to keep my mind on the task. But as I packed up my gear and radioed for pickup, the churning smoke in the air began to set off alarms in my head. The helicopter was on its way, or at least that's what I thought. I could hear the blades, but I couldn't see the aircraft. The smoke was too thick, and the sky had darkened as if the fire had swallowed the sunlight. I waited for what felt like an eternity, hearing the distant whup-whup-whup of the chopper, only to have it fade into the smoke and return again. My gut twisted. I radioed again, but the message I received was worse than I expected. The pilot couldn't see me, nor could they see the alternate landing zone. It was too smoky. I was stranded. The voice on the radio crackled, explaining that if I walked northeast, the fire wasn't as bad in that direction. It sounded almost too casual, too simple. A sick feeling settled deep in my stomach. I knew the fire wasn't bad in that direction. How could it be with a wildfire spreading like this? But I had no choice. I had to move, and fast. I glanced down at my equipment. I was carrying a 70-pound case, packed with drone gear and other technical tools. about $50,000 worth of sensitive equipment. There was no way I could just leave it behind. I had to get out. But first, I had to move through a firestorm, the flames licking at the edges of the mountain, the forest burning around me. The thick smoke made it hard to breathe. Every few steps, I had to stop, my lungs gasping for clean air. The smell of burning wood and ash filled my nostrils, thick and suffocating. And then there was the heat. It wasn't just the fire. The temperature seemed to warp in the presence of the flames, as if the mountain itself was boiling. I could feel the sweat pouring down my back, even as I rolled on the ground to put out burning debris that had fallen on me. The world around me was chaos. Trees were falling in all directions, their trunks catching fire and crashing to the ground with an earth-shattering thud. Every time one fell, it sent a wave of heat over me, making it feel as if I was standing too close to a furnace. I stumbled down the mountain, constantly aware that one wrong move could send me tumbling down the steep cliff. But my mind was already racing with the thought of getting to safety. Couldn't stop. The thought of sitting down, taking a rest, was impossible. The smoke was thickening again. The fire was drawing nearer. With every step, I felt the weight of the situation pressing down on me. My legs were growing weaker. I had done this kind of work before, but this was different. I was in my late 50s, a cancer survivor, and I had lost part of my leg in an accident a few years back. The injury was a constant reminder of what I had already overcome, but it didn't make this situation any easier. I knew my body was slowing down. The years had taken their toll, and my strength wasn't what it used to be. Yet I couldn't give up. I wasn't going to be another casualty on a mountain fire. There was no way I was going to let this fire get the best of me. As I moved, I saw the flames creeping closer, licking at the underbrush, burning everything in their path. A few times, the heat was so intense that I felt my skin burning from the radiated heat. I stopped, falling to the ground to roll, trying to put out a patch of my clothing that had caught fire. My hands were raw and trembling, my shirt singed at the edges. I was being burned alive piece by piece, for hours. Felt like a lifetime. My body was aching. My lungs burned from the smoke, and my throat felt like it had been scraped raw. I had no idea how I was still going, but I kept moving. There was no choice. If I stopped, I wouldn't make it. Just when I thought I couldn't go any further, I saw them. Firefighters, their suits and gear making them look like ghosts in the thick haze. They moved toward me, and for a moment, I thought I was hallucinating. But they weren't a mirage. They were real. They had come for me. One of them called to me, guiding me toward a safer spot. The heat was still unbearable, but I didn't care anymore. I was going to make it. They walked me to a clearing where the helicopter was waiting. The moment I stepped into that helicopter, I felt the weight of the world lift off my shoulders. I didn't even care that I was covered in burns, that I was struggling to breathe. I was alive. I was out of the fire. When I finally arrived at the hospital, I was diagnosed with severe smoke inhalation and several dozen burns from the falling debris that had landed on me. I spent 2 days in the hospital, being treated for the damage the fire had done to my body. That experience changed me. I had worked in the fire service before, but I'd never faced anything like that. The fire had no mercy. It didn't care about my age, my injuries, or my strength. It was a force of nature, and it would take what it wanted, no matter who was in its path. I never worked on a wildfire again after that. I didn't have the stomach for it, but I gained a deep respect for the men and women who willingly face that hell every day. They risk everything to protect others, to save lives, even when they know the fire might take theirs. They are brave, in a way that's hard to understand until you've felt the heat on your skin, heard the roar of the fire as it closes in, and realized just how close you are to being consumed by it. I've been working on the US border for over 10 years, handling all kinds of things. Patrols, watching for trouble, and keeping an eye out for anything odd. I've seen it all, people trying to sneak across, drug deals, and the occasional lost hiker who got in over their head. But nothing prepared me for what happened that night. It was late, well past midnight, and I was assigned to a quiet area just outside one of the border stations. The place is usually peaceful, just the sound of wind and bushes moving. My plan for the night was simple. Check the cameras, make sure everything was secure, and get some rest by the campfire before heading back to base in the morning. The campfire was warm against the cold, and I stared into the flames, trying to shake off the feeling that I was being watched. First, I thought it was just nerves. I'd been out here alone many times and wasn't usually spooked. But tonight felt different. The normal desert sounds, the coyotes, the wind in the sand, weren't there. It was too quiet. I told myself it was nothing and tried to ignore it. I lay back on the ground, looking at the stars above me. Then I heard it, a crunch, the sound of something stepping on the dry earth, just outside the light of my campfire. My hand went to my side instinctively, where my weapon was, but I didn't move. I just listened. Another crunch, then silence. I knew better than to rush into things out here. The desert can be unforgiving, and I didn't want to scare anyone who might be hiding. I slowly reached for my flashlight, trying to keep the noise down. The beam cut through the dark, but there was nothing. No tracks, no signs anyone had been there. I started to relax a bit, but the uneasy feeling in my stomach didn't go away. That's when I noticed the shadows, moving in ways that didn't make sense. Too smooth, too careful. I tried to tell myself it was just the wind, but I knew the wind in the desert didn't move like that. There was something out there. I could feel it. The noises came again, but now they were closer. A rustling, like someone walking through the brush, followed by another set of footsteps. I held my breath, listening closely. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I couldn't shake the feeling that something or someone was circling me. Every time I looked to the side, I saw movement out of the corner of my eye. But when I turned to face it directly, there was nothing. Minutes seemed to stretch on forever. My heart was racing, and I gripped the flashlight tightly, my hand shaking. I felt like eyes were on me, watching. It wasn't just my imagination anymore. I was being watched, studied. I grabbed my stuff, packing everything into my bag. I didn't care about the fire anymore. I wasn't sticking around. As I was about to stand up, the rustling came again, but this time it was louder, closer. It wasn't just the brush now. Something was pushing through it, breaking branches, sending rocks tumbling across the ground. I stood up fast, flashlight in hand, scanning the dark. Nothing, just shadows stretching across the desert. But then I heard it, right behind me, a breath, slow, heavy. My blood froze. I turned quickly, but there was nothing there. Every instinct in me screamed to run. I didn't hesitate. I bolted, not looking back, my boots pounding through the dirt as I sprinted through the dark. I didn't know what was behind me, but I wasn't going to stay around and find out. The station was only a few miles away. If I could just get to the truck, I'd be safe. I didn't stop until I was inside the truck, engine running, my breath coming in quick gasps. The night was quiet again. No footsteps, no shadows, just silence. I kept the headlights on, scanning the area one last time before I pulled out, heading back to the base. When I finally made it to the station, I still couldn't shake the feeling that something had been out there, something that didn't want to be found. I'll never know what it was, but I learned my lesson that night. There are places on the border you just don't mess with, and I won't be camping in that spot again. As I pulled up to the station, I took one last look at the dark desert. My headlights cut through the blackness, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. It was as if something was out there, waiting for the next person to be foolish enough to step into its territory. I don't know if it was a person, an animal, or something else entirely, but I'll never forget the feeling of those eyes on me. That night, the desert didn't just feel empty, it felt alive. And I left it behind, knowing some things are better left alone, undisturbed. I won't be going back out there, and I know now that some things out there might be better left unseen. I've always enjoyed the idea of camping, and when my cousin suggested we head to a small village way out in the woods, I was all in. It seemed like the perfect place to escape everything and enjoy some quiet time. We drove for hours, through winding roads, until we reached a tiny campsite nestled between a dense forest and a small stream. We set up our tent as the sun began to set, casting a soft orange glow over the trees. The air was thick with the smell of pine and wet soil. As we lit the fire, I started to feel uneasy. It wasn't anything I could point to, but something about the place felt off. It was like we weren't alone, even though I couldn't see anyone. The woods seemed wrong, like they were hiding something. But I told myself it was probably just the dark or my nerves playing tricks on me. The night grew quiet, except for the fire crackling and the soft rustling of the leaves in the breeze. We sat in silence for a while, lost in our own thoughts. Then I heard footsteps. At first, I thought it was just the wind, or maybe an animal, but the sound was too clear, too close. The steps were slow, moving just beyond the reach of the firelight, like something or someone was circling around us. My heart started racing. I stood up quickly, trying to see what it was, but the shadows made everything seem blurry. There was nothing there. I kept telling myself it was nothing, that it was just my mind playing tricks on me. But the footsteps didn't stop. They were getting closer, like whatever it was testing us, seeing if we noticed. Then, out of nowhere, a twig snapped, loud and sharp right behind me. I whipped around, but again, there was nothing. The woods were completely still, almost too still. I could feel the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Something wasn't right. My cousin sat next to the fire, his eyes wide and looking around nervously. I motioned for him to stay calm, but we both knew something was wrong. We quickly decided to check around the camp to make sure everything was secure, making sure nothing had been disturbed. As I walked toward the edge of the campsite, I saw something that stopped me cold. A footprint. It was big, way bigger than anything an animal around here would leave. The print was fresh, and it was right near the edge of the camp, like something had been watching us the whole time. That's when panic hit. I knew we had to leave. There was no way we were staying another minute in this place. We packed everything up as quickly as we could, the sound of those heavy footsteps still echoing in my mind. I didn't want to look around, but I couldn't help myself. I glanced back toward the woods as we drove off, but there was nothing there. Still, I had the feeling that if I kept looking, I'd see something I didn't want to see. We didn't stop until we reached the nearest town, far away from that campsite. We found a diner and sat down to catch our breath. I tried to calm myself with a cup of coffee, but something was still off. That feeling that we hadn't been alone out there stayed with me. Whatever or whoever had been watching us out there knew we were leaving before we did. It was like it was waiting until we were far enough away, and then it was going to follow us. I could still hear those footsteps in my head. And as I sat there, staring out the window, I realized something that made my blood run cold. We might have left the campsite, but we hadn't left it behind. It was still out there, waiting, and it wasn't done with us. And then I heard something faint, just behind me, a soft sound that made my heart skip a beat. It was the sound of something heavy, footsteps, slowly moving, just outside the diner door. I I decided to camp near my grandma's village, a place I hadn't been to in a long time. The weather was nice, and the air felt fresh, so I figured it would be a good chance to get away from everything. I set up my tent next to a calm stream, not far from the village. The only sounds around were the leaves moving in the wind. As the sun set behind the trees, I sat by the campfire and roasted marshmallows. The village felt peaceful, far enough away to feel alone, but close enough to make me feel safe. But as night took over, something felt off. The usual sounds of animals, like birds and small creatures moving around, were missing.
No chirping, no rustling.
Just complete silence. I tried to brush it off, telling myself it was normal for the countryside, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I stayed by the fire, glancing around the trees. The fire only lit up a small circle, and the rest of the woods were dark. Felt like someone was watching me. Then I heard it, a soft crack of a branch, just beyond where the firelight reached. My heart skipped a beat. I tried to tell myself it was just an animal, but the noise was too clear, too close. I grabbed my flashlight from my bag and shined it into the trees. There was nothing there, just trees and shadows. I told myself to calm down and went into my tent to sleep early. But the unease didn't go away. The feeling of being watched stayed with me, and the silence outside made me nervous. Around 2 a.m., I woke up to a soft tapping sound on the side of my tent. At first, I thought it was an animal, but then it came again, louder this time, almost like someone was knocking on my tent. My chest tightened. I stayed still, holding my breath, but after a few minutes, the tapping stopped. No other sounds came. I stayed awake, too scared to sleep, but also too tired to stay alert. Eventually, I dozed off, but the dread never left. The next morning, I hurried to pack up and get out of there. As I walked back to the village, I saw something on the path, a set of muddy footprints leading right up to my tent. They were big, like they belonged to a man, and they had been there all night. My heart raced as I stood there, staring at them. I didn't want to think about it, but I couldn't ignore it. I rushed back to my grandma's house and told her what happened. She looked at me for a long time, not saying a word. Then she told me there had once been a man who lived in the woods nearby. He was known for wandering around at night, sometimes showing up near houses or campsites. But no one really talked about him, and after he disappeared, the village moved on. She told me that when the area got quiet, you could sometimes hear footsteps in the woods, just like the ones I heard. She said the man would sometimes come close, but no one ever really knew where he went. After hearing that, I felt cold all over. I didn't want to ask any more questions, but the feeling of being watched lingered. I knew I wouldn't be camping there again. I never went back to the village after that trip. The woods, the silence, and the strange feeling stayed with me. Years later, I still can't shake the memory of those footsteps. They were too real, too close. Even now, when I'm alone at night, I sometimes hear that same soft tapping, like someone is knocking on the door, waiting for me to answer. I had been looking forward to this solo camping trip for weeks. I drove out to the woods, set up my tent next to a quiet stream, and spent the evening getting ready for a peaceful night under the stars. But as the night went on, the weather changed. The wind picked up, the sky grew darker, and soon, without warning, it started raining. Hard. First, the rain didn't bother me. It was just a regular storm, nothing unusual. I curled up in my sleeping bag inside the tent, listening to the sound of the rain hitting the fabric, the occasional thunder rolling in the distance. I tried to sleep, but the storm just got worse. The wind started howling, shaking the trees around me like it was alive. Around midnight, I heard a noise that made me sit up straight. It was a soft thud, followed by another one. My heart started racing, but I told myself it was just the wind knocking loose some branches. But then, it happened again, and this time it was closer. Thud, thud. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I grabbed my flashlight and switched it on. The beam cut through the dark, barely reaching the tree line. I didn't see anything. I stayed still, listening. The storm was still roaring outside, but the thudding stopped. For a moment, I thought I was imagining things, but then I heard it again. This time, right outside the edge of the tent. I froze. The sound was clear now. Someone or something was out there, moving slowly, quietly. My mind raced. It was way too late for hikers. No one else was supposed to be out here. I wasn't in a popular spot, and the rain would have kept most people away. My pulse quickened as the thudding grew louder, circling my tent. I held my breath, hoping whatever it was wouldn't notice me. The sound almost sounded like footsteps. Slow, heavy, and careful. I listened harder, trying to figure out what it was. It wasn't any animal I knew, and it sure wasn't the wind. My flashlight was the only light I had, and shining it outside made me feel exposed. I didn't want to draw attention to myself, but I couldn't just sit there, either. I finally decided to peek out. I unzipped the tent just enough to slip my head out, my eyes wide in the dark, scanning the area. My flashlight caught the edge of something. A figure, crouched low in the bushes, just out of the light's reach. It barely moved, almost like it was waiting for something. A chill ran through me. Whoever it was, or whatever it was, wasn't acting like someone lost or looking for shelter from the rain. The way it moved or didn't move made my blood run cold. I quickly zipped the tent back up, making sure it was shut tight. I couldn't just stay there hoping it would leave. I had to do something. I grabbed my phone, but there was no signal. Of course, there wasn't. I wasn't surprised anymore. I grabbed my knife just in case. I didn't know what I was expecting, but I knew I had to be ready. I waited, my eyes darting to the spot where I had seen the figure. Each minute felt like an hour. The storm kept going, but the thudding had stopped. I couldn't hear anything. For what felt like forever, all I could hear was the rain and my own heartbeat. Finally, just before the sun started to rise, I heard it again, but this time it was farther away. The thudding was moving away from my tent. My hands shook, but I didn't move. I stayed there in the cold, damp tent, knowing it was too risky to try and run. As the sky started to lighten, I heard something rustling on the edge of the woods. I peeked outside one last time. The figure was gone, but now something was different. The bushes near where it had been were crushed down, like something had moved through them quickly. Something or someone. I packed up as fast as I could. The rain had slowed down, but I wasn't sticking around any longer. I didn't even bother making breakfast. I just stuffed everything into my car and drove out of the woods, the silence outside feeling more unsettling than the storm ever had. Whatever it was that had been out there, I was glad it was gone. But as I drove away, my headlights shone on something strange. At the edge of the road, just at the tree line, I saw footprints. Fresh ones, big and deep, leading away from where I had camped. And they weren't animal prints. They were human. The last thing I remember as I sped away was the feeling of someone watching me. It wasn't the kind of feeling you get when you're just scared. It was something else, something much worse. And I couldn't shake the thought that whatever had been out there hadn't left at all. I never expected a backpacking trip in the North Carolina mountains in 2018 to turn into the kind of nightmare that haunts you for a lifetime. Started like any other trip, exciting and full of promise. I was 27 at the time, and for me, being outdoors was an escape from the daily grind. The cool mountain air, the endless stretches of green trees, and the sound of the wind through the leaves felt like a cleanse for the soul. I had joined a small backpacking group led by a seasoned guide named Mark, someone who had been doing this for years. It was supposed to be an easy, scenic hike, a trip that would take us to a smaller peak called Pilot Mountain. Nothing too extreme, just enough to get our legs burning and our spirits lifted. The first 2 days were perfect. The weather was mild, temperatures in the 50s, and the trails were quiet, with just the occasional sound of birds and the crunch of gravel underfoot. We had set up camp on the second night in a small clearing near a stream. The group was a mix of people from all walks of life, but we all shared the same love for the outdoors. We spent that night around a campfire, laughing and swapping stories under the stars. On the third day, we woke early to tackle Pilot Mountain. It wasn't the tallest peak in the area, but its summit promised stunning views. By the time we reached the top, the air was crisp, the sky a deep blue, and the sun shone brightly over the rolling hills. We stopped to take photos, caught our breath, and had some snacks. The whole moment felt surreal, like the kind of thing you'd only see in a movie, a perfect scene in nature. But then, just as we were about to head back down, something strange hit me. I didn't feel it coming at first. I just paused for a second, feeling a slight dizziness creeping in. I didn't think much of it. Maybe I was just tired from the hike. But then it got worse and fast. Suddenly, I was hit by an overwhelming sense of vertigo. It was like the world tilted beneath me, and I couldn't steady myself. I collapsed right there on the trail. The last thing I remember before the darkness set in was the sound of my own heavy breathing and a sensation like the ground was rushing up to meet me. When I came to, I was on the ground, nauseous, my body shaking violently. I felt like I was spinning out of control. I tried to sit up, but my head swam with nausea, and I had to lie back down quickly. My stomach churned, and before I knew it, I was vomiting uncontrollably. The world around me felt distant, like I was caught in a storm while everyone else was standing still. My vision blurred, and I could barely hear the voices of my group around me. Mark, our guide, was quick to react. He knelt beside me, assessing the situation, but I was too disoriented to process anything. My body was in full revolt, throwing up everything I'd eaten, even the water I tried to drink. Every movement felt like it sent shockwaves through my body, making my dizziness even worse. The temperature was dropping quickly too, and I felt the cold creep into my bones. Mark made the call to have the rest of the group continue down the mountain to camp. He stayed behind with me, knowing that I needed more than just someone to walk me back. He had already radioed for help, and a rescue team was on the way, but it would take time. We sat there in the growing cold, the minutes stretching into what felt like hours. The dizziness didn't let up, and every time I tried to move or sit up, the vertigo returned with a vengeance. I lost track of time. All I could focus on was the cold biting at my skin, the violent sickness that wouldn't leave, and the feeling that something was very wrong. It wasn't just a simple case of dizziness. Something deeper, darker was happening to me, and I couldn't understand it. Mark reassured me that help was on the way, but I could see the concern in his eyes. An hour passed, and then another. Finally, an EMT reached us, one person, making their way up the mountain with a small team. By the time they arrived, the temperature had dropped drastically, and the cold was more than just uncomfortable. It was threatening. My skin felt like it was turning to ice, and despite being wrapped in a thermal blanket, I was still shivering uncontrollably. The EMT quickly assessed my condition, his face tight with worry. It didn't take him long to realize I was in serious trouble. They had to start in 4 to keep me hydrated, but it wasn't going as smoothly as it should. The cold weather had made my veins hard to find, and the small dose of fluids they gave me was barely enough to keep me conscious. The EMTs were already talking about getting me airlifted, but the terrain was making it hard to get the equipment up to the peak. They couldn't risk moving me too much until they were sure I could be safely transported. The next few hours were a blur. I was so cold that I couldn't stop shivering, and every time I threw up, it only made things worse. Mark had the foresight to call in a helicopter as a backup, knowing it could take too long to get a proper rescue team on foot. As night began to fall, the temperature kept plummeting. The EMTs worked quickly, trying to stabilize me as best they could, but I could feel myself slipping away. I was becoming weaker by the minute, my body fighting to hold on to whatever strength it had left. Finally, around 9 p.m., the rescue crew reached us. They had to chainsaw a new trail just to get to me. The sound of the chainsaw cutting through the thick trees echoed across the mountain as they cleared the way. I could barely register it. Everything felt so distant, but I could hear the EMTs speaking urgently, making the decision to transfer me onto a stretcher. I was so dizzy that when they moved me, it felt like I was floating. Every bump on the stretcher sent pain through my body, but I didn't have the strength to fight it. The worst part wasn't the pain or the fear. It was the cold, the way it crept into my chest and squeezed the life out of me. By the time they reached the ATV to transport me the rest of the way down, it was well past midnight, and I was too out of it to know where we were. I was finally rushed to an ambulance waiting at the base of the mountain, and the crew quickly took me to the nearest hospital. They ran tests, including a CT scan, and checked for signs of a heart attack, but everything came back fine. I was told I wasn't going to die, but that didn't stop the overwhelming exhaustion from weighing me down. They discharged me at 3 a.m. in the middle of nowhere, leaving me with no way to get back to my group. I was too weak to stand, too disoriented to walk. The hospital staff offered me a cab, but I'd have to figure out where I wanted to go. I don't know what happened in that moment. I was alone, in the middle of the night, in a place where I couldn't even remember the name of the hospital. I was stranded, and even though I was physically safe, I felt more alone than I'd ever felt in my life. But then, as if by some miracle, a nurse took pity on me. She sneaked me into an empty room, away from the rest of the patients. She brought me water, snacks, and even a blanket. She didn't have to help me, but she did. She stayed with me for a while, making sure I had what I needed. And when the morning came, I was able to meet up with my backpacking group again. They had returned to the hospital to pick me up, and I remember the relief I felt just seeing their faces. I don't remember much of the ride back, but I know that day changed my life. I thought I was just another adventurer in the mountains, but I was wrong. That trip showed me how fragile life really is. It made me realize how quickly things can go from perfect to terrifying. It wasn't just luck that saved me that day. It was the kindness of people I didn't even know, people who went out of their way to make sure I survived. The truth is, I will never know exactly what happened to me on that mountain. It wasn't altitude sickness, it wasn't a heart attack, and it wasn't some rare illness. It was just a perfect storm of circumstances. But I'm lucky. So many people saved my life that day, and I'll never forget that. That experience taught me that, in the end, it's not the hike that matters. It's the people you meet, the ones who hold your life in their hands when everything falls apart. I've hiked again since then, but I'll never forget Pilot Mountain. I still wonder what would have happened if those people hadn't been there, if I had been alone, or if the rescue hadn't made it in time. But that's a thought I try not to dwell on. Instead, I carry the memory of their kindness, the way people saved my life in the most unexpected of ways. It was the fall of 2019, and I was in my mid-30s with a passion for exploring that drove me to places few people dared go. After hiking for several hours in the remote areas of New Mexico, my wife had settled back at camp, while I ventured off-trail as usual. I'd always been drawn to the open desert landscapes, and Palo Duro Canyon was no exception. The vast, empty stretch of red rock, sharp cliffs, and dry clay made it feel like a different world, far away from anything familiar. The canyon had a quiet, almost eerie stillness to it, You could see the cracks in the land from miles away, and in some of them, the earth had created small caves, little indentations in the ground where animals probably took refuge. The kind of place where, if you weren't careful, you could easily slip into the unknown. But I wasn't worried. This was what I loved about hiking, the adventure of discovering the things no one else thought about. To most, the canyon was just a barren stretch of land. But to me, it was an open invitation to uncover hidden wonders. I'd been trekking for hours, a good distance off the trail, when the ground suddenly gave way beneath me. I didn't even see it coming. 1 second, the solid earth was beneath my boots, and the next, I was tumbling, my arms flailing for anything to grab onto. The ground wasn't solid rock, as I had assumed. It was loose, dry clay that crumbled easily. My backpack caught on a narrow ledge of rock, jamming me between the two steep walls of the chute. The world around me spun, and my breath caught in my throat. I was caught, wedged tightly between the clay and rocks, unable to move either up or down. The walls of the chute were slick, and I could feel the dry clay crumbling under my fingers as I tried to push myself higher. My heart hammered in my chest, and a cold sweat ran down my neck. The moment felt surreal. It felt like time had frozen, yet my mind raced in all directions. I had no idea how far down the chute went. It could have been 100 feet, or it could have dropped straight into nothing. There was a gnawing terror in my gut, and for a few moments I thought I might be stuck for good. The sense of isolation was overwhelming. The canyon was already remote, and I was miles from any marked trails. No one was going to find me if I stayed here. I tried to keep calm, knowing panic wouldn't help. I started shifting my weight, trying to shimmy upward. My boots dug into the loose clay, slipping and sliding with every move I made. My backpack kept dragging me back down, adding weight to the already unstable surface. I could feel the walls of the chute tightening around me, like it was closing in, trapping me in a confined space. The struggle to free myself felt endless. Every time I thought I had made some progress, the earth would shift under me, and I'd slide further back down. I gritted my teeth, my legs trembling from the effort, and pressed myself up once more. The walls of the chute scraped against me, the dry clay grinding under my hands. I was starting to lose hope when my fingers finally found a crack in the rock. I managed to wedge my hand in and pull myself up. My heart skipped a beat, but I had no time to celebrate. I needed to keep moving. The fear of being stuck down here, of being buried alive, gnawed at my every thought. After what felt like an eternity, I finally managed to get my legs under me. I pushed off the sides, using all my strength to slide upward. Slowly but surely, I inched my way out of the chute. Every time I thought I was free, I'd slip back down, but then, miraculously, my boots found solid ground, and I was able to scramble out of the narrow gap. When I finally pulled myself to safety, my chest was heaving, and my body ached from the effort. I sat on the ground for a moment, catching my breath, looking at the chasm I had just escaped. It was surreal. My hands shook as I ran them through my hair, my mind trying to process what had just happened. I had narrowly avoided a disaster, and yet it didn't feel real. Felt like a dream. I could still hear my heart thumping in my ears, but the sound of my breath was the only thing that filled my mind now. I had no idea how long I'd been trapped in that chute. Maybe an hour, maybe more. The sun was lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the canyon. I turned back to the way I came, desperate to put some distance between me and the hole I just narrowly escaped. The walk back to camp seemed to stretch on forever. My legs were shaky, and every step felt like a small victory. By the time I made it back to camp, I was exhausted and covered in dust. My wife was still by the fire, reading a book. She looked up when I arrived, her face filled with concern. I told her what happened, trying to downplay it, but I could tell she was rattled by my story. After a moment of silence, I told her I wanted to go back and show her the spot where it happened. I felt the need to prove to myself that it wasn't some wild hallucination or dream, that it really happened. So we packed up a small bag, grabbed a flashlight, and started the trek back out. I knew exactly where the chute was, or at least I thought I did. The landscape was fresh in my mind. Every step felt like a repeat of what I'd done before, but somehow the land had changed. The cliffs that I remembered, the path I had taken, none of it seemed familiar. The terrain was just as dry and barren as before, but something felt off. The place where the chute should have been was empty, nothing but a stretch of red clay and scattered rocks. I circled the area, scanning the horizon, but the spot had vanished, like it had never existed in the first place. It made no sense. I was sure it was right here. I had walked this exact path, but no matter where I looked, the chute was gone. I even scoured the ground, hoping to find some evidence of what had happened, but there was nothing. It was as if the earth had swallowed it up, taking the memory of the fall with it. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up, and my stomach churned. It was more than just a missing hole. It was the eerie feeling that something had changed, that the place itself was hiding its secrets. We walked for hours, retracing my steps, but we never found it. The more I searched, the more confused and unsettled I became. I had come out here for a reason, to show my wife the danger I had faced, to prove it wasn't just some bad dream. But I couldn't even find the spot where it happened. It was like the canyon itself had erased it from existence, as though it was warning me to never return. That night, I sat by the fire, staring into the flames, trying to make sense of it all. My wife was asleep in the tent, and I was left alone with my thoughts. The fear I'd felt in that chute was still with me, gnawing at the edges of my mind. But now, the fear wasn't just from the fall. It was the realization that I had no idea what I'd just experienced. I had faced a danger I couldn't explain, and the canyon had taken it from me, hiding its truth in plain sight. The next day, we packed up and left. We didn't speak much about it, but I could see the unease in my wife's eyes. We both knew something wasn't right. Maybe it was just the isolation, the vastness of the canyon, or maybe it was something else entirely. Either way, I would never forget the terror I felt that day. The feeling of slipping into the unknown and being trapped, helpless in a world that was as unforgiving as it was beautiful. I still love exploring caves and remote places, but now, when I step off the beaten path, I remember the lesson that canyon taught me. Consent is important, even when spelunking, and not every hole in the ground is a safe one. And sometimes, the earth has a way of hiding its most dangerous secrets, just waiting for someone foolish enough to stumble upon them. I was 28 years old when it happened. I'd spent my fair share of time hiking, but I always knew how risky it could be to take on some of the more remote places. I was in the outback, a spot that not many people chose to visit. It was 2017, and I was just trying to escape the noise of the city. I'd been living in Melbourne for a few years, working a desk job that drained the life out of me. The plan for this trip was simple: get out to the wilderness, walk around, and forget about everything for a while. I packed light, enough food, water, and gear to get me through a few days. Nothing fancy. It was just me and the great outdoors. The landscape here was harsh, barren in places, and beautiful in a way that made you feel small and insignificant. The creek bed I was walking along was a place I'd been to before. It wasn't exactly a well-known hiking trail, but it had a peace about it, a kind of quiet that felt good for the soul. But like many places in the wild, it could be deceiving. The creek had been swollen from a flood earlier in the year. It wasn't uncommon, especially in the outback where the weather can be unpredictable. The floodwaters had receded, but the damage it left behind was still there. The ground had been undercut in places, and unless you knew where to step, you might find yourself in trouble. I hadn't noticed the change in the terrain. The ground beneath my feet seemed solid enough, at least at first. I walked along, enjoying the solitude. It was early afternoon, and the sun was still strong, though the air had a dry chill to it, as it always did out here. I stepped forward and suddenly, without warning, the ground gave way. There was no time to brace myself. I remember the sickening feeling as the earth crumbled beneath me. I felt weightless for a second, like I was floating. Then the fall hit. I didn't just drop, I was somersaulting. My body was flipping through the air as I tried to grasp for anything that might slow me down. But there was nothing. I don't know how far I fell. 6 meters, they said later. But in that moment, it felt like miles. I slammed into the creek bed below, my body twisting in every direction. My leg caught an exposed tree root. The impact was so sharp, so sudden, that I heard the crack before I even realized what had happened. My tibia snapped clean in half. I felt a searing pain shoot up my leg, and it was all I could do to try and stop myself from screaming. But I didn't have time for that. Before I could even process the pain in my leg, I hit the ground again, this time with my other leg. My ankle crumpled on the second rotation, and I felt a sickening pop as it twisted at an impossible angle. The pain was unbearable, but it didn't stop there. I kept tumbling, finally crashing onto my side in a disgusting mix of mud, algae, and cow shit. It was the worst feeling in the world. My arm was bent beneath me, and I heard it break as my full weight came down on it. I knew something was wrong almost immediately. My head was spinning. I felt dizzy, nauseous. I couldn't focus on anything. I could hear the sound of rushing water in the creek nearby, and I tried to get a grip on what was happening. But my thoughts were so scrambled that I couldn't make sense of anything. My brain was working on instinct, a kind of autopilot that I didn't even know I had. It took me a moment to realize just how badly I was hurt. My leg was a mess. I could feel the sharp ache from my tibia and the throb from my ankle. But it wasn't just my legs. Couldn't move my arm. I tried to shift, but the pain was so intense I couldn't do much more than lie there. I tried to focus on breathing, in slow and steady. I was disoriented, but I knew I had to stay calm. I couldn't let panic take over. I had to figure out what to do. My head was pounding. I could feel the blood rushing in my ears. I knew I had a concussion, there was no doubt about it. I could barely see straight. The pain in my arm and leg were taking over my thoughts, but I had to focus on getting out of here. I couldn't stay in that creek bed, especially not in that condition. My mind scrambled for a plan. First aid was kicking in, but it wasn't enough. I had no idea how long I'd been out, but I knew the sun wouldn't stay up forever. The nearest town was 4 hours away. I had no way of getting there on my own, but somehow I managed to pull myself together. Slowly, I started moving, dragging my broken body through the muck and up the almost vertical slope of the creek bed. It wasn't easy. The mud was thick, and every time I moved, I could feel my body protesting. My broken leg made every movement a nightmare. I could feel the bone grinding together with each shift. My arm hung uselessly by my side. I tried to use my good leg to push myself up, but it wasn't enough. I had to crawl. Felt like hours, but it couldn't have been more than 30 minutes. Sweat soaked my shirt, and my muscles screamed at me to stop, but I kept going. I didn't have a choice. I had to get out. My mind was foggy, but I kept telling myself that I couldn't die out here. Not like this. Not alone. By the time I reached the top of the slope, I was exhausted. Every part of me was screaming in pain. I lay there for a moment, just trying to catch my breath. The landscape stretched out before me, wide and empty, with nothing but dry, cracked earth for miles. It was beautiful, but it felt like a death trap. Somehow, I pulled myself to my feet. I couldn't walk, there was no way, but I managed to stagger to a nearby dirt road. It wasn't much of a road, more like a narrow track that had been carved into the earth by the occasional vehicle passing through. I wasn't sure if anyone would be passing by, but I had to try. I collapsed at the edge of the road, using my remaining strength to drag myself into the open. I don't know how long I lay there, but eventually, a vehicle appeared in the distance. It was a 4x4, kicking up dust as it bounced along the road. I waved my arms, trying to get their attention. My head was spinning. My vision was blurry, but somehow I got their attention. The car came to a stop, and I didn't even have the strength to speak. I pointed to my leg and my arm, trying to communicate, but the driver seemed to understand. They helped me into the car and began the long drive to the nearest hospital. The pain was overwhelming, but I was too dazed to fully process it. I just focused on staying conscious, keeping my eyes open, and hoping that I would make it through this. The ride was rough. Every bump felt like a knife twisting in my body. But eventually, after what felt like an eternity, we made it to the hospital. I don't remember much after that. My injuries were serious, but I was alive. The doctors said I was lucky to have made it out. 6 months have passed since that day. My leg still isn't healed. My arm's better, but it will never be the same. Every time I move, I'm reminded of what happened. The fear I felt in that moment of falling, of losing control. It's still with me. And it's not just the physical scars that remain. It's the mental scars, too. The constant reminder that nature is unpredictable. And no matter how prepared you think you are, anything can happen. I'm not sure what the future holds for me, but one thing's for certain. I'll never take the outback for granted again. The wilderness doesn't care if you're ready. It doesn't care if you've hiked before or if you're experienced. It's a force that can humble you in an instant. And for me, that was a lesson learned the hard way. It was a cold, rainy night, and my dog, Max, and I were camping in a quiet, far-off spot I'd visited a few times before. The forest around us was thick with trees, and the only sound, aside from the rain tapping on the tent, was Max growling now and then. I didn't think much of it at first. He always got a little jumpy when it rained. We had set up camp near a small creek, and even though the weather was miserable, it was just part of the camping experience. The rain had been steady all day, but by nightfall it started pouring harder. It was the kind of rain that made everything feel still and isolated. Inside the tent, I tried to get comfortable, listening to the storm outside. Max lay down by my feet, but every now and then he'd sit up, his ears perked, staring towards the tent entrance. His eyes darted to the dark woods beyond the campsite, his body stiff. Around 3 a.m. I heard it, a faint rustling in the woods. At first, it was just a little noise, like something moving through the brush. I froze, trying to figure out what it was. Max was no longer lying down. He was on his feet, fur standing on end, his eyes locked on the trees. I grabbed my flashlight, careful not to make a sound, and unzipped the tent just a little to shine the light outside. I didn't see much at first, just trees swaying in the wind and the rain. But then I saw something. Movement. Something large and dark, moving through the wet plants just beyond the beam of light. It didn't look like an animal. My heart started to pound, and I quickly zipped the tent back up, sealing myself and Max inside. My mind raced with thoughts. Was it a person? A bear? I had no idea, but I knew it wasn't something good. Max started growling low in his chest, still staring at the spot outside the tent. I grabbed the knife I kept close by, trying to calm my breathing. I had to figure out what to do, but before I could think, the tent shook. I could feel it like something had brushed up against it from the outside. It wasn't the wind. I gripped the knife tighter. I couldn't just sit there waiting for whatever it was to get closer. Slowly, I reached into my backpack for my phone, trying to keep quiet. Of course, there was no signal out here, but I still tried to call the park rangers. The call didn't go through. That's when I realized just how far from help we really were. Another shake. This time it was stronger. Max barked loudly, his body tense, ready to protect. I heard footsteps. Heavy, slow steps, moving around the tent. My heart raced in my chest. I didn't know what was out there, but it was getting closer. Then I heard something that made my blood run cold. A loud crunch, like something stepping on a branch, just outside the tent. It was way too close. I grabbed Max's leash and quickly attached it to his collar, preparing to bolt if I had to. But just as I reached for the zipper to unzip the tent, the footsteps stopped. Silence. The rain was still coming down hard, but everything else was still. I didn't dare look outside again. I could feel my heart pounding, but after what felt like forever, I finally took a deep breath and started to slowly unzip the tent. Peeked out, my heart racing. The area was empty. Whatever had been out there was gone. I stayed in the doorway for a long time, watching the woods. The air felt heavy, like something was still out there, but I didn't hear any movement. No more footsteps, just the rain and the quiet sound of the creek in the distance. By morning, the storm had died down, and the sun was barely starting to come through the trees. I didn't see anything strange, but I packed up as fast as I could. I wasn't staying there any longer. As I packed the tent, I saw something odd near the edge of the campsite. Big, deep prints in the mud. They didn't look like animal tracks. They were too big and wide, like someone wearing boots had walked through. But the footprints weren't even. They were all messed up, like they'd been walking in a hurry. I took one last look around, making sure I hadn't missed anything. Then I got in the car with Max. I drove off without looking back, not stopping until we were out of the woods. It wasn't until I was far away that the feeling of being watched started to fade. I never went back to that spot again. I'm not sure what I saw out there that night, but it wasn't anything good. What really got to me was the way the prints looked. They weren't just made by someone. They were too heavy, too strange. Almost like whatever it was had been waiting for me to leave, watching from the trees, waiting until it was too late to do anything. Max and I were lucky, but I can't shake the feeling that something out there knows I was there, knows I saw it. And next time, it might not be so easy to leave. I'd heard about this old village deep in the woods for years. People said it was quiet, a place you could go to escape everything, a place where the world didn't matter. It sounded perfect for me, so I decided to go on my own. I needed to get away, clear my head, and be alone for a while. The first day was calm. I set up my tent in a small open area surrounded by thick trees. The sun barely touched the ground. The branches were so thick. Not far off was the village, empty and forgotten. Houses that were falling apart, windows broken or boarded up, and no sign of life anywhere. It looked like no one had lived there for years. It felt strange, but there was something oddly peaceful about it, like the place had given up on trying to be part of the world. On the second evening, as the sun was sinking, I noticed something weird. There was smoke rising from one of the houses. It wasn't a lot, but enough to catch my eye. I looked around, but no one was there. The village was still completely empty. The smoke seemed to be coming from one of the houses. I didn't know why, but something about it felt off. It made my stomach twist in a way I couldn't explain. I decided to check it out. I walked through the village, the ground soft beneath my boots with moss and tall weeds. The air smelled heavy, like wet dirt. As I got closer to the house where the smoke was coming from, I felt my heart start to race. The door to the house was cracked open, creaking slightly in the wind. I peeked inside, but it was dark. There was no sign of anyone. I stepped inside quietly, trying not to make any noise. The floorboards creaked a little under my feet, but I didn't care. The smoke inside smelled wrong, like something was burning, but it wasn't a regular fire smell. It was strange, oily, and thick. I moved closer to the stove in the corner. The smoke was coming from a pot on the stove, but it wasn't anything I had ever seen before. It was like a thick black goo, bubbling slowly. I couldn't understand what it was, but I had no intention of staying there much longer. As I turned to leave, I saw something move outside the door. It wasn't a person. The bushes around the house were shaking, like something was walking through them, moving in my direction. My heart stopped. I couldn't move. My mind screamed at me to get out. Without thinking, I ran back to my tent as fast as I could. I could feel my heart pounding in my ears. The feeling of being watched stayed with me, like eyes were on my back the whole way. The next morning, I packed up quickly, ready to leave. As I walked through the village again on my way out, I still couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The smoke was gone, but there was something wrong with the place. The houses, the trees, even the air. Everything felt heavier, like the village was holding its breath, waiting. I couldn't leave fast enough. I made my way to the path that led out of the woods, but that feeling stayed with me the whole time. It wasn't until I got home that I started thinking about it. I had seen something in that village, something I couldn't explain. That pot on the stove, it wasn't just an odd thing I found by accident. It felt like part of something much bigger, something wrong. The village was abandoned for a reason, but I couldn't figure out why. I haven't been able to forget it. I know now that the village wasn't just a forgotten place. It was a warning. That smoke, that smell, it wasn't natural. It was like the village itself was hiding something, something people left behind, something no one was meant to find. I don't know what it was, but I can feel it in my bones. That village wasn't meant to be found. I don't know if it's just the place that's cursed or something else, but I'm sure of one thing: whatever was in that village, it didn't want me there. And if you ever go there, I don't think you'll be leaving either. Last summer, in 2016, I decided to go camping alone in the woods just outside of town. I've always liked being alone in nature. It's peaceful and quiet, a good break from everything. So, I thought spending the weekend by myself would be perfect. I packed my tent, sleeping bag, some food, and other things I'd need, then drove out to the spot I had picked. It was deep in the woods, far from any roads or houses. The first day was fine. I set up camp next to a small creek and spent the afternoon walking around, collecting wood and exploring the area. The air was fresh, and the forest felt calm, like it was exactly where I needed to be. As the sun began to set, I started a small fire, cooked some food, and just relaxed, enjoying the quiet all around me. That night, I tried to sleep under the stars, but something kept me awake. The usual sounds of the forest, the rustling of leaves, the calls of animals, sounded different, almost like something wasn't right. It made me uneasy, but I told myself it was nothing. I tried to ignore it and finally fell asleep. Around 2 a.m., I woke up for no reason at all. At first, I didn't know why, but something felt wrong. The usual noises of the forest had stopped, and there was this heavy, weird silence all around. I tried to go back to sleep, but then I heard it, soft rustling, just outside my tent. It wasn't the normal sounds of animals moving through the brush. This was slow, deliberate, like something or someone was trying not to make noise but wasn't doing a good job of it. I froze, listening hard. The noise stopped for a second, then started again, even closer. My heart started racing, and I sat up, trying to see through the dark. It was too quiet to be a normal animal. My instincts told me something was out there, something human. I grabbed my flashlight and pointed it around the camp. Nothing, just the dark shapes of trees. But the rustling didn't stop. It was still too close for comfort. I shone the light deeper into the woods, my hand shaking. Then I saw it, a figure moving quickly between the trees. It wasn't clear, but it wasn't an animal either. It was too tall, too fast. My heart was pounding in my chest now. I needed to leave. I started grabbing my stuff, shoving my tent into my bag. That's when I heard it. Something cracking, like a twig snapping underfoot, coming from the direction of the noise. I couldn't stay. Panic hit me hard. I didn't think. I just grabbed my backpack, threw it on my shoulder, and ran. My legs were burning from running through the thick underbrush, but I couldn't stop. I felt like something was following me, just out of sight but close enough to make my skin crawl. My breath was sharp, quick, and my chest felt tight. I didn't stop running until I reached the road. I turned around and looked back at the dark woods, but there was nothing. It was too still, like the forest was holding its breath. The silence was worse than any noise could be. My stomach twisted, and I felt that cold fear creeping over me. Whatever was out there wasn't just an animal. It was something else, something human, moving too quietly, too carefully. I didn't look back as I ran to my car. My hands were shaking as I locked the doors and started the engine. I sped down the road, my eyes glued to the rearview mirror, expecting to see someone following. But there was nothing. The road was empty, and the woods were silent. When I got home, I didn't tell anyone what happened. I knew they'd think I was crazy, that it was all in my head. But I knew what I had felt, what I had heard out there. The woods didn't feel the same after that night. It wasn't peaceful anymore. It was like something was watching me every time I stepped into the forest after that. Every time I camped, every time I hiked, I'd get that same feeling. Like I wasn't alone, like something was out there, waiting. I've never gone back to that spot. Never will. But I've been to other places, and each time that feeling still creeps in. Sometimes when I'm walking through the woods, I hear something just off in the distance. A twig snap, a branch creak, like something is following me, just barely out of sight. And I'm always looking over my shoulder, feeling the weight of someone or something watching, waiting. The worst part, I don't think I'll ever know what it was that night. But every time I feel that chill run down my spine, I wonder if it's still out there, waiting for the next person who's foolish enough to camp alone in the woods. I had been looking forward to this solo camping trip for a while. The idea of being out alone in the woods, far from anyone or anything, felt like exactly what I needed. I got to the campsite just as it was getting dark, set up my tent, and started a fire. The air was cool, and I could smell the pine trees all around. I was excited for a peaceful night under the stars. As the sun disappeared, the temperature dropped fast. I huddled closer to the fire, trying to stay warm as the crackling sounds echoed in the quiet. The forest was still, with only the occasional rustle of leaves blowing in the wind. It felt calm, almost too calm. I kept turning my head, looking around, but all I could see were dark shadows of trees moving with the breeze. As the night went on, it got colder. I zipped up my sleeping bag, trying to stay warm, but the cold kept creeping in. I should have packed more layers, but I didn't expect it to get this bad. The fire had burned down to just a few glowing embers. Then I heard something. At first, I thought it was just an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon, but then I heard it again. It sounded like something big was moving through the brush. It was too loud to be a small animal. My heart started racing. I tried to ignore it, but the noise came closer. I grabbed my flashlight and pointed it into the dark, but all I saw was the forest. The rustling stopped for a second, then started up again, this time from the other side of the campsite. My mind was spinning. Was someone out there? Another camper? But it didn't feel right. felt wrong. I froze, trying to stay as quiet as possible, listening hard. The footsteps were slow, heavy, and they seemed to move in a circle around me. Whoever or whatever was out there wasn't hiding. They were making sure I knew they were there. A cold fear washed over me, and I felt my stomach drop. I couldn't stay in the tent anymore. I reached for my pack, and as I unzipped the tent, I froze again. Right outside the door, the footsteps stopped. I held my breath. The forest was completely silent now. I slowly pulled back the tent flap, trying not to make a sound, but there was nothing there. Still, something didn't feel right. My heart was pounding as I stepped out of the tent, looking around. The trees were just black shapes against the dim light of the stars. There was no sign of anyone, but the feeling of being watched was stronger than ever. Couldn't shake it. My skin crawled. I couldn't stay another second. I rushed to pack up my stuff, shoving everything into my bag as quickly as I could. My hands were shaking. Whether it was from fear or the cold, I couldn't tell, but I didn't care. I just needed to leave. As I started walking toward the trail, I kept glancing behind me, expecting to see someone following. But there was no one. Still, the woods felt different now. Darker, more threatening, like they were closing in on me. The silence was oppressive, and the feeling of eyes on my back never went away. Finally, I reached my car, and without wasting a second, I slammed the door, started the engine, and sped off. I didn't look back. My mind raced with everything I had heard, everything I had felt, but I couldn't make sense of it. I didn't want to think about it anymore. I just wanted to leave it all behind. But as I drove away, I glanced in my rearview mirror. The headlights from my car lit up the dark road behind me, but the trees along the side of the road weren't just dark shapes anymore. There, standing just inside the edge of the forest, was a figure. It was too far to make out clearly, but I could see it standing still, watching. I don't know who or what it was, but I didn't stop to find out. That night, I learned something that still haunts me. Not all silence is peaceful, and some things in the woods are far too close for comfort. And whatever had been out there, whatever had been circling my campsite, was still out there, waiting. I don't camp alone anymore, and I don't think I ever will again. Something in those woods knew exactly how to make me feel small, how to make me feel helpless. And as long as I live, I'll never forget the way it watched me. It was the summer of 2005, and my buddy Dave and I had planned a camping trip deep in the Ozark National Forest. We were both in our early 30s, working stressful jobs in the city, and figured a long weekend off the grid would do us good. We chose a remote spot. No marked trails, no campsites, just miles of trees, hills, and absolute quiet. Dave had a beat-up Chevy Blazer, and it groaned its way up the gravel forest road until we couldn't go any farther. From there, we hiked in another mile or so, carrying our gear until we found a flat clearing near a creek. It was perfect. The sound of running water in the distance, the breeze rustling through the pines, and not a single sign of another person. We set up camp, 2 small tents, a fire pit, and a cooler filled with beer and whiskey. The first day was bliss. We fished in the creek, grilled what we caught over the fire, and stayed up late swapping stories under a sky filled with stars. Felt like the escape we needed. The trouble started on the second night. Around midnight, I was lying in my tent, half asleep, when I heard a scream. Not a person, but something else, high-pitched, raw, and almost human-like. It made my skin crawl. I sat up, heart pounding, listening. A moment later, it came again, louder this time, echoing through the trees. I unzipped my tent and crawled out to find Dave already outside, flashlight in hand. His face was pale. "What the hell was that?" he whispered. "I don't know," I replied, scanning the dark forest around us. The beam of my flashlight barely cut through the shadows. We stood there for what felt like an eternity, waiting, listening. The scream came again, distant now but still unnerving. "Cougar," I said finally, though I wasn't sure. I'd heard stories about them making sounds like a woman screaming, but hearing it in person was something else entirely. Neither of us slept much that night. We sat by the dying fire, clutching our flashlights and a bottle of whiskey, jumping at every snap of a twig. The forest felt alive, like it was watching us. By dawn, the screams had stopped, and the forest was quiet again. We were exhausted, but the daylight brought some comfort. We decided to stick it out, figuring it was just a passing animal and nothing to worry about. Later that morning, as we were making coffee over the campfire, we heard the unmistakable sound of a vehicle. It was faint at first, the low rumble of an engine bouncing through the trees. We looked at each other, confused. We were miles from the nearest road, and we hadn't seen a single soul since we got there. The sound grew louder, and soon an old, rusted pickup truck came into view, puttering up the narrow path that barely qualified as a road. The truck stopped a few yards from our camp, and an older man stepped out. He was probably in his late 60s, wiry and weathered, with a dog at his side. He had a revolver holstered on his hip, which immediately made me uneasy. We weren't armed, at least not in any meaningful way. I had a shotgun, but it was in the car, unloaded and practically useless at this point. A paranoid thought crossed my mind. He has a gun, and we're in the middle of nowhere. If he wanted to, he could do whatever he wanted, and no one would ever know. But then he smiled, a warm, toothy grin, and my nerves eased a bit. He looked like the kind of guy who'd spent his life out here, someone who knew the land and the people better than anyone. His dog wagged its tail and sniffed around our camp as he ambled over to us. The man was friendly, just passing through, he said, checking on some hunting trails nearby. He carried himself with the kind of casual confidence that only comes from years of experience in the woods. Still, I couldn't stop glancing at the gun on his hip. We offered him a cup of coffee, and he accepted, sitting down on a log by the fire. He seemed harmless enough, and his presence actually felt reassuring after the night we'd had. At some point, Dave mentioned the screams we'd heard the night before, asking if he had any idea what it could have been. The man nodded, scratching his scruffy beard. He said it was likely a cougar, maybe a black bear, though they usually didn't make sounds like that. Coyotes were another possibility, but he didn't seem convinced. Then he said something that stuck with me. He leaned back, looking out at the trees, and said, "The animals out here, most of them won't bother you. Black bears, cougars, coyotes. They'll keep their distance if you don't mess with them. But the ones you gotta watch out for, they walk on two legs." A chill ran down my spine. He wasn't trying to scare us. It was just a matter-of-fact statement, like he was talking about the weather. He sipped his coffee, patted his dog, and said we'd be fine as long as we stayed aware. The man hung around for a while, chatting about hunting and fishing, then finished his coffee, wished us well, and headed back to his truck. We watched him drive off, the sound of his engine fading into the distance until it was gone. The rest of the day passed uneventfully, but his words stuck with me. Every time I glanced at the forest, I found myself thinking about what he'd said. The night fell again, and though we didn't hear any more screams, the unease lingered. Every sound, every shadow seemed suspicious. The trip ended without incident, and we packed up and hiked back to the car the next day. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed. The forest, once a place of peace and escape, now felt different, darker, heavier, like it was hiding something. Years later, I still think about that trip, about the old man and his words. I've been camping many times since, but I always keep my guard up, always remember that the most dangerous things out there aren't the animals. They're the people. And I always wonder if, somewhere out in those woods, someone else is watching, waiting for the next camper who lets their guard down. camping at the edge of the Arizona desert was supposed to be a peaceful getaway. It was July 2018, and we had chosen a remote campground just outside Sedona for its quiet surroundings and stunning views. My husband, Dan, and I thought it would be a perfect way to introduce our 3-year-old daughter, Lily, to the joys of nature. We had spent the day hiking short trails, letting Lily splash around in a shallow creek, and watching the sunset paint the red rocks golden. That night, as the stars lit up the vast sky, Lily fell asleep early in her small camping cot inside our tent. Dan and I sat around the fire, talking in hushed tones to avoid waking her. The air was still warm, even as the desert night began to cool. We finally crawled into the tent around 10 p.m., exhausted but happy. The next morning, the sun rose quickly, and so did the temperature. By 9 a.m., it was already uncomfortably hot. We decided to eat a quick breakfast and figure out our plans for the day. Lily sat in her camp chair with her favorite stuffed bear while Dan prepared coffee. I packed up some of our things and tidied the campsite. Everything felt normal, peaceful, even. Then Lily was gone. One moment, she was sitting in her chair, humming softly to herself. The next, the chair was empty. I didn't see her leave. I didn't hear her move. I assumed she had wandered just a few steps away to pick up a stick or chase a butterfly. But when I called her name and she didn't answer, my chest tightened. I spun around, scanning the campsite. She wasn't there. Dan, where's Lily? I remember asking, though my voice was already rising in panic. I ran toward the nearby bushes, thinking maybe she'd wandered behind them. Nothing. I looked under the picnic table, behind the cooler, in the tent. Each second stretched impossibly long. The realization hit me like a punch in the stomach. She was gone. Dan and I sprang into action, shouting her name as we searched every corner of the campsite. My legs felt weak, but I forced them to keep moving, checking behind trees, rocks, and anything else big enough for a child to hide behind. The campground wasn't huge, but it was surrounded by open desert, and the thought of her wandering off into the harsh, sun-scorched landscape made my stomach churn. I checked the van, which was parked a few feet from our tent. The sliding door was closed, just as we had left it. I opened it quickly, glanced inside, and called her name. It was empty, or at least I thought it was. I slammed the door shut and kept running, shouting her name until my throat burned. Other campers began to notice the commotion. Some joined in the search while others looked on, unsure of how to help. I could feel their eyes on me, their unspoken questions. Where could a child go so quickly? Minutes passed, though it felt like hours. The desert heat was becoming unbearable. I ran to a nearby site, asking if anyone had seen a small girl. My voice cracked, and tears blurred my vision. I couldn't think straight. Every terrible possibility played out in my mind. What if she wandered into the desert and collapsed from the heat? What if someone took her? What if got her? Dan's voice cut through the panic. I turned and saw him standing by the van, holding Lily in his arms. Relief washed over me so powerfully that my legs nearly gave out. But then I realized where she had been. Dan said he'd found her inside the van. Inside the van I had just checked. I stared at him, not understanding. Then it hit me. She must have been hiding, playing one of her surprise hide-and-seek games. I had taught her that game a few months earlier, thinking it was harmless fun. And I had also shown her how to open and close the van doors, never imagining she'd use that knowledge like this. Lily had crawled under a pile of clothes we had left in the back seat, making herself nearly invisible. When I opened the door earlier, I must have missed her completely. And when I shut the door, I trapped her inside a metal box heating up to deadly temperatures. The weight of what could have happened crushed me. It was over 100 degrees that day. The van was parked directly in the sun. If Dan hadn't found her when he did, if I hadn't checked the van at all, I couldn't finish the thought. Lily was fine, sweaty and confused, but unharmed. She giggled as Dan carried her, as if the whole thing had been part of the game. She didn't understand what had just happened, what could have happened, but I did. I grabbed her from Dan, holding her so tightly that she squirmed and complained. Tears streamed down my face as I whispered apologies she couldn't fully comprehend. We didn't stay another night. The campsite, once a place of joy and adventure, felt like a threat now. We packed up quickly and drove to a nearby town, where we rented a small cabin. It wasn't what we had planned, but it felt safe. That night, after Lily was asleep, I sat on the cabin's porch, staring out at the stars. My body was still trembling from the adrenaline. I kept replaying the day in my head, imagining all the ways it could have gone differently. In some other version of events, Dan didn't think to check the van. In some other universe, I hadn't taught Lily how to open and close those doors. But we were here. Lily was alive. Even now, years later, I feel sick when I think about it. The memory still wakes me up at night. But I've learned something from it: vigilance. Small moments, small decisions, they can change everything. That camping trip was supposed to be a chance to relax, to connect with nature and each other. Instead, it taught me how quickly life can shift from joy to terror. We haven't been camping since. I was 15 when my parents decided we'd go camping in a remote area of eastern Oregon in the summer of 1997. It wasn't the first time we'd gone camping together, but this trip felt different from the start. My parents, both in their late 40s at the time, had chosen a spot deep in the wilderness, miles away from the nearest paved road. My dad loved the idea of being as far from civilization as possible. I didn't mind camping, but this kind of isolation always made me uneasy. We arrived at the campsite in the late afternoon after driving for hours along dusty, winding roads. The site was beautiful, surrounded by towering pines and a clear, rocky creek running just a few yards away. The air smelled like earth and pine sap, and there wasn't another soul in sight. It was peaceful, but the silence pressed down on me in a way I couldn't explain. We spent the evening setting up camp. My dad pitched the tent while my mom and I unpacked the cooler and prepped dinner. We had steaks cooked over the fire, followed by s'mores for dessert. The familiar ritual of roasting marshmallows over the flames helped settle my nerves a little. By the time the sun dipped below the trees, painting the sky in deep shades of orange and purple, I was feeling more relaxed. After dinner, we sat around the fire, talking about nothing in particular. The flames crackled, sending sparks into the night sky. My parents seemed happy, and I didn't want to ruin the mood by voicing my unease. Still, the quietness of the forest felt too complete, like the world had gone still just for us. We finally turned in for the night, zipping ourselves into the small two-room tent. My parents had one side, and I had the other, separated by a thin nylon divider. The fire outside had burned low, its glow barely visible through the tent's mesh window. I lay there, staring at the shadowy outlines of the trees, trying to will myself to sleep. That's when I heard it. It started as a faint rustling, like something moving through the brush. I told myself it was probably just the wind or a small animal, but the sound didn't stop. It grew louder, moving closer to the tent. Whatever it was, it wasn't small. The rustling turned into snapping branches, and then I heard a low, guttural growl. I froze. My heart pounded so hard I thought it might wake my parents. The growl came again, deep and menacing. I didn't need to see it to know what it was: a mountain lion. The tent felt like a flimsy barrier between us and the predator circling outside. I could hear its heavy footsteps, the soft crunch of leaves under its paws. It was moving around the tent, pausing every so often before continuing its path. I didn't dare move or make a sound. The growls grew louder, angrier. The mountain lion was circling closer, and I could hear it sniffing at the edges of the tent. My dad must have realized what it was, too, because everything inside the tent was dead silent. No one dared move, not even to breathe too loudly. Minutes felt like hours as we lay there, listening to the big cat prowl around us. My mind raced with thoughts of what could happen. Would it try to claw its way into the tent? Was it hungry?
Territorial.
The fear was overwhelming, and I could feel the sweat pooling on my back despite the cool night air. The mountain lion let out a bone-chilling scream, a sound I didn't even know they could make. It echoed through the trees, and my whole body tensed. It was so close, I could almost feel the vibration of the sound. Then, something strange happened. The fire outside, which had been little more than glowing embers, suddenly flared back to life. The flames shot up, bright and fierce, illuminating the campsite. The light and heat were so sudden and intense that it startled the mountain lion. I heard it let out another growl, but this one sounded more like fear than aggression. It backed away from the tent, its footsteps retreating into the darkness. We stayed frozen for what felt like forever, listening for any sign that it might return. But the forest was silent again, save for the crackling of the newly blazing fire. I didn't understand how it had reignited. There was no wind, no spark to explain it. Eventually, my dad unzipped the tent just enough to peek outside. The fire was burning strong, as if someone had just stoked it. There was no sign of the mountain lion, only the stillness of the forest. We didn't sleep much that night. None of us talked about what had happened, but I could see the unease in my parents' faces. We stayed in the tent until dawn, then packed up and left the campsite as quickly as we could. On the drive home, my mom mentioned that we'd camped not far from where her father, my grandfather, had grown up and passed away. She didn't say much more, but I could tell she was trying to connect the dots in her own way. I didn't know what to think. I wasn't a superstitious person, and I didn't believe in anything supernatural. But the way that fire flared up just in time to save us didn't make sense. To this day, I don't have an explanation. Maybe there's a logical reason. A stray ember reignited the flames, or something in the wood caused it to flare up. All I know is that it happened and it saved us. I'll never forget the sound of that mountain lion, the terror of waiting in the dark, and the strange, almost impossible timing of that fire. The wilderness doesn't care about you. It's wild, unpredictable, and sometimes it's terrifying. That night reminded me just how small and vulnerable we are out there, and it's a lesson I've never forgotten. I've worked as a park ranger in South Carolina for nearly 10 years. That night, the rain was coming down hard as I drove through the park, checking the campgrounds. The dirt trails were turning to thick, sticky mud, and the trees seemed alive with the constant dripping of water. Every now and then, I'd hear a branch snap under the weight of the rain. Nights like this always put me on edge. Heavy rain could mean flooding or fallen trees. Worse, someone could wander off the trail and get lost. I stopped my truck at the start of a trail leading to a remote camping area. Grabbing my rain jacket and flashlight, I stepped out into the storm. The rain drowned out most sounds, leaving only the steady pattering and the squelch of my boots in the mud. My flashlight cut through the darkness, lighting up the slick path in front of me. About half a mile in, I noticed a faint, flickering light up ahead. It looked like a lantern someone had left behind. When I got to the campsite, something felt off right away. The tent was soaked and half collapsed. The fire pit was filled with water. The lantern sat on the ground, flickering weakly, but there was no one around. I called out, but the rain swallowed my voice. I walked around the site, looking for any sign of the camper, The mud around the tent was covered in footprints, but they weren't normal. They were scattered, like the person had been stumbling or running. My stomach twisted. Something wasn't right. The tracks led away from the tent and into the woods. I followed them, shining my flashlight low to keep the trail in sight. The rain made it harder to see, but the tracks were deep enough to follow. They led to a creek that was now swollen with rushing water. The tracks stopped right at the edge of the creek. I scanned the area, my heart racing. My flashlight's beam caught something on the other side of the creek. A torn backpack. Its contents were scattered across the muddy ground. I waded through the freezing water and picked it up. Inside, I found a wallet with an ID. The name on it was David. I remembered that name from earlier in the day when I checked the camping permits. He'd been camping alone. My gut told me something bad had happened, but I didn't know what. I radioed the ranger station to report what I'd found and asked for backup. Then I started heading back to the campsite, trying to keep my nerves in check. The rain was soaking through my jacket, and the cold was starting to bite. But what really bothered me was the feeling that I wasn't alone. When I got back to the campsite, the lantern was off. That didn't make sense. I hadn't touched it, and it shouldn't have died so quickly. I swung my flashlight around, scanning the area. That's when I saw them. New tracks in the mud, much larger than before, circling the campsite. I didn't stay to figure out what made them. I got in my truck and drove straight back to the station. By the time help arrived, the rain had washed away most of the tracks. We searched the area for hours but found no sign of David or whatever had been there. Days turned into weeks, and David's family put up missing posters and offered rewards, but nothing ever came of it. It was as if he'd vanished into thin air. I still patrol that park, even on stormy nights, but I don't feel safe anymore. Sometimes, when it rains, I think I see flickering lights deep in the woods where no campsite should be. I don't follow them. I know better now. Whatever happened to David, I'm certain it wasn't an accident. Something out there is watching, waiting, and the rain just seems to bring it closer. I've always liked camping in quiet places, far from the noise of the city. So when my friend told me about his family's old farm near a small village, I thought it sounded perfect. He said the farm had been empty for years and no one ever went there. That sounded like exactly the kind of peace and quiet I needed. Getting there took longer than I thought. The village was tiny, with just a few houses and dirt roads. From the village, I had to walk about a mile to reach the farm. By the time I got there, the sun was already setting. The field was overgrown with weeds and tall grass. The air smelled like damp earth and plants. The old barn stood off in the distance, its roof leaning, and the walls covered in vines. I decided to set up my tent in the middle of the field, away from the barn. As the sun went down, the place became dead silent. There wasn't even a breeze, just the sound of crickets in the dark. I started a small fire, ate a sandwich, and sat there staring at the flames. At first, it felt peaceful, but as time passed, I started feeling uneasy. The silence felt wrong, like the whole place was waiting for something to happen. Around midnight, I heard it for the first time. It was soft, like something moving through the grass. I told myself it was just an animal, maybe a fox or a stray dog. But a few minutes later, I heard it again, and this time it was closer. It didn't sound like random rustling. It sounded like footsteps. I froze, listening hard. The noise stopped. My heart was pounding, and my hands were sweaty. After a while, I convinced myself I was overreacting. But just when I started to relax, the sound came back. This time, it was coming from the direction of the barn. I grabbed my flashlight and pointed it toward the barn. The light lit up the broken boards and the tall grass swaying slightly, but I didn't see anything. I told myself it was nothing and crawled back into my tent. zipping it up as tightly as I could. I barely slept that night. Every little noise outside made me jump. Then, at around 3 a.m., I heard the footsteps again. They were slow and steady, moving around my tent. My chest tightened, and I held my breath. The sound stopped right outside my tent. I stared at the thin tent wall, expecting to see a shadow or hear something, but nothing happened. The air felt heavy, and I could feel my pulse racing in my ears. After what felt like forever, the footsteps moved away, heading back toward the barn. As soon as the sky started getting light, I decided to leave. I didn't bother eating or packing properly. I just threw everything into my bag as fast as I could. While rolling up my sleeping bag, I noticed something in the dirt outside my tent. Shoe prints, big ones. They were deep, like whoever had made them had been standing there for a long time. My stomach sank. Someone had been out there watching me. I felt sick as I grabbed my stuff and walked quickly back toward the village. When I got there, I stopped at a small shop to buy water. The man behind the counter glanced at me and said, "You camped at the old farm, didn't you?" I nodded, too shaken to say anything. He didn't ask anything else. He just shook his head slowly, like he already knew something I didn't. I didn't ask questions. I didn't want to know why the farm had been abandoned or what might have happened there in the past. All I knew was I wasn't going back. As I walked out of the shop, I turned around for one last look at the path leading to the farm. That's when I saw them. Far down the road, almost too far to make out, two figures standing side by side. They weren't moving. They were just watching. I turned away and didn't look back again. During my ranger training, they sent us deep into the forests of Montana. The goal was simple: survive on our own and watch the wildlife. They gave us only the basics: a tent, a knife, some rope, and a map. I was paired with another trainee, Jackson, but we had clear orders to split up. We had 3 days to follow different routes and meet back at the base camp. It was a test to see if we could handle being alone out there. The first day went okay. I hiked through the thick forest, marked my checkpoints, and set up my tent near a small stream by sunset. The woods were quiet, except for the sound of leaves rustling in the breeze or a distant animal call. I kept my fire small so nothing would come too close and tried to sleep, though the silence felt heavy, like the forest itself was holding its breath. The second day was when things started to feel wrong. As I walked, I noticed strange things. A branch snapped clean off but hanging low, almost like someone had twisted it. Then I spotted footprints. They were big, way too big to be mine, and fresh enough to make my stomach churn. They didn't look like boot prints either. They were wide, more like bare feet. I tried to convince myself it could be an animal, though I couldn't think of any that would leave marks like that. Still, I kept moving. By the time the sun started to set, I stumbled on something even stranger. Hidden under some bushes was a small pile of rocks, stacked neatly like a little tower. It didn't look natural. Someone had made it. My chest tightened as I realized we were supposed to be the only ones out here. I packed up quickly, walked a few miles further, and set up camp again in a clearing where I could see all around me. I kept my knife close that night, but sleep didn't come easy. I woke up to soft sounds outside my tent. Twigs snapping, something heavy crunching the ground as it moved. I froze, gripping my knife tightly, my heart racing so loud I thought it would give me away. Whatever it was circled my tent. I could hear it breathing, slow and steady, like it wasn't in a rush. Eventually, the sounds faded, but I stayed awake until dawn, too scared to even blink. By the third day, I just wanted to get back to base. That feeling of being watched had grown worse. Every step I took felt heavier, like I was being pulled back. As I followed the map, I saw more of those rock piles, only now there were more of them. Some were big, others small, placed right in the middle of my trail. They didn't feel random. It was like someone had left them there on purpose. Then I saw something that made me stop cold. In a clearing, there was a deer lying on its side. It had been gutted, skinned, and left there, but not like something a predator would do. The cuts were too clean, too precise. Beside it was an old backpack, dirty and ripped. It wasn't mine, and it didn't look like something anyone in our group would carry. I didn't stay to check it out. I picked up my pace, trying not to think about who might have done it, or if they were still close by. The last part of the hike was the worst. The trees grew thicker, the air felt heavier, and barely any sunlight got through. That's when I heard it again. Heavy footsteps, slow but deliberate, coming from behind me. They weren't far, and they weren't trying to be quiet. My whole body froze for a second, but I forced myself to keep walking. I didn't dare turn around. My legs felt like they were moving through mud, but I didn't stop. When I finally broke through the trees and saw the base camp ahead, relief hit me like a wave. But just as I was about to step into the open, I glanced back. At the edge of the woods, standing perfectly still, was a figure. It was tall, with ragged clothes that looked like they'd been through years of weather. His face was in shadow, but it wasn't moving. It was just watching me. I stumbled into camp, shaking, and told the instructors everything. They brushed it off, said I was probably stressed or imagining things. They told me the woods can mess with your head when you're out there alone. I didn't argue. I just wanted to be anywhere but there. But I know what I saw. That thing wasn't in my head, and it wasn't some trick of the light. It had been following me, watching me, and letting me know I wasn't alone. Even now, I wonder what would have happened if I turned around on that trail, or if I hadn't made it to base in time. Whatever it wasn't done with me. Sometimes, in the middle of the night, I wake up and swear I hear those same heavy footsteps outside my window. We decided to camp in a remote spot up in the mountains, far away from the usual places people go. It wasn't our first time camping, but something about this place felt different. First, everything seemed fine. The weather was great, and we had a small campfire going while I set up the tent. My wife was unpacking the cooler, but I noticed how quiet it was. Way too quiet. It wasn't the normal peace you get when you're out in nature. This silence felt heavy, like something was just beyond our sight, watching us. As the night went on, the fire crackled, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I kept glancing toward the trees, like I was expecting to see someone standing there, but there was nothing, just the shadows swaying in the breeze. We were about to go to bed when I heard a noise in the bushes nearby. I froze, listening. It wasn't the usual animal sounds, more like something was carefully moving through the underbrush. My wife didn't seem to hear it. She was too busy reading her book. I grabbed the flashlight and shined it toward the noise. The beam of light cut through the darkness and only hit trees. I told myself I was just being paranoid, but something about that moment stuck with me. When we crawled into the tent, the sound of branches snapping came again. But this time it was much closer. My heart started to pound, and I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. We weren't alone in these woods anymore. I was sure of it. I tried to stay calm for her, but the sounds kept coming, moving around us. It was too quiet to be an animal. Animals don't move like that. I stepped outside, pretending to check the fire, but I was really trying to see anything in the dark. Anything that might explain the sounds. The temperature had dropped quickly, and there was no moon, just complete darkness all around. Then I saw it. In the distance, barely visible between the trees, I saw a figure. It wasn't moving like a person. It was stiff, jerky, like it was trying to stay hidden. My heart pounded in my chest as I stepped back, not taking my eyes off it. then rushed back into the tent. I didn't know what to do. Should I get the car keys and drive away? But if we left, I was sure whatever that thing was would follow us. I didn't think we'd make it out alive. Couldn't sleep that night. Every little sound seemed to echo through the stillness. I kept my eyes glued to the tent flap, knowing whatever was out there could slip right in if it wanted. It was torture. When the first light of day finally came, I felt a sense of relief. The noises had stopped. The air didn't feel so thick with dread. My wife was still asleep, completely unaware of everything that happened. I packed up quickly, trying to finish as fast as I could. I felt like if I slowed down, something would catch up to me, and I wasn't sure I'd get away. I couldn't get the image of that figure out of my head. It was still waiting out there, hidden just beyond the trees. On the drive back home, I couldn't stop looking in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone following us. But there was nothing. The road behind us was empty, and the forest seemed peaceful again. But I knew better. We never went back to that spot. And to this day, I don't know what was out there with us that night, but I can still feel its presence. It was real, and it knew we were there. The worst part is, I'm not sure if it ever left. Sometimes, in the middle of the night, I'll hear a sound outside, and I'll freeze, thinking it's back. And I don't know if I'm ready to face it again. What I saw that night wasn't something I could explain. It wasn't a person, an animal, or anything I've ever encountered before. It was something far worse, and it knew we were alone.